What's up? Good morning, everybody. Welcome to another nice new edition of The Sweat to round out your week. Remember, this show comes your way 11 a.m. Eastern time, Monday through Friday, so you have us just the once more today, and then you get to enjoy your weekend. But it is the beginning of a full slate of games and so much more, even some new surprises coming up on your Friday evening on the Dream Stream over the course of this busy day, YouTube, Twitch, wherever you are finding us. I am Adam Kaufman, happy to be with you, and it is time to, get to the point, and that is talk a little Major League Baseball to start things off, a little DFS look at what is going on in today's slate, and to do so, you don't rely on me, you rely on the experts. Let's bring in Nick Fryer, Stan Sun, and Eric Halterman. Fellas, how are you?
Good morning.
Good, how are you, Adam?
Tons of energy to start things off, which is just terrific. MLB price check, guys, is where we're going to begin. Want to know who you like on tonight's MLB slate, and in specific price ranges, obviously, just to give people a little bit of help as they work to build and set those lineups for later on, maybe just dummy lineups at this stage of the day. So we begin pitchers, 8K or above. Nick, let's begin with you.
I'm going to go with Zach Wheeler tonight. I really like him against the Nationals. And there are a lot of good pitching options tonight, but I've just been following Wheeler very closely this season. He has been outstanding. But with there being so many good options out there, you shouldn't be too chalky for you guys tonight. The Nationals have the fourth lowest OPS against right-handed pitching over the last 2 weeks, and they're middle of the pack in plate appearances per strikeouts against right-handed pitching in that same time frame. So the strikeouts should still be there. And what I like most about Wheeler too, going up against this team, he is among the 12 best pitchers at getting hitters to swing and miss those pitches in the zone that he throws. Max Scherzer's in that category too. So is Jacob deGrom. And the Phillies have the second lowest contact rate on pitches in the zone this season. So I feel very comfortable with him getting a good strikeout total and then putting up good fantasy points tonight against the Nationals.
All right, Stan, so that's some Wheeler conviction. How about from you? 8K or above for a pitcher?
Yeah, I'm going to go all the way up. I'm going to Max Scherzer, 11.4 Philly. Swinging strike rate is a robust 16.5%. He has 95 strikeouts in 69.1 innings. The Phillies, they're seventh in strikeouts against right-handed pitching. Scherzer is prone to the long ball. He's allowed 11 on the season, but, the Phillies, they're 21st in ISO. There's no Bryce Harper in the lineup. In 10 starts this season, he's gone over 20 DK fantasy points in 8 games for those above 30, and he has a high of 40.7.
Well, if anyone's virtually automatic, we know it's Max Scherzer. So, Eric, where are you going to take us?
I'm going to go with definitely not virtually automatic. Going to go a bit off the rails. We'll see if I get invited back Monday. I'm going to recommend Blake Snell at 9,200, and mostly because he's been off lately. And I wouldn't go with him in a smaller contest, but I think in larger tournaments, you have a chance to get a guy who still is very talented at a pretty low ownership rate because, again, people are going to be scared of what he's done lately. And he has been bad. It's been 2 bad starts. One in Miller Park, one against the Astros. But I think facing a beat-up Mets team at a much pitcher-friendly park in Petco Park in San Diego, that's a different deal. And I think he can get back on track here. 5.55 ERA on the season is not good. I'm not pretending it is, but there's a 3.33 BABIP inflating that, as well as a 21.1% homer per fly ball rate, which pitchers don't generally have too much control over. 360 xFIP, which factors that in, says he's been a little bit worse than he normally is, but not by a ton. His 32.1% strikeout rate is an exact match for his number over the last 3 years. He is walking way too many guys, but I think on the whole, Snell is only a little bit worse than he's been the past few years. So if you can get him when nobody else is in a pretty nice spot here, I think could turn out well for you in tournaments.
Well, the good news is, unless you have a literal crystal ball that you're just blatantly ignoring, and you're giving us misfacts or untruths or whatever that proper word would be for people that speak good English. You see how I did that as well? I'm confident you'll be invited back, so not to worry. Let's go right back to you, Stan. Take us through some of the bats this time around, 5K or above. Who do you like?
I'm going to go Christian Yelich, 5.1K versus Arizona. I mean, he's been pretty terrible to start the season. He had some injuries. He did homer yesterday. Now he gets to face off against Matt Peacock and the Arizona bullpen. Peacock, 7.2% swinging strike rate. He's allowed 5 home runs in 28 innings. Against left-handed bats, the slash is 283, 292, 609. 4 of the 5 home runs have been given up to lefties. And, once he's out of the game, the Diamondbacks bullpen, they have the 10th highest FIP, and they allow 1.33 home runs per 9 innings.
All right. What do you think, Nick?
I'm going to go with Ronald Acuna at 5.6K tonight. And because it's such a huge slate, there are so many quality options that I feel like he's not going to be as chalky as he normally would be. Chris Bryant is actually priced a little bit higher. Now, I know he's probably facing a worse pitcher if Scott Kazmir goes out tonight, as opposed to Ronald Acuna, who's facing Julio Urias. But I am fading him hardcore after his last start. I'm not expecting Urias to go and get smacked around like he did the time before. But going up against Acuna, who hasn't got the better of him yet in 6 tries so far, I would think that at some point he's going to get a hold of one against Urias, especially when you consider that Acuna has a 1.152 OPS against left-handed pitching this season. So I feel confident in him tonight as your high-price bat.
Eric, what do you think, my friend?
Yeah, looking into the crystal ball and giving some actual truths this time rather than the blatant lies from my last answer. I'm going to go with Chris Bryant at 5,800, who was just touched on by Nick. He's probably going to get the platoon advantage against Scott Kazmir. I believe as of right now, it's not quite confirmed that Kazmir's starting. But if he is, I mean, man, he's a great story. But we're talking about a guy who's made 2 professional starts in the last 4 years. I guess 2 in affiliated ball plus 3 more in independent ball. Good for him for being back in the majors, but he's not a guy we have to be at all scared of. Whereas Bryant is a guy that pitchers should be scared of. Not only is he bouncing back from an injury-filled year, he's bouncing back from a couple years where he was clearly a worse player than he was at the start of his career. This year, he's got career highs across the board. Career best 316 batting average is backed up by a career best 282 expected batting average. Career high 596 slugging, backed up by a career high 507 expected slugging. Career high in barrel rate, and he's doing it all with a career low in launch angle, which you might think would be bad, but in his case, it's purely taking fly balls and turning them into line drives. His ground ball rate is virtually unchanged. So you're taking a bunch of flyouts, turning them into singles, doubles in the gap, and it's really working for him this year.
Eric, let's stay with you here. And in the same way that I shop for DVDs, we need to reach on into the bargain bin. We need to find some value, my friend. So where are you looking for a value bat?
I like Andrew Benintendi at 3,900. He's going to get the platoon advantage against Matt Shoemaker. 5.90 ERA is maybe a little bit worse than the estimators, but not by a lot. They all seem to be above 5. Specifically, he allows a ton of contact. 14.7% strikeout rate is the 6th lowest among pitchers who've thrown at least 50 innings this year. Benintendi had been bad for the last couple years, but he's hitting 292, 351, 400 this year. That's a little bit above his expected batting average of 271, but a little bit below his expected slugging, 435. So it seems more or less in line with how well he's hit the ball. Hardest hard hit rate of his career at 43% is about 8 ticks above his career average. Second best barrel rate of his career. He's also been particularly hot lately. Over his last 19 games, he's hitting 339. So very solid mid-priced option, who I think is bouncing back to the level where he was at the start of his career.
Nick, let's spin it over to you, a.k.a. Steve's daddy. What do you got here?
I'm going to go with Clint Frazier at 2.4K at Yankee Stadium against Nathan Eovaldi tonight. And I know Eovaldi's done well against the Yankees for the most part throughout his career, but he's usually better at Fenway Park than he is at Yankee Stadium. And I know, look, the Yankees have been pretty brutal lately. So I'm not going to go with the whole Yankees lineup against Eovaldi, but Clint Frazier has only faced him 5 times, but he has 2 doubles and a home run against him. So at a cheap price, I'm going to go and try and take a gamble on that guy. Overall, obviously Frazier's season numbers are gross, but he's been better over the last 10 games. I'm seeing every offensive category, his numbers are getting boosted a little bit. So I'm thinking against a guy who sometimes struggles at Yankee Stadium and who Frazier has done well against previously. I'm going to go and take him at 2.4K.
What do you say, Stan?
I love the Brewers stack today. I think with Colton Wong out, I mean, there's going to be 2 guys up the top of the order. They're both priced at 2.6K. I'm going to go with Dan Vogelbach here. He's going to probably bat second in the order. I went over Peacock and the Arizona bullpen earlier. He has 3 home runs on the season. Walk rate is 15%. Strikeout rate, manageable 22%. ISO was only 120 this year, but, he's a career 192 ISO batter. Against right-handed pitching, the ISO spikes up to 214. So, the implied run total is 5 for the Brewers today. I think that's 4th highest on the slate. So, I want to attack this Diamondbacks pitching.
Well, around these parts, guys, we're all collective switch hitters, right? We can do one side of the plate, DFS. We haven't ventured to the other side of the plate yet. Mix it up, a little MLB DK Sportsbook talk. And let's go back to you, Eric, here to lead things off. What's your favorite bet on this whole slate tonight on the DraftKings Sportsbook?
I'm going to go with the Red Sox over the Yankees. They're a slight underdog, only plus 105, but technically an underdog, and I'm really not sure why. I think they're better on both sides of the ball tonight. They're 7th by WRC plus. The Yankees are 15th, so that's a pretty meaningful gap in the lineups. And in the pitching, I think I much prefer Nathan Eovaldi to Michael King. Eovaldi's ERA is just north of 4. Most of the ERA estimators have him in the low to mid 3s. Weirdly, despite his velocity, he's never really been a strikeout guy, and that's true this year, slightly below average, 22.8% strikeout rate. But he has his usual strong control, just a 5.5% walk rate, ground ball rate slightly above league average too. So nothing special, but a respectable all-around pitcher there. On the other side, Michael King, 26-year-old with just over 50 career major league innings, was never a significant prospect, probably going to be a swingman for his career. He's a swingman now. 286 ERA this year is not supported by the peripherals at all. Most of the ERA estimators have him in the mid to high 4s, just a 20.4% strikeout rate against the 10.2% walk rate. Neither of those is very good. He's only made one start this season, and he couldn't even complete the 3rd inning against the Tigers of all teams while giving up 4 runs. Career ERA 5.33. So not a lot to like about King. I think with the advantage on both sides, I think it's hard for me to understand why the Red Sox would be underdogs.
Nick, do you want to stay in that game or look elsewhere?
Well, I do want to say that Eric has a good pick there. I think that King is in for a rough night. He's been, even before he moved into the starting rotation, he had been struggling too. So I think that's a good pick. But my favorite one is Zach Wheeler's K-prop. And the 2 times I've gone with him this year, he's hit the over for me. And in his last 5 starts, he's hit Friday's over. I kind of went over some of the numbers previously when I was talking about him as a DFS pick. But at 6.5, I don't understand how Wheeler's K-prop is so low. I mean, he's got double-digit strikeouts in his last 3 outings. And I get that the Nationals as a whole in the season aren't striking out quite as much as the Phillies are. So Scherzer's K-prop's a little bit higher, but still, believe it or not, the Nationals are striking out more against right-handed pitchers than the Phillies are of late. So I think 6.5 for so Wheeler's got to get 7 Ks tonight. That's a lock for me for sure.
Stan, as we bat around one last time, what do you think?
I'm a little frightened here because I'm kind of going against Nick, who is, he's basically from the future. I call him I call him Alma Nick just because he's been, just
like that
hitting on hitters that have been double dong and triple dong and things like that. But, I'm going to go Washington minus 1.5. It's plus 180. It was at plus 185 last night. Scherzer, he is my guy at pitching today, so I think he does shut down Philly. Zach Wheeler, he's really good. Swing strike rate 13.1%. FIP is 2.48. Nick has gone over everything about him. That said, Washington, they do strike out the 3rd fewest times in the league against right-handed pitching. And Juan Soto, I mean, he's heating up. He has home runs in 2 of the last 3 games. Oh, back-to-back games, I'm sorry. And, the Philly bullpen, they have the 9th highest FIP. So I do like the odds here, and I do like them, Washington, to cover the spread here.
If Michael J. Fox had a beard in Back to the Future too, Nick might have passed for him.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, well, it's, there are worse.
Better than Doc Brown, right?
Yeah, I mean, better than being Biff or something. All right, guys, thanks very much for joining us. Enjoy your weekend. We're going to take a quick break here on The Sweat, and when we return, get into a little UFC, a little MMA action with our guy, Tim Finnegan. He's coming up. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, here on The Sweat with Tim Finnegan, our UFC analyst and expert. All right, Madam Kaufman, great to be with you. Tim, how are you, man?
I'm hanging in there. How about you?
Good. We're going to do a little UFC chase or fade, obviously. Want to know how you feel about the odds on the DK Sportsbook and DFS, depending on, obviously, which direction we go. And let's dive on in with this first one. Start with the first of 3 middleweight bouts that we have coming up featured on the main card. Now, you have Tom Breeze, who is minus 250, a favorite against Antonio Arroyo. Okay, now Breeze said earlier this week that he is just getting warmed up, loves what he's doing. He's entering his prime years. What direction you going?
So it sounds like this fight's going to be a stand-up battle. Or Arroyo says he wants to make this fight exciting because he wants to keep his job. And Breeze said that he wants to stand and try to punch a hole through him. So it really looks like this fight is going to be on the feet. They're going to be throwing bombs at each other. Breeze, 4 of his 5 UFC wins are by KO or TKO. So it doesn't sound like this fight's going to go the distance. Like if you look at the DraftKings Sportsbook betting odds, it's minus 177 to not go to the distance. And Breeze by KO or TKO is plus 165 on DraftKings Sportsbook. So I think that is probably a pretty good bet that you can consider.
All right, let's take a look at another middleweight here. And we have got Gregory Rodriguez, who is a slight underdog, plus 120 on the DK Sportsbook against Dusko Todorovic, which this is kind of interesting, right? Because you've got, again, Rodriguez as a slight dog, but then again, Todorovic is coming off his first UFC loss. So which way are you going to lean?
So Rodriguez is taking this fight on short notice, so that's always a good thing for the opponent, Todorovic in this case. Both these fighters throw a lot of striking volume. Like Todorovic is really active. He's landing over 7 significant strikes per minute. That's like really, really high volume. And the high volume gives him fantasy upside because he's very active. He scored as high as 120 DraftKings fantasy points in DFS contests. So I'd look at Todorovic, especially because he's fighting his opponent on short notice.
Okay, we have one more middleweight, as alluded to. Again, 3 in total that we're looking at in the main card. And this one here, a minus 150 favorite, which is Roman Dolidze, and matching up with Laureano Strapoli. Now, I don't know. Is this one more difficult than the names themselves to predict? Which way are you going to go?
So Strapoli, I hope I said his name right. He has low fantasy scoring because he doesn't really get a lot of points through grappling. He doesn't get a lot of takedowns or control time. And he has a negative strikes landed to absorb ratio. So that's always a red flag to me. So if he's taking more strikes than he's landing and he doesn't get a lot of fantasy points for grappling, like I really don't see any appeal with him in DraftKings DFS contests. So I'd go with Tolarski. These names are unbelievable, man. Like,
aren't they? They don't get any easier right here either with our next questions. We go to the welterweight division, and that is about between a 34-year-old, and that is Santiago Ponzinibbio, and I hope I said that correctly, Santiago Ponzinibbio, and the undefeated Miguel Baeza. Okay, now the line's about even. What should we make of this fight?
So Ponzinibbio has been finished 3 times by strikes in his career, and Baeza has popped. Most of his wins are by knockout or TKO. Baeza by KO or TKO is plus 165 on DraftKings Sportsbook. So I'm just looking at those betting odds, and I think that if you're going to make a play on this fight, that would be it. Baeza by KO or TKO at plus 165.
Okay, now let's go heavyweight division and the co-main event. Now, on the one hand, you have the very easy to say Walt Harris. On the other, you have Marcin Tybura, who now Harris hasn't won since 2019. It's been a couple of years, obviously, and plus 140 underdog here for this one. Do you think he has any shot to get back on track as he nears retirement?
I do. So Walt Harris had a lot of tragedy in his personal life recently, and his last 2 losses are to very strong competition, Alistair Overeem and Alexander Volkov. Like, those are 2 tough opponents. All of Harris's career wins are by knockout. Like every single one of them, all of his UFC wins, all of his pre-UFC wins are all by knockout. And Tybura has been knocked out 3 times in his UFC career. So Harris is a potential option at 7,500 in DraftKings DFS contest because he has a chance for a knockout. And he's plus 250 on DraftKings Sportsbook to win by KO or TKO. So I would look at Harris if you're looking for a cheaper DFS play, 7,500.
Let's go to the main event, and that is the heavyweight battle between a minus 130 favorite, which is Jairzinho Rozenstruik, and matching up with Augusto Sakai. Now, both coming off tough losses. Who do you expect to be in the win column at the end of this thing?
So Rozenstruik is a really patient counter fighter. Like, he's got good technical kickboxing, but he can be kind of boring at times. Like his last fight against Cyril Gane, he kind of put everybody to sleep. He was just waiting to counter, but he didn't have an opening to counter, so it was just like one giant stall fest. So he can have low volume at times, which limits his DFS upside. But on the flip side, he also has a lot of power, so he can finish at any moment. And because he has a lot of power, that also gives him upside in DFS contests because if he gets a quick knockout, he can score over 100 DraftKings fantasy points. So neither fighter really gets takedowns. So this looks like it's going to be a stand-up fight. And if it's a stand-up fight, I'd favor Rosenstruck because he's a very good kickboxer. So I would look at him.
Far and away the easiest question that I could ask you, which is your favorite DFS play, fighter, whomever you're looking at here for UFC Fight Night.
So Dusko Todorovic, he's 8,600. Like we talked about before, his opponent is taking this fight on short notice. I think it's like 2 weeks notice. So he's going to have more time to prepare for this fight. And he has such high volume. He's landing about 7.5 significant strikes per minute. That's excellent volume. So that volume can fuel fantasy scoring. Like he scored as much as 120 DraftKings fantasy points. So the combination of him fighting his opponent on short notice and his volume makes him appealing for me at 8,600. So I'd look at him.
UFC Fight Night on the way. Should be a lot of fun. Hopefully we got at least, 30% of those names said correctly between the two of us. We worked really hard at it. That's the important thing. Tim Finnegan, thanks a lot, man.
All right. Have a great weekend.
You too. Let's get to a little NBA. See what's going on in the association, the playoffs. Coming up next with the odd couple, Kenny Ducey and Julian Edlow. We're back on the sweat, about halfway home. Thanks for being with us. We appreciate it. We've got baseball and UFC behind us, and now we head to the hardwood, talk a little NBA playoffs with just one game on the docket tonight, and that is Game 6 between the Clippers and Mavericks. Dallas trying to put Los Angeles away. We'll see if we wind up with both LA teams going out in round number 1. Julian Edlow and Kenny Ducey join me now. Fellas, welcome. Good to see you.
Hi,
It's great
Adam.
to be with you, Koff. Amazing to be with you.
Just great, and you look great, the both of you, representing DK in your clothing as well. So as I said, it's the Clips and Mavs tonight. Luka Doncic, who he was a little up and down at points DFS wise during the regular season, we know, but here in the playoffs, You look at what he did in game 5. He accounted for at least a role anyway in 84% of Dallas's buckets. Incredibly impressive, either scoring or assisting on each basket. Said after the game, he could have played better. Higher expectations for himself even. Dallas a 3-point underdog for game 6 here at home. Do you think Luka delivers and does play better, Jules, to end this series?
I mean, I think Luka's going to play well, yeah, because he's a good player and, the lights are going to be bright. But I am putting my money behind the gutless Clippers in this game because this is just how they seem to do business. They need their backs against the wall to perform and to get the best out of them. And I think they're going to win on the road again in this spot, the 6th straight road win in this series. If they can get this game, it's been pretty ridiculous, but this is just who the Clippers are. They need to lose dumb games to bounce back and win good games. And it eventually caught up to them in that Nuggets series, obviously, last season with the blowing the embarrassing 3-1 lead. But I think they'll learn from that. I thought they would be stronger, obviously, in this series, but the Clippers are 18-9 off a loss this season. They're winning those games by an average of 7.3 points per game. They've shown they have no problem not only winning, but dominating in Dallas. This is a spot, like I said, backs against the wall. I'm going to take Luka's talented, but the Clippers are the more talented team, and that's what I'm going to back.
Well, Kenny, Clips are running out of time for wake-up calls here, obviously. Backs against the wall, as Julian noted, and facing elimination here. But what do you think? Is Luka going to be that much better than he was in Game 5 to try and put them away?
I think that this is going to resemble this Blazers series where you might get a heroic effort from Luka Doncic, but what's the rest of the team doing to really get the Mavericks across the finish line here? I have to back the Clippers in this game. They've just been the better team over the last few games. And frankly, there's been absolutely nothing wrong with the way the Clippers have played this entire series, especially on offense. They've been scoring the basketball at an efficient rate. The thing that happened in the first 3 games was the Dallas Mavericks were shooting the lights out from 3, pushing over 50% from 3, which is ridiculously unsustainable. And what we've seen in the last 2 games is the fact that, yes, it is unsustainable. They've shot just about 30% from 3. The shooters have really cooled down here. I mean, yeah, if you want to be like a goalie in a penalty shootout and just try to guess which way it's going to go, maybe they're due for a good shooting night, but I don't think that the numbers, especially all season long, the Mavericks have not shot the 3 well. I think that everything here would tell you that the Mavericks are not going to have a good go of it once again from 3. The Clippers defense should be strong as ever. And I like the Clippers here to roll and send us to a Game 7. They've just been, again, the more complete team here. You want to exploit this Dallas defense because that is the one thing we can be sure that is bad.
It's not a big total for this one, Kenny. You got 216.5 on the DK Sportsbook. You're going to go over or under?
I'm going to take the under here because I think that the Clippers are going to slow this pace down. I think the Clippers are going to try to control this game from the jump. And like I said, the Dallas offense has really, really struggled. I mean, we remember that the game 1, when Porzingis was pulling up from the logo and everyone was hitting threes. Maxi Kleber was going off. That's just not the same Mavericks team that we've seen. And again, it's just due to the fact that not that many shots can fall statistically, given how good these shooters are. And also, the Clippers defense is really, really good. Now, the Clippers offense, I mentioned it had been strong, but I don't know if they're necessarily going to have to put their foot on the throat of the Mavericks in this one. I think they're going to control pretty much throughout. And I really do think that we could get a suffocating defensive performance once again from Ty Lue's guys. And we could see the Dallas Mavericks only score 85 or 90 points, and that would definitely push us to this under. So I like taking the under.
If you guys follow Jules on Twitter, you know this is a man who likes overs and unders, totals, money line, props, everything. The man he's constantly giving you picks. So over or under 216.5 here?
Yeah, I like betting on sports, Kaufman. That's essentially what you just summed up.
It is. It's true.
While I will be putting my money on the Clippers tonight, I will not be putting my money on this total. I think it's pretty appropriately set. It's not. I think it's going to be a lower scoring game, but it is a lower total. But I'm with Kenny if you force me to take a side. I think it's a big game. It's a game where the Clippers don't have much margin for error. They have to wake up. They have to defend, specifically the 3-point line, the way that Dallas has knocked it down in their wins. They have to double Luka. Maybe they learned, like Kenny's comparison with Lillard, Denver took so long in that game where he had 55 to double him, and they didn't let him score the last 3 minutes of the game in a 58-minute game. But if the Clippers kind of learn something early and double Doncic, I think that takes some points off the board. So yeah, slower possessions, better shots for the Clippers, more methodical play probably holds this one under.
Okay, so since we know you like to bet on sports, let's see if you want to bet on this one. Forget about Paul George for a second. Kawhi Leonard, 42.5 is the line for his total points, rebounds, and assists. How do you feel about it?
I feel like it should be a Kawhi game for sure. It just always makes it more difficult when you have these, two superstars who are both capable of dominating the ball. So I lean towards Leonard having a big game here. I lean towards Paul George playing well here. So again, this is something I guess I would lean over with, because I think scoring wise, Kawhi should have a very good game, but not something that I see. I would rather just take the money that I would throw on that prop and just add it to my Clippers play.
Kenny?
I'm probably with Julian here, but I think I'm also going to take the under. Kawhi's coming off a bad offensive game. The Clippers had a bad offensive game in general, and his scoring output has really just kind of decreased in the last two games. And that is by nature of the Clippers not having to do as much on the offensive end. You look at this team, first few games of the series, I mentioned that the Mavericks weren't missing any shots. You had the Clippers pushing the pace. You had Kawhi Leonard going to the rack almost every possession, trying to score the basketball. The needs for this Clippers team have just changed with Dallas cooling down on offense. So I do think that this should comfortably go under here. I think that Kawhi should be a decent play here in DFS and a decent guy in real life, but I'm not sure he gets the stats needed to hit this over.
Guys, I know we're still wrapping up round one in many series, but obviously we do have some round two series that are already set. And in the Eastern Conference, Kenny, you have Milwaukee and Brooklyn. Now, neither team had any trouble with its first round matchups. Going into the series on the DK Sportsbook, you have the Nets favored at minus 200 odds. Do you think Brooklyn takes care of business here?
Boy, if you're just talking from a strict betting perspective, I mean, I don't understand why you would ever lay, the money with both favorites here in the East, frankly, especially with the Brooklyn Nets. Look, I know that the Brooklyn Nets, they looked better on defense against the Boston Celtics, but I really think we have to curb our expectations here. This is a team that didn't play defense all season long. Sure, they're trying a little bit on that end, but what does Boston have on offense? That's no offense to the future general manager of the Celtics, Adam Kaufman. No offense, but what do they have on offense that's really going to scare you, right? They don't have scores. I mean, Jason Tatum had his 50-point game in that, but that was basically it. No Jaylen Brown. They really slowed to a halt in that series. So I don't think that the Nets were really asked to do too much on that end. And I'm really worried about how good this offense for Milwaukee looked in the first round. I think that they faced a decent team, and they absolutely obliterated them in the Miami Heat. I think that they're destined for great things here. I am rethinking my Sixers to win the East pick, not because of Joel Embiid's injury, but because of how good the Nets looked. I do think the winner of this series, wins the East. So I think, though, there's plenty of value here with the underdog. I think Milwaukee matches up really, really well with Brooklyn. Giannis Antetokounmpo is going to be a big problem on defense. And if you can just slow that Brooklyn offense just a little bit, you're going to have a really good shot at winning 4 games.
Nets minus 200 favorites there, Felix. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm not going to back the Nets necessarily on the series line because I think they're just better bets. So I've been betting on the Nets essentially to win the East all year long, just here, there, everywhere, and I'm not backing down. They deserve to be favored in this series. Milwaukee, I'll take Kenny's point and even maybe raise him a little bit. This is the NBA Finals for me. I think whoever wins this series should be favored to win it all. Obviously, Brooklyn is favored to win it all as things stand, but a match with LeBron knocked out, a matchup against a Phoenix, Utah, very good teams, but I think Milwaukee and Brooklyn have the upper hand there. For me, Milwaukee can give up points too. The game one total is set at 239.5. This is going to be these are going to be shootouts all series long. I'm sticking with the talent because I think the big three of the Nets is just unlike anything we've seen in terms of three-point shooters, guys that can handle the ball, get to the rim, pass it, everything. So give me the Nets here. You can bet them to win the East. You can bet them to win it all. I would do all those things rather than lay the 200 in the series. If you want to bet specifically for this series, I brought this one up on the Unreasonable Odds podcast yesterday. over 5.5 games in the series was minus 139. It's moved to minus 152, rightfully so, but that's still a great price. Somebody's going to sweep. Somebody's going to win this 4-1. I don't think so. This is a 6-7 game series, so I'm not really worried about the juice. Give me the over 5.5 games in this series.
Only other series we were going to get into, but we ran out of time, and that's the Sixers and the Hawks. But Philadelphia minus 200 favorites.
Hawks.
Yeah, and all right.
Hawks.
I mean, Joel Embiid is injured. It's the only thing that makes it all that interesting anyway. Great. Enough with the sound effects. We're going to take a break. So thanks to those two guys. Be back with a little puck talk NHL on the other side. Thanks, fellas. All right, we got the hardwood behind us. Let's get into a little bit of what goes on the ice. Puck talk, as we talked about in the NHL. We have Jeff Ulrich, we have AJ Scholes, we have Paul Bruno. I'm Adam Kaufman. Fellas, welcome. Good to have you. Let's talk a little playoffs here. Now, we have a couple of games on the slate tonight versus just the one in the NBA, so that's nice. A little bit more going on the ice. And Canadiens and Jets, game 2. Now, as we know, Montreal carried their momentum into the series by taking the opener here in this one. Instant bloodbath. You had Mark Scheifele to hit on Montreal's Jake Evans at the end of that game. A lot of people still talking about that, rightfully so. The Habs are underdogs, not by a whole lot, though, Jeff. Minus 103. The Jets are minus 115 favorites. Do you think they can take a 2-0 series lead here in this one with a second road win of the series?
Yeah, I absolutely do. And I'll remind my co-analysts that I was the only one on the Canadiens in game 1 here. And I will be definitely on the Canadiens in game 2. This is just a nightmare scenario for the Jets. Just so much negative sentiment around this Mark Scheifele hit. And just from a perspective of they got outplayed in game 1 as well. I mean, the Canadiens had more chances. Their goaltender outplayed Connor Hellebuck, who was basically really responsible for them winning the first series. I think people forget, Winnipeg wasn't exactly dominant against the Oilers. They barely had the lead for most of that series. They just really got all the saves and scored the OT winners. I think Montreal is the better team here. I think Carey Price, as the veteran leader on that team, is going to be absolutely massively motivated to just put up a statement performance. And I think Montreal, as the underdog play, offers good value.
AJ, this is your opportunity to agree or what would be more fun, disagree with our pal Moose here.
Well, I'll definitely disagree that Montreal is a better team here when Mark Scheifele is in the lineup. I think they have a better top 6 across the board here with him. Now, without him, I'm not surprised to see the line at minus 103 for the Canadiens, and I think that's the better bet tonight and even moving beyond into those next 4 games, because without Scheifele, you're suddenly Pierre-Luc Dubois is maybe going to be your number 1 center. We haven't really seen line combinations of what that might be. Paul Stastny has been out. It looks like he'll be back tonight, but again, you potentially have your number 1 center being a guy that has struggled since joining there. Your number 2 center missed game 1 with an injury now without Scheifele, and I think it really hurts their depth. We saw what happened to this team at the end of the regular season when Nikolai Ehlers was missing. they don't have anything much outside of the top six. And without Shifley, somebody's going to have to step in there, and they don't have a ton of good options right now.
What do you say, Paul? Which way do you want to go?
Look, the Jets are definitely going to be hampered by the loss of Shifley for the next 4 games, giving them a great chance to take control of the series. This may well be how things play out, but I expect the Jets will fight back tonight because I believe they still have the firepower to compete on an even level with the Montreal offense, at least on their home ice. And the key will be Hellebuck, though, in the nets. He had a rough start after a long layoff, allowing 3 first-period goals. I think he's going to be more prepared to play this evening in a game the Jets absolutely have to win, and he'll be a major reason why they do.
Well, speaking of must-wins, obviously, we take a little gander here at the Avalanche and Golden Knights. It's a real must-win spot for Vegas after dropping the first 2 games of this series, even with the series shifting to the desert, too. DK Sportsbook has the slight favorite being the Avs at -117 as opposed to +100 for the Golden Knights. So what do you think here? I mean, can the Avs take control of the series or really kind of effectively put this thing away with a 3-0 series lead, or do you give Vegas the opportunity to fight back?
While the Avs did what they had to do to win the 2 home games, it's time for the Knights to respond with a pair of games in my favorite playground in the Vegas Strip. They certainly do have to be buoyed by their effort in that OT loss in Game 2 to remind themselves that they are just as talented as the Colorado club. In fact, let me remind everybody that the Knights actually outshot the Avs while they were on the road by a 41-26 margin, and it was even more lopsided in the last 2/3 than that. 2 periods in that game. They were unlucky, in fact, not to win that game outright, in my opinion. They'll show an even better effort tonight when they get back on home ice to get back into the series. Remember, folks, in a 7-game set, nothing is lost until you concede a home game.
What do you think, AJ?
I'm with Paul on this one. I'm taking Vegas on the even money there. I think that's tremendous value to get for the Golden Knights when you consider they're down 2. I know we have a pair of Vezina Trophy nominees in goal here, but I actually also like the over in this game at 5.5 at +112 to bring back some value there. They just missed out on hitting that in Game 2. They would have reached that mark, obviously, in Game 1. The Avs reached it on their own in Game 1. But I do think we can hit the over here, despite the fact that we have 2 of the best netminders in the league. And I do think Vegas will be boosted by that home crowd and will get the win tonight.
Moose, you couldn't possibly disagree with either of them, could you?
I'm going to more just be the agreeing guy here. I mostly agree with what AJ said. I would actually rather bet the over here than go against Colorado on the money line. I mean, look, I think that Vegas at home, when you're getting plus money, even if it is against the Avalanche, that's fine. I just really don't want to bet against the Avalanche ever in these playoffs. They're just too good. I think Vegas definitely has it in them to win a game or 2 in this series, but I just don't really want to take it. I think you're getting fine enough odds to do it on the money line. That's probably where I would lean. I am targeting the over in this game as well. I think that you're going to see Vegas's offense show up. We saw the goals pour in Game 1, and quite frankly, Game 2, that game had 4 goals through half the game. It was actually lucky to hit the under there. So I like the over there as the bet here. But if again, asking you which side to be on the money line, I'll just take the plus money here tonight because I think Vegas has to win at least 1 game in this series.
Well, Jeff, I don't want you to be, Mr. Agree guy, so I'm going to let you go first here for this one so that these guys can agree with you. What do you think from these games tonight, just a player prop that you really like?
Yeah, again, I mean, obviously we just spoke about we kind of like the over here, or at least 2 of us do in this game. Let's target some props for the Vegas forwards. I think taking Max Pacioretty over 2 points, 2 points or more on the DraftKings Sportsbook at +375. I like these props for the Vegas first line. Look, they have 1 point in this entire series, but this is the 2nd most productive line in the NHL, and I'm talking Stone, Pacioretty, and whoever they throw in at center there right now, it's Chandler Stevenson. But I like targeting the 2+ points here with Pacioretty or Stone, quite frankly. I'll take Pacioretty because he's a little bit more consistent, but I think that the point props on the Vegas forwards tonight are good ones to target. I think you're going to see them come back. Again, they may not win the game. They might lose 5-4, but I think you're going to see goals.
AJ, over to you for a player prop.
I agree that we're going to see some goals in that game, and I think you have to look at Nathan MacKinnon at +123 to score a goal. How often do you get value out of that guy to score? Because he does it almost every night. He's got a ton of multi-point games already in the postseason. Now, outside of that game, look, Jesperi Kotkaniemi has racked up 4 goals on 13 shots through Game 1 of the series, including 1 in Game 1. And he also leads the Habs in scoring. So considering that, getting him at 295 to score a goal is just too good of a value to pass up for me in that one.
Paul, it's not often I get to talk to someone who actually does have many leather-bound books, but they do scream importance. So you're winning here.
Exactly. In the late game, I think both teams will focus their best efforts on trying to defend against their respective explosive top lines. So I'm going to look a little bit lower down the depth charts for that perceived advantage that I see on the number 2 line for the home side to find my favorite player prop tonight. The trio of Carlson, Smith, and Marchessault has been streaky in these playoffs. They didn't start too well against Minnesota, but they've looked a lot more organized and stronger against a game Colorado club, of course. Therefore, I'm leaning on Marchessault of that unit to bulge the twine tonight for this trio to make an impact. The payoff is 9th best on the board at a tidy plus 250.
I'm in awe. I'm in awe. I get these cheeky DVDs behind me and intellect screaming from your screen. All right, Paul, AJ, Jeff, thank you very much for joining us here. We'll talk to you again next time.
Welcome to the Price Check. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Let's look at the salaries for Sonoma. Whose salary jumped up this week? Michael McDowell, $5,800 up to $7,600. 2 things to look for when McDowell road course races. Is he too expensive, and is he starting too close to the front? No and no. Joey Logano, $8,800 up to $10,100. I don't understand his price. He's never really done anything at Sonoma. Why is he the 4th most expensive driver? Ross Chastain, $6,900 up to $7,700. He's starting in the back, and he might stay in the back, and he's not that cheap either. Whose salary dropped this week? Kyle Larson, $11,300 down to $9,700. It's a lap steal. Last week, 400 laps. That's a lot of points available. This week, only 90 laps. Not a lot of points available, so you got to adjust his salary. Hey, he might still lead every lap again. You never know. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., $7,400 down to $6,120 road course races. He's never earned a top 10 finish. His average finish is 24th. Brad Keselowski, $9,400 down to $8,500 in the last 8 Sonoma races. His average finish is 15th, just not his track. Favorite play of the week, Martin Truex Jr., $10,900, the 2018 Sonoma winner. The 2019 Sonoma winner, the only reason he didn't win last season is because they didn't have a race. It got canceled. Ryan Newman, $6,300. He's cheap. He's starting in the back, and in the last race at Sonoma, he was inside the top 15 for 3/4 of the race. All right, guys, check out DK Nation for your DFS information and needs. If you've got NASCAR questions, find me on Twitter at Race for the Prize. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Catch me on DK Live.
No one talks faster than our guy Pierce Dietrich, but I hope you learned a lot along the way. 1 segment left here in this busy sweat hour, or maybe a sweaty hour. Let's get into it here. Kenny Ducey comes back. Jeff Ulrich comes back. And fellas, let's do a little NFL seeing the futures here, okay? We're going to look at teams' odds to make the playoffs here in 2021 on the DK Sportsbook. And let us begin with Cincinnati. As we know, they showed the Bengals a little bit of promise last year with Joe Burrow, and now it's year 3 for head coach Zach with a C. Taylor. His system, not enough to earn them a playoff spot last year, but plus 475 odds to do it this time around. What do you say, Jeff?
I like this bet. I like it. Plus 475. I think the Bengals with Joe Burrow back, they get a little bit more explosive on offense. And Joe Burrow, for all his misgivings, just with the injuries and stuff people are worried about, he really has a lot of room to improve as a deep passer. I think them drafting Jamar Chase in the first round is really going to bolster that offense just a little bit. And you look at their opening schedule, they have Jacksonville at home and Minnesota at home. They have a couple tough road games in there in between, but they also have the Lions in their first 6 games. This team could easily be 3-3, perhaps even 4-2 after their first 6 games. I think you're getting real good value. I like taking this bet.
Kenny, are you as excited?
No, it's law that I have to disagree with Jeff every time that he makes one of these claims. No, I don't think the Bengals are a good team. There is nothing wrong with saying that a team has a nice, bright future, but is not good right now. The Bengals are not good right now, and they play in a ridiculously difficult division. They are years away from being one of the best teams in that division. I think that the Steelers are definitely falling off, but you've got plenty of young quarterbacks that are good, a nice culture there in Cleveland that's been built. I could see the Bengals finishing 2nd in this division, maybe in 2 years, but to make the playoffs right now, I mean, there could be 3 teams from that division that make the playoffs, and they wouldn't be the Bengals. It's just going to be really difficult. And then they got to play all those teams twice as well. I'm sorry, I have a hard time getting excited about. I mean, if it was like plus 750, sure, maybe Joe.
Any Panthers are plus 275 to make the postseason here in 2021. Now you've got Christian McCaffrey bouncing back from the injury. You got your former fan favorite Sam Darnold with a fresh start in
Plus 475. I'd say, yeah, giddy up on the Panthers, right? They have a lot of room to improve. This number is not attractive whatsoever to me. This is still another bad football team that's maybe a year away from being in contention. They're getting better, okay? They're getting better. They had no quarterback last year. Teddy Bridgewater was one of the worst quarterbacks in the league. I think that despite the fact that everyone, made fun of me for my years of fandom, I do think that Sam Darnold is an upgrade over Teddy Bridgewater. But that said, I mean, they really added a really nice defensive piece in J.C. Horn. But other than that, like,
What's up, everybody, and welcome on back to the Dream Stream. Great to be here with you, Kenny Ducey, Adam Kaufman. If you were watching The Sweat just a little while ago, well, then you've already heard from us today, and you saw an abrupt ending that, unfortunately, we think Kenny may have just crashed everybody's computers by the fact that he now has great internet and just karma took care of the rest of us. But either way,
speaking of karma,
yes.
Speaking of karma, I couldn't get in your contest.
You didn't get in before lineup locked?
No.
You're sitting there building your lineup as we were talking. What's your problem?
Dude, what happened was I had about $4,800 left, and I couldn't decide who to spend it on.
Dude, you had to pick somebody and just lock it in.
I was like, I can't pay for Josh Jacobs, and then I was like, if I do Nelson Aguilar, I'm missing $2,000. And then I was like, okay, well, I'm not picking a defense. Oh man,
unbelievable. And as a result, you have no lineup.
No lineup. Yep.
I don't like that. Nope. Well, welcome to the nooner, the Kenny has a trading card free roll.
If you don't like it.
Excuse me. I'm still sick. It's going to happen for the next hour. I'm still sick. You didn't get a lineup in. The Sweat crashed. Welcome to Friday, folks. At least it's almost the weekend. Here's my lineup since they have locked, and I built mine. So I've got Mike, don't call me Max Williams in the captain spot. Also have Austin Eckler, who the people paid up for, and then some, Kenny. He is 91% owned overall in our smaller contest, 50% the captain spot.
Yeah.
50. Outrageous.
We call Max Williams Max 6. We call Mike Williams Mike Williams.
Nope, we don't. But we can. I like it. It's why not on a Friday when everything else is going like this.
That's right.
Also have Keenan Allen, another Williams, Tyrell, who is a Lion in real life now, I believe, Hank Ruggs, and I was trying to decide with my remaining salary what to do. I had you heard me. I had $4,200 left, and I decided to go with Mike Badgley. Considered Josh Jacobs. I'm now waiting for this to be the Josh Jacobs game where he has multiple touchdowns. Just know that if that happens, you heard it here first, and he's just spiting me and everybody else by doing it. But I bet
Michael Badgley may be the worst kicker in football that used to be a good kicker.
Josh Jacobs.
I mean,
is 38% owned in our contest.
It is bad. Yeah, they're all squares. Cough.
Simland's a little bit different, man. Simland's a little Badgley's not a bad kicker in Simland.
But he's still a kicker.
Well, he's still so do you never play a kicker? Is that your philosophy? Like
very rarely do I play
team
a kicker.
Always fade kickers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Very rarely do I. Don't tell Rossi, but I almost never play kickers.
Gorilla Jimbo. Hey, happy Friday. Sim fam.
Hey,
what
Jim.
up, Coffin Ducey?
Hey.
Gorilla Jimbo.
What's up?
I like that. King said Jacobs is going to have to get to 100 yards. He doesn't need to get there to return value. Solomon, the dream stream with the dream team. I like the sound of that. That's pretty good. So, great to have everybody here with us. You have, it's a different kind of day. It's a different kind of day here in Simland, folks, because we have
What do you mean?
4 Madden simulations coming your way. Not 6, 4. And then starting at 8, it will be the American Ultimate Disc League. Milwaukee against Madison.
Go Milwaukee, man. That's all I got to say about that.
It's just all about, well, I bet is Christian on with us today? I'm looking at, Christian will be here at 6. I bet Christian will have some passionate takes on Milwaukee versus Madison in the American Ultimate Disc League.
I love Ultimate Frisbee so much.
Yeah.
Big fan.
Did you play there a lot on the quad back in the day?
The quad? No, I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't play in college. Actually, my dad was my baseball coach for a while.
Yeah.
And he started this thing where we would play Ultimate Frisbee with a baseball because it was a good
Isn't
workout.
that just catch?
No, because it's the
that
same
work?
rules. You have to stop in place, and then you have to you run, you advance the ball. It's basically like playing football a little bit. But anyway, so we played Ultimate with the baseball, and then I've played Ultimate Frisbee before. In like gym class or whatever. It's fun. It's a good time. My dad used to play it a lot until he tore his patella tendon.
Sorry to hear that. I hope he's recovered
Yeah.
since.
It's been like 6 years and he still kind of really hasn't.
Still feeling the effects.
Yeah. Been tough.
Has he considered visiting the hospital right by you?
I don't think
Northwell?
so. Northwell, good old Northwell. I don't think
This
so.
is a big moment for you. You have the internet, and it's
This is
not-
one of the best days of
not
my life,
stolen
Koff.
from the hospital.
This is one of the best days.
Is that
I
why
don't
you're
even know
leaving?
what to
Where are you
do.
going?
I gotta figure out a way to stand up my mic.
He just left. This is a great day. So good, I'm gonna leave.
Well, my microphone is it's too high. It's too high. Like it's up here. It's up like at my eye level. So it's
Okay.
off screen. I wanna find something. I've been looking for like days for something that could level the microphone like right there.
Have you
Like,
considered?
right below my mouth?
Have you considered sitting on a phone book?
What the hell was that, man?
Just it'll lift you up a little bit. That's all. Get a taller chair. Sit on a stool if you have to.
No, it's not about that. It's about the microphone.
Sound travels pretty well in your place, though, I gotta say. I mean, you guys can't see, but Kenny's like 40 feet from his computer right now. And yet you
It's a
can
big
still hear him
place.
yelling at us.
I'm gonna just use this. I've been using this.
Just getting a full Kenny right now, walking all around his pad. It's not like old legless Jeff. We're actually getting a real
I got
full
good
look at Kenny.
I got good depth of shot now, don't I?
Depth of shot? Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, as a movie guy, you could appreciate that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, I'll have to go with this. I mean, the good news is, so I mean, you don't see it while I'm on the air, but like when I'm on this couch, which I just I mean, I'm gonna have a desk eventually, but I'll sit on the couch and watch the stream and talk to you because it's
Sure.
incredibly painful on my back if I just sit up the whole game. I can't do it.
Why?
Well, there's no support. You know, you kill your back.
Maybe we should buy you a chair.
That'd be great. I'd love a chair. I'm in the market for a chair right now. I'm in the market for a desk and a chair and a dresser. If anyone wants to donate, that'd be great.
I mean, what kind of
Anyone's
chair
got
are you
an
looking
extra
for?
laying
Something a little
around.
more comfortable, something with like a leather chair.
I mean, I'll be honest, there's nothing more comfortable right now than laying on this couch.
Well, we
Well,
can't get
laying
you a couch
is-
chair.
I'm not laying. I'm just sitting. I'm just lounging on the couch.
How far are you from that mic right now?
But the mic's right in front of
Oh,
me.
you're just holding it. I see.
Yeah, it's on my
Yeah.
lap.
You look good.
You know, I don't want to.
You look very
think
at
that-
ease.
Thank you. Well, also, I mean, I've been doing this for the whole week on this couch, but I do feel like this makes me a better sim broadcaster, at least
Is
for
that
color,
right?
because I feel like it makes me more conversational when I'm sitting on the couch. You know,
Jordan says maybe you could ask Emerson, the self-proclaimed highest-paid employee at DraftKings, to get you a chair.
the highest paid employee who Venmo requested me like $20 because I got a Top Shot pack one time. See, this is why I'm so
Touchdown.
glad I
Early
didn't make a
score.
lineup.
My captain, Mike Williams, 43-yard for Mickey.
That is dumb.
Dumb like a fox.
You know what else is dumb? I've been trying to figure out how to watch Roland Garros. Obviously, the French Open is very important for me for work.
Uh-huh.
It is so impossible.
What's impossible for me is to believe that I didn't come up with just the most easy and obvious insults that I possibly... DFS Queenie says Kenny might need a high chair. For all the times the people in the chat have called you a baby, that was right there. Let's get Kenny a high chair.
Yeah, Koff, but it has nothing to do with where I'm sitting. It just has to do with getting something that can hold the mic. And the mic needs a high chair. I have stools that I put that can put the mic on, but it's too it's the stool. It doesn't work because either the stool is it sits on the stool and then it's too high, it's like at my nose, or it sits on this nightstand and then it's too low, it's like at my stomach. So
And then the problem is I would actually love to sit on a stool. I've done that before for streams. Sure. But the problem is the tripod that I have doesn't get up high enough where I could sit on a stool.
Okay.
Yeah.
No stools for Kenny today.
Well, I'm using quite a few stools actually, but.
New edition cough. Geez, what year is he living in? Like that. Like all the people here with us. Kenny Ducey, Adam Kaufman, Drew, our producer, Daniel, the creator of the trading cards, is our technical director. Kyle and Ops.
Got some good love on that trading card on Twitter, Daniel.
Yeah, I saw that you tweeted it out. Is it you get a lot of positive feedback for that?
Yeah.
Looks good. It's a good looking card. We need to get a whole set out there. Produce them. You can buy them in the DK store, something like that. Maybe mix in some specialty autographed ones. Jeff's would be, it wouldn't be a signature autograph. It'd be stamped with like a little moose track or something.
A moose track would be a very nice touch.
Right?
I think that I would like that. I would like to own some DK Sim Fan NFTs.
You have a favorite that comes to mind?
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, that would be having a Jeff Ulrich trading card would be huge.
Sure. I just didn't know if there were specific moments that you would like to own in the form of Dream Stream NFTs.
I mean, I wanted to make an NFT of my... I said, I pledged to the Sim Fam, no one cared, that I would make an NFT of my Jets 10-7 prediction.
Yeah, that would be a good one. Don't know what kind of value it would have. Guess it would depend on whether or not it was correct. Roland says, Koff, there's almost 300 watching. Let's get the likes up to at least 75. Likes smashed. Got you, you sick man. Yeah, I'm Congo Cap says, sound better, Koff. I'm getting there. You know, a couple good nights of sleep. I'm getting there. Nice run there by Austin Eckler on the outside to the 44. He's up to 25 on the ground on a couple attempts. Not 100% yet, but I'm gonna work through it, guys. I appreciate your concern, everybody.
I'm concerned about you.
Thank you. Someone was asking earlier about the Koff Classic. There won't be one today because we've just got one game. We've got a showdown. Unfortunately,
I know from personal experience
today
that you don't do showdowns.
I've been doing showdown for every game of the playoffs.
That is ridiculous. That is absolutely a lie. That is a fabrication.
Ask the DK.
I'm pretty sure I wanted to do one with you, and you didn't want to do it.
Yeah, you want to do it for $20. I've been doing little mini contests for $1. I've been breaking the bank over here. Although I should note that I'm looking right now, and DK does have a classic available for you for Friday, Saturday. So the one game today, one game tomorrow. So maybe I'll create that contest. I could do that. But I have been doing every single showdown available, my friend. All of them for NBA.
I'm proud of you. That's all I can say.
How about you?
I have not been doing DFS
have you been playing on the regular?
I have not been doing DFS. I've been doing a little bit of the SB side, and I has not been going well for me in the postseason. It's been up and down, but it's been down. It's been mostly down lately.
Damon says Ducey's trying to alpha dog Kaufman, but he came unarmed to the battle of the wits.
Who's alpha dogging?
You're being accused of alpha dogging. That just sounds so official. The battle of the wits. Drew says, yeah, the nitwits. Nice.
Who was the who was our friend who was doing executive sessions, and he'd be like, the boss versus the lightning rod.
Yeah, he's here. He's here with us.
Love it.
Charlie, appreciate that. Sounds great. DFS Queenie says, till last night, I was doing well in Koff's contest. Last night was a tough one. Last night was another night where I made the mistake of stacking the first game. Well, I wouldn't even say a mistake. I just didn't have all the right plays. And ultimately finished just outside the cache. A lot of people saying they did well, though. Darth Gator saying it ended up 5th. Jim to the Bow, last 2 Koff Classics, I finished 8th and 6th. Good work.
Oh, he missed him. He was wide open.
Got a 2nd and goal on the way. Derek wants Keenan Allen. Yeah, a lot of people loving Austin. Rightfully so.
Oh, did you get your free donut on National Donut Day?
No, was that today, yesterday? When was that?
It's today.
Today? No, I haven't been out.
Going to I feel like this is free advertising. Going to a Dunks, you get your free donut.
Maybe I
With the
should.
drink, I should add.
Do you get one per person? Like if I walked in with all the kids, would they each get a donut?
I think as long as they all got a drink.
Oh, you got to get a drink with your donut.
Here's the dirty little secret about.
Yeah. So it's
the
not
donuts
really
thing.
a free donut. It's you get a donut with a drink.
Well, no, it is a free. I mean, yeah. You're right. It's not necessarily a free donut, but here I was gonna say here's the dirty little secret.
Touchdown.
About,
Hold that thought.
okay.
First of the day for our pal Reed. Not Reed T. Fowler.
Do I have to keep holding it?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So here's the dirty little secret that I'm gonna let you in on about the donut situation.
Tell me.
Guys, no one is buying donuts, Dunkin' Donuts.
Wow.
That's why they're giving them away.
So now you're going to go after a potential sponsor.
Well, I go in all the time, and they're always saying, would you like a donut? Would you like a donut? Because no one's buying the donuts. I've noticed over recent years, they're making way fewer donuts. And today I walked in to get my free donut because I did a mobile order, and I didn't know if it was my donut or not, and the person just immediately went to go get me another donut without even checking. Like they're just trying to get the donuts off the shelves.
You know, I know some people that they'll, if they want a box of Munchkins, let's say you want to get a 25-er, something like that, they'll go in toward the end of the day, get the 25, and a lot of the time,
but those are disgusting donuts.
a lot
At
of
the
time,
end of the day,
they'll just throw 35 or 40 into the box because they're just trying to get rid of them because they know that at the end of the day they're just going to have to throw them away anyway. So
those are kind of gross though.
Advantage,
Those donuts.
it's available to you. Super
You
Bowl
don't try
baby
it.
says yawn.
I've just had some end of the day donuts before. They're not good. Also,
Don't
Munchkins.
enjoy an end of the day donut then.
For the purposes of this conversation, Munchkins have nothing to do with this.
Okay,
As far
it's
as
all
I'm
about
concerned.
this is about the full.
I think that
donut.
yes, I think the Munchkins sell very well. I just don't think that the actual whole donuts sell well.
I think that's probably true. I don't understand what you don't like about a Munchkin donut. It tastes the same as a regular donut. It's smaller.
I love Munchkins. I'm just saying I think that's why people buy them.
Didn't you just say they were gross a second ago?
No, I said end of the day donuts. When you get a donut at the end of the day, it's stale, it's disgusting. I wasn't saying it's the fact that they got Munchkins. I was saying it's the time at which they got the Munchkins was the problem for me.
All
And
right.
they're not giving you munchkins on free donut day. They're giving you a whole donut.
Well, 1 quarter in the books here. We appreciate everybody being here with us. Looks like we got J-Dub hanging out in Twitch. Good to see. What's up, J-Dub?
J-Dub.
Good to see you again, my friend. Everybody, if you're watching on Twitch, if you're new to Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings, give us a follow there and join the group. Appreciate that. So Reed with a touchdown, and also we had my captain, Mike Williams, with a touchdown as well. 14-0 Chargers, lopsided early. 33 on the ground for Austin Eckler. He is far and away your leading rusher. Jacobs, 0 on 1 attempt. Looking at the pass catchers, Williams, 2 for 53. Reed, 3 for 36. Not only with your touchdowns, but they are your leading receivers. Hunter Henry, who I'm contractually obligated to tell you is a new Patriot, 2 for 15. Keenan Allen,
You're not contractually obligated to say that.
It's just what I tell the people. Makes me
Yeah, but
feel
you're
better
not,
about
though. I'm letting the people know that you're not.
it. Bishop, are munchkins made with different ingredients than the donuts themselves? I don't think so.
I don't think so. That's a good question for the old Google machine.
Yeah, you can look it up on the old Google.
Yeah.
Dan Russell, you had asked me to create an NBA tiers contest yesterday, and I did. So I hope you jumped into it, my friend. Damon says, on a positive note, Kenny, you look sharp in that black shirt.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
That's a positive Kenny comment that you're reading there.
Yep. And look, I'll read all the positive Kenny comments. All of them. Second quarter underway. Kyle says, you sound sick, Adam. You okay? I'm okay. But I am a little under the weather.
Just a damn cough, man.
It's just a damn cough, man. That's right. The username knew all along. Super Bowl baby says, I forgot. Ducey doesn't have a microwave. He lives like Gilligan.
What are you? I have a microwave.
I'm a big microwave guy. I microwave just about everything.
Where did that come from that I don't have a microwave?
I don't know. Must be thinking of somebody. Maybe it's not you.
I don't have an air fryer.
Drew says it's because you don't have a toaster oven. I don't. I have a toaster. I have an oven. I don't have a toaster oven.
I have a toaster. I used to have a toaster oven, and it was like a revelation, man. Having a toaster oven is incredible.
Jose says, Kenny, is that your real last name? Ducey?
Yeah. I'm going to show you my driver's license now, Cough.
What's that?
So I'm going to show you my driver's license.
Thank you. Drew says
Sure,
it's
you
a
know.
stage name.
I'm going to cover up my numbers here so you don't steal my identity.
I have no interest in obtaining your identity.
Okay, I'm going to do this here.
Drew says if you had a toaster oven, you would
There
use
it
it
is.
for a lot of things instead of the microwave. Now I gotta pin you.
Can't see it. Hold on. There he is.
No, you're no. Can't
Hold
do
on.
it. Nope, not seeing it.
Oh. All right, there we go. There he is.
It's a little too fuzzy.
Young
to read.
Kenneth.
You look like a child. How old is that picture?
It is from 2015.
Wow. You have aged quite a bit in 6 years.
Hold on. Come on, let's get that in focus there. Where
I got it.
Come on, let's
I
go
see it.
Logitech camera. No. I want to make sure that you know it's my name. Where's this? Come on, Logitech camera. Dude, come on. What are we doing here?
Brian says, I have a question about the contest, which is how do I join these last second contests? Well, Brian, are you part of the DK SimFam Friends League? I see your license. I see it.
There we go.
Yeah, I see it.
Do you
do
see the third Kenneth Paul we've identified?
Looks good.
That's
Looks
my
good,
name.
Feels good.
Do I even need the ring light? I think I look great right now.
You don't need it.
I don't think I need it,
You look
guys.
terrific.
Natural light, man. With the
I mean,
ring light.
We joked about hot cough summer, but maybe it's hot Kenny summer.
The ring light does help a little bit.
Yeah, you know what? I think it was better with. I think you looked a little washed out with it. I'd ditch it.
All right. We're ditching the ring light.
How about this? It's been a little while, not too long. We did it the other day, I guess, but it's been, even a couple of Sims feels like an eternity sometimes. It's been a couple days since we've done a call for usernames for new members of the DK Sim Fan Friends League. So,
I don't think I've ever heard you do that.
if you are watching on YouTube or Twitch, how about you shout out your DK username, if only you are not part of the DK Sim Fan Friends League. If you're already part of it, as you know, you don't need to do it. But if you're not part of it, you want to be. You want to get in on some of these last-minute contests or just some of the other contests that your peers create for one another, or the commentators or ops or production crew create for you to join in, free and paid. Give us your DK username right now, and we will add you to the league. Drew, would you like me to do it, or are you going to do it? $14-0 still. Drew says, I can't have you distracted, parentheses, any more than normal, so I will do it. Thank you, Drew. So thank Drew as you submit your DK usernames. We're making the push to 1,800. Drew says you can barely walk and chew gum. It's a great point. And the usernames, they're coming in fast and furious. Drew, I see the request. That goes beyond my pay grade, my friend. But if you are ever interested in any changes, alterations, whatever they may be to the Dream Stream, I would encourage people to reach out to DraftKings Customer Experience or to DK_assist on Twitter. Let them know what it is you're looking for. We have been known to make changes since the birth of the Dream Stream, since the creation of this community of ours. Once upon a time, there were 3 Sims a week, or a day. That evolved to 6. There were 6-minute quarters. It became 8. It was arcade mode. Or is arcade mode. It was simulation mode before arcade mode. Lots of changes have been made along the way. So if there's ever anything you guys are looking for, let us know. Who knows? Who knows what could happen? Again, 14-0, a little more than halfway through this second quarter. Lot of DK usernames coming in, including Robbie Noble, Adam's biggest fan. Thanks, Robbie.
Robbie Noble.
Yeah, no, Robbie Noble's already got his. He just always likes to create the new ones. I think we might get enough. We might get enough to actually get to 1,800. Like all these names coming in. Joe says, why are we putting usernames in here? Joe, if you're not already part of the DK Sim Fan Friends League and you want to take part in the commentator-created contests or contests that obviously other members of the group create, just leave your username. We'll invite you to the league. Specifically, Drew will invite you to the league. So make sure you say, thanks, Drew. My voice does sound like crap. Viper is in front right now of our free roll. The 145 entries for the Nooner. The Kenny has a trading card. How excited were you when you saw that trading card for the first time?
I didn't know what to say. I was thrilled. I was honored. Did not expect to have a trading card. And then there it was. Daniel just kind of dropped it in out of nowhere, really. That
2-minute warning.
Now,
is that a touchdown?
I don't like that. That's the one thing I really don't like about Madden. Is like they just like that play right there. It's basically just like they're assuming that, well, obviously it's not a touchdown. Like, let's look at it. Let's see what happened. Because he was being dragged into the end zone.
Yeah.
They cut to the, 2-minute warning. Like it's, obviously you didn't get in.
Sure.
Not even close, right?
Didn't work out. It's unfortunate. But that's a score. Austin Eckler helping almost all of you. North of 90% owned, 50% in the captain slot. It's a big deal.
captain slot or the captain's spot?
Both. Either one.
I suppose you're right.
I mean, they both work. You know what we haven't talked about at all as of yet?
What?
Last night's NBA action. What'd you think? Lakers went down, round one. Blazers
That was
couldn't
it,
push
right?
to 7.
Yeah, I think that we all know it's evident at this point that LeBron is
Washed. I'm
No, I
kidding.
mean,
I'm
he's-
kidding.
it's
Anybody
fine.
in the chat?
Yeah. Okay. There we go. Making sure. No, I think that LeBron is obviously he's seen better days, to put it gently.
Well, he can't do
And
it
I
alone.
think that he can't. But and I think that the Anthony Davis thing was tough to watch. It was sad. What was that?
A pop-up on my phone. An ad.
Well,
I was trying to look up an NBA stat, and I got that.
I would say that I think everyone was in that series was just sort of waiting for this superhero performance from LeBron, and I just don't know if he has that in him anymore. Now I think it should also be said for the LeBron stans out there, they'll probably tell you that, hey, LeBron had an injured ankle. It wasn't all him, So, I mean, I definitely feel like maybe it's too quick to say he's never going to be, the playoff closer that he has been in years past. But it definitely feels like, there's going to be a time. You want to talk about sports in general right now, Father Time comes for everybody, Miguel Cabrera and having a terrible year. Oh my goodness. Speaking of terrible, what are you doing, Derek Carr?
Turn over.
You look at a guy like LeBron, a guy like Rafael Nadal right now. I mean, Father Time's about to catch him. This might be the first year in a long time he doesn't win the French Open. So it's sad because all we've known about LeBron, or all we've known of him, is just him being nails in the playoffs. But I feel like it might be over. But hey, full credit to the Suns, and I don't think the Lakers deserve to be favored in that series. After watching that, especially, their defense was really good all year, and when it mattered the most, their defense failed them, and their defense was missing, and that was the biggest story to me. Was where did their defense go? Because I think that that kept them in a lot of games, but obviously, not the big ones in this series. Yeah.
I'm just glad I'm
Man, I
halfway
mean, I
to
don't
being
think the
able to watch the
supporting cast is
NBA
very
Finals
good.
this year.
What do you mean you can't watch it?
I said I'm halfway to being able to watch it. I proclaimed whenever it
Oh,
was.
you didn't want to watch LeBron? Wow, what a catch! My goodness!
I said that if it was a
Goodness
Lakers
gracious.
Nets NBA Finals, I wasn't going to watch 1 second of it. So I'm halfway to being able to watch.
So glad to hear that, Koff. I was just
You were
sitting
worried,
on
I
the
know.
edge of my
I get
couch
that.
waiting to hear if you were going to be watching.
Fun Size says, can we stop talking about them? The Lakers are out. I mean, they only went out like 12 hours ago. Not even. Just happened. It's fresh. Someone has to be signing with Brooklyn next year. No, LeBron is under contract. He's got a couple more years, at least. Maybe 3. I don't believe LeBron is done or anything like that. He just, look, I mean, the guy can't do it alone. It's not like, a handful of years ago when,
Yeah.
he could take some of those Cavs teams.
He's
against
got no one to
Warriors.
help him right now.
He needs something. He needs more than even just AD. There's not, there's no. They have role players on that team, but there's no depth in terms of a fringe star even.
Kyle Kuzma was supposed to be that guy.
He was
and he's been bad.
Yeah.
They've all been bad. You're right. Austin Eckler's not been bad.
Nope, that's 2. Good for all those who captain him, especially, but owning him is obvious. Jarrell says play-in game and a 7th seed. They were going nowhere in the playoffs. I mean, they had one of the best title odds. They weren't going nowhere. I mean, clearly they didn't go anywhere, but I don't think that was the expectation when they got in. It was, AD will be healthy and LeBron will be healthy and they'll beat the Suns and they'll go on a run. Just didn't pan out that way. AD never should have been on the floor.
I mean, they were looking like they might do it,
Meager says, please shut your mouth when you're talking about Kuzma. Meager, were you burned by Kuzma in your lineups? Is that the problem, friend?
Sorry about it. Meegs.
Super Bowl baby. Koff said LeBron's done. You heard it here first.
You did say LeBron was done.
Washed.
He said he
never
was
going to win again. How old's LeBron now? Let's see. LeBron James is
35, maybe?
36.
Okay.
Turned 36 in December, so he's 36 and a half. And how long till Bronny's in the league? Bronny is 16. 2 more years? All I know is at some point in time, those two are going to play together in the NBA. And then LeBron will walk away. I've been saying it for years, and I still believe it.
I think they want to play against each other.
No.
Yeah.
You think he doesn't want to play with his kid? Of course he does.
They interviewed him about it like 5 years ago, and his eyes lit up when they were like, "Do you want to play with him?" And he's like, "Or against."
Incomplete.
I think that LeBron really wants to play against him.
Imagine the tanking problem the league is going to have that year when Bronny's coming into the league, because they're going to know that they're not only getting Bronny, they're going to sign LeBron.
They're not going to sign LeBron, dude.
Yes, they are.
I don't think they're going to play together. I don't think they're going to play together.
He's going wherever Bronny winds up. Mark it down. If we're still doing the Dream Stream in a couple of years, mark it down.
All right. Who even knows if we'll be here tomorrow, right, Koff? That's what we were saying.
That's what
yesterday.
Kyle Shanahan says. Who knows if we'll be here Sunday.
What a clown for saying that.
I'm not eating, by the way. I have a cough drop to try and prevent myself from hacking up a lung on this stream.
I'm not eating either.
221. 2 scores. Eckler has a couple. Carr, 27. That's it. 4 of 8. Rough. Dan says,
Eckler, the 2 touchdowns was the only highlight here, I think, for fantasy. It was hard to find. I mean, it's hard to find all the touchdowns in this one, just given the high priced guys that went in and scored. Koff. I mean, Mike Williams, Reed was a good one for sure. Mm-hmm. Very unexpected.
Yeah. 4 for 56, doing real well. Mike Williams, 6 for 83 with a score. 6 for 45 for Eckler. What a day. Boston Joe, yes, it is a cough drop. Robert wondering the degree of my illness. I think it's just a head cold. Gonna be all right. Still here with you guys. Had to take a day. Took it. But I'm all right. Back. All of us hanging out together.
I'm glad that you're here, Koff.
Thank you. Good to be with you. So with the Lakers out and with the Blazers unfortunately out, I did want to see Portland beat Denver. I like Denver. I do. They're a fun team to watch. I just really like Portland. I love watching Dame.
What's not to like about Portland? I would love to see Portland. I have a lot of thoughts about Portland. I mean,
well, please.
That team ought to be ashamed of itself. They ought to be ashamed of themselves for what happened there. I mean, their role players absolutely broke down. You know, Carmelo Anthony And I'm a Nick lifer, right? I
Mhm.
was in the Melo hive. I defended this guy. He stinks. He stinks. He obviously, hasn't stunk his whole career. He's a Hall of Famer. But he has like one good game every month now with the Blazers. Like he'll hit like 4 threes in the fourth quarter.
He
And
wasn't bad during the
everybody,
regular season.
it'll blow up Twitter. Everyone will be talking about Melo. And they're like, oh my goodness, Melo, he's still got it. Look at how good this guy is.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's it. And then he goes back to bricking shots and turning the ball over and not playing defense. And that is what happened. Not necessarily him having a good game. I mean, that's what happened in that series. Melo was awful on defense. He turned the ball over so many times. He missed a lot of shots that they basically signed him to hit. Yusuf Nurkic fouling out 3 times in that series was preposterous. Yusuf Nurkic didn't foul out once all season long. He fouls out 3 times against the Nuggets. He was, I think, their most important player. If you just look at the on-off numbers, the splits were pretty damning. Without Yusuf Nurkic, this team is bad.
It was awful.
Yeah, and so anyway, I mean, look, he was good when he was out there, Koff, but the problem was he wasn't out there ever. So, I mean, how do you rate him? At any rate, they need to hold on to Nurkic. I think he's important. But in terms of the rest of that team, I mean, McCollum didn't show up. Norm Powell had a couple quarters here and there. And Covington, did all he could in game 6, but I mean, it was still a pretty sad performance by the supporting cast. They really let Damian Lillard down. And again, it was hard to watch just given the fact that Dame played so well. I mean, how do you hit whatever it was, 12 threes, just go unconscious in overtime, bring your team back, and then lose? And it has nothing to do with Dame, and it has everything to do with how awful the rest of this team played. And the accent mark I'll put on this, or the accent I'll put on this, is the fact that Lillard essentially just this team doesn't play defense, and if Dame is going to be on a team that doesn't play defense, it's not going to go well. He's going to make your offense thrive, but you've got to be able to stop on the other end, and that just hasn't happened. So it's disappointing. I would love to see Dame on a team like the Knicks, where they have a great defense. They just need that offensive guy. I mean, frankly, you look at a team like even the Heat would have been an interesting team for him. So yeah, anyway, I do think that he needs a change of scenery. I think it'll come maybe this offseason, maybe in the middle of next season.
What's his contract status now? And folks, I just created the contest, the Koff Classic, for the 2-gamer tonight, tomorrow. If you'd like to join, please do fill it up. Know you will.
I believe this is the last year of his deal. No, never mind. Wait, hold on.
I can look it up for you.
I think this is the final year of his deal.
No, if he were a free agent this offseason, we'd be talking a lot more about it. Let me tell you.
Look it up. Let's look up Lillard extension. Okay, yeah, they did come to an extension. So he signed a max extension in last June. So
yeah, he's got another 4 years on his deal.
Okay.
$44 million per. Man's on the books a while. And it's not like he didn't know what he was signing up for. Now, Fun Size says if Melo makes it into the Hall of Fame, do you think they'll let Kwame Brown in as well? LOL. Now, Fun Size.
LOL.
We can say whatever we want about Carmelo Anthony's game today. He is unquestionably a Hall of Famer. First ballot. There's no doubt about it. There's no question
100% Koff.
whatsoever. Carmelo Anthony is a first ballot Hall of Famer. So, Kwame Brown, that joke ain't gonna land, friend. Damon says, so Kenny, if you were an aircraft, which one would you say represents your personality best? There's a question I've never heard before. Yeah, if you were an aircraft. Like, I don't know, meaning like...
I don't even know what types of aircrafts are out there.
Maybe they mean like airlines, like if you were Delta or American or JetBlue.
I don't think that's what he means.
No, I don't think so either, but...
Wow.
I'm not hip to different types of aircrafts either.
Big bumble.
Exit Screaming says Carmelo's an empty stats guy. His deepest run was what? He got to the West Finals one year with Denver?
Yep, I believe so. And then he was the number 2 seed in the East with the Knicks. They got to the conference semis, I think.
DFS Queenie says, I'm so glad I collected NBA 03-04. It was a hell of a class. We all knew it at the time, too. Lived up to the hype, and then some. You had LeBron, you had Wade, you had Melo. Was Bosh in that class, too?
He was. I'm going to look up that class, actually.
Damon says, come on, you're a Jets fan. The Jets are an aircraft.
Wow, LMAO. Let's look up that draft class.
Look up the draft class. While you're here, folks, smash that like button for us, would you? Let's get to 100. About 400 people watching. That's just YouTube. Smash that like, hit the subscribe button.
He obviously had LeBron, Wade, Bosh, and
Melo. So who else?
Bosh already a Hall of Famer. I forgot about that. And then you had Darko was obviously the one pick, right?
Yeah, that was.
So after that, though, I forgot who else was in this class outside of the top 5. You had Chris Kaman, who had a decent career with the Clippers. Kirk Heinrich, journeyman, decent bench guard. TJ Ford, Michael Sweetney, Michael Petrus, Nick Collison. Speaking of guys who lasted Nick Collison played his entire career with the Thunder or the Sonics and then the Thunder, which was pretty impressive. He was pretty decent. David West was in that class at Xavier, and he won a ring, I believe, with the Warriors, right? Or maybe with the Spurs. Kendrick Perkins was in that draft class. I mean, yeah, basically everyone was really excited about the top 5. But Horace Diaw, Dahante Jones, Travis Outlaw, Josh Howard.
It's pretty impressive. Like some of the names that you've been
Luke Walton
reeling off there. Like some of these guys.
Kyle Korver and Mo Williams were in the second rounds. Yeah.
And have been analysts for a while or just doing something else for a while. Compared to the few that we mentioned, or a couple that are still in the league. It's pretty wild.
Steve Blake, Keith Bogans.
Well, now you're just naming guys.
James Jones, speaking of the Suns general manager, James Jones. Matt Bonner. Yeah. Pretty decent class. Carlos Delfino, I remember him.
The Guru says, I met Nick Collison in South Africa. Crazy story.
Nick Collison seemed like a good dude.
DFS Queenie says, a lot of dudes have lasted a long time from that draft. No doubt. So how many are still in the league? Is it just LeBron and Melo?
I believe it's LeBron, Melo, Wade retired.
J.E., thanks for hitting that like.
Let's see if anybody's in the league.
I don't think.
I think they're all out. I think they're all out of the league. I think the only guy, I think that Corver still in the league too, right?
Yep. Still hanging around. I think. Let's see.
I'm pretty sure he is.
He wasn't. He didn't play for anyone this year. But I don't know if he's retired officially. Yeah, I don't believe he's retired. I think he just didn't have a job this year.
I think Corver had a job.
Well, he didn't play. Maybe he was hurt. He definitely did not play this year. And to 3, folks. It is very lopsided. It's ugly. 28-0. Chargers are in front in this one here. DW Nasty is in front with Eckler in the captain spot, living up to the billing, the hype, north of 40 points in that slot. Herbert doing well, has almost 20 in the flex. Ruggs not doing anything special. My guy Mike Williams has 20 already. Henry is at
Justin
5 and
Herbert,
change. The Chargers DST sitting at 14. This might be another day for the DST to come away with Ducey's Delight.
That's right.
/ Krusty Cough. We'll see. 20%.
I mean, we can call it. We can call it the. We can combine the names. I just figure I like to do Ducey's Delight when you're not here and I am.
Sure. I get that. Robert says, I hear buzzing from someone. I don't know, Robert. Is your phone buzzing?
Could be outside.
Glash is in the chat, says, where's your uniform, Ducey?
What are you talking about? I'm wearing my uniform. What is he talking about?
I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Could not tell you. We do have some news. I don't think it's significant because it's June, but apparently Cam Newton of my beloved Patriots suffered a right hand injury of some kind in practice today. But I don't think it's a break or anything like that. Just looking at what some of the national reporters are tweeting out right now. Watch out, it's Mac Jones time.
I think it was always Mac Jones time, if we're being honest.
Chargers are leading here.
Virgil Green with the catch for 10 yards. I didn't notice that.
Your hat.
I don't flaunt it, man. I don't flaunt it. Gosh, I go into work every day. Mm-hmm. I put on the polo that they give me, and that's that. I didn't ask for the polo. Sure. I'm not throwing it in people's faces. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Just wearing what I was getting, man.
Emerson's forehead with a very Emerson-like question says, do you like calling it Ducey's Delight when Koff is not there because you're delighted that Koff is not there? Emerson's forehead's trying to start trouble.
Well, he's right, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Oh!
Almost picked.
Wow, on 4th down. dangerous throw to make on 4th down.
I'll say. All right. 28-0. Early 4th. Chargers comfortably in front as Ducey comfortably slinks back on his couch.
Yeah, I got to watch. I got to get a good seat here, Koff, for the ending. The Chargers might get shut out. I think that I counted recently. There's really not that many shutouts that ever happen in Simland.
It's not a lot. It's not many. You're right about that. I would guess it's been a little while since we've seen one. I tuned in for a minute or two of Madden After Dark last night with Moose and LaMarca on the call, Moose and the Sax Man. They were talking about how they don't like going to NFL games in person. They much prefer setting up shop on their couches, watching from home. How do you feel?
I think that I agree. It's tough to be there. I've been there before. The experience watching from home is just so much better because you get the commentary, you get a better view of the game. Like, it's just not a sport that really lends itself to, watching in a stadium, I feel like, because unless you have a seat on the 50-yard line, there's 4 sections of seats where you're like, okay, it's definitely enjoyable. And the rest of the time, you're sitting on one side or the other. You're sitting so high up. And you're right. It's just really difficult. Like, baseball is a sport where there's basically no bad seats in the house, no matter where you're sitting in baseball. And I definitely think that that's true. I think that there's not a bad seat. For the most part, it's no bad seat.
There are some bad seats at Fenway.
I don't know if there's that many bad seats at Fenway. I've been there. But either way, Koff, I think that there's way more bad seats in football. And that is why it's just a really tough sport to watch live. And I'd much rather watch it on TV. How about you? What do you think?
I really enjoy the experience of being there, but I agree that it's a totally different experience than watching at home on television. It's more for the atmosphere than your overall view of the game, for sure. But, like, if you said to me, there's an iconic game, would you rather be there for it or watching on TV? Like, Super Bowl 51, the Pats come back against the Falcons, would I rather been in that building versus watching from home? Yeah, I'd rather be there. So I think it just depends. But obviously, if we're talking about like your average run-of-the-mill Week 7, 1 o'clock game, then sure. It's probably, unless you're really into the tailgating scene, that sort of thing, which is, again, part of the atmosphere. Isn't so much about the game itself. Just if you want to watch the game and not miss anything, then yes, television better lends itself to that. But I think it's a lot of fun to go and just be part of it all.
I would agree. I would definitely agree.
Got about 3 minutes left here in regulation. Just hit 100 lights.
I'm a big atmosphere guy, Koff. I love atmospheres. I love great atmospheres. So I hear you on that. But like, again, if it's a big game, as a big football fan, like, I do want to see it. I'd rather see what actually happens than be there for the atmosphere. In my opinion. I really don't feel like you get a good grasp for what's happening when you're at a football game. Even watching without commentary, because there's so many things in football that happen. You get like a guy making a great block. You get, like, small things happen that you can't pick up on in person, or that you don't realize that the color guys always pick up on. And even for guys like us, and people in the Sim Fam who know football well, it's still difficult to figure out what's happening sometimes. Like, they don't show the replay on the line of, like,
the left guard missing his assignment, or or like the check down that that the quarterback makes, or sorry, the checking out of the play the quarterback makes, the audible, whatever. Like that type of stuff doesn't show up, so it's difficult to say like you can really get a good experience at a game. You're just there to kind of shout when something good happens.
You got a penalty against my guy Mike. Holding. 28-0, less than 2 minutes away from a potential shutout.
Mike, baby, Mike.
4th and 7 on the way. Boston Joe, this is poetic. Hearing the sound of the crowd at a live game is like smelling the ocean when you first get to the shore. Field goal is good by my dude Badgley. Guess the good thing I didn't go with Josh Jacobs.
Yeesh. Good thing. Josh Jacobs has 0 touchdowns. Didn't you say he was going to have 7?
Multiple, yep.
I think you said 7.
Ballpark. Yep, sounds about right. Got a two-way tie right now. Mr. Golf and Moore and Eddie Pond DK. Eckler up over 54 in the captain spot. Herbert, Williams, Waller, Chargers DST, and Badgley. Jordan says
Actually,
it's true.
I actually almost played the Chargers defense in this one.
Should have. Then again, you almost
I didn't
made a
because I didn't because I had Tyrell Williams and Jalen Richard.
You didn't
and I
want to
think
be
Darren Waller
contrarian
too.
to yourself?
And so I was like, I can't pick the Chargers defense if I have all these guys. It was tough, man. Tough scene.
Lindenbaum says you get a more thorough point of view, seeing the entire field when you are there in person.
That is true. You don't get to see, what's affectionately known as the all 52 look, or all 22 rather. But yeah, I mean, it's you can see the whole play develop, but I also feel like there's still so much. It depends on where you're sitting, right? Yeah. You're up higher, you get to see the whole play develop, but then you don't see some of the intricacies, like a double move that a receiver makes. And again, I just don't rely. I don't think that you can rely on the in-stadium replay to be good enough to the point where you know what's happening. You know everything that's happening. Mm-hmm. It just the in-stadium experience is just not there yet. Where like you still do get like now they do like the red zone check-ins, but I feel like the replays aren't quite there, and I would like to see it be a little like they're getting there, but it's still not enough for me to be like, yeah, I think it's much better to go to a game.
Must be. Stop calling me freaking Pawn. Eddie P on DK.
Eddie Pawn. I love that.
That's fair, must be. That's fair. I get it. You want to be properly represented when you're doing
well. Eddie put DK, because Pawn is put, right?
This is Cuffman.
Cuffman.
Can't be any geek off the street. You gotta be handy.
So we got a shutout here, Koff. We did it. We got the shutout.
Got it. Producer Drew, when's the last time we had a shutout in Simland? It was probably going to be like 3 days ago.
Well, it was probably about a week ago.
Quite a while since I've seen one.
I was on the call the last time I think there was a shutout. It wasn't that long ago. I think it was like a week or two ago. I'm looking right now for my awards, so just bear with me.
Rossi in the chat. Wowza, what a score. I'm saying.
Yeah, man. Rossi might have been with me last time we had a shutout. I forget who was with me.
Anyway, let me get to our big free roll here.
Hey, here's a fun NBA note. Just came through from Mark Spears. Former NBA star Gary Payton accepts a job to coach Oakland's Lincoln University.
Love that.
Gary Payton going to the coaching ranks.
All right. Well, the Chargers defense is going to be the player of the game here. They shut out the Oakland Raiders. I don't think anyone really expected that. I think a lot of people here were on a lot of Raiders. You know, Henry Ruggs 50% ownership, Waller 55. Heck, even Derek Carr got 25% ownership. A lot of people here were expecting big things from the Raiders. Chargers defense 14 points, shut them down. Deuce's delight for me. No offense to Austin Eckler, but hey, you know, I'm just not going to give you your due.
He did what he was supposed to do.
He did what he was supposed to do. Chargers defense, 20% ownership. I thought that was pretty special. Yep. As for Deuce's disappointment, I'm going to have to give that award to, let's see. Okay.
You got some candidates.
Hunter Renfrow was in my mind, but it's going to have to be Derek Carr, even though he was 25% owned, because he had 1.84 points at the quarterback position, which is very, very difficult to do. If you're a quarterback and you're scoring under 2 points, that is a big problem. So, Deuce's disappointment was Derek Carr. Sorry, Congo Cab.
Very fair. All right, time for us to go so that you can hear more from the two of us, courtesy of a replay of the Sweat, which took place at 11 this morning, Eastern time. We're going to give you a full replay in just a moment. We want to tell you the rest of the Dream Stream today, though. You will have two of the people that you just heard from in the chat coming along back. Brendan Glasheen, Jason Rossi, plus TL, Taryn Asak will be with you for a three-person booth, Rams Seahawks, about an hour from now, a little less than that, 2 p.m. Eastern, the Madden Matinee. And then the early bird special at 4, or as you like to call it, the snack hour, snack pack, Jets Falcons, that would be Glash, Jeff Ulrich, and TL. 5 o'clock, the Slate MLB, Steve Buchanan, Matt LaMarca coming together to help you out with all sorts of advice on the diamond this evening. And then final sim of the day will be the Patriots and Texans with Moose and Christian DeAndrea. I assume Christian will probably create a contest if he hasn't already. We know Moose isn't going to do it. That's the happy hour sim at 6. And then at 8, there is no sim at 8 or 10 tonight. Instead, you will have the American Ultimate Disc League, Milwaukee versus Madison. So make sure you guys ask Christian about that. He can dive into all the intricacies of Milwaukee against Madison in the AUDL, the Ultimate Disc League there, the American Ultimate Disc League. And don't forget also, even though it is technically opposite us, they are our partners, they are our friends, Dan Lebitard and Friends, a 24-hour stream available on the Lebitard YouTube page all day long, quite literally, because again, it's a 24-hour stream. Thanks to producer Drew, to Daniel, our technical director, and of course, Kyle in ops. I'm clearly done talking. So thank you, Kenny, and we'll see you a little bit later on. Catch you tomorrow. What's up? Good morning, everybody. Welcome to another nice new edition of The Sweat to round out your week. Remember, this show comes your way 11 a.m. Eastern time, Monday through Friday, so you have us just the once more today, and then you get to enjoy your weekend. But it is the beginning of a full slate of games and so much more, even some new surprises coming up on your Friday evening on the Dream Stream over the course of this busy day, YouTube, Twitch, wherever you are finding us. I am Adam Kaufman, happy to be with you, and it is time to, well, get to the point, and that is talk a little Major League Baseball to start things off, a little DFS look at what is going on in today's slate, and to do so, you don't rely on me, you rely on the experts. Let's bring in Nick Fryer, Stan Sun, and Eric Halterman. Fellas, how are you?
Good morning.
Good, how are you, Adam?
Tons of energy to start things off, which is just terrific. MLB price check, guys, is where we're going to begin. Want to know who you like on tonight's MLB slate, and in specific price ranges, obviously, just to give people a little bit of help as they work to build and set those lineups for later on, maybe just dummy lineups at this stage of the day. So we begin pitchers 8K or above. Nick, let's begin with you.
I'm going to go with Zach Wheeler tonight. I really like him against the Nationals. And there are a lot of good pitching options tonight, but I've just been following Wheeler very closely this season. He has been outstanding. But with there being so many good options out there, you shouldn't be too chalky for you guys tonight. The Nationals have the 4th lowest OPS against right-handed pitching over the last 2 weeks, and they're middle of the pack in plate appearances per strikeouts against right-handed pitching in that same time frame. So the strikeouts should still be there. And what I like most about Wheeler too, going up against this team, he is among the 12 best pitchers at getting hitters to swing and miss or miss those pitches in the zone that he throws. Max Scherzer's in that category too. So is Jacob deGrom. And the Phillies have the second lowest contact rate on pitches in the zone this season. So I feel very comfortable with him getting a good strikeout total and then putting up good fantasy points tonight against the Nationals.
All right, Stan, so that's some Wheeler conviction. How about from you? 8K or above for a pitcher?
Yeah, I'm gonna go all the way up. I'm gonna Max Scherzer, 11.4 Philly. Swinging strike rate is a robust 16.5%. He has 95 strikeouts in 69.1 innings. The Phillies, they're seventh in strikeouts against right-handed pitching. Scherzer is prone to the long ball. He's allowed 11 on the season, but the Phillies, they're 21st in ISO. There's no Bryce Harper in the lineup. In 10 starts this season, he's gone over 20 DK fantasy points in 8 games for those above 30, and he has a high of 40.7.
Well, if anyone's virtually automatic, we know it's Max Scherzer. So, Eric, where are you going to take us?
I'm going to go with definitely not virtually automatic. Going to go a bit off the rails. We'll see if I get invited back Monday. I'm going to recommend Blake Snell at 9,200, and mostly because he's been off lately. And I wouldn't go with him in a smaller contest, but I think in larger tournaments, you have a chance to get a guy who still is very talented at a pretty low ownership rate because, again, people are going to be scared of what he's done lately. And he has been bad. It's been 2 bad starts. One in Miller Park, one against the Astros. But I think facing a beat-up Mets team at a much pitcher-friendly park in Petco Park in San Diego, that's a different deal. And I think he can get back on track here. 5.55 ERA on the season is not good. I'm not pretending it is, but there's a 3.33 BABIP inflating that, as well as a 21.1% homer per fly ball rate, which pitchers don't generally have too much control over. 360 xFIP, which factors that in, says he's been a little bit worse than he normally is, but not by a ton. His 32.1% strikeout rate is an exact match for his number over the last 3 years. He is walking way too many guys, but I think on the whole, Snell is only a little bit worse than he's been the past few years. So if you can get him when nobody else is in a pretty nice spot here, I think could turn out well for you in tournaments.
Well, the good news is, unless you have a literal crystal ball that you're just blatantly ignoring and you're giving us misfacts or untruths or whatever that proper word would be for people that speak good English. You see how I did that as well? I'm confident you'll be invited back, so not to worry. Let's go right back to you, Stan. Take us through some of the bats this time around, 5K or above. Who do you like?
I'm going to go Christian Yelich, 5.1K versus Arizona. I mean, he's been pretty terrible to start the season. He had some injuries. He did homer yesterday. Now he gets to face off against Matt Peacock and the Arizona bullpen. Peacock, 7.2% swinging strike rate. He's allowed 5 home runs in 28 innings. Against left-handed bats, the slash is 283, 292, 609. 4 of the 5 home runs have been given up to lefties. And, once he's out of the game, the Diamondbacks bullpen, they have the 10th highest FIP, and they allow 1.33 home runs per 9 innings.
All right. What do you think, Nick?
I'm going to go with Ronald Acuna at 5.6K tonight. And because it's such a huge slate, there are so many quality options that I feel like he's not going to be as chalky as he normally would be. Chris Bryant is actually priced a little bit higher. Now, I know he's probably facing a worse pitcher if Scott Kazmir goes out tonight, as opposed to Ronald Acuna, who's facing Julio Urias. But I am fading him hardcore after his last start. I'm not expecting Urias to go and get smacked around like he did the time before. But going up against Acuna, who hasn't got the better of him yet in 6 tries so far, I would think that at some point he's going to get a hold of one against Urias, especially when you consider that Acuna has a 1.152 OPS against left-handed pitching this season. So I feel confident in him tonight as your high-priced bat.
Eric, what do you think, my friend?
Yeah, looking into the crystal ball and giving some actual truths this time rather than the blatant lies from my last answer. I'm going to go with Chris Bryant at 5,800, who was just touched on by Nick. He's probably going to get the platoon advantage against Scott Kazmir. I believe as of right now, it's not quite confirmed that Kazmir's starting. But if he is, I mean, man, he's a great story. But we're talking about a guy who's made 2 professional starts in the last 4 years. I guess 2 in affiliated ball plus 3 more in independent ball. Good for him for being back in the majors, but he's not a guy we have to be at all scared of. Whereas Bryant is a guy that pitchers should be scared of. Not only is he bouncing back from an injury-filled year, he's bouncing back from a couple years where he was clearly a worse player than he was at the start of his career. This year, he's got career highs across the board. Career best 316 batting average is backed up by a career best 282 expected batting average. Career high 596 slugging, backed up by a career high 507 expected slugging. Career high in barrel rate And he's doing it all with a career low in launch angle, which you might think would be bad, but in his case, it's purely taking fly balls and turning them into line drives. His ground ball rate is virtually unchanged. So you're taking a bunch of flyouts, turning them into singles, doubles in the gap, and it's really working for him this year.
Eric, let's stay with you here. And in the same way that I shop for DVDs, we need to reach on into the bargain bin. We need to find some value, my friend. So where are you looking for a value bat?
I like Andrew Benintendi at 3,900. He's going to get the platoon advantage against Matt Shoemaker. 5.90 ERA is maybe a little bit worse than the estimators, but not by a lot. They all seem to be above 5. Specifically, he allows a ton of contact. 14.7% strikeout rate is the 6th lowest among pitchers who've thrown at least 50 innings this year. Benintendi had been bad for the last couple of years, but he's hitting 292, 351, 400 this year. That's a little bit above his expected batting average of 271, but a little bit below his expected slugging, 435. So it seems more or less in line with how well he's hit the ball. Hardest hard hit rate of his career at 43% is about 8 ticks above his career average. Second best barrel rate of his career. He's also been particularly hot lately. Over his last 19 games, he's hitting 339. So very solid mid-priced option, who I think is bouncing back to the level where he was at the start of his career.
Nick, let's spin it over to you, a.k.a. Steve's daddy. What do you got here?
I'm going to go with Clint Frazier at 2.4K at Yankee Stadium against Nathan Eovaldi tonight. And I know Eovaldi's done well against the Yankees for the most part throughout his career, but he's usually better at Fenway Park than he is at Yankee Stadium. And I know, look, the Yankees have been pretty brutal lately. So I'm not going to go with the whole Yankees lineup against Eovaldi, but Clint Frazier has only faced him 5 times, but he has 2 doubles and a home run against him. So at a cheap price, I'm going to go and try and take a gamble on that guy. Overall, obviously Frazier's season numbers are gross, but he's been better over the last 10 games. I'm seeing every offensive category, his numbers are getting boosted a little bit. So I'm thinking against a guy who sometimes struggles at Yankee Stadium and who Frazier has done well against previously. I'm going to go and take him at 2.4K.
What do you say, Stan?
I love the Brewers stack today. I think with Colton Wong out, I mean, there's going to be 2 guys up the top of the order. They're both priced at 2.6K. I'm going to go with Dan Vogelbach here. He's going to probably bat second in the order. I went over Peacock and the Arizona bullpen earlier. He has 3 home runs on the season. Walk rate is 15%. Strikeout rate, manageable 22%. ISO is only 120 this year, but, he's a career 192 ISO batter. Against right-handed pitching, the ISO spikes up to 214. So, the implied run total is 5 for the Brewers today. I think that's 4th highest on the slate. So, I want to attack this Diamondbacks pitching.
Well, around these parts, guys, we're all collective switch hitters, right? We can do one side of the plate, DFS. We haven't ventured to the other side of the plate yet. Mix it up, a little MLB DK Sportsbook talk. And let's go back to you, Eric, here to lead things off. What's your favorite bet on this whole slate tonight on the DraftKings Sportsbook?
I'm going to go with the Red Sox over the Yankees. They're a slight underdog, only plus 105, but technically an underdog, and I'm really not sure why. I think they're better on both sides of the ball tonight. They're 7th by WRC+. The Yankees are 15th, so that's a pretty meaningful gap in the lineups. And in the pitching, I think I much prefer Nathan Eovaldi to Michael King. Eovaldi's ERA is just north of 4. Most of the ERA estimators have him in the low to mid 3s. Weirdly, despite his velocity, he's never really been a strikeout guy, and that's true this year. Slightly below average, 22.8% strikeout rate. But he has his usual strong control, just a 5.5% walk rate. Ground ball rate slightly above league average, too. So nothing special, but a respectable all-around pitcher there. On the other side, Michael King, 26-year-old with just over 50 career major league innings, was never a significant prospect, probably going to be a swingman for his career. He's a swingman now. 286 ERA this year is not supported by the peripherals at all. Most of the ERA estimators have him in the mid to high 4s, just a 20.4% strikeout rate against a 10.2% walk rate. Neither of those is very good. He's only made 1 start this season, and he couldn't even complete the 3rd inning against the Tigers of all teams while giving up 4 runs. Career ERA, 5.33. So not a lot to like about King. I think with the advantage on both sides, I think it's hard for me to understand why the Red Sox would be underdogs.
Nick, do you want to stay in that game or look elsewhere?
Well, I do want to say that Eric has a good pick there. I think that King is in for a rough night. He's been, even before he moved into the starting rotation, he had been struggling too. So I think that's a good pick. But my favorite one is Zach Wheeler's K-prop. And the 2 times I've gone with him this year, he's hit the over for me. And in his last 5 starts, he's hit Friday's over. I kind of went over some of the numbers previously when I was talking about him as a DFS pick. But at 6.5, I don't understand how Wheeler's K-prop is so low. I mean, he's got double-digit strikeouts in his last 3 outings. And I get that the Nationals as a whole in the season aren't striking out quite as much as the Phillies are. So Scherzer's K-prop's a little bit higher, but still, believe it or not, the Nationals are striking out more against right-handed pitchers than the Phillies are of late. So I think 6.5 so Wheeler's got to get 7 Ks tonight. That's a lock for me for sure.
Stan, as we bat around one last time, what do you think?
I'm a little frightened here because I'm kind of going against Nick, who is, he's basically from the future. I call him I call him Alma Nick just because he's been, just
like that
hitting on hitters that have been double dong and triple dong and things like that. But, I'm going to go Washington minus 1.5. It's at plus 180. It was at plus 185 last night. Scherzer, he is my guy at pitching today, so I think he does shut down Philly. Zach Wheeler, he's really good. Swinging strike rate 13.1%. FIP is 2.48. Nick has gone over everything about him. That said, Washington, they do strike out the 3rd fewest times in the league against right-handed pitching. And Juan Soto, he's heating up. He has home runs in 2 of the last 3 games. Oh, back-to-back games, I'm sorry. And, the Philly bullpen, they have the 9th highest FIP. So I do like the odds here, and I do like them, Washington, to cover the spread here.
If Michael J. Fox had a beard in Back to the Future too, Nick might have passed for him.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah,
well,
that's there are worse.
Better than Doc Brown, right?
Yeah, better than being Biff or something. All right, guys, thanks very much for joining us. Enjoy your weekend. We're going to take a quick break here on The Sweat, and when we return, get into a little UFC, a little MMA action with our guy Tim Finnegan. He's coming up. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, here on The Sweat with Tim Finnegan, our UFC analyst and expert. All right, Adam Kaufman, great to be with you. Tim, how are you, man?
I'm hanging in there. How about you?
Good. We're going to do a little UFC chase or fade. Obviously, want to know how you feel about the odds on the DK Sportsbook and DFS, depending on obviously which direction we go. And let's dive on in with this first one. Start with the first of 3 middleweight bouts that we have coming up featured on the main card. Now, you have Tom Breeze, who is minus 250, a favorite against Antonio Arroyo. Okay, now Breeze said earlier this week that he is just getting warmed up, loves what he's doing, he's entering his prime years. What direction you going?
So it sounds like this fight's going to be a stand-up battle. Or Arroyo says he wants to make this fight exciting because he wants to keep his job. And Breeze said that he wants to stand and try to punch a hole through him. So it really looks like this fight is going to be on the feet. They're going to be throwing bombs at each other. Brees, 4 of his 5 UFC wins are by KO or TKO. So it doesn't sound like this fight's going to go to the distance. Like if you look at the DraftKings Sportsbook betting odds, it's minus 177 to not go to the distance. And Brees by KO or TKO is plus 165 on DraftKings Sportsbook. So I think that is probably a pretty good bet that you can consider.
All right, let's take a look at another middleweight here, and we have got Gregory Rodriguez, who is a slight underdog, plus 120 on the DK Sportsbook against Dusko Todorovic, which this is kind of interesting, right? Because you've got, again, Rodriguez as a slight dog, but then again, Todorovic is coming off his first UFC loss. So which way are you going to lean?
So Rodriguez is taking this fight on short notice, so that's always a good thing for the opponent, Todorovic in this case. Both these fighters throw a lot of striking volume. Like, Todorovic is really active. He's landing over 7 significant strikes per minute. That's like really, really high volume. And the high volume gives him fantasy upside because he's very active. He scored as high as 120 DraftKings fantasy points in DFS contests. So I'd look at Todorovic, especially because he's fighting his opponent on short notice.
Okay, we have one more middleweight, as alluded to. Again, 3 in total that we're looking at in the main card. And this one here, a minus 150 favorite, which is Roman Dolidze, and matching up with Laureano Strapoli. Now, I don't know. Is this one more difficult than the names themselves to predict? Which way are you going to go?
So Strapoli, I hope I said his name right. He has low fantasy scoring because he doesn't really get a lot of points through grappling. He doesn't get a lot of takedowns or control time. And he has a negative strikes landed to absorb ratio. So that's always a red flag to me. So if he's taking more strikes than he's landing and he doesn't get a lot of fantasy points for grappling, like I really don't see any appeal with him in DraftKings DFS contests. So I'd go with Tolarski. These names are unbelievable, man. Like,
aren't they? They don't get any easier right here either with our next questions. We go to the welterweight division, and that is about between a 34-year-old, and that is Santiago Ponzinibbio, and I hope I said that correctly, Santiago Ponzinibbio, and the undefeated Miguel Beza. Okay, now the line's about even. What should we make of this fight?
So Ponzinibbio has been finished 3 times by strikes in his career, and Baeza has popped. Most of his wins are by knockout or TKO. Baeza by KO or TKO is plus 165 on DraftKings Sportsbook. So I'm just looking at those betting odds, and I think that if you're going to make a play on this fight, that would be it. Baeza by KO or TKO at plus 165.
Okay, now let's go heavyweight division and the co-main event. Now, on the one hand, you have the very easy to say Walt Harris. On the other, you have Marcin Tybura, who now Harris hasn't won since 2019. It's been a couple of years, obviously, and plus 140 underdog here for this one. Do you think he has any shot to get back on track as he nears retirement?
I do. So Walt Harris had a lot of tragedy in his personal life recently, and his last 2 losses are to very strong competition, Alistair Overeem and Alexander Volkov. Like, those are 2 tough opponents. All of Harris's career wins are by knockout. Like, every single one of them. All of his UFC wins, all of his pre-UFC wins are all by knockout. And Tybura has been knocked out 3 times in his UFC career. So Harris is a potential option at 7,500 in DraftKings DFS contest because he has a chance for a knockout. And he's plus 250 on DraftKings Sportsbook to win by KO or TKO. So I would look at Harris if you're looking for a cheaper DFS play, 7,500.
Let's go to the main event, and that is the heavyweight battle between a minus 130 favorite, which is Jairzinho Rozenstruik, and matching up with Augusto Sakai. Now, both coming off tough losses. Who do you expect to be in the win column at the end of this thing?
So Rozenstruik is a really patient counter fighter. Like, he's got good technical kickboxing, but he can be kind of boring at times. Like his last fight against Cyril Gane, he kind of put everybody to sleep. He was just waiting to counter, but he didn't have an opening to counter, so it was just like one giant stall fest. So he can have low volume at times, which limits his DFS upside. But on the flip side, he also has a lot of power, so he can finish at any moment. And because he has a lot of power, that also gives him upside in DFS contests because if he gets a quick knockout, he can score over 100 DraftKings fantasy points. So neither fighter really gets takedowns. So this looks like it's going to be a stand-up fight. And if it's a stand-up fight, I'd favor Rozenstruik because he's a very good kickboxer. So I would look at him.
Far and away the easiest question that I could ask you, which is your favorite DFS play, fighter, whomever you're looking at here for UFC Fight Night.
So Dusko Todorovic, he's 8,600. Like we talked about before, his opponent is taking this fight on short notice. I think it's like 2 weeks notice. So he's going to have more time to prepare for this fight. And he has such high volume. He's landing about 7.5 significant strikes per minute. That's excellent, excellent volume. So that volume can fuel fantasy scoring. Like he scored as much as 120 DraftKings fantasy points. So the combination of him fighting his opponent on short notice and his volume makes him appealing for me at 8,600. So I'd look at him.
UFC Fight Night on the way. Should be a lot of fun. Hopefully we got at least, 30% of those names said correctly between the two of us. We worked really hard at it. That's the important thing. Tim Finnegan, thanks a lot, man.
All right. Have a great weekend.
You too. Let's get to a little NBA. See what's going on in the association, the playoffs. Coming up next with the odd couple, Kenny Ducey and Julian Edlow. We're back on the sweat, about halfway home. Thanks for being with us. We appreciate it. We've got baseball and UFC behind us, and now we head to the hardwood, talk a little NBA playoffs with just one game on the docket tonight, and that is Game 6 between the Clippers and Mavericks. Dallas trying to put Los Angeles away. We'll see if we wind up with both LA teams going out in round number one. Julian Edlow and Kenny Ducey join me now. Fellas, welcome. Good to see you.
Hi, Adam. Great to be with you, Koff. Amazing to be with you.
Just great, and you look great, the both of you, representing DK in your clothing as well. So as I said, it's the Clips and Mavs tonight. Luka Doncic, who he was a little up and down at points DFS wise during the regular season, we know, but here in the playoffs, you look at what he did in Game 5. He accounted for at least a role anyway in 84% of Dallas's buckets. Incredibly impressive, either scoring or assisting on each basket. Said after the game, he could have played better. Higher expectations for himself even. Dallas a 3-point underdog for Game 6 here at home. Do you think Luka delivers and does play better, Jules, to end this series?
I mean, I think Luka's going to play well, yeah, because he's a good player and, the lights are going to be bright. But I am putting my money behind the gutless Clippers in this game because this is just how they seem to do business. They need their backs against the wall to perform and to get the best out of them. And I think they're going to win on the road again in this spot, the 6th straight road win in this series. If they can get this game, it's been pretty ridiculous, but this is just who the Clippers are. They need to lose dumb games to bounce back and win good games. And it eventually caught up to them in that Nuggets series, obviously, last season with the blowing the embarrassing 3-1 lead. But I think they'll learn from that. I thought they would be stronger, obviously, in this series, but the Clippers are 18-9 off a loss this season. They're winning those games by an average of 7.3 points per game. They've shown they have no problem not only winning, but dominating in Dallas. This is a spot, like I said, backs against the wall. I'm going to take Luka's talented, but the Clippers are the more talented team, and that's what I'm going to back.
Well, Kenny, Clips are running out of time for wake-up calls here, obviously. Backs against the wall, as Julian noted, and facing elimination here. But what do you think? Is Luka going to be that much better than he was in Game 5 to try and put them away?
I think that this is going to resemble this Blazers series where you might get a heroic effort from Luka Doncic, but what's the rest of the team doing to really get the Mavericks across the finish line here? I have to back the Clippers in this game. They've just been the better team over the last few games. And frankly, there's been absolutely nothing wrong with the way the Clippers have played this entire series, especially on offense. They've been scoring the basketball at an efficient rate. The thing that happened in the first 3 games was the Dallas Mavericks were shooting the lights out from 3, pushing over 50% from 3, which is ridiculously unsustainable. And what we've seen in the last 2 games is the fact that, yes, it is unsustainable. They've shot just about 30% from 3. The shooters have really cooled down here. I mean, yeah, if you want to be like a goalie in a penalty shootout and just try to guess which way it's going to go, maybe they're due for a good shooting night. But I don't think that the numbers, especially all season long, the Mavericks have not shot the 3 well. I think that everything here would tell you that the Mavericks are not going to have a good go of it once again from 3. The Clippers defense should be strong as ever. And I like the Clippers here to roll and send us to a Game 7. They've just been, again, the more complete team here. You want to exploit this Dallas defense because that is the one thing we can be sure that is bad.
It's not a big total for this one, Kenny. You got 216.5 on the DK Sportsbook. You're going to go over or under?
I'm going to take the under here because I think that the Clippers are going to slow this pace down. I think the Clippers are going to try to control this game from the jump. And like I said, the Dallas offense has really, really struggled. I mean, we remember that the Game 1, when Porzingis was pulling up from the logo and everyone was hitting threes. Maxi Kleber was going off. That's just not the same Mavericks team that we've seen. And again, it's just due to the fact that not that many shots can fall statistically, given how good these shooters are. And also, the Clippers defense is really, really good. Now, the Clippers offense, I mentioned it had been strong, but I don't know if they're necessarily going to have to put their foot on the throat of the Mavericks in this one. I think they're going to control pretty much throughout. And I really do think that we could get a suffocating defensive performance once again from Ty Lue's guys. And we could see the Dallas Mavericks only score 85 or 90 points, and that would definitely push us to this under. So I like taking the under.
If you guys follow Jules on Twitter, you know this is a man who likes overs and unders, totals, money line, props, everything. The man he's constantly giving you picks. So over or under 216.5 here?
Yeah, I like betting on sports, Kaufman. That's essentially what you just summed up.
It is. It's true.
While I will be putting my money on the Clippers tonight, I will not be putting my money on this total. I think it's pretty appropriately set. It's not. I think it's going to be a lower scoring game, but it is a lower total. But I'm with Kenny if you force me to take a side. I think it's a big game. It's a game where the Clippers don't have much margin for error. They have to wake up. They have to defend, specifically the 3-point line, the way that Dallas has knocked it down in their wins. They have to double Luka. Maybe they learned, like Kenny's comparison with Lillard, Denver took so long in that game where he had 55 to double him, and they didn't let him score the last 3 minutes of the game in a 58-minute game. But if the Clippers kind of learn something early and double Doncic, I think that takes some points off the board. So, yeah, slower possessions, better shots for the Clippers, more methodical play, probably holds this one under.
Okay, so since we know you like to bet on sports, let's see if you want to bet on this one. Forget about Paul George for a second. Kawhi Leonard, 42.5 is the line for his total points, rebounds, and assists. How do you feel about it?
I feel like it should be a Kawhi game for sure. It just always makes it more difficult when you have these, two superstars who are both capable of dominating the ball. So I lean towards Leonard having a big game here. I lean towards Paul George playing well here. So again, this is something I guess I would lean over with because I think scoring wise, Kawhi should have a very good game, but not something that I see I would rather just take the money that I would throw on that prop and just add it to my Clippers play.
Kenny?
I'm probably with Julian here, but I think I'm also going to take the under. Kawhi's coming off a bad offensive game. The Clippers had a bad offensive game in general, and his scoring output has really just kind of decreased in the last 2 games. And that is by nature of the Clippers not having to do as much on the offensive end. You look at this team, first 2 games of the series, I mentioned that the Mavericks weren't missing any shots. You had the Clippers pushing the pace. You had Kawhi Leonard going to the rack almost every possession, trying to score the basketball. The needs for this Clippers team have just changed with Dallas cooling down on offense. So I do think that this should comfortably go under here. I think that Kawhi should be a decent play here in DFS and a decent guy in real life, but I'm not sure he gets the stats needed to hit this over.
Guys, I know we're still wrapping up round 1 in many series, but obviously we do have some round 2 series that are already set. And in the Eastern Conference, Kenny, you have Milwaukee and Brooklyn. Now, neither team had any trouble with its first round matchups. Going into the series on the DK Sportsbook, you have the Nets favored at -200 odds. Do you think Brooklyn takes care of business here?
Boy, if you're just talking from a strict betting perspective, I mean, I don't understand why you would ever lay, the money with both favorites here in the East, frankly, especially with the Brooklyn Nets. Look, I know that the Brooklyn Nets, they looked better on defense against the Boston Celtics, but I really think we have to curb our expectations here. This is a team that didn't play defense all season long. Sure, they're trying a little bit on that end, but what does Boston have on offense? That's no offense to the future general manager of the Celtics, Adam Kaufman. No offense, but what do they have on offense that's really going to scare you, right? They don't have scores. I mean, Jason Tatum had his 50-point game in that, but that was basically it. No Jaylen Brown. They really slowed to a halt in that series. So I don't think that the Nets were really asked to do too much on that end. And I'm really worried about how good this offense for Milwaukee looked in the first round. I think that they faced a decent team, and they absolutely obliterated them in the Miami Heat. I think that they're destined for great things here. I am rethinking my Sixers to win the East pick, not because of Joel Embiid's injury, but because of how good the Nets looked. I do think the winner of this series, wins the East. So I think, though, there's plenty of value here with the underdog. I think Milwaukee matches up really, really well with Brooklyn. Giannis Antetokounmpo is going to be a big problem on defense. And if you can just slow that Brooklyn offense just a little bit, you're going to have a really good shot at winning 4 games.
Nets -200 favorites there, Felix. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm not going to back the Nets necessarily on the series line because I think they're just better bets. So I've been betting on the Nets essentially to win the East all year long, just here, there, everywhere, and I'm not backing down. They deserve to be favored in this series. Milwaukee, I'll take Kenny's point and even maybe raise him a little bit. This is the NBA Finals for me. I think whoever wins this series should be favored to win it all. Obviously, Brooklyn is favored to win it all as things stand. But, a match with LeBron knocked out, a matchup against a Phoenix, Utah, very good teams. But I think Milwaukee and Brooklyn have the upper hand there. For me, Milwaukee can give up points too. The game 1 total is set at 239.5. This is going to be these are going to be shootouts all series long. I'm sticking with the talent because I think the big 3 of the Nets is just unlike anything we've seen in terms of three-point shooters, guys that can handle the ball, get to the rim, pass it, everything. So give me the Nets here. You can bet them to win the East. You can bet them to win it all. I would do all those things rather than lay the 200 in the series. If you want to bet specifically for this series, I brought this one up on the Unreasonable Odds podcast yesterday. Over 5.5 games in the series was -139. It's moved to -152, rightfully so, but that's still a great price. Somebody's going to sweep. Somebody's going to win this 4-1. I don't think so. This is a 6-7 game series, so I'm not really worried about the juice. Give me the over 5.5 games in this series.
Only other series we were going to get into, but we ran out of time, and that's the Sixers and the Hawks. But Philadelphia -200 favorites.
Hawks.
Yeah, and all right. Hawks. I mean, Joel Embiid is injured. It's the only thing that makes it all that interesting anyway. Great. Enough with the sound effects. We're going to take a break. Say thanks to those two guys. Be back with a little puck talk NHL on the other side. Thanks, fellas. All right, we got the hardwood behind us. Let's get into a little bit of what goes on the ice. Puck talk, as we talked about in the NHL. We have Jeff Ulrich, we have AJ Scholes, we have Paul Bruno. I'm Adam Kaufman. Fellas, welcome. Good to have you. Let's talk a little playoffs here. Now, we have a couple of games on the slate tonight versus just the one in the NBA, so that's nice. A little bit more going on the ice. And Canadiens and Jets, game 2. Now, as we know, Montreal carried their momentum into the series by taking the opener here in this one. Instant bloodbath. You had Mark Scheifele to hit on Montreal's Jake Evans at the end of that game. A lot of people still talking about that, rightfully so. The Habs are underdogs, not by a whole lot, though, Jeff. Minus 103. The Jets are minus 115 favorites. Do you think they can take a 2-0 series lead here in this one with a second road win of the series?
Yeah, I absolutely do. And I'll remind my co-analysts that I was the only one on the Canadiens in game 1 here. And I will be definitely on the Canadiens in game 2. This is just a nightmare scenario for the Jets. Just so much negative sentiment around this Mark Scheifele hit. And just from a perspective of they got outplayed in game 1 as well. I mean, the Canadiens had more chances. Their goaltender outplayed Connor Hellebuck, who was basically really responsible for them winning the first series. I think people forget, Winnipeg wasn't exactly dominant against the Oilers. They barely had the lead for most of that series. They just really got all the saves and scored the OT winners. I think Montreal is the better team here. I think Carey Price, as the veteran leader on that team, is going to be absolutely massively motivated to just put up a statement performance. And I think Montreal, as the underdog play, offers good value.
AJ, this is your opportunity to agree or what would be more fun, disagree with our pal Moose here.
Well, I'll definitely disagree that Montreal's a better team here when Mark Scheifele is in the lineup. I think they have a better top 6 across the board here with him. Now, without him, I'm not surprised to see the line at minus 103 for the Canadiens, and I think that's the better bet tonight and even moving beyond into those next 4 games, because without Scheifele, you're suddenly Pierre-Luc Dubois is maybe going to be your number 1 center. We haven't really seen line combinations of what that might be. Paul Stastny has been out. It looks like he'll be back tonight, but again, you potentially have your number 1 center being a guy that has struggled since joining there. Your number 2 center missed game 1 with an injury now without Scheifele, and I think it really hurts their depth. We saw what happened to this team at the end of the regular season when Nikolai Ehlers was missing. They don't have anything much outside of the top 6, and without Scheifele, somebody's going to have to step in there, and they don't have a ton of good options right now.
What do you say, Paul? Which way do you want to go?
Look, the Jets are definitely going to be hampered by the loss of Scheifele for the next 4 games, giving them a great chance to take control of the series. This may well be how things play out, but I expect the Jets will fight back tonight because I believe they still have the firepower to compete on an even level with the Montreal offense, at least on their home ice. And the key will be Hellebuck, though, in the nets. He had a rough start after a long layoff, allowing 3 first-period goals. I think he's going to be more prepared to play this evening in a game the Jets absolutely have to win, and he'll be a major reason why they do.
Well, speaking of must-wins, obviously, we take a little gander here at the Avalanche and Golden Knights. It's a real must-win spot for Vegas after dropping the first 2 games of this series, even with the series shifting to the desert, too. DK Sportsbook has the slight favorite being the Avs at minus 117 as opposed to plus 100 for the Golden Knights. So what do you think here? I mean, can the Avs take control of the series or really kind of effectively put this thing away with a 3-0 series lead, or do you give Vegas the opportunity to fight back?
While the Avs did what they had to do to win the 2 home games, it's time for the Knights to respond with a pair of games, and they're my favorite playground in the Vegas Strip. They certainly do have to be buoyed by their effort in that OT loss in game 2 to remind themselves that they are just as talented as the Colorado club. In fact, let me remind everybody that the Knights actually outshot the Avs while they were on the road by a 41-26 margin, and it was even more lopsided in the last 2/3 than that. 2 periods in that game. They were unlucky, in fact, not to win that game outright, in my opinion. They'll show an even better effort tonight when they get back on home ice to get back into the series. Remember, folks, in a 7-game set, nothing is lost until you concede a home game.
What do you think, AJ?
I'm with Paul on this one. I'm taking Vegas on the even money there. I think that's tremendous value to get for the Golden Knights when you consider they're down 2. I know we have a pair of Vezina Trophy nominees in goal here, but I actually also like the over in this game at 5.5 at plus 112 to bring back some value there. They just missed out on hitting that in game 2. They would have reached that mark, obviously, in game 1. The Avs reached it on their own in game 1. But I do think we can hit the over here, despite the fact that we have 2 of the best netminders in the league. And I do think Vegas will be boosted by that home crowd and will get the win tonight.
Moose, you couldn't possibly disagree with either of them, could you?
I'm going to more just be the agreeing guy here. I mostly agree with what AJ said. I would actually rather bet the over here than go against Colorado on the money line. I mean, look, I think that Vegas at home, when you're getting plus money, even if it is against the Avalanche, that's fine. I just really don't want to bet against the Avalanche ever in these playoffs. They're just too good. I think Vegas definitely has it in them to win a game or two in this series, but I just don't really want to take it. I think you're getting fine enough odds to do it on the money line. That's probably where I would lean. I am targeting the over in this game as well. I think that you're going to see Vegas's offense show up. We saw the goals pour in game one, and quite frankly, game two, that game had 4 goals through half the game. It was actually lucky to hit the under there. So I like the over there as the bet here. But yeah, if again, asking you which side to be on the money line, I'll just take the plus money here tonight because I think Vegas has to win at least one game in this series.
Well, Jeff, I don't want you to be, Mr. Agree guy, so I'm going to let you go first here for this one so that these guys can agree with you. What do you think from these games tonight, just a player prop that you really like?
Yeah, again, I mean, obviously we just spoke about we kind of like the over here, or at least 2 of us do in this game. Let's target some props for the Vegas forwards. I think taking Max Pacioretty over 2 points, 2 points or more on the DraftKings Sportsbook at plus 375. I like these props for the Vegas first line. Look, they have 1 point in this entire series, but this is the second most productive line in the NHL, and I'm talking Stone, Pacioretty, and whoever they throw in at center there right now, it's Chandler Stevenson. But I like targeting the 2+ points here with Pacioretty or Stone, quite frankly. I'll take Pacioretty because he's a little bit more consistent, but I think that the point props on the Vegas forwards tonight are good ones to target. I think you're going to see them come back. Again, they may not win the game. They might lose 5-4, but I think you're going to see goals.
AJ, over to you for a player prop.
I agree that we're going to see some goals in that game, and I think you have to look at Nathan MacKinnon at plus 123 to score a goal. How often do you get value out of that guy to score? Because he does it almost every night. He's got a ton of multi-point games already in the postseason. Now, outside of that game, look, Jesperi Kotkaniemi has racked up 4 goals on 13 shots through game 1 of the series, including one in game 1. And he also leads the Habs in scoring. So considering that, getting him at plus 295 to score a goal is just too good of a value to pass up for me in that one.
Paul, it's not often I get to talk to someone who actually does have many leather-bound books, but they do scream importance. So you're winning here.
Exactly. In the late game, I think both teams will focus their best efforts on trying to defend against their respective explosive top lines. So I'm going to look a little bit lower down the depth charts for that perceived advantage that I see on the number 2 line for the home side to find my favorite player prop tonight. The trio of Carlson, Smith, and Marchessault has been streaky in these playoffs. They didn't start too well against Minnesota, but they've looked a lot more organized and stronger against a game Colorado club, of course. Therefore, I'm leaning on Marchessault of that unit to bulge the twine tonight for this trio to make an impact. The payoff is 9th best on the board at a tidy plus 250.
I'm in awe. I'm in awe. I get these cheeky DVDs behind me and intellect screaming from your screen. All right, Paul, AJ, Jeff, thank you very much for joining us here. We'll talk to you again next time.
Welcome to the Price Check. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Let's look at the salaries for Sonoma. Whose salary jumped up this week? Michael McDowell, $5,800 up to $7,600. 2 things to look for when McDowell road course races. Is he too expensive, and is he starting too close to the front? No and no. Joey Logano, $8,800 up to $10,100. I don't understand his price. He's never really done anything at Sonoma. Why is he the 4th most expensive driver? Ross Chastain, $6,900 up to $7,700. He's starting in the back, and he might stay in the back, and he's not that cheap either. Whose salary dropped this week? Kyle Larson, $11,300 down to $9,700. It's a laps deal. Last week, 400 laps. That's a lot of points available. This week, only 90 laps. Not a lot of points available, so you got to adjust his salary. Hey, he might still lead every lap again. You never know. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., $7,400 down to $6,120 road course races. He's never earned a top 10 finish. His average finish is 24th. Brad Keselowski, $9,400 down to $8,500 in the last 8 Sonoma races. His average finish is 15th, just not his track. Favorite play of the week, Martin Truex Jr., 10,900, the 2018 Sonoma winner. The 2019 Sonoma winner. The only reason he didn't win last season is because they didn't have a race. It got canceled. Ryan Newman, 6,300. He's cheap. He's starting in the back, and in the last race at Sonoma, he was inside the top 15 for 3/4 of the race. All right, guys, check out DK Nation for your DFS information and needs. If you've got NASCAR questions, find me on Twitter at Race for the Prize. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Catch me on DK Live.
No one talks faster than our guy Pierce Dietrich, but I hope you learned a lot along the way. One segment left here in this busy sweat hour, or maybe a sweaty hour. Let's get into it here. Kenny Ducey comes back. Jeff Ulrich comes back. And fellas, let's do a little NFL seeing the futures here, okay? We're going to look at teams' odds to make the playoffs here in 2021 on the DK Sportsbook. And let us begin with Cincinnati. As we know, they showed the Bengals a little bit of promise last year with Joe Burrow, and now it's year 3 for head coach Zach with a C. Taylor. His system, not enough to earn them a playoff spot last year, but plus 475 odds to do it this time around. What do you say, Jeff?
I like this bet. I like it. Plus 475. I think the Bengals with Joe Burrow back, they get a little bit more explosive on offense. And Joe Burrow, for all his misgivings, just with the injuries and stuff people are worried about, he really has a lot of room to improve as a deep passer. I think them drafting Jamar Chase in the first round is really going to bolster that offense just a little bit. And you look at their opening schedule, they have Jacksonville at home and Minnesota at home. They have a couple tough road games in there in between, but they also have the Lions in their first 6 games. This team could easily be 3-3, perhaps even 4-2 after their first 6 games. I think you're getting real good value. I like taking this bet.
Are we live? Stupid Slack, dude. It's weird. It just stops working at the worst possible times. God, that's annoying. Sorry. Hi, Rossi. How are you?
Flash, I am fantastic, brother. I am pumped to be with you. It's Friday. Let's go. Don't worry about Slack. Don't worry about Sims. Put a big old smile. Look outside that window. What do you see? Sunshine, baby, and it's Friday.
Sunshine on a Friday.
Hey, shut up, Kurt. Like a neighbor passing by.
Freaking annoying, man. freezes. I'm in the right one. It has nothing to do with that, producer Drew. It's just like it will say Daniel is typing, and it just stops. And I got to reopen the app. Okay, now that that's all over with. Hey, it's 2. Terrell was supposed to be here. I don't know what's happening. I hope everything's okay, right? We should preface, like, hopes everything's fine. So we can make fun of her and say, what the hell, why aren't you here? But could be
rumor is everything's okay.
Okay.
Rumor is everything's okay.
Good. So you're stuck with us too. So sorry if you were looking for Terrell. So, and by the way, I apologize to Slack. They are great friends of ours at DraftKings. What is your lineup? We have Rams, Seahawks. Nice little matchup here at 2:00.
Yes. This I had a real tough time, I'll be honest with you, Gosh, because there's so many high-priced, high-profile, big scorers. So I went this route because I've talked about this on numerous sims. Whenever I do the Rams, I basically float between Bob Trees and Cooper Kupp in my captain. It's a Bob Trees day. So we're going to hope that we get, if a tree falls in the woods, we get some touchdowns in the captain spot. For my other Rams, I went Malcolm Brown because I'm feeling, I don't know if he's quite a vulture, but he's vulture-esque. I like Josh Reynolds, had a hot game last time, see if he can ride that. And for my Seahawks, well, that's a vulture. Seahawks would be like a whoa, whoa. Anyways, Russell Wilson, DK Metcalf, which I'm a little worried about, but I'm feeling it, and Greg Olsen, who's going to eat the middle of the field today.
We have very similar lineups.
Smart guys.
So I chose Russ in the captain spot. Metcalf is my other Seahawk, and then I played 4 Rams: Woods, Reynolds, Malcolm Brown.
Yep.
And then the only difference is I played the Rams tight end, Higbee.
Okay, so we got a lot going on. So it's really going to come down to those players right there. So we shall see.
Yeah, I like it. Russell Wilson captained in our contest, 37%.
Woo.
94.5% owned.
That's honestly, Glash, that is insane. I know, and even in the big contest, he's 85, and I get how versatile and how well he plays, but that is some seriously high ownership, especially in the captain spot. So you really have to differentiate your lineups elsewhere.
I feel like the highest owned I've ever seen is like Lamar at like 96.
Yes.
Maybe Dalvin Cook as well, and I'm talking like the bigger contest here. So pretty big.
It's also who are they playing, right? Like in a game like this, I think that's why I'm surprised. Just like, you have plenty of Rams you could captain here. I know not your guy, the chicken dance worthy Goff, but
Galloping.
still.
Yes.
Galloping, sorry. You know who I don't want to say the word, I don't use the H word, but you know what I really strongly dislike, and when you said the galloping chicken, turkeys. I do not like turkeys, I've come to find out. Because, Glash, I used to live in the area like yourself. You never see a turkey, do you? You ever see turkeys?
No, but keep going. I got something on that.
Move up north a little bit. These sons of guns are just walking around, smacking their head around, looking UGLYAF. Like, no, get out of here. And they just walk in the middle of the street. And guess what? If I hit them, it's my fault. Like, it's like I have to fill out paperwork. You run over a squirrel, they don't care. Sorry, PETA, I'm not trying to be, I don't want to harm any animals, but like these things will just block the street and they're all, I can't stand turkeys. I love eating them. Love turkey meat, but man, don't like turkeys, the wild ones.
I'm going to put this in our Slack channel right now because I know you and Drew have radio backgrounds.
I do.
Have you heard of the caller to the Sports Hub, Tommy and Lynn?
I am very familiar.
Have you seen / watched this?
So I'm going to tell you something about him.
Yo, this song is hysterical.
So I know him personally. I played in a flag football league and in Saugus, and which is local to us. And this guy, I know we're going way off the border. We're talking so personal. It's like a conversation me and Glass right now. But this kid is insane, like in all the right ways. Like what a character he is. But he was a score. Like he used to keep the score of the flag football league I was in, and then he played a couple of games. He is a character to say the least. But that song he has a bunch of songs. I'm sure you know.
Yeah. I'm gonna put it in the Twitch chat. Once you listen to this song, you can't unhear it. Like I remember playing it a couple weeks ago after one of the shows played it. And I'm like, oh my God, this is stuck in my head.
Yeah.
Turkeys in my yard. It's worth it. YouTube it. After the sim, of course.
In Boston, Joe, I don't necessarily want a law that I could do it. I just get upset that I know if I can't do it. Like, I just don't like that part.
Rossi, Glash, producer Drew. We have Daniel here. Kyle from Game Ops. Great to have you with us on a Friday. Hope everyone's doing well and excited for the weekend. Henderson, 2 for 7.
Let's get the weekend kicked off right. I know the last sim was tough. There was a shutout. You had the Chargers all over the Congo Cabs Raiders. So let's see. I think this one, I don't know if the scoring is going to be as high, but I have a feeling the overall product of the game should be better just with these lineups.
Congo Cab says, what's up? Hi, Congo Cab.
Here's our guy.
Travis says, aren't you guys familiar with Seattle's D in these sims yet? Too many Rams players, Rossi.
3 and 3. I try to split my lineups. Look, here you go.
What we got? Reynolds was very cheap. I don't know if that's him. It's Bobby Trees.
Oh, Bob Trees, baby. I'll tell you though, Glash, these uniforms, these gray ones, and Daniel, not a shot. Daniel, I think honestly, like we fluff all you guys. We love Daniel, love Drew, Kyle. But the Daniel specialty, his unlocked superstar powers, playing killer uniforms. And obviously I get like these are probably the defaults, but these gray ones are so, I think they're like the most off-putting jerseys in the league. So weird looking.
Right. Like you might as well just keep them white. Like why overdo it and go to the gray, Daniel?
No, not Daniel. I'm talking to the creators of the entire Rams. We'll blame Daniel today, but
right, of course. He understands. Frank White says, Glash, I hear they have floor turkey legs at Six Flags. Floor candy, floor turkey.
Yummy. Well, if it's Thanksgiving, I'll eat turkey off my cat's poop.
You're right in my mind. Like, come on. Have we all been there when you're in line at your family's home? So for me, it's my aunt in New Hampshire. We go in. Oh, whoops! I dropped a piece of turkey on the ground. Oh, you pick it up and eat it. Get over it.
I absolutely do.
No wasting the food.
Nope. Now, this is an odd question, and I want to tell you a little something that we could do later, but I just had to ask. When you have those gatherings like Thanksgiving, and now that we're all kind of getting back to gathering, and I'll be coming over your apartment soon to hug you, are you a shoes on in-house, or like does your aunt allow shoes? Is it shoes on or off in the homes that you go to, like your families?
Great question. Shoes on. My dad is a big shoes off guy. Shoes off. Shoes off. Wipe your feet. Wipe your feet. Double wipe. Triple wipe. Oh, my dad, I get it. He still does it. I come visit. He's like, wipe them. Like, got it. Understand. Rossi, I think by the time, so, you walk in, you see the cheese and crackers, right? And then you see like the celery with the ranch or the blue cheese, and you sit, you dip it a little bit, hanging out. And then once you eat, I think you can kick the shoes off. Oh, Jared Goff, you joke. Get up and go! Go! Fat guy! Go! Look at the size of this guy, Rossi!
No, not even. Wait, look at this.
Wow.
Cooper! Wow.
9 touchdown!
Big man rolling. There's that Seattle D that with the shout out to the Sim fam saying too many Rams. Well, you're proving the point there.
Wow.
But the Rams get the ball back.
That might be a top 10 call in my Sim career. That was great. Jared Goff, I get to laugh at him. Laughed at Jared Goff and had enough time to watch the fact
hug.
He's going to somersault and pick it up. That's great.
That's good athleticism.
23%.
Ford coming through.
Banks says, run, fat boy. Hit the like button for the fat guy.
I'm right here. Jeez.
It was a dark, never mind fat, it's short too, right?
Yeah, geez, everything. Grotesque. Oh, I forgot. I read that the other day. Someone wrote, I don't think I was with you, and it was really funny. I pulled, what is known as the Glash, and with all respect. I read the word, it was distinguished, but I read it as disgusting. They're like, Rossi, you look so distinguished. And I thought they said, Rossi, you look so disgusting. I was like, oh, okay, geez. Like, we're really just, like, letting it rip today.
Yeah, but, if you do the Rossi squint.
Oh, please. That's all I do.
They kind of look the same.
On blinds, see, here's the thing about people that have ADD, ADHD, or people that don't have great attention to things. Like when you read a word, you really just look at the beginning and the end and you assume the middle. That's kind of the way people, that's what's known with some of that, I'm sure some people in the chat have it. I have different runs with it. My attention span goes all over the place, but that's kind of the way you do things with words. Intelligent people take the extra 0.1 millionth of a second to look at it.
Right. That's exactly my problem with the chat. I read the first word. Maybe look at the first. If there's a 3-liner from a user in the chat, read the first 2 words.
Yep.
Skip to the last couple. Oh, this is fine to read. And then you run into a problem and you figure out who the Packers took in the second round.
Like a perfect one here is like Congo Cap. If I look quickly, I could see. I know because of the sentence structure, but like snapping my losing, I could say that is steak today. Because if I look very quickly, it could say steak. But it says streak. I get it.
Reading comprehension on the dream stream.
Jared Kilgore, you nailed me, dude. I love Crocs. Huge Croc guy.
You like Crocs?
Yep.
Never owned them.
Oh, you don't even know the pillows. And I don't just own the Crocs that are the normal, like, circles over your feet Crocs. I own a lot of, like, slip-ons. Like, Crocs make some real quality, like, looking shoes, like boat-style shoes.
Yeah. You think they're comfortable?
The most comfortable shoe I've ever worn.
Wow.
That and Bostonians, but that's more for dress shoes.
Just give me those Adidas flip-flops. I'm good.
Oh, yeah.
But I guess the Crocs are like better. Would you suggest walking in Crocs at like Six Flags? Those are good to walk in?
Are you going to Six Flags again? Yes, I would highly recommend.
Any park.
I don't recommend the one that has the holes, like the one the most popularized Croc. I like those just for like chilling around the house when your dad tells you to take your shoes off. Like, don't worry, Dad, I have my indoor Crocs. Like, that's cool for chilling around the house. But if I'm going somewhere, yeah, like the Croc flip-flop or the Croc like boat shoe is super comfortable because it has that kind of like extra cushion. I also have flat, gross, big feet, so I need as much I can get with the help.
Speaking of big, gross feet, I relate. I have large, big toes. I'm going to get a pedicure today with Sarah.
Glash, that is the best news ever. I'm a big you're not going to hear anyone making fun over here from the Rossi department.
No, it's necessary. I feel really bad for whoever has to touch these animals.
That's what they do.
Like I need a cleaning. It really like a pedicure is like it's like when you get your teeth cleaned by the dentist. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Getting a pedicure.
There isn't. Treat yourself can mean you're going to go get a big steak, get some ice cream at night, get a massage, get your feet done, your hands done, a facial, whatever it is. Treat yourself is very important, especially during these times. So especially, if you're taking a little trip ski kind of like you gotta get those things right because those things are gonna be out and about.
But you say treat yourself, like I'm not looking forward to this. Like I'm just doing it out of necessity. I'm actually trying to be nice when I go and wear flip-flops to the pool next week. I want to look a little presentable and not scare people. So I'm just doing them a favor.
You are, and that's very nice of you. Always think of people.
Yeah. First quarter's winding down. Seattle DST with the touchdown. The guru says they soak them for a while, and it makes it not so bad for them.
Exactly. Yeah, those things are going to be disintegrated by the time they touch them.
Yep.
Oh!
Wow.
Think about it.
What color are you getting your nails painted? I don't know.
They're going to ask, Lash. They are going to ask. They always do.
Everyone, throw out a color.
You seem like a nice baby blue.
Ooh.
Highlight your manly features, your beautiful face.
Goofy is a dog. Big fan of turkeys in my yard, by the way. Like the tune. Goofy is a dog says, I heard you wear your sneakers in the pool.
Some people feel embarrassed, like they wear T-shirts. They feel like their body isn't ready. Glash wears shoes. My feet aren't ready. It's like, honey, you can take those shoes off.
Hot pink, says Germ.
Go bold.
Great to have the Twitch fam with us.
Love it.
Pekakala, yeah.
Twister knows. Twister's been there.
M. Roach, you getting a facial as well, Glash? Seems like your type of thing. The facial! Yeah, Marv loves facials.
You remind me of NBA 94, Live 94, when that was like one of the best. It was just all Marv one-liners every time, like, he shoots. No good. That must be so fun.
Yeah, and Tom Cruise, Sarah made the appointment. Yeah. We're both going later on tonight.
Oh,
Super Bowl, baby, give it up. You'll never look presentable. Some truth to that.
Come on.
Wow. Daniel says lemonade orange.
Ooh. Daniel has his color whale out. He's got his Crayola.
Cooper Kupp is the leading receiver in the sim, 5 for 33. Reynolds has 2 for 31. Has Seattle had the ball yet?
No, it's been 2 drives from the Rams. Obviously the strip sack fumble return for a touchdown, then they've had the ball since. So it's all like, this is a bad, you said it's bad to have Rams today. It's really, a whole quarter without a Seattle offensive play.
Yeah. Wow. I'm just registering that part of it. Wow. Watch the game, guys. Yeah. Well, sorry. Like, I'm thinking about my freaking toes.
I got more important things.
Jared Goff.
Got him. Oh, is that Bobby Trees? Come on.
Come on.
Reynolds. Still in the lineup. So think about it. We've had two drives technically in this game. Both Rams, both ending in touchdowns. One for one team, one for the other.
Jim is in the chat. Hey, Jim. Who do you like in NBA tonight? I'd pick Luka.
How can't you at this point, right? Like, he has become. Remember when the other day people thought like he hurt his neck, had like a busted neck, might not play. He goes out and puts a 40 burger up.
Yeah. Only one game tonight, everyone. By the way, Mavs Clippers. That's the last? Yeah, that's the last first round series that needs to be completed.
And we'll see if they make it to Game 7, which isn't the road team won in every single game. So I just have a feeling the Clippers will win this one. We need a nice dramatic Game 7. I love the early Game 7s. Like last year, we had that Jazz, Denver Nuggets series, which was just like incredibly epic last season. So, And this has been right up there. It just hasn't been played at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, which kind of bums me out.
Yeah, tonight's game is at 9, which is it's better, right? It's better than 10:30.
Yes.
I mean, last night's game, the Suns and Lakers, I didn't end till 1-something.
I was long gone, snoring. I stayed up for the Bruins, was a big hockey guy, but Bruins overtime. And then once that was over, I watched a little bit, was nervous the Lakers were going to win, shut it off. Woke up to a Suns victory and had a little extra smile on my face.
Yeah? We're happy.
I'm glad to see the Lakers out.
Yeah, we should. I'm a victim of this too. We should make it less about that and just give the Suns their props because they had a great season and they are a really good team.
No, you're so correct on that, and that's where I guess you call like heated rivalries or when you dislike a player.
Whoa, Metcalf, nice catch.
First offensive play of the game for Seattle, and yeah, like I think that's what you're 100% right. Like Chris Paul, talk about a guy who I believe is a free agent after this. Is going to be such a fascinating case because this might be a restricted at best, but I think he's a free agent and he's going to be such an interesting case regardless of where the Suns go from here. I don't see them as a championship team yet. I feel like this is a nice start. They remind me a little bit of the Hawks from 7 years ago with a really quality team, but I don't know if they can beat out the rest of the West, but we'll see.
Big stop of Carson, lost 2 yards. So Chris Paul likely won't be a free agent because he does have a player option.
Okay.
He's making $44 million next year. There is no way he is declining that. He's not getting that.
Listen, I know it's apples and oranges, but Gordon Hayward also declined a 30-something option, to get a longer-term deal for more overall. But I agree. He's also, how old is he now? 34 years old, Chris Paul?
No, he's 35. 35.
Okay, so 35. So, yeah, I mean, you're probably...
34? Yeah, my bad.
And it looks like he enjoys that. I think he enjoys being a leader on a younger team. And if he goes to most other, let's call it contenders, it would be difficult to continue that role.
What if LeBron said, hey, we'll give you a 1-year deal, $50 million. We'll give you a $5 million raise. I don't know how they make that work, but
Well, because they will. Probably, depending on how this season ends and how he feels emotionally about it, then yeah, he probably will go. Or even if it's the same numbers, like say it's even less. Say it was like $40 million to go to the Lakers. I could see him doing that.
Shane Thomas, yeah, you're not missing much out of Russ. He did just make a nice pass to Metcalf, but the Seahawks offense did not run a play in the first quarter.
Nope. And there's a reason. It was all Rams. There was the strip sack fumble touchdown for Seattle. So, got him.
Metcalf.
DK, baby. Feeling that. Those two are in the lineup.
There you go. Rossi, we're doing good.
So far.
Yeah.
If we had Seattle's defense, we'd be doing better.
Yeah, that's true. The Malcolm Brown thing is not going great. 4 yards at this point.
That's okay. He's a stab in the, like, maybe gets that, like, 2-yard out touchdown. That's all I'm hoping for.
Brandon in the chat says Paul's been around for 30 years.
It feels that way, right? Like, you go back to those, Hornets days, or were they the Bobcats at the time? He feels like he literally has been around since, like, if someone told me he was drafted in 01, I'd be like, yeah, you're probably right. I know he hasn't.
Jody on Twitch, what roster y'all using? Because Chris Hogan not on the Jets. Yeah, he is. Well, not anymore, but the rosters are as of September 2020.
That is correct.
Spanish or not?
And before the next question comes, Madden 2022 is due out, looks like the second to last week of August. Around the 20th is the rumored date. That's when you'll more than likely see all the rest of your updates. Just want to put it out there now so everyone, don't have to ask the questions.
Jared Kilgore, remember when Big Vince Wilfork ran back an interception for like 25 yards? One of my favorite big guy moments ever.
Raiders, I believe, against the Raiders, I want to say. He like tipped it up and kind of like bobbled it, then ran it in.
Yeah, Rossi, who was the other dude? You said Volmer ran it in?
No. He like bobbled it around before he caught it.
Oh, bobbled it. I thought you said Volmer.
I
right.
don't speak English.
The other one, too, is Dan Copen. Punt return
Yep.
Against the Packers. Yeah, that was sweet.
Nothing better than a big guy touchdown, unless it's going against your team.
Destiny is asking if there's a Pile Driver podcast today.
No. Tuesdays, Destiny. Appreciate you. Becoming a new fan. Yeah, we did the top 11 wrestling intros, and then we talked about a smorgasbord of other things after. If you want to check that stuff out, you can check out Pop Culture Pile Driver on your podcast app. A lot of P's.
Dan Connolly. My bad. Yeah, not Dan Copen.
Oh, wait. Was it Dan Copen who had that long return against the Packers that almost scored on a weird squib kick?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. That's what I thought.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you meant who scored, because we also had a touchdown.
Yes, finally, it wasn't me this time.
I know, I pulled the glass. But there was a Patriot who scored.
Sorry, Rossi, I can't. I got to stop. Finally, someone else other than me repeated the same exact thing I just said. It's so good.
Try not to say it when you do it. I just smile and nod. Now I feel picked on.
I think this is actually better. This is nicer than just said that, dude.
I don't even say it to you. See, I don't even bring it up. I just let it happen. I got to find out who the other Patriot. Yes. I glashed it.
Wow. I had a bad one with Christian the other day. Bad. Christian had already addressed the whole thing. He gave a 90-second answer on places to eat in Wisconsin. See, now I remember the topic because I was so embarrassed. And I read the comment, and the amount of LOLs and ha-has in the chat was great. Made me feel better.
Hey, listen. Got this one life. Live it to the fullest. Make some mistakes. All good.
But yeah, that's to actually answer what you were talking about there. I do think we might have had a Connolly and Copen touchdown situation.
Somebody had scored, and it may have even been in the Super Bowl, and I don't know why my mind is not connecting it. I can Google it.
Okay.
Patriots O-lineman touchdown.
First time playing Fortnite on Twitch. How do I get your job?
Fail at everything else first time. I'm going to give you guys the well, he's asking just for yours, so never mind.
Could you impersonate me for a week? Yeah, just to to be transparent and let everyone know, I'm working tomorrow at noon. Actually, with you, Rossi.
Oh hell yeah, nooner.
Nooner tomorrow, and then I'm out for like 8 days, like gone, going on a trip.
I'm just gonna start putting myself into different spots now on the schedule. Now that I know who my needs and go, I'm just gonna
Daniel suggested it's going to be an eight-day suspension. That's okay. We can frame it that way. It's a suspension without pay.
Drew, I'm just gonna look at this. Drew, I'm putting it in. Jets, Patriots, Wednesday. Boom. Put me in there.
Noah Moon says, "Come on, Glash, give me a Dorset tutty." Why would I do anything for you, Noah Moon?
Ooh.
I mean, with all due respect. See, when you say with all due respect, you can say whatever you want after that phrase.
That's how it works.
So no, Noah Moon. I can't even do that anyway. But for your sake, I hope he doesn't score.
So, Glash, I just want to, since we are looking ahead just for the moment, I want to let you know.
Yeah.
It looks like you will, depending on how everything goes timing-wise, next Sunday is the buzz-off for Kids with Cancer. Something Rob Gronkowski used to be a part of, all that stuff. I host that event. Depending on stuff, when you get a couple that night upon your return, you may see shaved, clean-headed, first-time Rossi. So
you host that event still?
Yeah. So yeah, now they don't do it. Obviously, it's been via Zoom, so that's gonna be next Sunday afternoon. But I do have some availability that night. It looks like we're gonna link up. So you may, upon your return, be the first to gaze eyes upon a man that looked like he may have escaped a convict. But
something tells me you could really pull that look off.
Well, last year you saw a little bit. I think it's when I first joined. Like we did in August or something. But that's why I'm trying to keep everything like the beard going as wild, so it's as dramatic as possible.
Emerson's Peloton says Glash is attending mandatory sensitivity training. Yes, and while I go to that training, I'll be riding you, Emerson's
Peloton. Oh. Got it.
Technically, it's an item.
True.
I'll be riding the Peloton.
Good call. Sorry, I got a little confused.
If I had paused after riding, smash Lanta.
Yeah, smash you there.
Yeah, we could do the Rossi little hand flick. Smash.
Yeah. Smash. I don't think Smash is here today right now. But if he was, he knows. But it sometimes Reed's T I also don't see. Sometimes he grabs him too. Okay, some talented. Oh, there he is. He is there. Reed
teased, did you know, with all due respect, Glash is riding Emerson's Peloton. That's what I said. While I go to sensitivity training.
I was going to say, no time to clear it.
Yes.
I've been to those before.
We don't get commercial breaks. We don't get a halftime show. I mean, I guess we do. We do stop and read the stats. Emerson's Peloton, Glash, that was our secret. TW Nasty, Glash is on an anger management trip.
Yep, we have to send him away. He's going to a camp in rural Virginia.
Bills fan, I'm glad you brought this up on Twitch. Anyone read that? It's not a joke of an article, first of all. You read it, so you clearly thought it was interesting. Vice put out an article last night. I know the woman who wrote it. She's very nice. Actually likes the Connecticut Sun. That's her local team. WNBA announcers have been mispronouncing names.
Oh.
And when you read the article, I was like, well, I hope I've passed the test so far. My name was not mentioned, so that's good.
That is good. Also, no such thing as bad press, though. Remember that.
Yeah.
I will just say one thing about that, and you are superior. You do such a good job over there. You know, people need to definitely, when the opportunity comes up, ESPN3, or if he's doing any of the other games locally, like I've heard you now call basketball, some college football, like very good. So just know that. And I'm not knocking you down a peg in a second, but I want to let people know how difficult enunciating and like making proper, pronouncing names a certain way, because usually, and I'm sure you've done this through your time so far, like you speak to a player sometimes to be like, hey, I just want to make sure I get your name right. How do you say it? And as someone who used to do it for like high school, I used to like, as part of my job, radio is weird, but like I used to like when players coming out, I used to like go up to like 18-year-olds and be like, how do you say your name? And they all say, goofy things, but it is not as like some of you guys, like some of the names you have even on Twitch, like we may not be saying it right. I say Reed's T. It's Reed T's. I say it every time. It's just ingrained in my head now. But it is such a credit to you to like get those names right. It's very difficult, especially the opposing team that you're not used to.
Right, and the Sun plays New York tomorrow, and they've got some really they've got some difficult ones. But looking forward to the challenge.
Yeah.
Clem says, is the WNBA announcer above or below cornhole announcer level?
Well, why do they have to even do that? Clem Fandango, if that is your real name.
Well, Clem, since you have a Lakers logo and the Lakers are now eliminated, you can watch the WNBA.
It's your hope.
Or you can watch cornhole, and then you can come back to us and tell us what you think. Since you have so much time now, #off season. Gordon, we do the games from the arena, so we get to travel into the Mohegan. It's pretty open now. Mohegan is, I mean, come on, it's Mohegan. It's packed it was packed there last Friday when I was there. It's kind of cool. I like seeing it. I like people back in the building. It's good. David, you might want to reverse that, but I understand your question. Did Mostert ever reach out to you about being on The Sims? No. Heavy crickets on Twitter and on Instagram.
We'll get him.
Clem says, wish I could watch the Celtics too. All right, that was good. Nicely done.
To be honest, Clem, we don't want to watch the Celtics right now. Like, good shot. I already miss it. I loved having that first round playoffs of both sports teams. Every night you have a little bit of action. You got the Sox, wherever your teams are. Unless you're in Pittsburgh, because I still think it's ridiculous that Pittsburgh doesn't have a basketball team.
Bills fan on Twitch. When will Vice post an article standing up for the Madden players? That's good. Now, see, that I think that's funny because you're showing that you can. Yes, like calling Jared Goff the galloping chicken. I think that's what you're getting at. Boston Joe, we're gonna not discuss. Not this year.
Oh yeah, no. Go find him and ask him, go do it in person, and you'll find out.
What is this? Bang says, Rossi sounds like my primary teachers. You are good at.
Would you rather me say you are bad at? No.
Yes, constructive criticism.
Well, it's only if it's constructive. I try to be constructive.
Destiny, funny story. Everyone, there was a day in Simland a year ago now, maybe a month before, so 13 months ago, where we had a hashtag, Raheem to the stream. And folks bombarded Raheem Mostert's social channels to get him on this. And he clearly was scared away. So, what are you going to do? It's halftime. 17-7 is our score. Reynolds has the touchdown for the Rams, and for Seattle, defensive touchdown and Metcalf.
That's why you're the best in the biz right there. Sunny days over there. Sunny still here. It's going to potentially rain. Maybe after the sim, I'll go for a little walk. Yeah,
you think so? Is it supposed to rain today?
I feel like I heard that somewhere, but again, I feel like anytime it's going to get really warm, it's either going to rain right before or after. Weather, man. Weather.
By the way, if you guys jumped in our free roll and are wondering, where's Tara Lynn? Well, Tara Lynn could not make it. Something came up. And Rossi, according to Rossi's sources, everything's fine. Right?
Everything's on the up and up. That's all I'll say. And I did hear a rumor that she may still be joining the Dream Stream today. So just hang tight. Not confirmed. Not confirmed, but allegedly could still be a part of the Dream Stream at some point. Maybe it's something about me or you. Could be personal.
Oh, well, producer Drew says the plan is for her to be here at 4 when Jeff and I are here. So maybe it is about you.
Absolutely, very well could be. We did 2 Sims together a couple weeks ago, and I don't think she wants to speak to me since. So,
DW Nasty, I agree. Mostert's missing out. Mostert is missing out. Michael Irvin, the fact that Boeheim is still here is crazy. Will he follow his buddy, Coach K, out the door? It's funny you mentioned Buddy. I don't know if he did this intentionally, but I think once Buddy is done, well, Boeheim's other kid transferred into Syracuse. So I think when his kids are all done, that's when Boeheim hangs him up. That's my guess. I don't know, Rossi, with the Coach K news, did we find out if he's going to still coach Team USA?
He did a presser this morning, and I was reading it, but I didn't actually see the quote. I know it came up. So I don't have the answer offhand. I can take a look.
Okay.
Let's see what we got here.
Burt Macklin, WNBA, prevalent in my house. My wife and daughter started to get into the girl power too. The links have been fun to watch.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good league. It's a good product. I suggest you check it out.
No confirmation was not. He didn't touch it, I guess, the question. So we don't know.
Okay. Well, it'd be kind of cool if he still does that as like a retirement gig.
Yeah.
Invest his energy in that.
All these coaches all of a sudden all burnt out. That's all they want to do. Just coach these.
Bubbles, there's actually some good offense in the W. I'm looking at your joke because you don't think they make shots. That's not really true. You're not really looking at you're not looking at the numbers.
Yeah. Gotta watch the games. Don't criticize unless you watch.
Here we go. Third quarter underway. We have producer Drew and Daniel with us, Splash and Rossi, Kyle from the Game Ops team. Thanks for joining us today on a Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Like we mentioned, the next sim will be Jets and Falcons. That's how Jeff says it. Me, Jeff, and Tara Lynn. That's the plan. Tara Lynn will be here for the next sim. So, should be fun.
Absolutely will be. Gotta stay tuned. Dream Stream's rock and rolling today.
David says, anyone hear how producer Madison's doing?
Awful. Lost soul.
I don't know how her job is, her new job, but we still keep in touch on like text and Instagram. She'll be like, oh, I made some buffalo cauliflower last week. I love that. Picked up by the Rams. We're going to get another touchdown.
Oh, baby. So anything you can do, I can do better, says the Rams. And they, on the opening drive of the second half for Seattle, much quicker time turnaround, but they scored defensively now.
Wow. Someone in here, I think it might have been Guru. Did you play both defenses? Someone said they played both defenses.
No, it was not I.
Not me either. First place lineup at this point in the free showdown. Texas Matt has the Seahawks D. Things can change.
Sure can. And
they're changing as we speak. Chaos. Yep. First place now is both defenses.
Look at that. The defensive stack, baby.
Super Bowl, baby. 67. You have a take on the USFL?
It was a league. Not really. Obviously, it was before my time of watching sports on the regular, but they also, I know for a fact there was a lot of big time players that came from the USFL. I want to say, didn't Herschel Walker, wasn't he one of the players there? I know it was Steve Young, that I can remember. Obviously, it was competition for the NFL, but never really taken that seriously, kind of like what the XFL and the, what was the other league that we recently just had? What was that other? It doesn't matter. But, these other leagues have been. But we'll see. Listen, good on the USFL. They tried. Didn't work. A lot of those players came over. And they had some success, obviously. A guy like Steve Young. That was awesome.
Daniel weighs in from our production team. There will be 2 spring football leagues next year.
Yeah.
Competition.
Well, the XFL now with, like, I've been touting it since it came back. I still think in the 2020 version would have been more of a success if there wasn't the pandemic that absolutely took all the steam out of it and they had to, like, file for bankruptcy and in an embarrassing way. But The Rock picking it up, I think there's one thing you have to be. The Rock doesn't fail. He just doesn't. Like, I'm not saying he's going to be a huge success. There's no one's competing with the NFL. Shouldn't compete with the NFL. It's a different time. But I think they will have the ability to have a lot of success with that backing and, like, with hopes that they just do something a little more differentiating themselves from the NFL. But we'll see. It's going to be exciting if it can work. Is it just more football? Gives you more opportunity, especially if you're, like, not a huge baseball person, because I think right now where we are in the season for baseball is, like, the low, because you have, like, the other 2 sports, basketball, hockey, and playoffs, which is super exciting, and baseball's in that weird, like, still first third of their season.
Yeah, it's amazing how baseball gets so much hype because opening day really is a nice, it's a nice product. Yeah, opening day.
First week.
It's like, yeah, it's amazing. And I thought, for a little bit, for the first 2 weeks, I'm like, wow, like I was really in on like Dodgers, Padres, Ohtani, watching Acuna from the Braves. Like I was really DeGrom, right? Really invested in some of the individual performances, and then I just kind of the game still has a problem. Not enough guys can hit because the pitchers are throwing 100 miles an hour.
And there's just not enough rivalry, right? Like we don't know enough. Like to this day, still Yankee Red Sox. Like eyes will go on that product, but overall, there hasn't been another 2 teams that have been like, oh, these are like the Dodgers now have become really exciting. But like you said, Dodgers, Padres, that Sunday night game, great. When Ohtani's pitching, you're going to check it out, but it's hard. It's like I love baseball, I really do, but it's hard to be a true baseball product, not home team fan. Same thing with hockey. It's kind of regional.
Yeah, it's hard to be invested for all 162. And I think when that last game between the Padres and Dodgers, they don't play again. They don't face each other again until August.
No.
So and that happens. I mean, I get it. The schedule's the schedule. It's built out in such a way, but like Red Sox Yankees doesn't have the same juice.
Trying. Brett Gardner's trying right now to make it.
The Mets and the Phillies, I think, have a thing, right? Is that?
Yeah, but do you feel that? Do you feel it? Like if you were to see, like, oh, like you're gonna be checking box scores or searching out? Like I am.
Cubs, Cardinals, another one.
Yep, but like I'm invested. Like I have the MLB app. Like I watch a lot of these random games because I just like baseball. But it is tough.
El Paso #1 coming in hot.
He's got all the info.
Yankees Red Sox start today. Didn't know that. Good to know. Ohtani pitches today also. Great Friday for baseball.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, see, I mean that's kind of what Rossi's getting at, is like you might get a great individual day, which I think that's good. If you can pick a day on each week on the baseball calendar to get really up for. And the Friday, Saturday, Sunday games are preferred because of people have to work, and you might have to actually have the discussion internally. Maybe I'll watch the baseball tonight and put the second half of the basketball game on and not watch the beginning. I don't know.
Not to go on a soapbox here, and I'm sure people will really love what I'm about to say, but I also just think the decline of the overall ESPN product, not that we're here to promote them, but I'm just saying, like, baseball tonight was like must-view television. Go back a decade. The home runs of the night, the web gems, where that product and everything is so internet-based and YouTube, creators make as much as, content as a worldwide leader. It's tough. You don't really know where to go to for like I just feel like if we knew hey, baseball tonight every night at 10:30 or whatever, like that could help them. But again, I don't know what the viewership and the reason behind that is. I'm not looking at their analytics, but that I think helped the game because I would watch Red Sox games and I'd put on baseball tonight and see I'd learn about a lot of these players.
Carson down to the 1. Seahawks are trying to extend their lead at the ball's at the 1 yard line. I wouldn't mind a Russell Wilson rushing score here.
It would be nice for me, that, or maybe you can get Greg Olsen, who's on the line, or maybe one of those reverse little drop off passes, the Curtis Samuel, if you will. Oh! No.
Olsen in motion. Wilson to Carson.
Got stopped.
Oh my God! He tried to jump in. His helmet hit the back of a player.
He jumped into a brick wall and got denied.
He jumped into Ducey's wall. Ouch.
Hurts, don't it?
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Ooh. So let's see here. Ooh, we got a fullback in there. Be careful.
Is it Hyde?
That looks.
It's Carson.
Carson. So no vulture.
Seahawks up 9 now. Extra point coming. Rich and Trish was in first place. Eddie P, or Eddie Pond DK, as I like to say, must be. Now in 5th, dropping from 2nd to 5th. Rich and Trish in 1st. Rostered Carson. Super Bowl, baby. Get the hairball on your coat. Clint, you're not going to get blocked. Everything's fine. You just can't use inappropriate language.
Is he saying bad things?
No, just referencing a previous occurrence.
Oh, Clint, just how about this, Clint? Smile, dude. Smile, relax, enjoy the day.
Yeah, it's all good.
Drink some water or your favorite beverage.
We have about 370 people watching on YouTube. Thanks for being here. Smash the like button if you haven't already. We're almost at 150. We can do it. We can get there. Must be. Great call, Dumbo. My ears. What's the term for like a pedicure for your ears? An earicure? Earicure?
No, like an ear cleaning, maybe. Like I watch those videos on YouTube.
How can I shrink my ears?
Oh no, you don't. Your ears are perfect. Why would you want to shrink them?
Because my cousins, my lovable cousins, they're older. That was like one of the first things they ever made fun of me for. And now I thought, oh, it's just my cousins. But now must be is calling out my ears.
Well, must be just a perfect human being.
I know, but I'm like, wow, maybe they aren't really that big.
No, they're not big. You're good.
Okay, thank you.
I got you.
Haha, must be. You're wrong. First time playing Fortnite. Remember when Ducey was brave enough to read the Twitch chat?
Listen, we've said this time and time again. If you're not reading both, don't even bother. Like I always say to cough, open up the Twitch, bro. Don't be shy.
You won't do it.
I know.
He has to get publicly shamed. You saw what happened when I was in Cough's basement. Yes. He has 80,000 tabs open, not Twitch. And his reasoning is, I just don't care for it. Well, that's rude.
Yeah, he needs to realize that. He probably has an iPad too.
Too much work.
Yeah, I guess so. I got like 3 laptops right now in my setup.
Yeah, I got 2 screens. I got an iPad right here. So
you.
Typically, I'll have the game here on my monitor, the YouTube chat, Twitch. You got to keep in a separate browser because, as we've talked about, if you don't, it's just you can't minimize it. It won't read you have to keep it up on a full picture. And then if there's like last night we were doing the 6 and the 8. I forget who I was with, but I had the Bruins game on the iPad.
Gotcha.
Okay. Russell Wilson, 12 of 16, 160 touchdown. Jared Goff, 17 of 21, and a tud. He fumbled in this one too.
Yeah. Oh, that's what it's called. A pedicure for your ears, a wet willy. Yeah. Clean it out. You ever watch those videos? You ever see the videos where people get their ears cleaned with the camera?
No.
Oh, fascinating stuff, dude. Super fascinating. Yeah, just get it. Like, because we don't know how, like, what goes beyond. You're not supposed to use a Q-tip, but we all do. But you're not, like, what goes beyond that area.
Yeah, I heard that.
It's crazy, by the way. Like, if you ever watch some of those videos, like, have you ever had your ear flushed out by chance, even as a child?
I had swimmer's ear once.
Yeah. So did they use the flushing, like the syringe to clean it out? Is that how they cleared it? Do you know?
I don't remember. I was young.
Okay. Well, I had a similar situation when I was young, and they did the like syringe clean. So you like heads here, they have like the bedpan like next to your ear, and they clean it. And what is in there is bizarre. Like it's not all gross wax. Like even just a little bit of cloth, like particles. It's weird. Worth watching. After this, in between Sims for you, just pop on ear cleaning on YouTube and just watch a couple. It's kind of gross if you don't like the visual of wax, but when you really think about it, it makes you just think, I want to get that done.
Wow. I'm really investing in cleaning my body.
You should. Listen, it's very important. Like DFS Queen says, Glash pushing his wax in deep. That is what they say happens. So as much as you get of wax when you clean your ear with a Q-tip, like if you go a few days, which by the way, wax in our ear is good for us. Like a little bit of it, not like a ton, but it protects you. But like when you do it and you see all that grossness on there, just imagine what you didn't get and what's moving around in there. It's gnarly.
Ew. Kelvin says Brendan looking like Aaron Rodgers today. Wish I was in Hawaii too.
Oh, be awesome.
Candles work great, says Ted.
I just don't believe that when they have seen those before.
Disco 7 on Twitch. That's our WNBA commentator sticking his own wet fingers in his ears.
Yeah. A human being.
Damn right.
Twister says Rossi has a pair of pants in his ear. It did once. Bad Boy says, I haven't used a Q-tip in 5 years. Never felt better. Also, you can do the camera ear cleaning at home now. I have seen that, Bad Boys, but I don't like doing it myself just doesn't feel right. Like, I don't trust myself with the eardrum.
Gary says, I had a paper patch put on. Wow. Yeah. I had a paper patch put on a hole in my eardrum 5 times when I was a kid. Worst experience of my life.
That's tough. That's tough. Also, yeah, King says, I have my ears waxed. I have my ears waxed to keep the hair short. Real? Like the right in that. I know what you're saying. Yeah, you don't want those crazy hairs fringing out there. Yeah, Bad Boy says it too. Air candling is a farce. See, I agree with that. I don't believe. At least it doesn't work as well as if you go to get a professional.
Oh,
is that my guy too?
Bobby Trees to the 1. Hey, we got Malcolm Brown, baby.
Yeah, this is them. But my captain would have liked it a little bit more. But where am I sitting right now? I feel like I'm getting bombed. I am in 82nd, so that would have really helped.
I'm in 53rd.
All right, so I can't jump you if Malcolm Brown scores. We'll see. Is he in there? Looks like it.
Think so.
Yeah, that's no long hair. But they have the Billy bench set, so he could be doing crossing routes. Oh.
Score!
Oh, reach!
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's a great call. First time playing Fortnite says, Glash, can you wax your ears for your next TikTok? You should TikTok a little bit of the pedicure.
Oh, no one wants to see that.
And of course no one wants to see any of it. Glash, it's all junk of the internet, but you're good at it, so you might as well roll it in. Content, baby. Come on.
There we go.
What was that, Brown? Yeah.
Yep.
Woo.
Yep.
Right. That helps.
Yep. Malcolm.
I think Malcolm Brown is if you have the low, he doesn't cost a ton. He comes in
2,600.
Yeah, 2,600. Like, I think if you're building a roster the way Glash, myself, he's a great guy to throw in there. What you just saw is all you need. Couple of carries, scores a touchdown. He's only drafted in our contest in 9.4%. And in the overall contest, I was just looking at the ownership a second ago too. He doesn't come in that high, so he's worth throwing in there so you have a lot of money to have better high-profile players. Malcolm Brown, 4.3 in the free showdown. 4.3.
Wow.
Yep.
Germ says, I want to see Glass show off them tasty toes. First time playing Fortnite, your toes are famous. I pledge when I am in the Sunshine State, starting on Sunday.
Goes out?
I will absolutely take photos of my toes.
Can you
by the pool.
Can you? I don't know what kind of swimwear you wear, how long your suit or potential speedo is, but can you do the hot dog or
Legs thing?
Yeah, the dumbest thing that ever happened on the internet. But every time I see it, I laugh. Especially if you have like hairy legs, or you can shave them.
I can do that.
Appreciate you. Yeah, Giggle Pig saying, yeah, air candles are not very good. Having a deaf sister and a brother-in-law who is a doctor, they have mounds of research showing it's not no long-term positive effects. Yeah, I've heard about that. Sorry to hear about your sister, and I don't know like how that works with cleaning ears too. But.
Giraffe King says Olsen, not my kid.
Yeah, right now he's my favorite, but that's personal.
First time playing Fortnite. New Twitter parody account will be Glash's Twinkle Toes. Rich says, I live in Orlando. You better bring sunscreen. I won't be too far from there, Rich. So
go say hi.
Gotta lather up.
Our guy Eric Winalda jumps in and says, dude, it's 110 outside here in Vegas. Just saying hi. Back to the pool. I really should be watching soccer. Dude, why would you watch soccer when you got DreamStream, Winalda? I think you're a coward, but come on. Thanks for jumping in. Eric, make sure you hit that like while you're here, bro. Appreciate you.
And if I remember correctly, Winalda categorized, put me in the trash category.
Oh, such a coward. He is a coward.
The heck?
What was it against?
What the heck, Eric? Commentators, Kaufman, Emerson, and me.
Did he must have bought Koff because Koff probably did it.
And I think, actually, I know it was. I think when we had it just popped in my head. Winalda was one of our commentators on the holiday tournament.
Yes, he was.
That was fun. I think he had fun.
Yeah, he definitely does. He is a good sport. Aside from the time when he told me in Freeze Pops we shouldn't be, or specifically me, that I can't comment on Hall of Famers because I never played the sport. I hated that, and I still get mad at him.
You can agree to disagree.
Nope, he's wrong. I'm right. Just kidding. No, of course you can't. That's why my favorite song of all time is "We Can Work It Out" by the Beatles. You don't always have to agree and be on the same page, as long as we can both understand each other.
Yeah.
Oh, Bang, what are you saying? Bang, what's your problem over there? That's some saucy language.
3rd and 9, all the time. Ooh. Russ takes off.
Oh, wait, get the... Okay. Whew.
We're almost at 150 likes. Crush the like button. Smash it. Tickle it. Fall on it.
Roach, I see you.
Hit the like button like you're using a Q-tip in your ears. There's a good energy in the sim.
It is. Must be that is exactly what he said. Because I said Kurt Warner shouldn't be a Hall of Famer. And then he was like, you guys can't comment on it. You're not Hall of Fame people. That's basically what he said. Not people, but you know what I mean. Anyway.
I know the egos that need to be stroked on this deal. Fair. All right, Winalda's right. Good to see you, Eric.
Eric, we love you. All good in my book. I'm sure we'll get together on one of these sims in the future, or you can just invite me to Vegas and I'll just come hang out with you by the pool.
Oh, yeah, I'm in. I would love to go spend time with Winalda. I'm just going to invite myself.
Listen, we've always talked about doing more sims in person. We'll just me and you can fly out to Winalda's, chill by the pool. He can tell me all there is to know about the ins and outs of soccer, and we can call some sims.
Yeah, forget going to Kaufman's. Let's go to Winalda's.
Kaufman's fine.
Oh, yeah, I have this porch. You can sit on it. Oh, Winalda. I mean.
Yeah, where's the pool at? I think doesn't Koff have a pool, actually?
No, he doesn't.
Oh, then he's... Oh, no! Russ! Coughs it up! That's a big turnover here. Less than 2 to play. Ooh. Probably might get a review.
Will we?
Miami Misfit says Ronaldo winning by free rent in your head. Oh, everybody's in my head, dude. Everybody's in each other's heads. We live in a weird, frantic world. And you know what else is in my head? A lot of wax, because I don't clean my ears often enough.
You know, the whole like rent-free thing, I don't really get sometimes because he's in the chat. Like we're reading, he brought himself in here. Like, you know what I mean? Like we're just talking.
He's one of us. Listen, just like Glash, you pop in the chat when you're not here. Same thing with myself. I jump in at times. Koff will jump in. Emerson forgot about the Sims, but everybody else seems to jump in at times, you know?
Yeah, I don't get that sometimes. I'm like, well, he's here. It relates. So there's a chance for Jared Goff now to tie the game, maybe even win the game. I have no faith. None. He's at the 37. Sloman, not quite Sloman range. Jared!
Oh. West Streamer, I'm with you. He says, I'm dying. Olsen only has like 1.5 points right now. Dude, I'm with you.
Bad Boys of Pop, you've been negative recently. I was upset about contests. Didn't mean to take it out on you guys. I didn't even know that.
It's all good, man. Bad Boys, everybody has their ups and downs. I wanted to let you know that. So voice your opinion, get it out of your system. And just remember, we're here for your entertainment. We're trying our best.
Oh, Goff delivers to Higbee.
That's your guy, though.
I do have Higbee. I'm in 12th. Wow, let's go. Wow. Doulaville, first place in our contest. Rams have 1 timeout. Is Jared Goff going to mess this up?
Let's see. Ooh.
Anderson.
I'm 52nd. If he gets one to Bob Trees here to win the game, are they going to even take a shot? That is the question. I hope so.
If they take a shot, I bet you they don't win the game. They're going to run out of time. Unless they get a quick play out of bounds. They're going to kick the field goal.
I'll take them not winning either. Okay.
They're going to kick the field goal.
Probably. Yep. Easy money for Shlomo.
Rossi, have you come on these streams and advocated cheating? Not like in The Sims, like just in general. Cheating in sports.
Oh, wait. Yes, I did. I think I know what this is. We were going on a rant about some of my issues, and I told people like that the Patriots were cheaters, and I said, go ahead, cheat as long as they win. I don't really care. It was more of a rant. It wasn't reality.
Oh, okay.
But I did say it, so yes, I cannot back down. Who brought that up? Am I looking at the Drew? No, nobody said. Who is it? Who's calling me out in the chat?
Where did I see it? Oh, bang. Not entertaining when you advocate cheating.
First of all, that was not really the conversation. I think there's a clip of it somewhere. I think Smash has it. I think I retweeted it. Basically, I was saying, like, we were joking about, like, sometimes when we dip into our New England fandom and how people react, so then I went this whole, like, how can you even be satisfied with all the cheating, and it was just cheat, and I said, you know what, screw it. Hope he does cheat. As long as we win, I don't care. Like, as a fan, like, realistically, at the end of the day, if your team wins and you find out years later, even though they didn't, but we're not getting into it, but anywho. Don't cheat. Be a good person. Be above it. Win the right way, baby. Because you know what? People in this chat, I know for a fact, even when you complain, even when you're a little aggravated, you're all winners. You're all good people. You all mean well. So I want to see you win in life. Whatever you need, you have. It is within you.
So I love how Russ is in the shotgun.
Trying?
They're going to run the ball.
Oh.
Timeout.
Don't do it. Don't call it. Yeah, they're just going to let it go.
I
don't like when they call that timeout. There's no point. You just, Oh, yes.
Let the time run out, go to overtime. By the way, we are simulating the entire 2021 NFL schedule. So these teams meeting up in week 5. Seattle leads, actually isn't a tie, but has a better point differential than San Francisco. Seattle 3-1. The Rams are 2-2. The order in the NFC West goes like this: Seattle 3-1, San Francisco 3-1, Arizona is 2-2, and the Rams are 2-2. Rams have a minus 15 point differential through 4 sims. That stays the same with the score tied at 24. And here we go. Overtime.
Get it. Let's go. Who do you guys need? Let's end this thing on some positivity. I want to see somebody, like, for me, it would be great if Greg Olsen just takes a 75-yarder to the house right now.
Rossi, what a reference to golden gooses. Remember those books we'd read in, like, middle school? Like, oh, here comes the golden goose with the golden egg.
That's what I feel about people. I do.
Every goose is special.
Yeah, we all, like, at the end of the day, we're all unique. Ooh, wait a minute. Oh, almost happened.
Olsen!
Almost. I think it was 15 yards, but no, it's like 20. 19 yards. There we go, kid. Let's go, Greg. Warm up. I truly feel that about people. I think we're all individually unique and special in our own ways and not like haha. It's very easy to make fun of each other. But listen, we all have families, friends. We've all seen ups, we've seen downs. And, listen, a lot of crap in this world. And here, it's all good.
Just a lot of piling up on Carson. He does have a touchdown. It's 24-24.
Pig pile.
Retease Did You Know has pulled a clip from Twitch when I lost it. Listen to this real quick.
Wait, what happened? What is going on there? What is that?
That was a while ago.
Is that from the Buddy Day?
That's good. Wow. I might have to play that one more time.
Where did that just come from?
It's a Twitch clip. Here we go.
Now, are you on that sim with Ducey?
I don't remember. The clip doesn't show or explain who I'm with.
I need this to be said right now. I need everyone to hear this voice. That tone, your voice right there is hilarious. That's energy. That's a little bit of a heat, a little anger in there. Absolutely amazing. Amazing stuff. That clip is fire. That is awesome.
Play that every sim, says Anna.
It honestly, because you know what? I've been on a few sims and I know how to play. You know, you host with all of us, you know, being on that chair, like you have to placate to both, people complimenting you, disrespecting you, whatever. But like, I have no problem when people say bad things about me, reading it, good, bad, or in between, unless it's just absolutely ridiculous. But it really is funny. Like, that's hilarious.
I play it one more time.
Your world, I'm living it.
Okay, let me move it closer to the mic.
Fantastic. I'm reading the positivity, the positive feedback about Dickie Ducey. And that just goes in one ear and out the other. All the positivity. But I call you buddy in the first quarter on a Michael Thomas touchdown. I read the negative stuff about me. What about my supporters? Come on. My supporters. Read about my support in the chat, Clash. Come on, Clash. Read my support.
He grinded your gears that day, clearly. Because that right there, by the way. Woo!
Wow.
Disco 7, was that the WNBA edition? Jason Myers whiffs the field goal, by the way. So now if the Rams put any points on the board, ball game, Dickie Ducey style.
Oh. I mean, so you remember this, Rossi. We were calling Smash Lanta the unofficial broadcast production assistant.
Oh yeah.
Twitch is essentially like our database for sound bites. I mean, the amount of things they have. Like, there's a great sound bite of Kaufman saying if it's Nets Lakers in the finals, he wouldn't watch. So now Kauf can watch because the Lakers won't be in it.
I actually back him up on that too. I don't like hate watching things, so I don't watch it if I don't like it. It was the famous Super Bowl, the 49ers versus Ravens. I went out to dinner. Like, I didn't even really want to watch the game.
Retease, did you know? If you don't mind, when I'm with Jeff next sim, can you pop that link in there again, please?
Oh, he'll love it.
That's I think it's hysterical. I don't remember that.
I'm telling you, that is like, I love when I hear people like that, because you're not being mean, you're being like sarcastic, you're aggravated just enough. You're not angry. You're just ticked off. And there's
I'm not
nothing
yelling like mad. I'm just
no.
like,
And you're just frustrated with him because he's probably standing right there because he made a dumb comment that you found to be dumb or upsetting you a little, just a little. So you're like, all right, man, like, so sorry, dude. Like, oh, it's great. That is a money clip. I want the NFT of that ASAP.
There's 24 views.
Germ says, I haven't watched a non-Tom Brady Super Bowl in 20 years. Well, you haven't missed much, I guess. There's been a lot of them.
Retease, did you know? Do you have more sound bites that you can pop in here that are appropriate?
Well, be careful with that part. Well, they're all going to be appropriate because it's, it's us saying things, so I don't think there's many things that would be inappropriate.
I need to update my Slack because it's not working again. So stupid. Sorry, guys. Oh, Daniel has. Oh, here we go. Rossi, here it is right here. Boom, from Daniel. Let's listen to this one.
Okay.
I say this purely as a Celtics fan. If it is a Nets-Lakers NBA Finals, I'd pull the world out. I won't watch a minute.
Oh, stop it.
I won't. I'll still play NBA DFS. I'll still,
Oh, yeah, of course.
Whatever.
You're going to make a lineup and not watch?
Yep. I won't. I mean, I'll watch the score.
You'll hate watch. You will.
I will not watch. I won't watch a minute.
Daniel, Twitch, someone, Smash Lanta, you're here. You know what to do. Someone clip that, please. Please, I beg you.
Love it.
Several things should not be replayed on this stream, says Drew.
Because we've all been.
Oh wait, we got one more. Oh wow, can we play one more?
What is it?
It's from Retease. Did you know? My take on Aaron Rodgers. Don't play the Rodgers one, says Drew. Is it bad? Okay. All right. The producer said no. I got to listen to
what you would do. Check it during the middle, and if it's clean, maybe you can ask during the 4 o'clock.
Right. Yeah, we got to be nice to the players too. Okay. See, this is the perfect time to go on vacation.
Yeah, exactly. Glass shows. Wait till tomorrow at noon, dude. Drew, you producing? Who's producing tomorrow at noon?
Maybe I should get suspended.
No, you don't. Oh, Carolyn. Oh, yeah. No, she'll kill it if you did it on her time. If she's available.
Yeah.
Whoa.
All right. 24. Come on, Russ. What are you made of? From the 30. Carson. First time.
Casson.
Yeah. Casson kid.
You know what? I'm at that point, Glash. I don't know where you are in the sim. I drank my entire bottle of water. I have to go to the bathroom so bad.
Go.
No. I'm gonna gut it out. Unless it gets to the point where I'm gonna pee my pants. I'm very close, but usually I can stay distracted. Those clips really distract me.
Look, everybody. Rossi peed his pants.
Oh, please.
3rd and 1. First down and more.
Got it. So right now, I'm trying to think because this should be the end of the game coming up. Obviously, anything can happen. But I'm looking at like player of the game. Maybe I'm crazy. I feel like no one's really stood out. I feel like the defense have scored. Everything's kind of been spread. No 2 touchdown games. Right now, I'm leaning towards Malcolm Brown just for the low ownership and the touchdown, being the glossy, glamorous player of the game.
Super
Reynolds.
Super Bowl baby 67 Ducey is now curled up in the corner of his room, sucking his thumb with the Jets comforter wrapped around him.
Oh, ball game.
Got it!
You know, I'm going to go ahead. So since the game's over, we're going to give Malcolm Brown the Glossy Toes Player of the Game and the Not My Kid Award. I'm going to look at I feel like, I don't know what Cooper Kupp. I feel like he's rather quiet. Now, 10 points. Let me just look at a random. I feel like everybody was like even. I feel like was there a real stinker here at the top? Maybe Chris Carson scored, right?
Yeah, he did.
So like I'm just trying to think. This was a pretty evenly distributed on points. So let me just refer here to the top ownership again. Even like Bob Trees disappointed me, but he still played all right. Wasn't like a huge disappointment here.
No one really stunk.
No, like Trees is close, 5 for 63. Reynolds, Cooper Kupp. Jared Goff threw some touchdowns. We'll go Darrell Henderson. So
okay.
We'll give the two running backs the
11.3 points, which is still not bad. But
I'm giving it to him though. I'm not going to overthink it. But it is what it is. They can be mad at me later.
Might be a good call from the chat. Lockett. How'd Tyler Lockett do?
Oh yeah, but where's his ownership here? I feel like he's less than.
So
Lockett
at 6 for 78. That's fine.
Yeah, and Higbee is the other one. And Tyler Lockett's below Henderson. Higbee with the other one. Elliott bailed himself. I'm going with Darrell Henderson. Of all the highest owned, he was the one with the least. So that's where I'm going. Done. Appreciate the feedback. Love each and every single one of you.
All right, good deal. 5-way tie, first place in the free public contest. Wilson captained, Metcalf, Carson, Lockett. Lockett was in the winning lineup. Reynolds, Seahawks defense. Bobby, 8-3-1. Won our free contest by 1.2 points. Same exact build as the winning lineup in the free public contest.
Love to see it.
So, nice work. We hit up over 150 likes.
Love that.
Fantastic.
Thanks, Super Bowl baby. Appreciate that kind comments. And great job, Glash. And you were Rossi. That's all I'm looking for.
All right, so I would play the Ducey clip again, but we are late, and we do need to go to Ross Tucker. If this was a 1 hour crisp sim, I'd say let's play one more time, but we need to go. We hope to have Terrell in here at 4, and Jeff. Jeff will be here as well. Jeff Ulrich, Moose. So stick around, Rossi. See you tomorrow.
All right, Glash. Listen, go enjoy the toe pampering. Get those babies ready to be seen and see the light of day. And for everybody, hope you have a great rest of your day. Put in those lineups for your 4 o'clock. You got the 6 o'clock. Let's win some money together. Kick off your weekend the right way. And I'll be back tomorrow at noon, which I'm sure you're all anticipating and setting your clocks for right now.
Thanks to producer Drew, also Daniel and Kyle from Ops. Back in 40 minutes, here is Ross Tucker on the Fantasy Feast.
It's time to eat.
What are you hungry for?
Sit down and get ready to consume an abundance of fantasy football knowledge from Ross Tucker and Joe Dolan.
Feed me now. I'm starving.
On the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast.
Yeah, let's eat, baby. It is the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast presented by DraftKings. I'm Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, 5 teams, 7 years. A bunch of podcasts. Andrew Brandt was fantastic on today's Ross Tucker football podcast. He always is. We'll have Greg Cosell on tomorrow's Ross Tucker football podcast. All of our shows, the best 30 minutes of on-demand audio or video, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL that you can get. Fantasy Feast for fantasy, even money for betting. Ross Tucker Football Podcast for just general awesomeness and football. And the College Draft Podcast has been awesome with Emory Hunt going over every single draft choice in the 2021 NFL Draft. Why not, right? I have also been loving the series we've been doing here on the Fantasy Feast Podcast, where we are getting the great Joe Dolan's rankings for every rookie of consequence. We did quarterbacks. We did tight ends. We did running backs. We had a brief interlude where we made sure you knew about the quarterback veteran situations and rookies for DraftKings Best Ball, which has launched, which is awesome. We will have some very cool opportunities for you as it relates to Best Ball and me and Joe and DraftKings in future weeks. Next week, by the way, we're going to dive into little Rookie of the Year conversation, some rookie props, really into the rookies these days. Tom Brawley from Fantasy Points, an absolute stud. But I mentioned Joe Dolan at FG_Dolan on Twitter. He's the fantasy gangster, FG_Dolan, the master of all he oversees at fantasypoints.com, where you should put in the code 21Feast. And Joe, this is it. This is the end of our rookie skill guy rankings post-draft.
Yeah, for us, but this is the kind of ranking system where, fortunately, we're having some semblance of a normal offseason this year. So there might be guys where I say, right now I don't have a whole lot of interest, where come July and August, you're starting to hear the buzz. Maybe somebody gets hurt. Somebody like, for instance, we're going to talk about a lot of the day 2 wide receivers on this podcast. But for instance, somebody like a Josh Palmer, who is the 3rd round pick of the Chargers at the wide receiver position, somebody you might not think has a whole lot of value right now, but Keenan Allen's gotten dinged up at times in recent years. I don't want to call him injury prone, but Mike Williams has had a big time problem with injuries. He might be somebody who shoots up draft boards in July and August. So remember, these are just initial rankings where I'm looking at guys and from a best ball perspective. A lot of the guys we talk about today are going to be last round, last 2 or 3 rounds type of guys. But certainly in the 2nd and 3rd rounds, even into the 4th and 5th rounds, a lot of talented receivers came off the board in the NFL draft.
Well, and to that point, Joe, last week we talked about Devontae Smith through Rashad Bateman. So we ranked, or at least not we, you gave us your rankings. By the way, I'm at Ross Tucker NFL, and we are at Ross Tucker Pod. But you gave us your rankings for all the first-round picks: Jamar Chase, Devontae Smith, Jalen Waddle, Kadarius Toney, Rashad Bateman. This week we're talking about the 2nd and 3rd round guys in particular. And maybe you have a 4th round guy or somebody later that you have your eye on. But here's the thing, Joe. There have been some ridiculous seasons as far as rookies are concerned from round 2 and round 3 recently. I mean, Terry McLaurin, DK Metcalf, T. Higgins. I know I'm missing like 5. I mean, there have been a bunch of legit 2nd and 3rd round rookies, Joe.
And I mean, even dating back, Ross, a couple of years. I mean, I know he's kind of out of the league now, but Jordan Matthews produced big time numbers as a rookie. Devontae Adams was a 2nd round pick. Dating back, Chad Johnson, Ocho Cinco, I believe, was a 2nd round pick. He was a late 1st or early 2nd round pick. Even dating back to, I believe, 2002, one of the greatest rookie seasons of all time, Anquan Bolden was a 2nd round pick. So you're looking at guys here who Michael Pittman last year was a 2nd round pick. Chase Claypool was a 2nd round pick. To suggest that these guys, they weren't 1st round picks, so they're not going to produce. I mean, it's just lazy analysis at this point, Ross. It's just lazy analysis to suggest that guys aren't going to produce simply because of their that they weren't a 1st round pick. I had some questions about guys like Kadarius Toney and Rashad Bateman, who were 1st round picks, about their opportunities to produce for fantasy. But there are some guys certainly who went on day 2 who I'm looking at potentially producing early on.
It's a great point. Let's dive into them, Joe. The highest ranked guy, the first guy taken, very curious about this guy. I could see this guy putting up some pretty legit numbers.
Yeah.
2nd pick of round 2, Elijah Moore goes to the New York Jets, which I thought was a little weird, Joe, considering arguably the best skill player for the Jets was a slot receiver, and then they go ahead and draft a slot receiver.
Well, I think Elijah Moore can do a little bit more than that. The problem is his size. He's not very big. I think he was listed at 5'9", or measured in at 5'9". But this is a really talented guy. This is somebody our guy Scott Barrett came on the podcast a number of months ago and sung the praises of Elijah Moore. And then I had a conversation with Greg Cosell just yesterday as this is Wednesday, the 2nd of June. Just yesterday, the 1st of June, I had a conversation with him where he said he liked Elijah Moore's tape more than that of Kadarius Toney. Now, that's not a mind-blowing statement. They went about 10 to 15 picks apart, so it's not that controversial statement. But you see that line of demarcation between first and second rounder. But I do believe Elijah Moore's got a chance to produce right away. There is a little bit of a roadblock here, though, and I think you were alluding to Jamison Crowder. And Jamison Crowder, now everybody's always a cut candidate. They can save $10 million. But the thing about Jamison Crowder is they have the cap space. They don't need that money. They can keep Jamison Crowder and they can help him ease Zach Wilson into his job. But right now, I've got Elijah Moore in like the wide receiver 55 to 60 range for a rookie wide receiver. Now, you might be looking at that and saying, whoa, that's a little too low. Well, keep in mind, I have him above 2 first-round picks. I have him above both Rashad Bateman and I have him above Kadarius Toney on my personal fantasy depth chart just because I like the opportunity a little bit more. But all of a sudden, and if you're somebody who's a Sam Darnold stan and you're kind of making excuses for Sam Darnold, well, all of a sudden you look at this receiving core with Corey Davis and Denzel Mims, and now you got Moore, and then they still have Jamison Crowder. Right. They still have Crowder there. It's super deep now. So there is a little bit of a competition for targets, but I think that wide receiver 55 to 60 range is the right kind of spot to be taking Elijah Moore. I wouldn't be overly shocked if he ended up leading this team in receptions just because of what he can do. But right now, I don't think that's the most likely outcome. But Elijah Moore is a guy I will be peppering a ton in the double-digit rounds in best ball.
You know what? While we're at it, why don't I ask you about the other Moore, Rondale Moore, who also went in the second round. He's a weird guy in the sense that, first of all, unbelievable high school football player. He was in the U.S. Army Bowl, and I called it. And he might have had, Joe, like the best freshman season by a receiver almost ever. I mean, he's at Purdue killing Ohio State, killing these teams. And then his second year he gets hurt. Last year, he played like a game or two and
then he opted out.
But he goes to the Arizona Cardinals where they wanted speed. They wanted big playability. Now, they still have AJ Green, who you point out last week had a horrific season. They do have DeAndre Hopkins. So what are we thinking about Rondale Moore?
Well, Ross, the Commodores wrote a song about him. He is a brick you-know-what house. I mean, he's 5'7", but this guy is built like a tank. I mean, so he's really good after the catch. Now, the question becomes, do you look at that 5'7" frame and say that's not a full-time player? That's somebody who we're going to play 45 to 50% of the snaps, and we're going to manufacture touches for him. Cliff Kingsbury has been good at manufacturing touches in his NFL career as a coach thus far. And does that mean that he's not going to produce a whole lot for fantasy? Or is he more of like a really good NFL player who doesn't get it done for fantasy all that much? I can tell you our projection for Rondale Moore at fantasypoints.com right now. We have him for 46 catches as a rookie. And now that's presupposing Larry Fitzgerald does retire. I certainly think if Larry Fitzgerald says, I'm going to come in and I'm going to be a part-time player, the Cardinals would accommodate that. But certainly at this point, Rondale Moore gives you more, no pun intended, as a slot receiver than Larry Fitzgerald does. Just a really good after-the-catch type of guy. I would think in leagues where you might have return yardage, Rondale Moore could contribute there. I currently have him at, let me find him in my rankings here. I currently have him at wide receiver 68 in my personal best ball rankings. Coincidentally, that's where we have him in our staff projections at fantasypoints.com, wide receiver 68. I'm just not sure the volume's going to be there, but certainly an explosive player, somebody who I will be dabbling in when I take him towards in the back round of a best ball draft. He certainly just gives you more juice than some of the, for instance, AJ Green. I think I'd rather have Rondale Moore than AJ Green. Maybe that ends up looking stupid because I think the Cardinals are counting on AJ Green to start for them on the perimeter, but I just truly believe that Rondale Moore offers more upside at this stage.
Well, especially best ball, right? Like, doesn't it seem like Rondale Moore is a good candidate to have 2 or 3 big games because of
Right.
his big playability.
Right. And I mean, there's a chance here where Rondale Moore has like 3 games where he has 3 catches for 100 yards and a touchdown. Now, he might end up with 40 catches on the season. He might have 5 or 6 games where he doesn't catch a football. But as your 6th receiver on a best ball team, those spike games are what matter. You know, take it from me, the guy who keeps falling into the Deshaun Jackson trap every single year. Those spike games do matter. And I think Rondale Moore gives you an opportunity to get those spike games. Guaranteed, they're going to manufacture touches for him. That includes jet sweeps. That includes the little pop passes that Sean McVay has made popular. You know, throwing to Cooper Kupp and Robert Woods with the Rams. So I certainly think Rondale Moore is going to be utilized in that kind of role.
Joe, can I ask you a personal question, quick?
Yes, you can.
Are you losing your hair at all?
Yeah, I am. Ross, it's a slow death right now. But you do notice I try to switch up the hats here. I wasn't ask any of my college friends. I wasn't a hat guy in college. Now my wife, she tells me, she's like, I like when you wear hats now. And I was like, that's a backhanded compliment.
No. You know what? My wife has always liked when I wore hats, but a lot of times for the TV stuff and speaking engagements, so a lot of stuff I do, you can't wear hats. I don't know if you're using Keeps or not yet, Joe, but if you want to keep your hair, and most people do, you absolutely should. Look, we know about the FDA now with all the pandemic stuff. They've approved 2 medications that prevent hair loss. That means in multiple studies, there is evidence and proof that they prevent hair loss. This isn't like, oh, I think that might. No, it does. And I've been a customer for years. In fact, I was putting the topical solution on my head and taking the pill before I heard about Keeps. And then Keeps came out and I was like, hold on a second. I don't have to go to the doctor anymore to get the prescription for the pill. I don't have to go buy the topical solution or go to the drugstore to pick it up. No, you don't. It's an online doctor. It's beautiful. They send them both to my house now. The topical solution and the pill. If you are ready to take action and prevent hair loss like Joe Dolan needs to, go to keeps.com/feast to receive your first month of treatment for free. Joe, I'm going to give you that. I'm going to give you that as a bonus for doing the show. I'm going to sign you up for Keeps. KEEPS.com/feast.
Oh, give me that
your
topical,
first month
Ross.
free.
What is that? KEEPS?
Yeah, KEEPS.com/feast. That would be, Joe, if you sign up and send me the screenshot, I will get you something legit because I'm just telling you, dude, look at my hair. Look at go back to see me on TV like 5 years ago, 8 years ago. I actually think it looks even better. Anyway, let's keep it going because there's some more receivers to get to, including round 2, guys. The next guy, believe it or not, to go off the board was to the Seattle Seahawks. Dwayne Eskridge was the 24th pick of round 2, Joe. I don't know, man. DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, Julio Jones rumors, which I highly doubt, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm feeling Eskridge feels like he's maybe more of a dynasty longer-term play than he is a best ball guy or a guy for this year.
Yeah, I think you can make the argument that he's a worthwhile final round best ball kind of pick, Dwayne Eskridge. He is super explosive. One of the problems that I think dynasty players might run into with Dwayne Eskridge is reconciling that he's a super old rookie. Here's me. I turned 35 in a month and a half, but he's 24. As a rookie, which is it's old for a rookie, Ross. Let's call it like it is. There's some guys who haven't turned 21 yet who are entering the NFL. But the Seahawks see a guy who was super explosive in college. He was a special teams player of the year. I think he's going to be a return man. But I don't think they're going to let Russ cook. They tried it for a bit, and then Ross was cooking some spoiled food. I mean, let's be honest with it. So I don't think they're going to let Russ cook this year. I think they're going to be, once again, a low-volume passing offense that's going to filter a significant number of targets to those 2 very good receivers, Metcalf and Lockett. Eskridge is a guy, I think if you draft him as a 6th or 7th wide receiver, you hope for him to have a game or 2 where he pops off and uses that explosiveness.
That's interesting that you don't think they're going to let Russ cook.
I just don't think so. I mean, look, Pete Carroll, they have told you constantly over the years that they want to run the football. They re-signed Chris Carson this offseason. Russell Wilson is coming off arguably the worst 8-game stretch of his entire career after he started the season, on that hot streak. Oh, they're doing it. And then just something happened. They bring in Waldron. They bring him in from the McVay offense they base everything around the run game. That outside zone run game, that wide zone, that is the basis for the passing game. Again, you don't need to run to set up the play action, but your concepts are based off that run game. That is exactly what Seattle's still going to be. I don't know if the summer of discontent for Russell Wilson's over or not, but I just don't see this as the kind of offense that's going to support 3 wide receivers for fantasy. Now, I think if you're looking at Dwayne Eskridge, I think you look at somebody like David Moore, who I think had like 35 catches and 6 touchdowns last year. And I wonder if that's kind of Eskridge's upside. Remember, David Moore is gone. He's not there anymore. So I wonder if you're looking at that and you're saying it was exactly that, 35 catches, 6 touchdowns for David Moore. There's best ball value in that. Drafting that guy in the week where he scores a touchdown or 2, but there's not redraft value there.
Okay, let's get to Terrace Marshall Jr. Second round pick, goes to the Carolina Panthers. Remember, played at LSU. Carolina Panthers offensive coordinator Joe Brady came from LSU, played for him. Is that enough? The combination of Terrace Marshall in, familiarity with Joe Brady, Curtis Samuel out. Very curious to hear your ranking on Marshall.
Well, I think they can play him in the slot. We have him at wide receiver 74 right now, just as a kind of a guide. That's right in the same range as Emmanuel Sanders and Demarcus Robinson. So I think you understand that there's missing targets there. Maybe Marshall is the slot receiver there. Now, it seems like they might put DJ Moore more in the slot, which bodes well because, Sam Darnold's had a lot of success throwing the ball to Jamison Crowder. But I think Marshall can play all over, including in the slot. You would think he's got a shot to be one of their top 3 receivers with Robbie Anderson, who obviously also has a rapport with Sam Darnold, and DJ Moore. They have David Moore, who I just talked about from Seattle. They brought him over. So Terrace Marshall's going to have to compete for a job, but I do believe there's a shot for him to come in here, take some snaps right away. They have Shi Smith as well, the rookie out of South Carolina. But yeah, I think he's a guy who I kind of rank higher than Dwayne Eskridge, quite frankly, because I think there's a better path to targets here. He knows the offense. I think there's a better path. He knows the offense, Joe Brady, if he's using the same terminology. I think there's a better path to targets for Terrace Marshall here than there is for somebody like Dwayne Eskridge.
What about Tutu Atwell with the Rams? Now, there's not a lot of targets available with the Rams necessarily. However, they took him in the second round for a reason. Maybe they give him some manufactured touches, 3 to 5 a game. Maybe he's the jet sweep guy now. Is there a place for Atwell, especially in best ball, to maybe have a couple weeks where he scores for you?
Well, and then you have to keep in mind what else is there. Deshaun Jackson's there, Mr. 1 week. Every season, Deshaun Jackson has one game where he blows up and then he blows out his hamstring and he's done for the year. So he's there, and look, Tutu Atwell's not an insurance policy against Deshaun Jackson. The Rams aren't as invested in Deshaun Jackson succeeding as the Eagles foolishly were the last couple of seasons. So what I think Tutu Atwell is Sean McVay saw a player here who has a rare trait. He is unbelievably explosive. He's also a complete outlier. Ross, when's the last time you weighed 148 pounds?
That would have been 7th or 8th grade.
I had a growth spurt probably around 8th grade, 9th grade. But, my playing weight in high school when I first got to the varsity team as a sophomore was 175. So,
Varsity what?
Defensive end, Ross. I played 2A football.
I didn't know you played high school football,
Oh,
Joe.
yeah. Let me just say there's a reason I'm talking about it now.
That's okay, though, dude. You served your country. I loved it. You played high school football. It's amazing.
Yeah, I did. There's a reason I'm talking about. One thing that I wish I would do in hindsight is I was a very meek player, and I would be so much more aggressive now. Just like you get into your 30s and you don't worry about pissing. It's like, dude, you're playing football. You're allowed to piss people off. Like, I was a meek player, and that just didn't fly. For me to succeed, I needed to be a motor guy, Ross, and my motor was inconsistent. Anyway, let's just say this: Tutu Atwell. When guys talking fantasy football outweigh a wide receiver by 100 pounds, that ain't good. I mean, now I don't think he's a 90% snap guy. I think he's a 35-40% snap guy. I just pulled him off. Like, I just drafted him in like the 18th round in a startup dynasty draft. Like, nobody expects Tutu Atwell to be a volume guy, but in best ball, maybe you get into like some of these deeper best ball drafts. Like the NFFC does these 33 round best ball champions drafts, and those are the types of leagues where he's going to go. He's got an ADP that's barely registering right now, and I can't really knock that. Right now, you're considering they've got Cooper Kupp. They've got Robert Woods. They've got Deshaun Jackson for however long Deshaun Jackson stays healthy. They have Van Jefferson. There is a lot of competition for snaps and targets here. Josh Reynolds is gone. He's off to Tennessee, but Josh Reynolds is gone. So you have to keep that in mind. There is not a lot of snaps to be had here for Tutu Atwell, but he's the kind of guy who, if he plays 10 snaps, one of them might be a 65-yard touchdown. So he's more of a deeper best ball kind of guy. I don't think you're going to be seeing him getting drafted a whole lot in your standard DraftKings best ball drafts.
All right, Joe, speaking of DraftKings, they got a ridiculous deal. If you go and sign up for DraftKings Sportsbook and you use the code Ross, you can turn $1 into $100 in free credits by betting on a basketball team. Embiid is not playing tonight. What are we doing, Joe?
Sixers are winning anyway.
First of all, what are we doing with our bet? Secondly, I saw Dr. Chow said the meniscus tear can get worse. I'm very upset right now, Joe. I'm very upset.
I'm upset too. The Sixers, the hope seems to be that he's been playing with this for a while and they just noticed it. That seems to be the hope, but the Sixers are closing the series out tonight, Ross. Take it to the bank.
I hope so, man. Even without him, huh?
Yeah, even without him, they're taking it. They're taking it tonight. The Sixers had to have a terrible shooting performance and the refs in the pockets of the Wizards in order for the Sixers, even without Embiid, to lose in Washington. They're winning tonight, and then we just go say a few rosaries.
All right, we'll just use the code Ross. That's all that matters at DraftKings Sportsbook for that 100-1 odds. All right, I'm gonna throw some names at you, Joe. I want you to tell me if any of these guys are on your radar screen and/or ranked and/or relevant, okay? Nico Collins went to the Texans in the 3rd round. Tylan Wallace went to the Ravens in the 4th round. Amari Rodgers to the Packers in the 3rd round. Josh Palmer to the Chargers in the 3rd round. I'll tell you one that's interesting to me a little bit. Amon-Ra St. Brown and the Lions in the 4th round. That interests me. De'Ami Brown, 3rd round to the Washington football team. Well, I'll stop there for right now. Any of those guys that you're like, yes, Ross, I need to talk about this guy.
So, I mean, we can't talk about all of them. I think Nico Collins is going to see the field because, well, the Texans have no reason not to let him on the field, and they traded multiple picks up to get him. I think Amari Rodgers is interesting for the Packers, especially if Aaron Rodgers plays, because I think he can step into the slot. But the name that stood out to me, and maybe this isn't the exciting best ball pick, because I don't think there's a ton of upside, but to be quite frank, we actually have Amon-Ra St. Brown projected to lead the Detroit Lions wide receivers in catches. Now, I mean, that's like saying I'm the fastest guy on the fantasy point staff. That's not which I almost certainly am not, by the way, but it's not exactly the kind of race that you're going to sell tickets for. what I think it's a really, really thin receiving group. You have Tyrell Williams and Brashad Perriman who have had injury problems. Quintez Cephas is talented. I think he can step up there as well. But I thought Amon-Ra St. Brown should have gone higher in the draft. Tylan Wallace is making a buzz in Ravens minicamps, but keep in mind, that's where wide receivers go to die, and they spent a first-round pick on Rashad Bateman. So he already has an uphill climb. The other guy that I said it at the beginning of the show, Josh Palmer. If Mike Williams, who's in the final year of his rookie deal, if he has some issues, Josh Palmer doesn't have a whole lot of capital competition there. Now, they had guys last year in Jalen Guyton and Tyron Johnson who came out and made a splash. But you look at that wide receiver depth chart, if Mike Williams goes down, there's not a whole lot there. So you got Tyron Johnson and Jalen Guyton, Joe Reed, KJ Hill. Josh Palmer's going to have an opportunity to go in there and make an impact, and he's got Justin Herbert throwing him the football. So if Mike Williams has some issues, there's somebody I'm going to be very interested in as well. And when it comes to Diami Brown with Washington, Fitz is YOLO. Fitz is going to go out there and he's going to throw the ball down the field. Unfortunately, you have McLaurin, you have Curtis Samuel. The question is, can Diami Brown come in there and beat out Kelvin Harmon and Antonio Gandy Golden for snaps? And that's something that remains to be seen. But there is certainly an opportunity for him to be one of their top 3 receivers by any point midway through the season.
I'll throw you a couple more names just to see that Anthony Schwartz was a 3rd-round pick. We talked Jacob Harris. Gosh, the Rams.
Yeah, Jacob Harris is interesting, Ross, because he might be listed as a tight end. And if he's listed as a tight end, he is an absolute freak show. And that's where I have more interested in him, be more interested in him. The Rams took a bunch of freak shows in this draft. They even took Jake Funk in the 7th round, the running back from Maryland, and he's a super athlete. You talked about Atwell having the explosiveness. Jacob Harris is somebody, if he's listed as a tight end, that is where I'm going to have my dynasty interest. I think it's going to take some time for him, but he's a freak show. So keep in mind, if he's listed as a tight end in your league, I'm interested in him. Let me throw 2 more names out there. Both of them are 5th-round picks. Amir Smith-Marset, who played at Iowa. Again, Minnesota's got those 2 big-time receivers in Jefferson and Thielen, but beyond Jefferson and Thielen, BC Johnson's a scrub. Chad Beebe's a special teamer. Dan Chisena's a special teamer. Amir Smith-Marset's got a shot to be the number 3 wide receiver for Minnesota. And then let's look at Kansas City. Kansas City, sorry about that, by the way, I hit the microphone. Kansas City is extremely thin at wide receiver. For all the talent that they have on that offense, they are thin at wide receiver. Mecole Hardman's a part-time player. He's got to step up. Demarcus Robinson's been mostly a backup in his career. How about Cornell Powell, who was a late bloomer at Clemson, but he stayed and his tape was really impressive. I think Cornell Powell, the 5th-round pick out of Clemson, he's got a shot to make an impact with Kansas City.
Next week on the Feast, Rookie of the Year, betting with Tom Brawley from fantasypoints.com, where you should use the code 21Feast and some rookie prop bets. Cannot wait. Check out Joe on Twitter at FG_Dolan. I'm at Ross Tucker NFL. We are at Ross Tucker Pod. That wraps up the rookie rankings. We'll dive into some of these rookie prop bets and Rookie of the Year bets next week here on the Fantasy Feast. Other than that, I'm stuffed.
Thanks for listening to the Fantasy Feast podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and the College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Hey, hi. We're off to a freaking fantastic start on this stream. How's everybody doing? Who wants to go first?
Maybe I should go first. Tara Lynn's moving. You're apparently like got the chills in the middle of summer. So I mean, I'll talk first. I'm happy to be here. It's a little Friday action. We're all going through stuff apparently right now, and it's all good, man. I'm just glad to be here for a little sim action. So glad to see you guys. Glad to see the DK Sim fam as well.
Did Glash get sick from Kaufman? Like, did you guys hang out last night? What's going on?
I'm not
sick. Did you console him because he's still crying about the Celtics?
Kaufman's really dragging out this cold thing, isn't he?
He really is.
He sounds like crap.
He does. But it feels like part of it's performance art. I don't know.
Like objectively sounds like crap. Like
no,
I'm
he
not
does.
trying to make fun of him. Like I think he knows he sounds like crap. So
yeah.
Now that we got that out of the way, no, the AC's on, and it's hard to find the balance in this apartment. Like, it just gets too cold, but then you turn the thing off, and it gets too hot in here. So I got a blanket on. So leave me alone.
A nice orange blanket.
Well, Tara Lynn, nice of you to show up. By the way, you're supposed to be here at 2. What happened?
Supposed to be there at 2. I just want to admit it. My name is Tara Lynn Azak, and I'm not a good mover. I feel like this is a safe space. I can admit that to everybody. This move has been going on for now, I don't even know, like 2 weeks, and I just messed everything up. So here we are.
Who is a good mover? There's nothing good about moving. It's terrible, man. There's legitimately nothing good about it. So don't feel bad.
Right. Like, who is a good mover?
No, psychopaths are good moves. Like, the only people who like moving are like legitimate like serial killers. So
yeah, serial killers definitely love a good move. Check out the new neighborhood.
Right.
I like Bang's take that this is a cape, not a blanket.
Well, I thought you were going for something like that at first too.
Me too.
We're gonna be like some kind of hero here. Who are you going for? You going for like the reverse Thor action maybe or something, or I don't know. But no, you're just cold. That's fair.
Right. I thought you were doing performance art as well.
I don't need a blanket to do that.
Well, I'm gonna say it's a cape. So let's go with that.
All right. Hey, we got a sim. Falcons and Jets in Atlanta. You guys want to know what the records are for these teams? I know you're going to ask.
Well, the chat does. I don't care.
The Jets are 3-1.
Wow.
Tied with the Pats, top of the division.
Congrats, Kenny Ducey.
Yep.
Must be so proud.
It would be so Jets. Get off to a good start and they just crumble.
Yeah. Lose like 10 in a row.
Yeah, would be funny.
This is Atlanta's a pretty good. What's Atlanta's record? Sorry, I cut you off.
Atlanta's 2-2, Jeff.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Did you guys make a lineup?
I did actually, as we were, doing stuff before talking.
I did as well.
Yo, did you actually get one in?
Got it in.
I actually did. Out of everything I did today, I made sure I got in a lineup because I realized it's really not as fun when I play without a lineup. Like, it's fun, but I like being like competitive, as we all like being.
You feel like missing out. You feel like you're missing out if you don't have it.
Yeah, I get FOMO while I'm actually in Simland, so it's a little weird.
All right, let's hear it. What do you got?
All right, so my captain, I got Ridley.
Okay.
And I got Mr. Ryan, Mr. Julio Jones, Le'Veon Bell. Of course, I had to be petty, and I put in Flacco. And then I got Hill, because I just needed to get some money out of there.
Let's go. The backup quarterback game plan by ASAC.
I said if any day I'm going to be petty, it's totally going to be today. Can't wait to beat some of you.
Love it.
What about you guys?
Love it. Go ahead, Jeff.
Okay, I put Julio. I got Ridley and Ryan as well. And I went Perriman, Hogan, and Young Wei Koo. Got a little kicker action going in there. Didn't go with the backup quarterback.
Little Rossi.
Jeff, kind of similar. Put Julio in the captain spot. Got Ryan, Ridley, Koo, Russell Gage. So I stacked the Falcons, and then Chris Herndon is the lone Jet in the build. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah.
Oh, this drive is going terrible for the Jets. 30 seconds already need a punt. Lost 4 yards. Solid start.
Tara Lynn's old living room looks like hell right now, but she did find her way to the dream stream. She has a beautiful, beautiful fake plant in the background. May I suggest you should move the plant so it's centered behind your head so we can see it when you're on camera, unless you want to keep the plant away.
I don't think this is where I'm going to keep the desk. I think I'm going to move it. I did have it in the kitchen earlier, and then it was giving me too much like Tommy Freeze Pop vibes, and I want to have my own vibe. But now that the plant's in back of me, now I have your vibe, and now I'm just pissed at myself. So yeah, I don't know what to do actually. But I need to put it in front of a window because I like having the natural light like Julian Edlow has now. So I'm going to have to figure it out.
Well, but then if you do that, you'd be kind of copying Julian.
I'm just copying everyone. And then I'm going to paint my walls red and copy Jeff. Then throw up a bunch of movies and books or whatever and be like, cough.
I'm weirdly like, when I first moved into this place, I was like, these red walls have to go eventually. But I've just become like very used to them. I don't know. Like I think somebody complimented me on them at some point, and I got like attached to them. So I think I am gonna paint this room at some point because red walls are weird, but I actually kind of like it. I'm not gonna lie.
You know, typically you get to Monday and in your life's just like there's a lot of chaos. Tara Lynn's like the opposite. Like it's Friday, you think, okay, made it through the week, and it seems like your week just more hell keeps breaking loose.
Oh, more hell keeps breaking loose, and then I have my best friend from college. Her bridal shower is on Sunday, but apparently I'm the maid of honor, and no one told me because the tasks that I keep getting from her mom, God bless her. Like her mom is amazing. I love her, but very needy. And I can't do everything. I'm like, where's the actual maid of honor? So now I'm fake maid of honor. Got to go buy a cranberry balloon for the welcome sign. So add that to my list of weird things I have to do. But here we are.
I hope she's not listening.
No, I don't think she is.
Twitch?
Hi, Patty. If you're listening, love you, and I don't want to get the cranberry balloon.
Perfect. Twitch, Smash, someone. Reed Tease, did you know? Let's clip that up, get it out there, and make it really awkward for Tara Lynn this weekend.
Let Patty know.
Messages for Patty.
I'm in
Courtesy
so
of
many
Twitch.
weddings that when all of my friends are in my wedding, whenever I meet my husband, I don't know where the hell he is. They're going to be tortured because weddings are a lot, especially when you're in them. I don't know if you guys have been in weddings.
Weddings are like a commitment, man.
A commitment, and also like my salary as well. It's like
Yeah.
kind of crazy.
Yep. Usually you gotta
sell the
get
plant.
some kind of dress.
I made sure I bought a plant.
Tara Lynn's gonna be having none of the stuff in her living room right now is gonna make it to her new place. She's gonna end up having a yard sale after this, so she can buy gifts for the bridal shower.
Yes.
She's gonna have a lemonade stand. I need money.
I am. I'm gonna be like, Sim Fam, if you're ever in the Boston area, please come to my lemonade stand. I'm broke.
2nd and 22. We're 3 minutes into this first quarter. No score. Miami Misfits, 3-person booth to keep up with the Twitch comments. Heart emoji.
Oh yeah, love the people on Twitch.
They're great.
They are.
Hope you guys are having a good Friday. It's great to have you with us. We have producer Drew, Daniel, Kyle from Ops.
Oh yeah, okay. It's an.
What was that?
I don't know.
I don't know. It wasn't me.
I don't know if it was me. Who knows? Maybe. I don't know.
It scared the crap out of me.
It was also really scary. Did you guys see about Cam Newton's hand?
Cam hurt his hand, Jeff.
Cam hurt his hand at practice. He bumped it off a helmet. I saw a lot of people saying, hooray, hopefully it's hurt. And I saw, obviously, nice people out there saying, hope it's not too bad. Yeah.
Has there been any update on it? I did see that briefly this morning, and I didn't have time to like dive into the more comments and stuff like that to see like the severity of it. But
the latest from Karen Garesian of the Boston Herald, 43 minutes ago. According to a source, there is, quote, nothing broken, unquote, with Cam Newton's injured hand, but the Patriots are doing further testing.
And he didn't finish practice.
Nope.
No point this time of year. He's got like a month to heal. He'll probably be fine. It's never good though with a guy like Cam to get banged up in June. Takes enough beating as a runner. You don't want him going into the season with injuries already. So
time to go mobile.
He might be time to go mobile to the bench.
Ooh. Totally unrelated to golf, Solomon on YouTube. WTF is going on with this golf tourney, Jeff? At this rate, it won't finish till Tuesday.
Exactly.
It was a delay yesterday, and if you had read the PGA cheat sheet, I even said in the weather update in my article, there's a chance there was going to be a delay on Thursday, and there was. So all the info is there on the PGA cheat sheet every week. DraftKings Nation, DKNation.com. Go check it out. But hopefully they'll get the entire second round in today. I don't know if they're going to. They probably won't actually. What are we at? Like 4 p.m. Eastern already. I think they're on Central Time, actually, Ohio. They might get the whole second round in. It'll be really close. Probably be some guys finishing tomorrow, but it'll be back on track by the end of Saturday. Whoever was cranky about that. I get cranky when the golf tournaments get delayed. So, kind of feel you. I'm being honest.
Bruce says, who cares about Cam's hand? He needs new eyeballs.
Oh, great.
Burns. Let's all be kind.
On Cam.
Ryan C., does it matter if his hand is broken? I thought it was broken all of last year the way he was throwing. Wow.
So the people of Simland love Cam Newton.
I think that's right. He'll be all right.
Oh, of course he'll be all right. It's June, man.
Oh, Darnold. Touchdown. Wow. Crowder.
Say it, Frenchie. Say Crowder.
Wow. 44-yard bomb. Must be. Why'd you have to go and tell everybody that I kissed Cam's boo-boo?
What?
Gave his hand a kiss. You know, all better. He'll be all right.
Okay.
Oh, come here, Cam. All better. Get out there and throw.
Oh, Jesus. You've gone from wearing a cape to making fake kissing noises, pretending Cam's in your room.
Yeah, this is getting weird.
Oh, I went to Gillette.
Okay, you went to Gillette.
Yeah.
In your mind.
But as you both know, or if you didn't know, folks that are maybe new here, Cam comes here every game day. We've got his wardrobes here, and he take care of his hype videos. It's really a
I think the people know. The Cam is going to be on the stream during, and on your Twitter account during NFL season by this point. So
yeah, because Mac Jones is probably going to win the job.
If Mac Jones takes over the job, are you going to switch to Mac Jones entrance videos?
I'm in.
Mac Jones might just show up in like sweatshirts and be like, "Hey guys," that'll be it.
Yeah, speaking of raising money for Terrell Lynn, if that's the case, Terrell Lynn, I will sell all of Cam's hats and scarves, and I'll give the money to you for the bridal.
Wow, that's really kind. Thank you.
No problem. Happy to help. We're a team. Bert says, I was on the fence between Perriman and Crowder. For once, I made the right choice. Well, there you go.
I did not make the right choice because I took Perriman. So.
Crowder, 32% owned, 3% in the captain spot. Darnold, just shy of 30% owned, 4% in the captain spot. So, I don't know if you... Wow. Retease Did You Know is delivering right now on Twitch. He is pulling up all of these old clips. You guys know this clip feature on Twitch?
No, but it's really cool.
It's fantastic. You can just go on Twitch and then the users watching can just clip up all this stuff. There are so many videos. The archive is incredible. There are a couple. I would like to play one that we played last sim. This was me really losing my mind. Here it comes.
Fantastic. I'm reading the positivity, the positive feedback about Dickie Ducey. And that just goes in one ear and out the other. All the positivity. But I call you buddy in the first quarter on a Michael Thomas touchdown. There's negative stuff about me. What about my supporters? Come on, man. What about my supporters? Read about my support in the chat, Clash. Come on, Clash. Read my support. It's fantastic. I'm reading.
Did I just listen to a man having a psychotic break?
Yeah.
In Glash's defense, he had to work with Kenny, so.
Kenny can break you.
It's too good.
Kaufman and Kenny can both elicit those responses from people. Kaufman has broken me a couple times into similar rants. So.
Jeff, try working a sim with both of them in the 3 minutes. I feel like I've been broken, honestly, ever since.
Yeah.
I haven't been the same.
Hit the end of the first quarter. So the problem, Super Bowl, baby, that clip just keeps getting better. I didn't remember it until it was posted. So some of these, I feel I'm like afraid to hit play. I should listen to them first before we just start playing them because, who the hell knows? There's one in here that goes way back and we can't play it. Sorry,
okay.
Tease. Can't play that one. Ducey is a baby, Clash says. I might have to mute myself for a minute and watch this just to see if it's clear. Or producer Drew, if you see what I'm seeing, if you want to play these off to the side and if it's appropriate, I think it's worth it. It's up to you. Look at this little box I'm in. What the heck is this?
Yeah, this is good. This is like the little baby box here.
Oh, you are in a baby box.
Yeah. We're just taking our kid to the park. Come on, baby Glass. Go up the slide, buddy.
Or I could hit you, whack you, punch you. Be quiet.
Wow. It's amazing by just being shrunk a little bit how intimidating that is.
Yeah. This is fun.
Oh, back to normal. They fixed you.
I kind of like that.
Yeah, I liked it better.
Yeah, me too, especially because it's Clash.
Miami Misfits, Clash in a box.
Yes, Clash in a box.
Wow. Dream Placebo, first place in our free roll through the first quarter with Slingshot engaged in the captain spot. And in the free showdown to the public, Bill Morehouse. First place. They put Brendan in a cage, says Super Bowl baby. Producer Drew, did you look at that clip yet?
You just want to play the clips.
He's probably got better things to do.
I know. I'm getting excited. This is actually kind of exciting. I think I'm being good though. I'm making sure
it is true. Yeah.
That it's okay to do it.
Not just jumping the gun.
Unlike other commentators on here that think they can do whatever they want.
Yeah, you bozos.
Yeah, Tarlin, you can appreciate that. Running it by the producer.
Yeah.
Here we go. Let me see if I can play this. Oh, I'm going to give it to producer Drew, and he can take a look. Who has the touchdown? Crowder has the touchdown. The Falcons. This Falcon stack is not great. There's Ridley, though, with the catch.
Yeah. There's a bunch of dudes who don't even have any points. Julio doesn't have any points. Ridley got some points there.
Stinks.
There's
It's Julio. He hasn't been traded, has he? I missed that. I don't think so.
Oh, that clip that I gave producer Drew is from last sim. Didn't know that. Okay. Germ says it's better to ask for forgiveness over permission. Wing it. Nah. No. I've had enough of those opportunities. Glash, Terrell Lynn, and Jeff on a Friday afternoon. Wow. Where were you?
Love it.
If people have suggestions for Terrell Lynn in helping her move, she's having a difficult time.
Feel free to drop it in the comments.
Yeah, your suggestions to help her be more. What's your main issue? Like organization or just motivation?
Right now it's building. I have to build my bed. I just don't have motivation to do it. I could ask one of my friends, but I feel like they've been through like 5. I've moved a million times. And there's only so many times you can keep asking people to help you move and assemble things. So, yeah, I don't know. I was looking maybe just to get a little task rabbit over here to build my bed. $70. I don't know. I might have to have 11/8 stand though after that. We'll see. Things are heavy. The mattress, bringing the mattress from the street into the apartment, that was really hard.
Up the stairs too, I bet.
But I did it. Yeah.
You did it by yourself?
I did it by myself.
Yeah, mattresses are awkward, man.
They really are.
One time I had to bring a box spring into one of my apartments, and it was a low ceiling by the stairs. And it was so annoying, like, because it wouldn't fit. So I had to go to Sears and buy one of those folding box springs so I could fold it and then walk it up the stairs, which I didn't even know those things existed. There's Julio with the touchdown.
Ridley. That was Ridley.
Oh.
Mostert Ridley.
A folding box spring. Yeah, I've never even heard of that.
I like this take from Solomon. If Glash, Koff, and other locals were true DK family, they would come over and help you.
I feel like it would just.
She's like, I'm good.
I feel like, honestly, I feel like that would prolong my move because, like, I would just yell at them, they would yell at me, then we would laugh. Like, it would be too much.
Yeah, it would turn into a party.
Yeah, it would just be like, who needs to set up a bed?
Kaufman would spend the first 30 minutes talking. Then Glash would get annoyed. They'd get in a fight.
Yeah, and like
it would probably prolong it like an extra
prolong
hour.
it. Kaufman would be in the corner just tweeting.
Oh, just wait, some Celtics news just dropped.
Yeah, Glash would probably be just judging everything in here, being like, well, what's the point of this? Well, what was this? Like, it would just be too. Yeah, that would be like, let's prolong my move even more.
Oh my god. Oh, just wait. I gotta fix my lineup here for NBA tonight. You guys just tell me.
Oh my god. Spot on. Terrell Lynn, he'd be sitting right on the windowsill behind you. Oh, hold on a sec. Got to tweet.
Yeah, or he would be like, so, like, how is your prepping going for, like, learning more about blah, blah, blah? Like, then he'll go into, like, dad mode with me. I'm like, I'm fine. Like, well, you should really be listening to this as soon as you wake up in the morning. You should really be following this person on Twitter, you know. 98.5 is great and all, but there's other sources to get your news. We're DraftKings. We don't just cover Boston, Tara. And then that's what would happen. And then I would literally open up my window, jump out, and be in my apartment.
Oh my god.
I don't need Daddy Cough to help me during this movie.
Anyone?
Love him so much, but I don't think he would help me.
Twitch? Anyone? Please?
Twitch!
That's the. I mean, I'm sure you've ranted before, but that's a pretty good Terrell Lynn rant right there.
I should have did that as my impression last night instead of doing my what did I do? Like selfie woman outside of bar.
No, you did getting your coffee at Dunkin' Donuts.
Oh, get my coffee at Dunkin' Donuts, selfie woman. That was really spot on.
That was fantastic. Lev Bell not doing much. 5 carries, 6 yards. Got 350 people watching on YouTube. Hit that like button for us if you don't mind, if you have not distributed your like. We love you.
I love this, Giggle Pigs. If all the DK Sim dudes go over to help out, we need to get an over-under on the times Carolyn uses the word bozos. Hell to the yes. That'll be a lot.
Well, Norin says, how long until someone uses the username Daddy Kaufman?
It should have already been a thing. You guys are slacking. He does. He acts like the father of this. He acts like he created The Sims.
He did create the league, which was a great
He
idea.
did create the league. Yeah, the league. Yeah, but he acts like he is also like the creator of Madden.
I would talk to him. You should have him over to help you move. Talk it over. Well, Dean is in first. Our friend Dean. You hear, Dean? You're in first place right now. Keep it up. Ridley and the captain. Jets are threatening from the 12. Tied at 7. That's not good. That one's batted down.
That's pretty terrible.
It's kind of a weird time of the year with the NFL, huh? Because I know there's OTAs, but are we really going to learn much from OTAs?
No.
No.
Don't learn anything. Yeah. Hard to talk NFL. Talked a little bit this morning. Panthers.
Oh, yeah, what you talked about this morning on the Sweat?
I just put some crappy teams and which ones might be able to make the playoffs. Panthers and the Bengals mostly, because then the internet cut out. We had to shut the show down quickly. So we got through 2. I don't like the Panthers because I don't think Sam Darnold's very good. So I kind of like the rest of their team, but I just don't really like the Sam Darnold move. I don't know. I guess I could still be okay, but I'd rather be big on the Bengals.
Wait a second. Producer Drew says Kenny's new internet ruined the show.
Oh my goodness. Wait, so the Sweat cut out because of Wi-Fi issues as well?
That didn't actually happen though, did it? Was it actually Kenny's internet? No, okay.
Oh, okay.
That was the joke we were making this morning. That like Kenny finally got his new internet, and then obviously like the other internet cut out for a sec.
Me and Kenny have been on the same timeline with getting everything, and then Wi-Fi's been a mess.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I thought, well, that's actually really interesting timing because you had issues today with your Wi-Fi because the people were late.
Yeah, me and Kenny moved the same weekend because we're BFFLs, you know. I'm like, you want to move that weekend or that weekend? He's like, well, I want to move this weekend. And then I was like, oh, nice.
Just feel your excitement in your voice. BFFLs.
BFFLs.
You use that often? BFFL?
Yeah, I do actually.
Huh. Is it a long list or is it a short list?
Yep, Kenny's number 1.
What stands?
That's just the list. It's just Kenny.
It's Kenny and Bukes. Bukes is number 2.
Hey guys, we get to toss it to Bukes and Lamarca after this sim.
Love that duo so much.
A Buke sighting.
That's gonna be I haven't talked to Steve in a while. Be good to see him.
No, I know.
Yeah, I'm sure he's really excited to see you as
all
well.
lazy and cushy in his new position, you know. Never comes on the Sims. Does like stream the baseball.
Whoa, new position. What's his new position?
I don't know.
He's like he got promoted.
Like editor guy.
Yeah, editor guy.
Basically my boss. It's cool.
Wait, title. Glash, this happened a while ago. This is how long that you and Bukes have been on non-speaking terms. It's getting crazy.
That's when everyone announces their crap. Twitter. He blocked me for 3 months.
I don't even know if he announced it. Don't.
I don't think
basically, you know what? He's basically doing the same.
Good friends, aka me and Jeff.
That's right. I think he's doing the same thing. Basically, he's just like got a different title. It's one of those like. He still just does everything for the DK and the content. It just might be like a different title or more formal. I don't know.
I think it's more formal, and then
Yeah.
also he's killing it on the MLB Network.
That's right. Yes. Steven loves the baseball, doesn't he?
All right, I can tell Glash is getting like really frustrated that we're not talking about. Okay, Glash also works for the WNBA now, guys. He does.
I was gonna bring up.
Glash also got another job. He's doing really well.
Doing extremely well for himself.
When's your next game?
I'm not telling you because you're just gonna keep giving me
Good.
credit.
I don't want to know.
Good.
Who is your? Do you work with? Do you just have like one color person, or is there like a
rotation?
Rotation. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Is it like a new person every booth?
Yeah, like
or-
could Jeff go be the color person?
Well, that's a definite no because I don't know any of the players. So
We'll give you a study guide. Yeah, how does this work, Flash?
It's called a schedule, and then
Oh,
people say
really?
if they can make it or not make it. And there is a rotation of announcers, and I am there for all of them because I am prioritized.
Wow.
you're the star, man.
Yeah, you are. You are a star. You're
They
really
brought in the
good.
talent. They brought in the talent for the play-by-play. That we get it. We get it.
Yeah, I'm proud of you.
You're important, just like Buchanan.
I just slowly died as I said that, but I really am.
Cristobal says, "Don't forget to ask Glash how good his internet is." It's true.
Oh yeah, we have to ask Glash about his internet because Glash never has problems with his internet.
Knocking hard here.
Yeah, if last night, like I'm like talking about my internet, how I had to like run to my parents and like, please, can I use your internet, all this stuff, and then we're, Kenny's out on his fire escape, hacking into hospitals' Wi-Fi. We're just struggling over here, and then Glash is like, well, knock on wood, I haven't had a problem with my Wi-Fi since the start of The Sims.
Yeah. Yep. And thank God for me because someone that is on the call right now, right here. Let me know if you know who I'm talking about. Couldn't be here at 2:00.
No idea who you're talking about. No idea.
Interesting.
That was for different reasons. I was attacked by a dog in the streets, and it took me a while to get back to my apartment.
Wow. Batman reference? It's a big dog. Big dog. Mr. Wang?
It's funny. My power went out 2 nights in a row for like 2 hours this week. I just thought I had to cancel the Madden After Dark sim. So it's just the week. It's just a bad week. All had issues.
Stupid week. Just like this bad sim.
Last play of the half, though. Didn't get some garbage points. Oh, and a fumble.
Chris Hogan has it punched out from behind.
So good for the Atlanta D, Keanu Neal. Good for Hogan, too, though. I mean, it's positive yards for Hogan. Still gained like 1.5 points there, even with the fumble. It's cool. How's everybody doing in the DK Sim fam chat?
Yeah, how are you guys doing?
Dan Russell says, what does Dan have to say? It's like you give these guys an hour to talk about themselves, only why they don't just phone each other. We don't need to hear this crap.
Why would we phone each other when we have an hour to talk on the Sims?
Yeah, exactly.
We don't want to waste our precious minutes.
Kidding me?
I agree with you guys.
Yeah, we're trying to make you all laugh while watching this game and be like, wow, their lives are pathetic. They're just mimicking each other and yelling, and Tara said the word bozo. It's crazy. So we're just trying to get a little laughter on this Friday.
Tara Lynn, what are you sitting on?
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
You look so tiny.
I don't want to talk.
I mean, I look tiny too, but
I don't want to talk about what's going on.
She may have even had a little accident right before the sim started. I mean,
Literally, I did, and I feel like Jeff is the only one who caught it. But next week, I'm going to be fully back. I'm going to be like, I'm going to wear my actual reporter dresses too. I'm dressing up because the sim fam too. They're like, what's happening with Tara Lynn? We're just having a rough couple of days, but we're gonna prevail. And I'm sitting on a box.
Wow.
My desk chair has not come in. And the other one in the move, it lost a wheel. So yeah.
It lost a wheel. That's problematic.
Lost a wheel. So I was like, oh, might as well just throw it out. I'm kind of like a mini hoarder. Maybe that's why my move's taking a while. Yeah,
Wait,
so
is this are you in your new apartment or your old one?
new apartment?
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay.
Yes.
Well, that's good. Is all your stuff there now? Like, are you?
Everything is here.
Oh, okay. Well, you're like past the. Now it's like it's not. I don't want to say it's fun because it's not fun, but at least now you get to like organize and like put things and like.
Yeah, get some furniture, not just have my plant in this box. I lived on the 4th floor of my other building, so that move was just brutal.
Yeah, that's not cool.
Damon says Jeff looks huge compared to you two. Jeff looks like a giant next to us. Not anymore.
I'm like shrinking.
You said you're missing a wheel on your chair. Do you want to ask Daddy's here in the chat? Do you want to ask Daddy if he can?
Oh dear God!
Grab you a wheel.
Oh, Kaufman's there.
Yeah, exactly. Daddy. That's what I meant. Yeah, Daddy's.
Oh, that's why you said. Oh.
Just ask him.
No, I thought about it and no, I don't.
No, okay. Sorry, Dad.
Wow.
Here we are.
Wow.
Hoffman, if you didn't hear, this is the beauty of Twitch. Producer Drew, this is from earlier. This is Daddy Cough.
Daddy Cough.
Oh my God.
I don't need Daddy Cough to help me during this movie.
Now that.
I love him so much, but I don't think he would help me.
Twitch, anyone?
Huh.
That's the. I mean, I'm sure you've ranted before, but that.
Okay, that's the gist of it.
Ralphie508, you love commenting on my eyebrows. Like, this is just like my face. It's slightly crooked because I was like crushed in the womb. And also, yeah, it looks like I dipped my head in a bucket of water because, again, I just moved into this apartment. The other apartment, we had to move out the AC. Didn't put the AC in this new apartment. It's like 75 degrees, Ralphie, and I'm sweating. So sorry, just don't look at me. Just look at Jeff and Glash. They look better today anyways. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, man.
Good to see TL is equally uncomfortable with Glash calling me daddy.
She just called you daddy. That's
like daddy cough. Like, but I don't know. When you say it, it's a little weird.
Oh, it's all weird. But
I think it adds more effect by just saying daddy. By saying
all
daddy.
right, his name is. Well, let's just go back to cough.
Okay. Fair enough. I blame Twitch.
Call the game, kids. All right, Howard, we will.
Carolyn, you got this. Go ahead. You got this play.
No, I definitely don't. Go for it. I'm color girl.
Early on a 1-yard rush. Exciting. Smash Mouth football. There's a play call. Back to talking about moving and whatever else we feel like. It's Friday, man. We can talk about whatever we want. This is like the day. This is what Glash and I always say. We can just say whatever we want on Fridays because by the time Monday rolls around, everyone's forgotten about it. So.
Yep.
Yeah, and Kaufman calls it Friend Friday. It's when you check in with all the friends of the sim and you check in with who we're calling the game with and you just be friends and you just talk about friend things.
Wow. Yeah, it's 10-7. Crowder has a 44-yard touchdown, so if you don't have him, that stinks.
That stinks.
For Atlanta, Calvin Ridley has scored a touchdown. We're in the third quarter. We have Drew with us, Daniel, Kyle from Ops, 3-person booth. Early Classic is wrapping on up. Cam Newton hurt his hand today.
Yep.
Yep, look out. Maybe get on the, you check out the old DraftKings Sportsbook props. See what Mac Jones is to start week 1. They've probably taken that off the board. I wouldn't be shocked. Who knows?
Don't have Crowder in my lineup, so yeah, as we just said, stinks. But I'm number 65.
That's
with
pretty good.
QB, so haha, that is pretty good.
That's right, with Joe Flacco.
Yeah, with Flacco, people. So that's making my Friday right there.
There is a 3-way tie for first place in the free public contest, and Dean continues to lead our free contest by 0.02.
Solomon, please apologize to your wife. We're going to cut that out right now about the daddy talk.
Is Koff on another sim today? Very chatty here right now.
He is very chatty.
Koff is not here the rest of the day. Only 4 sims today because we have Frisbee tonight.
That's right. Ultimate Disc League. The Chill versus the Radicals.
Time to go mobile, Sam. Run, Sam, run. Keep her close. She'll be coming for her. 27-yard run for Sam. There's a good energy in the sim. Yeah, Ralphie. Agreed. Let's get to 200 likes. We're almost there. We can do it. 175. We can do it.
There's a weird energy in the sim as well, but
Good, weird, Friday energy.
Friday afternoon, man.
Coffin's
Yeah,
trying to get
we
me.
made it. We made it through the short week. So congrats to everybody in Simland for doing it.
Coffin's trying to get me in trouble.
What?
Shock.
Yeah.
Trying to actually get me suspended leading into my vacation. Because he asked me to clarify again how many way tie for first, and I said a 3-way tie. That guy. Unbelievable.
That guy.
Koff loves it.
Yep, so Glash is going on vacation, Simland. I know you all love him dearly, but you're not going to have him next week. So that's kind of a bummer. But I think you need this time to go relax. We can't have any more crazy outbursts from you. You'll come back maybe a little bronze, not looking so ghostly, and you'll be ready to take on your WNBA job, but most importantly, Simland.
I'm looking forward to it.
Where are you heading, man? Where are you heading on your vacay?
Going down to the Sunshine State. Florida. Yep.
Cool.
I'll do a sim tomorrow at noon with old Rossi. And then
Love
bye-bye.
it. You guys are with me for the day.
Oh, nice. You're producing tomorrow.
Yeah, producer Tara Lynn, so people can't make fun of me that way for my eyebrows and my wet look. So that will be good. It's called fashion, people. Glash is leaving us. Yeah, the people are upset, Glash.
We'll be okay.
Here's a question for both of you.
Sure.
More of a serious one. It's really not that serious. It's more just advice. You guys both go to Florida like kind of on the reg, right?
Yeah.
When's a good time to go to Florida? Like if you're going on a vacation.
I love going. Well, in the beginning of May is nice. Not too hot. It's like 70 leading up to Memorial Day. But I love going in the fall. Like I love October.
Okay. Is it windy? Is it less windy in October, would you say?
Less windy in October. Don't you dare go in July. I've done that many times. And see this wet look, it's like triple that.
Yeah. No, gotcha. I've been to Vegas in July. There's no humidity in Vegas, but it's still
very hot.
It's redonkulous. So Florida's probably just as hot, but with humidity. So.
Yeah, DFS Queenie's right. September's really nice as well.
Typically when I try to go, June is not a good time to really go. I'm probably going
too hot in June.
I didn't mention that.
What's that?
Yeah, like I didn't mention June on purpose. It's not.
Yeah.
No, I'm pushing my limits here. Like I'm going this is the last possible time I think. You got to go early June. And then I think in July, August, it's hell. It's not quite hell if I go now, but it's close.
Yeah, a little bit of hell.
Depends on the weather. Could be a heat wave, then you're
I've gone in December. That's nice.
Let's see. I'm gonna take my kids to Disney World at some point, so just planning things out in my head, as I usually do.
What we got here? Hayden Hurst? Or that might be Luke Stalker.
Yeah, create a player. No, that is. Oh no, wait. Was that 88?
Yep. Stalker.
Yeah, Stalker.
You've got a stalker, Glash.
Yep. Howard, that was Luke Stalker on the catch. Luke says when broadcasting a game, you're supposed to talk about the game. Howard, it's Y-O-U apostrophe R-E. Yeah, it is kind of like hurricane season right now down in Florida. Or it's getting close.
When does it windy? Like, is it windy like all the time in Florida? Or is it like more windy in like the spring than the fall?
When is it windy down there?
Is it like always windy? Or is it just like more windy in the spring or the fall? If you don't know the answers to this question, just tell me.
I don't know the answer to that. I wish I did.
I just like am trying to get some information when we're on the sim because I don't really feel like talking about the game.
Yeah, I don't know. There's Hurst.
It's Friday. We talk about whatever we want.
Hey guys, we have news. We do have some news.
Let's hear it. Breaking news.
Breaking news from Adam Schefter.
Uh-oh.
Love it.
Bum, bum, bum.
Wow, we have so much material now to talk about.
Yes.
Break it, baby. Let's go.
Here we go. Ready? Here it comes.
Okay.
The Seattle Seahawks gave punter Michael Dixon a 4-year extension.
Let's go.
Wow.
$14.5 million in new money. So he can get up to $16 million. Sarah, get us what? Michael Dixon, punter for the Seahawks, get a 4-year extension. I don't know. Let's talk about the punter.
Let's talk about the fact a punter is making $14 million over the next 4 years. Oh my God. I'm going to take my kids into the field and just force them to kick footballs for the next 5 years.
Yeah, start prepping them to be punters.
Jeez. Ridiculous, man. And look, I'm not saying those guys, they're an important part of the football game. You need to have a good punter. I don't disagree. But holy smokes. Ridiculous. That's all they do. Just punt like 4 times a game. You're done. There's 14 mil.
Maybe the Seahawks were watching Sims and saw all these 80 and 90-yard punts and were like,
right.
Wow, we're impressed.
Look at this guy. 85-yard average.
Solomon says, yes, I'm a Seahawks fan. Well deserved. Solomon's pumped.
Someone's happy.
Emerson's Kaufman is asking if Sarah's coming on my trip.
Yeah, what's
that's personal.
Always just diving right into it, man. Jeez.
Hurst with the burst. Nice play.
Double H. Time to play the game.
Should I tell him if she's coming?
No. Give him the satisfaction. I mean, he'll just text Sarah himself or something now, and be Kaufman-esque.
No, you had to say. Now he's gonna do it right now.
Oh, he was gonna do it anyways.
Are you actually going? Let's pull a prank on him while you're down there. Want one of my jerseys to wear down there? Sarah, why don't you take 6 of my bobbleheads away down his suitcase and then he'll get in trouble at security. We'll make his suitcase way too heavy.
I actually want to pull that prank on you.
Oh, jeez.
How much does the average punter make in the NFL?
Good question.
Now I'm like, why wasn't I prepped as a punter? Instead, I'm sitting here on a box.
At the lemonade stand.
And I have a lemonade stand coming.
Okay, guess highest paid punters in the NFL.
Johnny Hecker.
Hecker.
It is Johnny Hecker. I was right.
Yep. $18.75 million total.
Wow.
Total value in his contract. Tress Way from Washington in next at $13.25 million. This is total value, not.
I was gonna say, please tell me that's total value of the contract and not.
So Hecker makes an average of 3.75 per year. Way is 3.3 a year. Brett Kern of the Titans, 35 years old, 3.1 million per year. Riley Dixon makes $3 million a year. So most of these guys are between 2 and 4 million. Well, the top guys, and then you go down towards the end. I mean, pretty much every star. Hold on a second. The Rams are paying 2 punters $5 million.
Who's the other one?
Just Corey Borquez?
Maybe he does kickoffs for them. I don't know what that's about. Oh, pick. Typical Darnold, saw ghosts. Okay, I'm gonna have to look this up. Rams roster.
Maybe he's actually, I don't even know if that makes sense.
I want to say he did kickoffs for them, but I don't even know if that's right. Actually, they have Matt Gay. He's got a good leg.
But he's a kicker. Look at stats. Ryan's 20 of 26, 195, 2 touchdowns. Darnold, gross, 10 for 17, 188, touchdown and a pick. It's 14-10. If you guys are just
let's see here.
Joining us.
Let's get to the bottom of this. Hecker Borquez.
Le'Veon Bell is 9 carries for 6 yards.
Awful. Hecker. Okay, maybe they just sign Borquez. I think there's going to be a competition, and they're going to probably end up cutting one of them.
Punter competition.
Wow, big news here. You were right. We're going to have news for 10 minutes to talk about this.
10 minutes, yeah.
Anyone else have thoughts on the punter? Kaufman? Anyone?
Well, speaking of Le'Veon Bell, he was winding up a storm the other day on Twitter.
Really?
Doing his little Twitter threats. Yep. So little eerie tweets. But so he's confident he's going to make a return in 2021. And he tweeted, 2021 will be the year y'all reminded. And then he went on to, they should have paid me when I wanted when they had the chance. Because people are coming at him saying, hey, why didn't you take the Steelers contract? And he's coming at them being like, hey, listen, they had their chance and they should have paid up more. Then he went on to say, listen, the only difference with the Steelers was they gave me opportunity. Haven't had that since I left. I probably need to play for a defensive-minded head coach instead of these offensive-minded gurus. There's more. I had more touches in 2017 for the Steelers than I had my entire time with the Jets. That's what I mean by opportunity, weirdos, because people are just attacking him. Saying,
yeah, he's really
yep. And then last tweet by Le'Veon Bell, I'll sign somewhere when I'm ready. Ain't no more finessing me with lies and bleep just to get me to sign with a team. No more rush decisions on my end, period. And then people are saying, hey, buddy, calm down. Somebody has to give you a chance first.
Yeah, based on that, it sounds like he has options, but he said, didn't you read there that he said, I'll sign when I feel like it or whatever?
Yeah, saying hey, he's good, but he's going to really take his decision seriously. He's just not signing anywhere.
Well, remind me, did Le'Veon Bell even do anything in the playoffs for the Chiefs?
No. Yeah, I don't even think he started in half of the games. No, he did nothing. And quite frankly, he looked terrible as well. So, oh my God, really?
Another fumble.
Another fumble.
Ridley.
No, let Bell's done. I'm sorry. He can tweet all he wants. I mean, he's not wrong that he didn't get as much opportunity as he probably should have gotten with the Jets, but people tweeting at him was right. She's just taking the money with the Steelers. No other team was going to give him 30 touches a game. Sorry, Lev. It just doesn't happen now. He should have stuck with it. They had a winning formula in Pittsburgh. Could have got a couple more years out of it.
whatever.
So
He's
the
still got
first
tape.
game of the playoffs, there's Perryman on the catch. So Ridley fumbles, and now the Jets down 4, need a touchdown, of course, to take the lead, or at the 40-yard line of Atlanta. Against Cleveland, Bell was active. He carried the ball 2 times. 6 yards. 3 targets in the passing game. 0 catches. Inactive against Buffalo. And then on Pro Football Reference, it says did not play against Tampa. So maybe they did. Maybe he was dressed and he didn't get in the game. So that's the Lev Bell resume with the Kansas City Chiefs in the
Bad
playoffs.
Boys of Pop coming in saying Lev Bell is not done. That is the hottest take ever.
I think he's.
Who theoretically could Lev Bell even start for?
That's
right
sarcasm, I think, out of Bad Boys.
Yeah.
But even just to entertain it, where would Lev Bell go to get like a chance at like even like 15 touches a game?
Detroit, if they don't get Gurley.
Detroit's got Swift.
I
Who's
know.
like a younger, better version of Lev Bell right now.
Atlanta.
Maybe not
How about
both.
Atlanta? Mike
Atlanta
Davis.
is like actually a maybe. That's probably like a real possibility that he could go there.
Mike Davis is there right now, the former running back for Carolina. He took over from McCaffrey when he got hurt. Okay, so Atlanta is a maybe. Who else? I don't know. The Jets? Ha! He ain't going back there.
No.
Alex Wilson,
No.
never mind. He could start for the Jets. LOL. Yeah, probably not.
Who's on the Dolphins?
Who's their dude? I don't even remember.
Miles Gaskin.
Oh, yeah. That's right. And then he got hurt.
Ahmed.
Boston Joe, Lev Bell could start for UMass Amherst, I bet.
Wow. Lev Bell could start for the Minnesota Wind Chill in the disc league coming up tonight. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe he could take up Frisbee.
I think Lev Bell probably gets some veteran contract with a team like Atlanta.
Lev Bell will be last year's Devonta Freeman. Freeman ended up with the Giants because Barkley got hurt. Someone will get hurt, and then that will open up a door.
Probably. There's a fullback touchdown, but it's basically tight end 3. Who is the tight end 3 here?
Is that Wesco?
Thomas?
Yep.
Oh, Wesco, yeah. Wesco!
Trayvon Wesco.
Let's
Eagle
go,
Pig
people.
thinks Arizona, and then the Guru. This is hilarious. He's gonna play in USFL in 2022.
Hey, that's actually not a bad idea.
Yeah,
I mean, I might see him up here in the CFL at some point.
right. You're gonna get Bell.
He's going to be in Edmonton Elks. That's our new team name. Wicked helmets, though. Like the logo. You look good in Edmonton Elks logo, Lev Bell. Don't worry.
First time playing Fortnite on Twitch. Terrell-Lynn, have you ever played Fortnite?
No, I haven't, but I've watched my nephews play. They love it.
Okay. Very good.
I played what is called Mario Kart.
Oh, yeah? What system you got?
Like, I don't have it anymore. I played, like, when I was younger.
Oh, okay.
It's not like I presently play Mario Kart.
Mario Kart's a goat. It's a great game.
Josh C. is happy about the Wesco touchdown. Thanks to Kyle from the Game Ops team, producer Drew, Daniel, wrapping up the early classic on the DraftKings Dream Stream. We will have baseball pre-lock coming your way next with Steve Buchanan, who just put an article out. The MLB cheat sheet is now up on the playbook. LaMarca will join Steve. Wesco 1.87% owned. So
that seems rather high, if I'm being honest, over 1% on. So
yeah, I mean that sounds to me like if you wanted to get Julio, Ryan, Ridley, top heavy, and then that was the punt play for folks. So we've got a 6-way tie for first in the free showdown in our contest. Albadou, too, in first by a very healthy margin, by 7 points.
Wow.
It's a big lead. Hurst and the captain, Ryan, Darnold, so both quarterbacks, Herndon, Crowder, and Russell Gage. Meager 66, thank you. Yes, there is one more game today in the Classic. All 4 games today are in one Classic because of the disc. The AUDL coming up tonight on the Dream Stream. Check it out.
Did you play Ultimate when you were younger, Flash?
I played in high school, like for fun, like during the summer. We'd go out to a field and
yeah.
Great exercise. Like,
oh yeah, no, for sure, for real. Yeah.
I can't throw a frisbee one-handed like that. Or actually, that's not what I meant. I can't throw a frisbee from the side, like the little sling thing. I can't do that. My brother.
Yeah, that's like the skill part of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, you can be athletic, run around, jump, obviously catch frisbee over people, but like that's like the skill part. It's like shooting the puck or something. Like you've got to be able to like just whip that thing at a moment's notice, right? So it'll be fun, man. Disc League, I think that's cool. I mean, obviously people were into the eating stuff, but yeah, it's like looks like it's gonna be more of a regular Friday thing as we hit the dog days of summer coming up. Whatever the heck that means.
Yeah, pretty soon, NFL training camps will be starting, and football is going to be here before you know it. It's great. Even seeing guys out at camp, I'm like getting excited.
Yeah, and then we'll have more to talk about, Sim fam. We'll have to talk about more football than just a kicker.
Yeah, the punter news.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about a news dump on a Friday.
Yeah, wow. We should get some Julio Jones news soon. That trade's got to happen the next week, I think.
Darquez Denard signed a 1-year deal with the Cardinals today. Oh, that was yesterday. Let's see. Schefter, it's slow when Adam Schefter only has 3 tweets in a day.
Right.
2 tweets in a day. I take it back. Adam Schefter's first tweet of June 4th, 2021 was an hour ago. We've hit the 2-minute warning. It's 17-14.
Slow news day.
We're only 15 likes away from 200. Smash that like, please. That'd be fantastic.
Smash the like for Terrell's plant. Survived the move.
At least that did, yeah.
Your chair did not.
Nope. That's
Smash
why
the like.
sitting on a box. Everyone smash the like for me that I've been sitting on a box this entire sim.
Smash the like for Mini Terrell.
Anna says, Glash, play back the audio from the last sim.
Why? What did you guys do?
Well, it's more so it's actually the audio that I played for you guys earlier that I've had too much fun with today.
We just lost it at Ducey after 2 minutes.
Yeah.
That's what I like that the producers noted. It literally was like 2 minutes into the sim.
Yeah. We'll just, don't want to keep doing it. You don't want to overdo it. And I typically do everything, so. Super Bowl Baby says you have Cam's hand injury to fall back on. I know. Well, then all of a sudden we start talking about Cam Newton's hand injury today, and we talked about the Patriots too much. So,
yeah. How did the Patriots get into this conversation?
I mean, all these Boston people, they just keep talking about the Patriots. I mean, oh my God, let's talk about the punter in Seattle.
Obi-Wan, Jesse got married, right? No, our DraftKings superstar Jesse is getting married this weekend.
Good talking point. I meant to bring that up because when you brought up the bridal shower thing, I'm like, wait a minute, we should talk about that. Yeah.
Yep, and
that's
Reed
out there.
and Emerson will be there.
Yeah, we didn't get invited. That's cool.
That's okay. She's going to be stunning.
Okay, here's what we should do. Here's what we're going to talk about for the last minute 40, as there is a fumble, and now the Falcons maybe have a chance to force overtime. Who will be better on the dance floor, Emerson or Reed?
Yeah, drop it in the comments, Sim fam. Who do you think will be better?
I'm going to go with Reed. Reed is like probably one of those sneaky guys who like legitimately will just be like very smooth and like know how to do like actual dances moves. Emerson's just going to be a disaster. Like it's just, he's going to go in too hot. He's going to tire himself out. No, I'll take Reed.
I agree. I think Emerson's go-to move is probably like starting to unbutton his shirt and then
exactly. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, I'm opposite of you guys. I think it's going to be Emerson because sometimes Reed gets a little awkward and reserved, and I think he's just going to be like jamming, like with his fiance on the side. I don't know, like maybe looking at golf at the same time on his phone, and then Emerson's just going to be out there like a madman, probably like doing the worm on the dance floor, and Megan's not going to have any control over him, and he might just steal Jesse the whole time and start dancing with her.
I mean, that'll probably happen. We are going to get OT here.
Oh, God.
Oh, dear Lord.
Don't tell Steve. He'll get upset. Lamarcus in the chat says, definitely don't leave Reed alone with your girl.
What?
For the dancing.
Yeah, he's might have some smooth moves. I don't know.
Oh, I think Reed is, like I said, I think Reed is like, it wouldn't shock. Did he get a touchdown?
Oh
God, that would have been so nice. He's probably taking like ballroom dancing or something. Like I could see him just being like, oh yeah, I know how to ballroom dance. Just like, whipping it out on the dance floor. These moves.
Tom Cruise, Emerson will definitely sweat more.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
We might not get OT. Atlanta might go for the win. They might run out of time. Oh,
there we go. That's how you do it. That's how you avoid OT on a Friday.
I like it.
Great job. Great job.
Good job, everybody.
Good job, Falcons. Great job.
Love you.
Good job, Carolyn Planty.
What is the name? Plant or Planty?
Planty.
Plant.
Let's
Name
call it
of my plant is Plant.
Let's call it Planty fasciitis.
Oh. We got there. Clint says Koff would be challenging people to a dance-off. $5? Dance off?
Want to enter my contest?
So, you gonna Captain Reed or Captain Emerson?
Yeah, I'm gonna fade Carolyn definitely.
Nice. Let's make 2 lineups each, and we have to captain each of them, and then see who wins. Daniel says Koff only does head-to-head dance-offs. Matt Lamarca, love the name Plant. I had a monkey Beanie Baby as a child, and his name was Monkey.
I would expect nothing less from you, Lamarca.
Wow, this has been a weird sim. Really.
Honestly, this is the weirdest sim I've ever done.
From start to finish, it's been weird.
I think this is my
Carolyn came in hot, just I thought she was like getting robbed or something at first. I didn't want to say anything, and then
I was like, listen to this.
Fell through a box.
I fell through my box.
Lasheen I thought he had the fever or something because he had a blanket on.
That was so weird, Glash.
We referred to Kaufman as daddy for about 5 minutes. That was extremely awkward for me, I'm not going to lie.
Yep. Sorry.
Banks says, yeah, we do. 370 people now at 360 watching. If you have a like to give, please smash it. There is one more sim tonight, but we do have MLB pre-lock coming up with Steve and Lamarca. The Jets do have some time. They use one of their 3 timeouts.
Good news, Lamarca and Bukes, they're not as weird as this whole thing has been, so you won't have to go through another hour of weirdness. I'm sorry that we brought that to you over the course of this hour, but I mean, there's over 300 of you watching. The number keeps going up, so you must love the weirdness.
Don't ever apologize on the DraftKings Sim fam. Don't ever show weakness. We get a pick six.
Huge touchdown.
This last minute is taking like forever.
Yeah.
Don't ever show weakness to the DraftKings Sim fam.
That's true.
Don't ever apologize. We're the pros here, We're the ones in like the Pearl Towers. So no, I'm just
we're the ones up here, and I'm on my box. That's sinking.
We also get paid per like, so please smash the like button.
Yeah, we're almost at 200. Almost there. Kyle says hi. Kyle, hello.
Hey, Kyle.
Tom Cruise is in the chat. I haven't seen Tom Cruise for a while.
Wow, James Smiley, you did call it. Pick 6. Sam Darnold, not good.
That'll definitely move some lineups, though.
Yeah.
Falcons D up to 14 points in the flex, 12.8% owned in the free roll, 1.5% owned in the captain spot. Matt Ryan has 3 touchdowns, 281 yards, too. He's having a good game.
So the 2 leading lineups, it's a 2-way tie for first in the free public contest, and Falcons D is in the winning lineup.
Yep.
So that was huge.
A massive play.
Falcons D, yeah, big time. 14 points, like you said. Big time.
Oh, should we pick a player of the game so Bukes and LaMarca can actually start giving people like actionable, like good information? We can get out of here.
Yes,
Yeah,
because I already am a coward usually, but I'd be a bigger coward if we didn't have a quick post-game show, because I always, certain hosts that love to take their time in their post-game shows, I don't appreciate. So we should wrap it up.
Okay, I'll pick the loser of the game. That'll be Perriman. Do you want to pick the player of the game, Carolyn? Do you care?
I don't even care.
Okay, well, let's go with Ridley. He had two touchdowns.
Ridley's
he's
been
my
hot.
captain.
Yeah.
There you go.
You should care, Carolyn.
I do care. He's my captain. I'm 52, and I had Flacco in my lineup, and I also had Brian Hill, and both of them did diddly squat. So, ha 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 ha.
Oh, Darnold.
You can get more garbage time? No. We've got one more time for Hail Mary. This last minute has taken 10 minutes to play.
It really is.
So Tara Lynn finished in the top 50% with a backup quarterback. That is impressive.
I hope everybody in the DK Sim fam feels bad. Carolyn's just smoking you guys by playing Joe Flacco.
Honestly,
Wild
you guys
play-
should feel bad when they're like, Carolyn doesn't know what she's doing. That's why she puts the backup quarterback. No, I do it because it's funny.
Chris Hogan touchdown. Wow.
Wow.
4 points. My
As
God.
time expires.
We're going to go for 2 to pour it on.
This is huge.
Give me, Chris.
More points. Is that Hogan again? 7-Eleven. Oh, no. Who was that?
Hogan. You're right. It was
Was it?
Hogan.
Oh, okay. He's always open. 7-Eleven. Old Mr. Chris Hogan.
Holy cow. That was nuts.
Weird game, man.
The Jets make it look actually competitive.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, it was competitive. It was just a pick 6, a garbage touch. I don't know. That was a weird sim. Perfect ending to the sim, if we're being honest.
Yeah. All right. And who'd you say the Not My Kid award was?
Brashad Perriman. He had 0 catches, and he was 34% owned, so I feel like that's a pretty strong pick.
Okay. All right, everybody. There's one more sim coming at 6. Patriots, Texans. Jeff will be there with Christian. Tara Lynn, best of luck with the move. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. Thanks for hanging, Sim fam. Have a great weekend.
We'll have to get you a new box in the meantime. Or a
Yeah,
new
I'm completely like,
Milk crate.
Milk crate. Okay. Producer Drew, thank you, as well as Daniel. And thanks to Kyle from the Game Ops team. All righty. Time to talk some baseball. Big MLB slate this evening. Let's turn it over to Steve Buchanan and Matt LaMarca. Fellas?
Well, thank you so much. That was a very long, that was like NBA-esque, trying to get out of those last few minutes of that game. But we can start talking some MLB now. I have the very handsome Matt LaMarca, who's going to be joining me in just a moment here as we talk about every single team in MLB is playing tonight, and we are going to try to divulge into all of that here. So let's talk about that. I'm making sure Matt LaMarca is good to go. My handsome co-host, you here, bud? How you doing?
I'm ready, baby. Let's do it.
Let's do it, baby. I have to. Okay, first and foremost, let's start the weekend. Everybody listen. Here we go. We got to start the weekend the right way.
Hold
It
on.
was just a Dr. Pepper. Don't get all your, don't
right,
get
I was
all.
gonna say.
I was gonna say, but hey, the thought is there. Okay, we're starting the weekend the right way. I have a bone to pick with DraftKings, man, and I'm hoping that you will also be on the same page. Is there really 6 pitchers priced at 10K or above tonight? That's how this slate is going.
You think that's too many?
That is way too many, and some of them undeserving, if you ask me. But there's no way that there should be 6 pitchers on a slate, 10K or above. Max Scherzer, Julio Urias, Ian Anderson, Zach Wheeler, Freddie Peralta, and Hyun-Jin Ryu, all 10K and above tonight. That didn't bother you when you looked at that?
I will say that I think Anderson and Montas are pretty. Montas is 9,900. I rounded up.
Might as well be, round it up.
Like those guys seem like particularly egregious given the matchups. Ryu is overpriced as well, but the other 4 guys, like, I think they're pretty fairly priced.
So let's just get right into it. So of all the expensive cats going tonight, 10K or above, where are you landing?
I'm going with Max Scherzer out of this group of 4 pitcher, of the 10K plus type guys. Kind of flying under the radar, I think, a little bit as to how good of a season he's having. You got DeGrom in the NL, who's deservedly getting the majority of the attention, but 2.34 ERA for Scherzer. He continues to be, outstanding in terms of strikeouts. His only real flaw is he does allow the long ball, right? He's a little bit prone to giving up home runs. That said, like, the Phillies are not a team that you really have to worry about in that department.
Right.
They're pretty mediocre in terms of hitting against right-handed pitching. They're 22nd in terms of ISO against right-handed pitching. So I think it's a pretty good matchup for Scherzer. I was a little bit surprised at how high his opponent implied team total is.
Yes.
That's definitely a little bit concerning for me, but I still think that just the safety that Scherzer brings on a night in, night out basis for the most part makes him my choice of this group. You can make a case for sure for Freddie Peralta. He's really the only other guy I would consider putting over him in this price range, but I'm just going to back the track record of Scherzer. The dude just returns value every single time he takes the mound for the most part.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously you're spending up a pretty penny for him tonight at 11,400. But like, if I look at this group, okay, like Zach Wheeler is kind of enticing, even though the Nationals don't strike out a ton. That's kind of one of the downfalls there, but they're a very poor offense that is just not getting it done against righties at all. So I look at that at 10,700 and feel like that's the way to go. You mentioned Freddie Peralta. That's actually probably my favorite of the group is Freddie Peralta. And
I don't blame you for that.
I mean, you kind of brought it up already. The matchup is good. Peralta's numbers have been great across the board. I mean, he's just been almost unhittable, especially against righties. 45.1% K rate against righties. I mean, that is just absurd numbers. 1.84 FIP. Like, he's just been absolutely nasty so far this season. And then you're going up against a Diamondbacks team that has been nothing impressive, under a 300 WAR against righties now, just a 24% K rate against them, which is pretty good too. But I look at this list and I see Nathan Eovaldi at 8,500, and that's exactly where I land. And why is that? Because he's going up against the Yankees. So you look at that and you go, why would I want to do that? Let me tell you why you want to do that. I'm going to let you in on a little bit of a spoiler here.
Okay.
The Yankees can't hit. The Yankees offense has been absolutely atrocious over the past week. Just how bad have they been, you may be asking? Over the past week, they're averaging under 3 runs a game, just under 3 runs a game. They have 3 guys in that lineup that over the past week have a K rate of over 30%. 30% over the past week. Now you have Nathan Eovaldi, who has really good command, keeps the ball in the yard, only 1 home run allowed through 60 and 2/3 innings. That's pretty damn impressive. And he's got some good strikeout upside. He's still striking out a little less than average, under a batter an inning on average, but he's right there. But going up against an offense that is really, really struggling to hit, he's on the road, only 8,500. Like, to me, this is somebody who is not going to have a lot of ownership at all. But you look at like his FIP compared to his ERA, kind of shows that he's been getting a little bit unlucky too. So I look at Eovaldi at 8,500 at probably, I don't think he's going to be higher than like 6-7% ownership tonight. This is where I'm landing tonight.
It's an interesting option. I do think for tournaments, you make a good point. My thought process is like, I think we all expect the Yankees offense to be pretty good when things are all said and done at the end of the year. I mean, this team, they're 27th in runs this year. They were third last year, first in 2019, and second in 2018, with essentially like the same team. A lot of the pieces that are there now are the same ones that were there, last year, 2 years ago, etc. So I don't want to go out of my way targeting pitchers who are facing the Yankees, but you do make a good point that Eovaldi just might be underpriced in general.
Yeah.
And I'm always interested in low-owned pitchers for tournaments. So he's not somebody that I have given a ton of thought to, but I think you can make a case that he's GPP viable.
I think quite frankly, he's the top GPP pitcher on this slate. Like, okay. And look, every team is playing in this one. So you have a lot of options, but I'm thinking about strikeout upside, attacking an offense that has been struggling. The Yankees have an implied team total of 4.5 runs. That has been consistently hitting the under over the past week. Like, there's just a lot of variables here that scream low ownership, but a high ceiling.
All right. You've convinced me. I think
now, if that works out or not is a different story.
I think we should talk about Blake Snell.
I think we absolutely should.
I think he's going to be either the highest or the second highest owned pitcher on the slate.
And
right
that's
up there
that's
with
a
Scherzer.
mistake. That's a mistake.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of factors that are working in his favor, right? He has the lowest opponent implied team total on the board by a significant margin. The Mets right now are implied for 3 runs. No other team is less than 3.5. So we're talking like a pretty significant margin where Snell is standing out in that department. He has excellent strikeout numbers this year. His numbers in general are just super weird. Like, he's generating a ton of swings and misses. He's getting a bunch of strikeouts, but he's walking the ballpark. Yep. And when batters make contact, they hit the ball very, very hard off of him. So I don't like, one of those two things has to give, you would think, right?
Yep. Well, the other thing is too, that you bring up that point about the hard contact. That's followed him all throughout his career. He has consistently been somebody that's given up on hard contact. You go through his like career numbers, and I have them right in front of me right now: 35%, 34%, 34%, 35%. Like, that has consistently been there. What's been different is that the walks haven't been as much as they are now. He's walking almost 6 batters per 9 innings. That's basically double his career total. So that's been a problem. But here's where I don't understand is like, so he has given up 12 runs over his last 2 starts against the Houston Astros, who are a very good team against lefties. So, maybe par for the course. The Brewers, who are against lefties. But like, why is the public still high on Blake Snell at this point? What has he done so far this season that makes you say, okay, this is going to be the start that's going to turn it around? Is it because it's against the Mets?
I mean, that's
maybe
part of it.
That is definitely part of it. It's at home where he has been much better as well. But like I said, I'm looking at these starts, and I'm looking at like all of his numbers across the board. And I'm not finding this silver lining where I'm like, okay, if this adjusts, then he should be back on track. Or like if his FIP was way different from his ERA, and they're pretty much on point, there's about a run difference between them, then I'd be like, okay, he's just been getting unlucky. But none of that exists right now. So for him to not only be 9,200, but to also be one of the biggest favorites on this slate, I can't wrap my head around that at all.
No, I agree. He's a fade for me too. I just wanted to bring him up because like the Vegas data is so stark.
Yeah.
And for what it's worth, might just be a small sample size blip, but we expected this Mets team to hit this year, and they have quietly started to hit a little bit, over the past 7 days. So again, small sample size. They are 6th in WRC plus against lefties.
Yeah. Yep.
So Francisco Lindor is starting to hit. Pete Alonso's back. James McCann is starting to hit a little bit.
Raking.
Yeah, I don't feel particularly comfortable that this is like a smash spot for Snell, which is what the Vegas data is suggesting. So
Crazy.
You know me, you know I love my Vegas data for pitchers, but I think that in this spot it's a bit deceiving.
It's honestly, it's crazy. And like, you know, I can honestly say I've never bet on the Mets once this season. I think tonight's going to change that.
No, don't do it. Not with Joey Cheese on the mound.
Well, I was thinking of taking them on the run line. That's where I was looking more towards,
Okay.
not straight up. The run line's probably a safer play, but you're right. This game is probably a game you want to take a look at the over, and this is the game where you probably want to take a look at the heavy favorite. I gotta get your opinion on this because DFS Queenie in the chat is ranting and raving about Jake Arrieta tonight. I'd love to know why he's on Jake Arrieta, and if you're on Jake Arrieta at all, because I have not played him once this season. I mean, he's somebody that has very little upside, you know, when it comes to strikeouts. You know, he's got 41 Ks right now through 51 innings. He's given up a ton of home runs going up against the Giants, who have been like an underrated offense. And I don't know if they still are in first place in the NL West, but they were the other day. So they've been playing extremely well. Do you have anything on him? Because if there's any pitcher's name that I did not expect to see in the chat today, it's Jake Arrieta.
Well, I was hoping to save the Giants. You know, normally we talk about our super sneaky off the wall stack of the day. And for me, it is the San Francisco Giants. And part of it has to do with the fact that Jake Arrieta is just not good against left-handed bats.
Yeah.
But the other part is that there is a 13-mile-an-hour wind blowing out in San Francisco tonight.
Oh, boy.
So I love my Vegas data and I love my wind, Steve. I've been told all my life that I'm full of hot air, so it's only natural that I love the wind trends.
Yep.
So a ballpark, you know, a wind blowing out that severely to center is usually very predictive of runs being scored, of the over being hit. So I like this game to go over, and I like the Giants lefties in particular to get to Arrieta. You know, they don't have Yastrzemski, which is a big blow. Obviously, he's their best hitter, but Brandon Crawford has like quietly been raking.
Yeah.
Lamonte Wade, projected leadoff hitter, 2,800. Dickerson, projected 3-hitter, 3,100. Like, you can stack this team up on the super cheap, pay up for your pitching spots, and potentially get that nice wind push out into the outfield. I like the Giants tonight.
So, you know, I didn't mean to ruin your super sneaky stack, but I'm totally on this for all the reasons you just said. And then I started jumping into Arrieta's numbers. This is never a good sign. His fly ball rate is up almost 16% from where it was last year. His ground ball rate is down about 13% from last season. So they're putting a lot more balls in play in the air, and he is not generating the ground balls like he has all throughout his career. You can usually put him at about 48% ground ball rate or better all throughout his career. He's at 39% this season thus far. And it's not really that small of a sample at this point because he's already pitched 51 innings and made 10 starts, surpassing what he did in the year prior. So they're getting more balls in play against him through the air, and he is not generating ground balls. So now you throw that in the mix with the struggles against lefties against this Giants team. I don't know if you can call it a super sneaky stack for a team that's in first place, but I'll allow it because this is our show and nobody's going to tell us otherwise.
They're not.
No, they absolutely will. No, for sure. And especially on a 15-game slate, for sure. He says Arrieta owns the Giants. Buddy, let me tell you something. Arrieta has been in the league for about over 10 years. He may have owned them, 7 years ago, That ain't the case anymore. And if you're right tonight, you can find LaMarco and I on Twitter. We're always there. Our DMs
Yeah.
and
I'll be
our
on the
mentions
stream
are open.
tomorrow, Queenie. And if Arietta dominates, I will be more than willing to issue a "you were right" speech, and why we should all trust the Queenie moving forward.
Yeah, he says, I'll expect a sorry tomorrow. We are open. Our Twitters are public. You can DM us. You can add us. We'll be there. And you'll get it. And now he's asking, is the wind blowing in or out? now he might be panicking a little bit. Okay, let's move on to some of the other pitching options on here. I did see in the chat too, Kyle Gibson as a mid-tier option for tonight. He's been very surprising. Like, I was actually really excited in the beginning of the year to stack against Kyle Gibson. I've definitely lost a lot of money stacking against Kyle Gibson. Aside from opening day against the Royals, he's been sneaky good. Going up against the Rays, who have no issues striking out. I hadn't really considered him, but he's definitely in play. I mean, if you're looking at what he's done thus far this season, already did face the Rays once this season. One earned run allowed on 2 runs, 4 hits through 7 innings. Only struck out 3 in that one. Any thoughts on him though for tonight?
Hard pass on Gibson.
Sure.
Like, we know what Kyle Gibson is, and eventually the other shoe is going to drop.
Yeah.
You know, he had a 5.35 ERA last year. Now he's pitching in one of the most notorious hitters parks in the league.
Right.
His home run per fly ball rate dropped from 26.7% last year to just 6% to start the year. That will normalize a bit. His BABIP is at 234. That will normalize a bit. He's been over 300 in 4 of the past 5 seasons. Like, maybe Texas is like kind of good at rejuvenating some of these, you know, discarded pitchers. Not that Lance Lynn was like a discarded pitcher, but you know, he really took his career to another level. So if Kyle Gibson continues to pitch like this deep into the summer, then I will have to reconsider. Until then, fire at will on Kyle Gibson.
The cheapest I'm probably going at pitcher tonight is Cody Poteet at 6,600 against the Pirates. I mean, the matchup is great. And if it wasn't for that start against the Red Sox, where he didn't do well, he gave up 5 runs on 4 hits and 4 1/3 innings. I mean, he had given up just 2 runs through 17 innings in 3 starts prior. And it's not like they were cheapies either. It was against the Diamondbacks, the Dodgers, and the Phillies. So not a bad little run there. Strikeouts aren't huge, but I don't really need that at 6,600 going against a Pirates team that is not, you know, doesn't scare you offensively, obviously. So what are your thoughts on Poteet here? Because A, he's got a great last name, and B, for someone at 6,600, you know, that feels somewhat enticing against a team like the Pirates, who you just don't have to worry about offensively, really.
Little Poteet.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't mind him. I don't mind him. He's another pitcher that, again, I think, like Gibson, has been pretty lucky to start the year. 211 BABIP, 6.9% home run per fly ball rate. I don't think that he's going to be like a particularly good pitcher long term in the major leagues. He's not like a guy that was considered a top prospect, but you know what? Sometimes non-top prospects come out of nowhere and surprise everybody. Jacob deGrom was not considered a top prospect. So I don't hate him. I mean, you can make a case to play any pitcher against Pittsburgh.
Sure.
I don't think that he's a sub-3 ERA type guy moving forward, but you don't need to be that to find success against the Pirates.
And you talk about, you know, prospects that end up being, can end up being top prospects. Today is the anniversary of Fernando Tatis Jr. being traded for James Shields. That happened 5 years ago. The White Sox sent him to the Padres. That did not work out well. If you
all right, well, I'm glad that you keep track on all of these things and not just ones that involve the Mets trading away good players.
Spencer Turnbull was brought up in the chat. He's going up against the White Sox tonight. You know, kind of like what LaMarca said. He's not looking to actively play a pitcher against the Yankees with Nathan Eovaldi. I'm not actively looking to play somebody against the Chicago White Sox. I feel like Turnbull's getting a lot of attention because he did have that no-hitter a couple of starts ago. It was against the Mariners, who are still winning the AL West, so keep that in mind. But he's faced the Indians and the Yankees since.
The Mariners. Oh, I thought you. Okay, they're still winning the. I thought you meant like they're leading right now.
Oh,
I
no,
was
no,
like,
no.
wait, what happened?
They're only a couple games out. Don't worry. Even after a little skid, they're still a couple games out. So don't worry. They're still right in the thick of things. But he's faced the Indians and the Yankees since, which, sounds impressive, but two teams that aren't hitting well. This is probably the toughest assignment he's had in a while. So I'm not looking to go out of my way to play Spencer. He's not somebody that puts up a ton of strikeouts. He doesn't give up a lot of home runs, but his command can get a little shaky at times. No interest at 8,300. Let's just put it that way. Long-winded way of saying at 8,300, this is normally a guy who's probably 7K or below. Was gone on a decent run. We talk about Nathan Eovaldi possibly being underpriced. This is probably where Spencer is overpriced.
So I kind of like Turnbull. I'm not going to lie.
Okay.
I like all pitchers who sound like they should be, part of British Parliament.
This would be him.
Spencer Turnbull. For me, it's the matchup. The matchup is the problem. The White Sox just rake.
Yeah.
And I feel like we'll have better spots to use Turnbull this season. But his numbers, he is not a pitcher that I'm expecting a ton of regression from.
Okay.
He's got a 3.89 xFIP, 2.79 FIP on the year. So pretty much in line with his ERA. He's not the best fantasy pitcher because he isn't a strikeout maven, but he's kind of, of that irk where he's going to limit the damage on balls in play.
Yep.
So I don't hate Turnbull. I just don't think we need to use him A, against the White Sox, and B, on a 15-game slate.
Agreed. Let's get into the hitting. We do have a little bit of a shortened show because of the length of the Madden. So I want to do touch on this as much as we possibly can. You already talked about, do you like the Giants stack tonight? I like the Twins a lot tonight. Twins are totally hit or miss on offense this season, but I do like the matchup they have against Brad Keller. They've already faced him twice this season. If you want to bring up how those results have gone in those two games against Brad Keller, 9 1/3 innings, 11 hits, 10 runs allowed, only 5 of them earned, but I don't care. From a fantasy perspective, they still count for our offensive hitters. 5 walks, 9 Ks, 3 home runs allowed. Now, you look at that Twins lineup and they have just been ravaged by injury. It's really hard to identify, half of that lineup already. I like them a lot going up against somebody who gives up a lot of contact, can give up home runs. Are you on the Twins at all, or is there another team you're kind of looking to stack?
I do like the Twins. They're underpriced just given their implied team total, 4.6 runs. It's not going to jump off the page, but they're pretty cheap for an offense that's expected to do that much damage. Fantasy Labs has a metric that I really like. It's called team value rating. You can find it on their Vegas page. It's free. All it does is measure, implied team total versus price of hitters. And the Twins right now are 4th in that department.
Okay. Wow.
So I like the Twins. I think that's a good candidate for sort of an off the wall play. If we're going to just talk offenses, the top team has to be considered the A's, right? I mean, I came on here last week and basically said that we needed to load up at Coors Field, and I believe that game went off.
Yep. It did.
And I kind of feel like we need to take some shots with the A's batters tonight. John Gray, historically, has actually been one of the few pitchers that can find success at Coors Field, but the A's right now have their number 2 batter is $3,100.
Yep.
Their number 4 batter is $3,400.
Yep.
Their number 5 batter is $4K. The only expensive player that they have really is Matt Olson, who I love tonight. Yep. And he's 5,300. For Coors, 5,300 is not that expensive.
Right.
We used to see 6K routinely for Coors Field hitters. So I will be playing the A's tonight. They're going to be chalky. You always have to keep that in mind when you're loading up on, the quote unquote top offense of the day.
Yep.
So I would probably look to use a secondary stack that's a little bit more contrarian. Somebody like the Giants, perhaps. or get a little bit weird with my SP2. But
yep,
I think the A's are like primed to do some damage in this matchup.
No, I agree too. And just want to address a couple of things in the chat. Bad Boys of Pod, y'all talking hitters already, dude. If you got a question about pitchers, be sure to drop it in. We can definitely get to it. James Saxon said, hard for me to listen to a guy that thinks the Mariners are going to win the West. James, I'm sorry you don't have any hopes and dreams in your life, but no need to attack me for that. So I agree with you with the A's. They just feel really really too cheap for Coors Field. I will say though, and I apologize if you did bring this up, but John Gray has been pitching so much better at home than he has on the road. Like, you think the numbers would be flip-flopped, but Gray has been phenomenal at home this season. So that does give me a little bit of pause, but not enough that I don't want to at least have some sort of exposure to this lineup. Like you mentioned, like Tony Kemp batting second, 3,100, Seth Brown, the cleanup hitter, hitting fourth at 3,400. Like, that just screams value. Like, that is just like some serious value on a slate where, as we said, there are 6 pitchers that are 10K or above. Like, if you're taking at least one of those guys, you need to save somewhere. So why not save somewhere with like someone like Seth Brown? Not a big household 60 name, but I will take anybody at 3,400 who's batting cleanup in Coors Field. They could be Matt LaMarca at 2,000, and I'll be inserting him first before Max Scherzer.
That'd be a bad play, unless the
I'll still take no. I'd still do it, but I'm just.
Pitchers start throwing underhand, then I might be worth a stab in a tournament, but that's about it.
But hey, if you were 2K and drew 2 walks, I'm in business. That's 4 DraftKings fantasy points right there. But that is some of the value that you can take a look at there. So I definitely agree with you. So we talked about the Twins, we talked about the Rockies. What other stacks are you kind of considering here too? Because when you look at the bottom, I call it the bottom feeders at this at the pitcher position tonight. I mean, we got Matt Shoemaker going against the Royals. You know, Keegan Aiken, who feels like he's been pitching a little above over his head, going against the Indians. Probably not the best one there. Scott Kazmir is pitching tonight.
Is back.
Dude, I saw Scott Kazmir pitch in person against Pedro Martinez. Like, Kazmir has been around for a long time. I think this is his second time in the majors. I know he made one start already, but like in 3 or 4 years, like he is like come out of nowhere. But I kind of like that stack too against the Cubs, because I love Scott Kazmir. Like, I love that he's in the majors, but you know, we're talking about he's nearing 37 years old at this point, going up against the Cubs offense that definitely can rake too.
Kazmir, just one of the many prospects that the Mets have traded away. Brought him back for Victor Zambrano, Steve. Don't know if you remember that one. Shipped him to the Rays for Victor Zambrano. I like the Angels here.
Okay.
Again, I don't think that's really like a stack that's going to fly under the radar. Taking on Bob Duggar. I like to call him Bob.
Bob, good guy.
He's a good guy, Bob Duggar, but he's pitching to a 6.23 ERA so far this season. I don't think that's very intimidating. Some of his advanced numbers are a little bit better. You know, like he does seem like a candidate for some progression, but 6.23, you can progress from that, and it's still not going to be very good.
Right.
He doesn't throw hard. His average fastball is at 91.4 to start the season. That might as well be 85 in today's MLB.
Right.
And again, the Angels are just an incredibly cheap team.
Yeah,
you know,
very much
Upton
so.
is leadoff or expected to bat leadoff at 3,400. Rendon is only 4K.
Wow.
Jared Walsh, who just absolutely rakes against right-handed pitching, 4,300, and he's the most expensive player on the team. Like, again, going back to that Fantasy Labs metric that I mentioned, team value rating of 88, best mark on the slate. They're implied for 5.2 runs, and they don't have a single player more expensive than 4,300.
That's pretty wild. That is pretty wild. I didn't even realize that their run total was that high. But I mean, talking about, and that's a stack too, that if you were bold enough to be able to get 2 pitchers over 10K in your lineup, this is a stack you can do that with. So you talk about the Angels and mix them in with some of the guys from Oakland. So you have 2 teams with really high run totals, and they're on cheap. That's what's so unique about a slate like this. You can fit some of those high priced pitchers in the lineup. Somebody was asking what the Mariners thing was. I bet them to win the West at 33-1 back in February. So I have to, obviously stick with that and be supporters of them. And to be fair, it's June 4th. And they're only 4.5 games out, so that's certainly not the worst
a bad
bet
number, Bukes.
No,
but you may want to tone down on the whole they're gonna win it thing.
Hey, you know what? I have people in the Mariners organization that has reached out to me, so let's. That's as far as I'll go. But the talks have been done. So
are they saying? Why are you picking us to win? We're really not that good. Are you seeing something that we're not seeing?
They said they appreciated and liked the bold take. So I'm glad that they are appreciative.
All right.
Let's talk about some individual hitters for tonight. I'm really high on Pete Alonso. You kind of brought it up already going up against Blake Snell. Blake Snell's numbers against righties are just absolutely atrocious. He's just under a 400 WOBA against righties so far this season. They've hit 7 of the 8 home runs that he's allowed. Pete Alonso just recently came back from injury, 5 for 14 since he's come back, a home run, 5 RBI. He's one of my favorite hitters on the night, and I think he's 5,200. Yeah, 5,200 tonight. So obviously on the more expensive side, cherry pick a couple hitters that you're on for tonight as well.
So I'm going to start by going to the bottom of the barrel, real cheap.
Okay. All right.
My man, Vogel Bombs.
Oh, I absolutely hate that guy.
Vogel Bombs is back.
That guy sucks, dude. I hate Vogelback. He's such a dork. I can't stand him. Go ahead.
2,600. He's batting second, taking on Matt Peacock of the Diamondbacks. So far this season, Peacock, 368 WOBA against lefty bats. He's allowed 4 homers in 11.1 innings pitched.
Yep.
Vogel Bombs goes yard.
Vogel Bombs. He just has like such an unlikable face, man. Like that's just half my problem. Like I'm no they're not going to make Michelangelo out of my body, but the guy is so out of shape. The guy's so out of shape. I can't stand every time. I just he's just one of those guys. Him, Andrelton Simmons is just another guy. Like I just can't stand. So I would never play them in a fantasy lineup, no matter the matchup. So I get Vogel Bombs, as you want to call him, is 2,600. I have zero interest. I'm not going to play
all
this
right.
guy.
Well, then what about Christian Yelich for the same reasons? Can I make
all right,
let's
my
preferred stud targets?
Fine. Let's hear it. 5,100.
5,100 again, lefty versus Peacock. He went yard yesterday and apparently doesn't have an annoying face, according to Steve.
And look, I'm no stud. It's fine, but I mean, good God, that guy is home to take your girl out or something like that. That's just what I see every time I look at him. A couple mid-tier guys that I kind of have my eyes on for tonight. If you look in the mid-range here, I was kind of on. I'm trying to find him here. Here we go. Carlos Correa at 4,100 against Hyun-Jin Ryu. Really cheap price for somebody that's hit lefties well all throughout his career. I think you and I both agree that we weren't big fans of Ryu, especially, any lefty going up against the Astros is kind of treading on danger there. But Correa's been hitting really, really well, averaging 10 DraftKings points over his last 10 games, 2 home runs, 3 doubles, 6 RBI in that span, getting on base a lot too, 12 walks over those 10 games. Well, you've seen the ball really, really well. And I just think he's massively, I don't want to say massively, but I feel like he's pretty underpriced at 4,100 because normally I think this is somebody who's usually in that low to mid 5K range. So to get him at 4,100 tonight, hitting the ball well, was somebody that I would definitely want to be looking at here tonight. And then also in that kind of that same range, I was kind of looking at Nick Castellanos as well. Always a threat against lefties. Surprised he's only 3,900.
3,900?
Right. Another guy that is just so unbelievably cheap, especially in a matchup against lefties. Nick Castellanos at 3,900 tonight just really feels like an extreme value. Good hitting Reds team. A guy that's mashed lefties all throughout his career. 3,900 is just feels like an absolute steal.
Yeah. I mean, I also had a $3,900 outfielder lined up, but now I feel like I should just play Castellanos. I was looking at Benintendi at 3,900. I like the KC lefties against Schumacher. the maker of shoes, if you will.
Yep.
392 WOBA surrendered to left-handed batters this season.
Man,
dreadful. It's dreadful.
Awful.
Like, he can't get out left-handed bats.
Yep.
And Benintendi has been on the hotter side recently. 12 points in his last game, 25 the game before that, at least 7 in 5 of his last 6 games. So I kind of like Benintendi, but again, at 3,900, if I'm going to play an outfielder, I might have to just reconsider and play Castellanos.
Well, here's the beauty of it all. You can play both.
That's true. You are allowed to play 3 outfielders.
Real quick, we only have a couple minutes left. Give me your favorite bet for tonight over on the DraftKings Sportsbook for the for MLB tonight. I personally am absolutely going over on the Padres and Mets game. It's currently at 7. Are you kidding me? At 7, way too much love for Blake Snell. That's either going to be an absolute trap play or that is going to blow past the over probably before the 5th inning. So that's mine. Over 7 runs. Mets, Padres.
Yeah.
Where are you at?
Even if Snell isn't a trap and he shuts the Mets down, the Padres might score 8 against Joey Cheese.
Yeah, definitely.
Guy stinks. I'm going under in Nationals Phillies.
Okay. Fine.
I think part of the reason why we're looking at these opponent implied team totals and we're saying, why are they so high? Why is Scherzer have an opponent implied team total of 3.6 runs? Why does Wheeler have an opponent implied team total of 3.5 runs? And it's just because the total in this game is too high.
Yep.
It should be 6.5, maybe even 6.
Yep.
And it's just one of those things where baseball or where the sports books don't really set lines on 9-inning games lower than 7 runs.
Nope.
So I'm just going to bang the under 7.
Yep. I hear you. DFS Queenie, I see your messages. Logistically, I can't. So we'll just leave it at that. That is going to wrap it up for this edition of MLB The Slate here on Friday night. All teams in action tonight. So make sure to get your lineups. Make sure to get your bets in here for tonight. We only have one sim left going for you at 6 o'clock. Patriots at Texans. Jeff and Christian will be on the call for that one. And then
that's it. Disc. We got some
Disc League is after that
coming up.
Okay, so that will be coming up on the Dream Stream as well. So make sure to check that out. And for Matt LaMarca, for all the hardworking people behind the scenes, I'm Steve Buchanan. We will see you back for this show next Tuesday.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome back into the Dream Stream. Last sim for Friday. Yeah, 6 p.m. Eastern. Let's go. We got a little Texans action. We got a little Patriots action as well. I can't believe, I swear to God, I work like every Patriot sim now. But anyways, I digress because it doesn't matter who the teams are. What matters is who's beside me. And right now, Kristen DeAndrea coming in as a co-host. We're going to do a little sim action together for you, take you home on this Friday night. Well, take you home, but take you through the last sim because there's other stuff coming up we'll get to.
Get you through happy hour at the very least. Get you ready to face your Friday night. I'm sure you got a lot going on, NBA playoffs, and of course, the opening day for the American Ultimate Disc League. So without any further ado, Moose, let's jump right in. Did you make a lineup? Who do you like in this one?
Yeah, I captained Will Fuller. But I did go heavy on the Patriots, actually.
Okay.
Who did I put in it? Where's my line? There we go. I got Asiasi. I faded Cam Newton. So I got Asiasi, Harry Bird, and actually used the Patriots defense. I like to use the defenses against the Russian QBs because of the fumbles and stuff like that.
Yeah,
who'd you go with?
Strategy. I also captained Will Fuller V. But that just saved me enough money to get both quarterbacks in there. And there were a couple of really cheap punt play candidates that made too much sense to me. You know they're going to be popular. I know they're going to stink up the joint, but that is James White and David Johnson, two running backs that are very touchdown dependent. Maybe White will get like 6 catches. David Johnson, we know, kind of sucks, but he was only, 3,600. White was only 3,200. The two of them combined saved me enough to throw Brandon Cooks in my lineup, so I'm a little more Texans reliant than I want to be. And this is a Texans team, Jeff. This is why I named our free roll the God, not another blowout free roll. Because A, this week's been nothing but blowouts for me. But B, that includes a 31-7 stomping this Texans had at the hands of another AFC East team. So I don't have high expectations for this one. I do think this could be the kind of day where the Patriots roll all over the Texans. And already into Houston territory on the road. Not the start you want to see if you are Texans heavy.
Yeah, you're already foreshadowing the game here. We already had a nice pass to Damiere Byrd. So, and another one. Damiere Byrd eating it up on this first drive here. Good news for Damiere Byrd owners. We'll get his ownership here in a sec. I'll get you a bunch of ownerships here in a sec. But yeah, man, smash that like button, DK Sim fam. Brian C already saying, hey, CDA and Jeff on a Friday. Yeah, man, that's where it's at.
I love it. I love it. Great energy.
Oh, Kaufman's in to remind you about the NBA contest. Whoop-de-woo. I know there's NBA fans out, so if you do partake in the Kaufman stuff, he's there to remind you. He's always supposed to be sick. Anyways,
I feel
how's your Friday treating you, man? How's your Friday going?
You know, it's good. It's like blazing hot out here in Madison, Wisconsin. It is a balmy, like 90 degrees. I went out, I ran a little bit, got a good lather going, mowed the lawn, ready for the weekend. It's a lady friend's last weekend of fun employment. She starts her new job on Monday, so we're gonna try to figure out what we can do. Maybe travel a little bit, do a little bit of local Wisconsin tourism. Maybe out to lovely Lake Mills or Hubbleton or New Glarus. It's I don't know, not a lot going on, but a lot of possibility, a lot of opportunity for this weekend. You know, if things are finally opening back up, it's going to feel good to be normal again. What about you, Jeff?
Yeah, kind of the same deal, man. Like sunny weather, just been doing a bunch of stuff, yard stuff, outside more. Feels weird, especially where I live. You know, this time of the year always feels a little different because we spend so much time inside in the winter. So
you're finally getting a chance to go outside, toast that pasty skin, a healthy pink.
That's right. Get some pink action going. That's my second color. You know, pasty white or just pink roasted. So, all right, Pat's inside the 10 already.
Cam's going to run it? No, he's going to throw a terrible pass. Too.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
Looks like he had plenty of room if he wanted to truck it in himself, but instead sets up second and goal. Great opportunity if he got those Patriots tight ends. Maybe a little N'Keal Harry. He is a big red zone target in that he's a large man. He doesn't really catch a lot of touchdowns, but in theory he should. He's like 6'4", 205. Had a lot of good go up and get it at Arizona State. I really did like that pick when they drafted him. I was like, okay, this is a guy who is versatile. He's got decent straight line speed. He can go downfield, but he can also be a big time target. He's got the length. He's got solid route running. And just as a pro, maybe the injuries have sapped him, but no separation Just a guy you can single cover and forget about it. He is the Ron Popeil Showtime grill of NFL wideouts because opposing defenses can just set it and forget it with him. As wide open, Jimmy Sweet Feet White.
There's your boy.
Woo! I felt bad. I was like, you know what? One of these guys is going to disappoint me, but it won't be Sweet Feet White. The former Wisconsin Badger, one of the many great NFL running backs to come out of that assembly line of solid runners, doing what he does best, catching passes out of the backfield and giving the Patriots an early edge here in Houston.
Yeah, James White, dominant pass catching running back. Yeah, he can be pretty useful. These salaries in these sims are ridiculous. So kicking off here, pretty big start. Kristen called this might be a Patriots blowout. You know, the Simville Texans aren't as bad as the real life Texans, or as bad as they're going to be next year. But yeah, they can still suck it up with the best of them. So we'll see how Deshaun Watson responds. And just a reminder, guys, that this one is the last sim of the day. So we had a 4-game classic contest going on. Looks like we're going to be doing ADL, the Ultimate Disc League, UDL, Ultimate Disc League, most Friday evening/afternoon from here on in. The Dream Stream for a bit. So that's going to start at 8 p.m. Eastern today. So tune in for that after. But what are your thoughts? You seem very pumped about this, Christian, about the Ultimate Disc League.
Honestly,
were you like big into Ultimate?
No. It was a game I would play like in high school. Like it would be like at night and when there's nothing going on in the summer. And obviously your options are limited when you're a teenager. You have a car, but you can't really do anything else. You're not going to go sit in a coffee shop. You don't have any money to actually go do things anyway. So we'd find like local fields that kept their lights on and go play Ultimate, do things like that. I'm not good at it by any means, but I did like the opportunity to run around,
right,
burn off some of that like teenage angst a little bit, you know. I'm excited because it's one of the few pro sports teams that we have here in Madison, Wisconsin. Obviously, it's a very Badger kind of town. We have a third-tier pro soccer team now, the Madison Forward FC, who's I mentioned the last time on stream. For whatever reason, their mascot is a flamingo, a bird that would not be caught dead within the state of Wisconsin, but sure, whatever. That's fine. And the AUDL, I know where they play. It's a nice little stadium downtown. Been around for like 100 years. I went to a concert at Ryan Adams and Emmy Harris. It's delightful. It's a good place to watch a game. And maybe I'll have to go see. Maybe I'll have to go get credentialed through DraftKings and do some field interviews. But right now, like I'm more psyched because they created their non-fungible tokens, their NFTs, and now I'm going through them, and they're basically like Frisbee Top Shots, but the plays are pretty impressive. Like these guys are snatching discs inches from the turf. Like there's obviously a fair level of athleticism that goes into this. Like these dudes,
for sure.
Obviously the rosters look a lot like you'd expect them to look. A lot of dudes that look like me, only with beards. It's like they definitely have an aesthetic to them, but you know what?
They have a type.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to know what these guys are getting paid at in the AUDL. As while we were talking about it, we missed an interception there.
We did.
F. Gilmore.
Yeah, New England about to score again. 3rd and 4, but yeah, Gilmore on the interception. That's okay. DK St. Fan knows that.
Yeah.
Because we'll watch this play, but I was gonna say, I just clued in that the Madison is playing today. You're like basically.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my God! It's James White. What is going on? Everything's coming up. DeAndrea here early in this sim, folks.
Oh no, that is Sony on that one. So.
Oh, was it?
Fortunately,
oh, no, Sony. I'm sorry. Wow.
It would have benefited Simon Slays over on Twitch, who captained James White. But look at that already.
I just never see Sony Michel catch passes in the sim.
Oh,
so
in the sim, in real life, yeah, neither way. And
you know what they say about assuming too? It makes you look like an ASS. So, all right. So we had 2 running back scores. Sony Michel and James White both catches. Cam Newton has 2 touchdown passes as well. So my Cam Newton fade, not looking so hot.
Yeah.
But yeah, is Madison like your hometown-ish then? Madison?
No, I'm originally from Rhode Island. I've been out here for about a decade now.
But is that where you live? Right
now?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I should have phrased that better. Okay, so you could legitimately go out and watch the Madison wind chill Is it the Madison Wind Show or the Madison Radicals?
They're the Radicals.
They're the Radicals.
Yeah, if you're like, oh, what kind of people play for the Madison, Ultimate Frisbee League team? You're like, oh, they name themselves the Radicals.
Yeah.
I got it. The image in my head, that's exactly who's on the field right now.
Exactly. I love the names and the chill.
Dude, they're all
again, that's coming up on the Dream Stream at 8 p.m. Eastern. But yeah, I just clued into that as we were talking. I'm like, oh, they're from Madison. Okay, Christian could like.
They're going to be over at Bree Stevens, and I honestly don't know what the crowds are like there. But like, I'm looking at some of these clips, and like this one's at McGill University in your home country, and like there are a lot of people in the crowd, and they are going like nuts. Like they're jumping out of their seats for some of these plays. So clearly there's a market here, and obviously the AUDL survived COVID and kept it going.
Yeah.
I feel like I might have to go out there and spend the 3 cents on my AUDL NFT.
You never know, man. 20 years from now, who knows?
Could be a thing.
We could be commentating on Ultimate Disc League, Sims 20 years from now.
Apparently they had the entire championship weekend in 2019 in Madison, and I missed it, which I didn't really miss it, but I did not attend. There's actually a lot of great things to do in that area of Madison in the summer, particularly the great taste of the Midwest, which I won't go on and about, but if you're ever looking for a next level beer festival, the Great Taste, it's probably the greatest, if not in the world, then at least in the contiguous 48 states.
All right, there you go.
Okay.
Dropping some Madison or Milwaukee knowledge on us, or not Milwaukee.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Wisconsin.
Yeah, I got a little bit of Milwaukee in me as well. Wow, Deshaun Watson's bad day continues. Runs right into Chase Winovich, who does not have his standard flowing locks in this one. Winovich with some blonde Thor hair in real life, unless he's cut it recently, which could be the case. Maybe it was ahead of the curve on that one, but
perhaps
leading the team in sacks last season, which always give me a low number with this version of the Patriots. Like they really spread out that attack and really rotate guys in and out. But Winovich does look like a solid investment for a Bill Belichick day 2 pick. Miami Misfits, just seeing the compliments there. I can listen to CDA all day long in Moose Tooth. Thanks, buddy. We appreciate you, whether you're here on Twitch or YouTube. Thank you so much for tuning in.
And just to remind people too, and I'll be reminding you this throughout the sim, but there is a free 1K pool to go along with the Ultimate Disc League too. So you head on over to the DraftKings Sportsbook, you'll find that there. But last chance, obviously, game's starting soon. You're going to get a challenge on this play, which almost never gets overturned. So knock on wood there. But
yeah, it's good. Burning a timeout, the Patriots run after their 2 minutes. What's the plan there? He's clearly got 2 feet in. One,
clearly, pretty clearly.
Got about at least 3 feet in bounds.
He's good.
Yeah.
But yeah, as we're waiting, just a reminder, you can head over to the DraftKings Sportsbook. Might as well do it right now, guys. It's a free-to-play 1K pool over there for the Ultimate Disc League. You head over to the Sportsbook. You go under the pools category, and you'll find it there. You guys are all smart. You're all internet savvy entrepreneurs, whatever you call it. Spurlunkers, internet spurlunkers. There's David Johnson getting 1 whole yard.
All right, on the board. I'll take it.
So did you read the big Cam Newton news that he banged his hand today? He got an owie on his hand.
Yeah, and I can't imagine a less. I mean, it just shows you how slow the news period has been.
Exactly. Yeah,
that has been a thing like on the top of it, not like a headline on ESPN, but like one of the sidebar headlines. It's that's one of the 8 most notable things of the day. Cam Newton had a little owie and was like, I'm going to sit this one out in OTAs. Like, who cares? Who gives a crap? Yeah, he'll be fine. Dude,
no broken bones.
A car crash that would have killed a lesser man and still started like 3 days later. I'm not.
That's right. That's right. People forget about that when Cam Newton got in the car crash and basically started the next day or whatever. So
Well, yeah, I just remember the pictures where it was like him sitting on the curb smiling, and in the background was his truck flipped over entirely, like laying on its roof. And Newton just like,
Yeah.
all good, bro. Yeah.
Legitimately,
Oh,
like
in there. Oh no.
Legitimately, the entire car was like flipped over. So, anyways, guys, that's going to bring an end to the first Q. That was all Patriots there. Cam Newton, 81 yards, 2 passing touchdowns. But we got a little cut to go to for this first Q break. We got Dan Le Batard and friends, along with DraftKings, are bringing you Freedom, spelled free, D-U-M-B, a 24-hour live stream event. It's going on the Le Batard and Friends YouTube page right now, so we'll give you more information about that later. But you can join them as they celebrate a new chapter in the Le Batard and Friends journey with 24 hours of uninterrupted live programming with Dan Le Batard, Stu Gatz, and the rest of the crew aboard the pirate ship. I don't know what's going on, but it sounds cool and it sounds crazy. And here's a little highlight of the show from earlier today. Check it out.
Honestly.
Oh, no.
Oh,
wait.
Oh,
there he is.
Oh,
look at that. Look at that.
Entrance.
Hey.
Between 6 and 9 p.m. Friday, between 9 and midnight Friday, or after midnight are your choices for that. Who will curse first? Now, I believe Dan has said GD over the course of the program. I don't know. Does that count?
GD.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, who the do you think curses
Oh.
first?
jeez.
Oh, no.
Oh,
no,
he's made that
no.
wasn't even Wait a minute. Can
Come
that
on,
be
man.
insider trading?
Come on.
Wait a minute.
I control the outcome.
He's been yelling. I'm the draft king, and I don't trust him to not sabotage this before we've gotten started because some sort of securities commission is running in here to say that this money, Stugatz already has 49 million and a half of it.
I always bet on myself.
I'm lucky I'm here because of my back. I set my alarm on my iPhone this morning, and I got up with such a start that my back ached, and it's like a lower back spasm. It's pretty serious right now.
Right.
You know?
Put it on the poll.
There's nothing worse, right?
Right. I need a paramedic. I need Meadowlark dollars to pay for a paramedic
Jesus
to be
Christ. Put it on the poll, please, at Le Batard Show. Has the alarm ever woken you in a way that gave you terrible back pain?
People can relate.
Yeah.
Getting Jim Rome to do this show. Thank you so much, Romy, for joining us on the Freedom Marathon. I'm such a huge fan. You're an icon.
Can you even believe? Look who's on the pirate ship.
That's right, man.
Unbelievable, man. All right, first things first. I get into it. It's live. I'm young. I'm immature. I hit him once with it. I hit him a second time. He says, I bet you don't do it again. Me being 30 and not that bright was, I bet I do. You know, bam, the table's rolled over. Coffee's getting thrown around. We're in a commercial break. And we get up. And I'm like, dude, and keep in mind, I go about 5'10", and he goes about 6'5". I'm like, what the You knew. He's like, yeah, I know, but. And then the thing just kind of spills outside. And then that's that. It was not a setup. It was not staged. I did not want that to be my whole career. I wanted to be known for somebody who was grinding. However, I did it. It was my fault. I own it. It's a part of who I am. I was Tanya Harding for a week, dude. I got the treatment on Saturday Night Live. Everybody was coming for me. Everybody. So that's kind of the genesis of it. And if you will never believe this part of it. He and I have never spoken since. For 10 years, I tried to redo the interview. For 10 years, I wanted closure. And he always said, no, man, no. I don't need that. And I finally stopped asking.
No, Mike, what's up? Okay, no. Okay, you didn't touch him.
Look at that. Yeah, just put it on his head.
Pet that owl.
Mike is cowering in fear under his desk.
Oh my God. Well, my God, we got feathers, we got confetti. That's exactly what you don't want to happen. The owl has not died. The owl is fine.
Honk it.
Horn. Yes, honk the horn. Honk the horn.
Let me see.
Yes.
Hold up.
Yes.
Listen, it's a little one.
All
right, wait a minute. He
honked
the horn. She honked the horn. Come on, Sheed. Put it on the poll. Sheed, did you expect a better honk from Sheed? I wanted better than that. I got a baby honk. It's like she has a small dog. Come on, Sheed. What kind of honk is that? That's a man's honk. A man's honk. Come on, Sheed. What is that? You got a teacup Maltese of a honk. Come on, what is that?
Do it again, She.
Oh, man.
Do it again.
Yeah, it sounds like a Toyota.
One more honk. One more honk.
I can't hear it.
One more honk.
Shh. A tiny bicycle horn. A tiny bicycle horn.
Honestly. What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome on back. Hopefully you enjoyed that little interlude for the first Q break. Just a reminder, too, they are doing 24 hours of live streaming over at Le Batard and Friends on the Le Batard and Friends YouTube page. You can go over and check that out. It's going to be up. They literally just started it today, so I believe it's going on until noon tomorrow. So definitely check out that again. Le Batard and Friends on the YouTube page. I can check that out. But, Christian, we got a sim to finish here, so let's keep going here. This has been all Patriots. You called this one from the start, my friend. This is like... We're approaching blowout territory here already. So
I mean, the good news is the Texans already in field goal-ish range. Kaimi Fairbairn inside can probably hit from 53. But you'd like to see Houston make this a little bit more competitive. I mean, it's been a great day for Brandon Cooks, already 5 catches for 42. But he has been the only bright spot for that Houston offense and the defense. Well, I mean, you see the scoreboard. You can probably connect the dots there.
Absolutely. Deshaun Watson. Oh, there's a little run. Finally, we're getting free Deshaun Watson. Time to go mobile. Down inside the red zone. Held on to a ball, too, so that's kind of moved the chains.
Yeah, I was a little worried there when I saw McCourty's X Factor light up when he was making that tackle. I was like, oh, no, but no. Deshaun got the ball in the proper hand. He's got it outside his body toward the sideline. Carrying it like a pro. It's the Sean McCoying his way through the line with a French baguette. And there we go.
I thought he was gonna just run into the lineman again. So, you know, that ended up being pretty popular. So, oh man. Anyways, let's talk a little bit about the Texans. I mean, we can't really say too much about Deshaun Watson because who knows how all this stuff with him is gonna break down, but. Do you have any hot takes about like where they're going to be headed this year, or like who's going to be starting for them, or what they're going to do just as like a team? There's it's just such a weird.
Yeah.
Like the one thing I give the Texans credit for is they brought in a lot of like cheap veterans, guys who can actually play a little, so they kind of have a deep roster, but it's obviously not a good roster. It's just that they have bodies. That's like all I can say about it. It's a really weird spot.
It's bizarre. They signed 1 million guys, more than 30 free agents, and I mean, where are the there just isn't anyone there you really super trust. They didn't bring in anyone big money. I think they just basically said, you know what, we got to fix our special teams. We got to fix this, that, and the other thing. We're going to take a flyer on a bunch of guys who will hopefully re-sign if they have big years, and if they don't, we can be free and clear. And hey, we're going to use 2021 as a proving ground. We know things are going to be bad. Things are a mess to begin with, so we're not going to act like we're going to be competitors this season. Let's see if we can't sink down to the bottom of the standings and rise up to the top of the 2022 draft. We have our first-round pick again. Maybe then we get a quarterback. Maybe then things with Deshaun will be resolved. Who the hell knows? So I appreciate the way they built, given the uncertainty that has been just about everywhere. Just from a watch these games standpoint and from a fantasy standpoint, good Lord, I don't know who I would want from there. I mean, there are a bunch of like late draft flyers you might take a shot on. Brandon Cooks had a good season last year, but who knows who's going to be throwing the ball to him. And then that running back room, David Johnson is reasonable. He's fine. He's not great, but he had a good enough bounce back season last year. Like, you know, he averaged almost 7 per carry or 5 yards per carry. He caught the ball a bunch, but he plays a full 16-game season. He's going to be a serviceable running back. You can throw him in your starting lineup. But then he's got to battle with so many guys just to get those snaps. And they're great guys to me. It's guys like Phillip Lindsay, Mark Ingram, Rex Burkhead, Dontrell Hilliard. So, I mean, the depth is there, but it's like, it's from a fantasy standpoint, man. I don't know. Things will have to get pretty desperate before I start adding Houston Texans players from the waiver wire.
It's so crazy. I want to like Philip Lindsay in a role like on a bad team where he could potentially go out and catch like 5 to 6, 7 passes a game. But it's like you said, Ingram's there, DJ's still there, and now Burkhead's there. Like what? I want to bet on Lindsay being the guy, the best talent, and the youngest, and having the most juice out of those guys. But like, there's still 3 dudes who's like. Maybe they cut one. Maybe we got lucky. I don't know. Lindsay's interesting, but I agree. What a mess from a fantasy standpoint. Yeah. Brandon Cooks, can he stay healthy? I don't know.
The other side of the coin there, that defense, I mean, went from being intimidating and powerful to a bunch of like kind of also ran guys. So you're going to have the opportunity to, if you're stacking up against this team in daily fantasy, like, yeah, you got some options right there. If this game comes up in week 5, week 6, whenever it is, you're gonna have to take a long look at paying up for Jonnu Smith or trying to figure, oh, Kendrick Bourne's cheap today and he's going up against the Texans. Yeah, this could be the day he finally breaks out. I feel like there are going to be a lot of teams that have very good performances against the Texans. Because their defense is deep, but that's about it. And they are not going to be super enthused about actually winning games. They don't have their eye on the prize. Cam, you could have just run for it, you doofus. Sorry. I always, you know what? That keeps the game a little bit closer, inches a little bit further away from blowout status, but Newton very easily had the first down, Jeff.
Yeah, I definitely could have done that. Definitely could have just run for one and there. Didn't quite grab it, but we're going to get a punt, keep this one a little bit competitive. Yeah, I think just hitting on that Texans defense thing, their run defense was bad last year. I think it might be even worse this year. So something to keep in mind. RB1s might just have a field day, especially if they don't have Deshaun Watson there, obviously winning. So, or winning. Deshaun Watson, they're playing quarterback is what I meant to say. So we'll see how that goes, but definitely going to be, wow. Duke Johnson almost breaking. That'd have been a little faster RB there, Christian. That was a touchdown. So
a great move though. All right, they got some life right now. Is Jody Bag disagreeing with us? We're gonna have a good season, y'all tripping. We got Deshaun, Cook, and Lindsay. Well, you don't know if you have Deshaun right now. If you do, obviously it's a different outlook, but very, very nebulous to his situation right now. Cook's good for him. Had a great bounce-back season. I would love it if he was good again because the league is more fun when he's in it. A speedster, deep ball wideout who is probably one of the more underrated guys in the league. Philip Lindsay, probably not the kind of running back I'd brag about, but useful. I mean, if he can come back from that wrist injury that really robbed his usefulness as a pass catcher, like he broke that wrist, he came back, he basically didn't catch a pass the rest of the season. He had something like 4 or 5 receptions over the final half of the season. So, yeah, I like Philip Lindsay a lot. I thought he was a great story going from undrafted to Pro Bowler. Some definite James Robinson vibes to him in his home state. But I don't think those 3 alone are going to get you past like 5 wins, let's say. You had Deshaun playing at an MVP caliber last season, and you still had the 3rd worst record in the league.
Yeah. Like I said, I want to believe in Philip Lindsay a bit, but if he's got like Tyrod Taylor playing as his QB too, who's a bit of a rushing QB or something, woof. Just a situation I think you probably just want to stay away from. So, the thing to do with the Texans might be, legitimately just keep an eye on some of these guys for more like waiver wire pickups, like Kiki Kuti. Right. Once Brandon Cooks gets hurt or Randall Cobb gets hurt, could end up with like 12 targets a game just out of necessity, something like that. So. Anyways, it's going to be a rough year. Sorry, I know there's a couple Texans fans who were trying to make a case, but even with Deshaun Watson, I think it's going to be a pretty rough year for that franchise. So, yeah, that's a big if Deshaun Watson plays. It's just such a weird one. Like he didn't want to play there before all the off-field stuff started to come to light, and there's Will Fuller, I think.
It would be nice to get him involved. Our collective captain here.
No, that was Cobb.
Andy Cobb.
Excusez-moi, s'il vous plaît.
I think if you're a Texans fan, you're hoping harder for a reset than anything. And the problem is I don't trust your front office. Things went so poorly with that coaching search, and Caserio is such a weirdo. Oh my goodness, Duke having himself a day. The long run earlier in this drive, and then winding and grinding his way into the end zone. Moose, we got ourselves a ball game here.
Yeah, the Duke of Earl, the Duke of Duke Johnson. Nice little pass there, just stretching it over the middle. So we've had 3 running back touchdowns, and yeah, that's it. I was about to say we've only had 3 touchdowns, so there you go. All from running backs, Duke Johnson, Sony Michel, James White, actually all passing touchdowns too to running backs. So the QB's off to a good start too here. If you stack running backs and QBs, you're very much happy with that's how it's gone. So.
You know what? I did, but one of those running backs is David Johnson, who has 6 yards. And none of those guys are in my captain spot. Will Fuller is, as you and I both know, he's currently sitting at 0 points on the day. In the captain spot, that is 0 points.
Yeah, Will Fuller. I really wish Will Fuller hadn't signed with Miami. I think Will Fuller is a really good player. I think he makes his quarterbacks better in the deep passing game. I mean, I think he could give Tua a boost, but man, I'd love to see him just pair up with someone who's actually, like going to be a good deep ball thrower, but I don't know. Can't always get guys going. And then they drafted Waddell too.
Yeah.
They can't support 3 legitimate fantasy wide receivers. There's just no way that team is going to support 3. No way. So.
Yeah, I feel like Tua is gonna have a nice little, nice progressive season. I think with the aid of having a full camp, a full off season, you didn't get that last year, and even still coming off the hip injury. I think being able to go full speed in the summer is going to help him. I think we're going to see a lot more shades of the guy who is able to crank throws 40 yards downfield with a flick of his wrist at Alabama. I think Fuller's going to be a nice fit down there with Parker. I mean, it's going to be a crowded house, sure, but I think the Dolphins are going to improve on last year's 10-win season.
You do, eh? So you're pretty bullish on the Dolphins. Do you have them winning the division?
I don't think they're winning the division. I think the Bills are still too strong. Bills had a very smart offseason as well, and even if Josh Allen just maintains his level of play in year 4, he's still going to be an MVP candidate. But I think this is a team that can go 10-6 against a tougher schedule, or 11-6, let's say, because 17-game schedule now. And instead of being the first team out of the playoffs, they can be a wild card team, get one of those, maybe 5 or 6 instead of a 7 or an 8, like they were last season.
And so, do you have the Patriots as like the 3rd best team in that division still?
Until we know more about the quarterback situation, it's one of those that I do like the vibes of, the Patriots getting all these guys back on defense, the guys that opted out. But at the same time, Dante Hightower's a little bit older. We don't know how much he still has right now. I love Barmore up front. I think Ronnie Perkins can be a nice addition to that pass rush. But at the same time, I'm not sold on the passing game. I love the 2 tight end sets, but the receivers they got that they spent up big on are not big name dudes. I want to see Nelson Aguilar thrive, but I feel like last year is going to be more of an outlier year than anything we can really turn back to and go, oh, hey, that's exactly what's going on. That's exactly it. So I think the East can be a 3 playoff team kind of division. It's just all going to depend on whether Cam Newton can snap back to competence and become the guy again, and not the guy who fumbles away the game in the 4th quarter, and whether or not we see the defense come back to its old ways. You get Kyle Van Noy back. That's awesome.
Yeah.
You go out there and you get Christian Barmore up front. You pay up big for Matt Judon, which I don't know if Judon's worth that much money, Jeff. I don't know if he's.
Yeah, it's a little bit of overpayment. I agree. I like the acquisition, you know, but you're right. They just seem to overpay for everyone because they could. But
yeah,
I think to your point, they have so many free agents. Like, there's just how are these guys going to gel? I hate to be like the old you got to get the right mix of guys, like the old school, but it's true. I mean, they brought in so many new players. I mean, they only have one off season, so I think you're giving a pretty rational take on the Patriots. I think most people just be like, well, they got everyone now, and like can't be worse. So, but it's probably the most rational take I've heard on it. I like them because I don't really like Miami that much. I'm just not that big on Tua. I think they led the league in turnovers. So I will put the Patriots as second in that division, but I concur that like it could easily flip. I think the AFC East is just one there. Buffalo probably just wins the division again, and Patriots and Miami Dolphins. I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. How those two teams do.
I mean, I can see that being a division where 3 teams have double-digit wins. The Bills get a dozen, the Patriots and the Dolphins get 10 each. As Hail Mary knocked down at the goal line. We're going to go into halftime. Patriots up 14-10 with all the momentum with Houston right now. Patriots scored those 2 touchdowns in the first 5 minutes of play, and then the Houston Texans have been battling back since then. Jared Kilgore with a great question for us. Who has a better season next year, Tua or Cam? I'm gonna say Tua, just because even though I believe in Cam, I think Cam at some point is going to be replaced unless he is lights out, and I don't think he's that guy anymore. I think he can be a serviceable starter, but I think the Patriots are going to want to get Mac Jones in there at some point. And the way the vibes we've been getting from OTAs suggest that New England is pretty high on this guy. So I think that Cam will be good. He'll be better than last year because he probably couldn't be that much worse. He was very good those first 2 games, right? And then everything falls apart. He gets diagnosed with COVID. He doesn't really come back as the same guy. We don't really know how much that affected him. He wasn't out there making excuses. He was just like, you know what, I'm going to go out. I'm going to get better. And I think he will be better. I think now that he has the personnel in front of him, he's going to be a better player. But Tua, also surrounded by great personnel, also has the chance to make that second-year leap or at least make some steady improvements. And like you said, those wideouts, they run deep down there. Devontae, Jalen Waddle, Fuller. Will Fuller, yes, exactly.
Yeah. Save that thought. Save that thought, because I want to talk more about that. That's an interesting person. But before we do, here's another little clip for you guys to view during halftime. This one's from the Sweat. It's on the NBA tonight, so more just focus on what's going on tonight. Game 6 matchup between Clippers and Mavericks. Mavs lead the series 3-2. And the guys had a preview for tonight because the Mavs can close the Clippers out. So enjoy. Here you go. A couple minutes.
It's the Clips and Mavs tonight. Luka Doncic, who he was a little up and down at points DFS-wise during the regular season, we know. But here in the playoffs, you look at what he did in Game 5. He accounted for at least a role anyway in 84% of Dallas's buckets. Incredibly impressive, either scoring or assisting on each basket. Said after the game, he could have played better. Higher expectations for himself even. Dallas a 3-point underdog for Game 6 here at home. Do you think Luka delivers and does play better, Jules, to end this series?
I mean, I think Luka's going to play well, because he's a good player and, the lights are going to be bright. But I am putting my money behind the gutless Clippers in this game because this is just how they seem to do business. They need their backs against the wall to perform and to get the best out of them. And I think they're going to win on the road again in this spot, the 6th straight road win in this series. If they can get this game, it's been pretty ridiculous, but this is just who the Clippers are. They need to lose dumb games to bounce back and win good games. And it eventually caught up to them in that Nuggets series, obviously, last season with the blowing the embarrassing 3-1 lead. But I think they'll learn from that. I thought they would be stronger, obviously, in this series, but the Clippers are 18-9 off a loss this season. They're winning those games by an average of 7.3 points per game. They've shown they have no problem not only winning, but dominating in Dallas. This is a spot, like I said, backs against the wall. I'm going to take Luka's talented, but the Clippers are the more talented team, and that's what I'm going to back.
Well, Kenny, Clips are running out of time for wake-up calls here, obviously. Backs against the wall, as Julian noted, and facing elimination here. But what do you think? Is Luka going to be that much better than he was in Game 5 to try and put them away?
I think that this is going to resemble this Blazers series where you might get a heroic effort from Luka Doncic, but what's the rest of the team doing to really get the Mavericks across the finish line here? I have to back the Clippers in this game. They've just been the better team over the last few games. And frankly, there's been absolutely nothing wrong with the way the Clippers have played this entire series, especially on offense. They've been scoring the basketball at an efficient rate. The thing that happened in the first 3 games was the Dallas Mavericks were shooting the lights out from 3, pushing over 50% from 3, which is ridiculously unsustainable. And what we've seen in the last 2 games is the fact that, yes, it is unsustainable. They've shot just about 30% from 3. The shooters have really cooled down here. I mean, yeah, if you want to be like a goalie in a penalty shootout and just try to guess which way it's going to go, maybe they're due for a good shooting night. But I don't think that the numbers, especially all season long, the Mavericks have not shot the 3 well. I think that everything here would tell you that the Mavericks are not going to have a good go of it once again from 3. The Clippers defense should be strong as ever. And I like the Clippers here to roll and send us to a Game 7. They've just been, again, the more complete team here. You want to exploit this Dallas defense because that is the one thing we can be sure that is bad.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome back in. Hopefully enjoy that little preview of the Clippers and the Mavs. Yeah, we got more Kenny Ducey in there. Dom, I know you love Ducey. I know you were just kidding. I know it. Bad boys of pop are just good. Clips after clips here after clips. This one was of the sweat, though, and this one was very relevant because there is a big game in the NBA tonight. I like the Clippers. Oh, and Christian's got saying so make sure you subscribe. I don't think they can see you anymore, Christian, but if they could, subscribe to Christian's Substack. Who do you have for? Do you have any opinion on this NBA, Christian, for tonight?
I honestly do not. I would have gone all in on the Lakers, reigning over the Suns, and then like even with the injuries, like King James still got it. This is still the Suns. They're gonna find a way to let us down. They're playing meaningful Frank Kaminsky minutes. There's no. I was absolutely wrong. My free-to-play DraftKings pools have been just hot garbage. So it's been a rough one. But you know what's not a rough one, Jack? Today's post route, silky smooth, in fact, where I broke down the return of the USFL. Yes, it's coming back in 2022 for some reason.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah.
2022, right?
Yeah. It's pretty much going to be a reskinned spring football league. But you know what? That's fine. No one loses when there are more football leagues, except, of course, the investors who are going to lose quite a bit. So I broke down the 8 teams that need to be brought back, including the Jacksonville Bulls, because let's face it, Moose, Tim Tebow's got to play somewhere in 2022.
Oh, you mean you're not sold on Tim Tebow? Like, going for 1,000 yards and 8 touchdowns as starting tight end?
You know what? I'm saying wait until like the 3rd round to draft Tim Tebow in your season one.
Okay. That's pretty reasonable. I had him going just take him start of the 2nd round, so we'll see. Maybe I can hold out, get him for a better value. There's David Johnson. Deshaun Watson had a nice run there too. Yeah, most people on the Clippers making some good points here. The home team is definitely be in that series. Congo Cab, I agree. We'll see though. I mean, like Christian said, I mean, I love Chris Paul, so I'm very happy that the Suns got through. I would really like to see that dude get a championship, but I'm still surprised. I really just Phoenix is Phoenix, man. Like you just do not pick them to beat the Lakers. So.
Wow, you love to see, you really do. Speaking of Chris Paul, Sarah Hardy broke down who the NFL's Chris Paul was. Same thing in that newsletter, USFL and Chris Paul. We were touching on all the hot topics of the day. So you can go ahead and subscribe for free. Or just check it out, leave a like, leave a comment. Postroute.substack.com. We know a whole bunch of
Postroute. I was about to say it, and I wanted to make sure I was correct. Postroute.substack.com. Congo Cab says Kenny is rigged. You know it's not rigged? Stephon Gilmore. Touchdown. 2nd pick of the game.
Oh, boy. So the Patriots defense right now playing like a bunch of MVPs, setting up the short field for the Sony Michel touchdown, and this pick 6 right there. Without them, it would be a totally different ball game. A Houston scoring drive derailed by the 2019 Defensive Player of the Year.
We've had a lot of back and forth in this game. I mean, New England got out to the fast start. Houston cut it down, looked like they were going to go, and now it's back up to an 11-point lead. So this one's delivering the ups and downs here, the ebbs and flows. So we had a couple little clip breaks. Yeah. This is good though. But and again, just a reminder to DK Sim fam, this is your last sim of the day. I'm going to get into some Ultimate Disc League action starting at 8 p.m. Eastern. We'll have some clips and stuff playing before that, but
Just wanted to remind you guys, we will be back with 6 tomorrow, but just keep a look on that. And again, there's a free-to-play pool on the DraftKings Sportsbook for the Ultimate Disc League. So we'll do one more reminder of that.
Get in there. Get in on that Madison Radicals action. They're playing at home. They will have a full-throated local audience behind them. Some beverages flowing in the stands, maybe some spotted cow. They'll be doing Madison things up there. If you've ever been to Camp Randall, you know what that sounds like. It's a lot of singing, a lot of jumping around. I'm assuming it'll be exactly the same for an Ultimate Frisbee game. I feel like a Big Ten showdown, Wisconsin-Ohio State, would actually pale in comparison to a game between the Minnesota Wind Chill and the Madison Radicals. That's how heavy that rivalry is. The Wind Chill and the Radicals, Jeff, hate each other. A lot of bad vibes there, so expect a rowdy and ruckus crowd at Brees Stevens Field tonight. Get in the pool, go heavy on the Radicals. And my guy...
Is that Fuller? Finally Fuller. Second catch. 2 for 32.
Kevin Pettit-Scantling. That's the man you need to know from the Madison Rattle.
Oh, you're dropping Ultimate Disc League knowledge, like fantasy knowledge.
91 career goals in 86 games, 116 blocks. He's got a little bit of everything, just like
Brandon Cooks.
Little Brandon Cooks action.
And have you ever seen a screen pass work like that in the sim? No.
In like Madden 20, every now and then it would work with like Odell Beckham. You had to have a true superstar to make that a thing.
Yeah, I've not seen a screen pass work like that. Like ever. I mean, in the 2020 sim, every screen pass went for like a 4-yard loss.
Yeah.
So they work a little bit better in this sim. I have not seen them go for a touchdown, maybe in a long, long time. Anyways, that was Brandon Cooks. They went for 2. DJ got stuff there, so it's still going to be 5-point lead for the Pats. But this game is giving us some good action. So we got a full half to go here. Give us your thoughts. See what's going down here. We got a nice night in the NHL as well. Winnipeg Jets, Montreal Canadiens back in action, Vegas Golden Knights, Colorado.
Easy finish to game 1. Probably the game tonight I'm most excited about. Also get a little bit of wrestling, so I'm going to go back, sit out on my back deck and enjoy a little bit of sports. Not only that, college baseball playoff postseason starts today. We've already had a bunch of regionals kick off. Right now, Arkansas fending off New Jersey Tech. New Jersey Tech put up 8 runs on the nation's #1 team tonight. That's a big deal. They're going to lose by 5, but still impressive.
It is impressive. Didn't even know that was a thing, New Jersey Tech.
Yeah. There's New Jersey Tech. There's TCNJ, the College of New Jersey. I had a buddy go there.
You guys got so many colleges. 3 divisions of colleges. I can't keep track.
Yeah, and the top division is basically 2 divisions rolled into one, and then you have the NAIA and junior colleges. Dude, it's a lot. It's wild.
Brother Phil coming in with a huge hot take, by the way, in the chat right now.
Oh, no.
You know what? This could cause an earthquake, he says, but Ducey, his hoops takes aren't as awful as his NFL takes.
Wow. It's like you challenged him to a duel because all he saw there was the back of your hand.
It's funny because Kenny and I have done some look ahead segments for NFL. It's summer, it's spring. We're trying to make judgments about teams that we don't even know what their final rosters are going to be. But every single segment, every single over under, we're talking about future. Is a team going to make the playoffs? We have legitimately been on opposite sides of the argument. So.
I feel like being on the opposite side of a Kenny Ducey argument is the play.
No, I don't feel bad about it. Definitely, especially when it comes to the NFL, because I really feel like I agree with the chat. I think Ducey has a lot of good takes. I think he's very strong in NBA. I feel like the NFL, he's very clouded by the Jets. Can't. He's got those blinders on, and sometimes you just can't rip them off. But we all have that. We all have our weaknesses, but.
Yeah, it just like there's a storm raging outside, and if you're with Kenny, you're on the ship and you're rocking back and forth, and you're just waiting for the eye of the hurricane to pass over you. But if you're on the other side of Kenny, you're in that safe harbor, and the birds are chirping, and you can see the storm off in the distance. Like, nope, not today. Cam, you had the first down. Why are you doing that? You ginormous doofus.
That's the second time.
The second time he's done that on third down.
Ridiculous play. He's legitimately right at the line of scrimmage. Oh, 4th and 3. Patriots just trying to keep this one close. Trying to make it interesting for the DK Sim fam.
Literally every guy on the Madison Radicals roster, it looks like they bring an acoustic guitar to every fucking game. Like, exactly how these guys smell.
Shower.
Oh, what is that?
Local creek every 7 days.
Like, every one of these guys owns a knit poncho in
a composter.
Yeah.
A VW bus that runs on vegetable oil. Just show up. That's like the team bus.
Madison's a great city for it, though. One of the biggest summer sports leagues. Most places have summer softball or summer touch football. One of the biggest is the Ultimate Disc League up here, and it's sponsored by one of the local brew pubs, which is actually kind of a big player, the Great Dane. So they in the summer they would cancel all their midweek stuff because they would have a nonstop crowd of got people who play Summer Ultimate, and then after their game they'd come in. They'd every team would get a coupon for a free pitcher, and then they'd pack the house Monday through Thursday with just a whole bunch of casual young professionals who like to play Ultimate Frisbee in their downtime.
I've heard Madison's a beautiful city. Never been there, but I've heard it's really nice.
It's wonderful 6 months out of the year.
Right. Sure.
Winter, it's obviously a nightmare, and of course I can't complain to you, our resident Canadian, but you can imagine. But yeah, if you are ever touring the great Midwest, Madison's definitely worth a stop. Really cool city, great food, nice people, beautiful town. I am a fan.
Okay, DK Sim fam, if you could hit that like button for us, we'd appreciate it. Maybe get up to 250 before the end of this. Hey, give a like for Kristen hanging out, coming in on a little Friday afternoon sim. Obviously, we had the 3-person booth, the last one. We're gonna bring you home though. And just a reminder again, Ultimate Disc League coming up after us around 8 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah. It looks like over in the Twitch chat they're discussing their free ADU-DL picks, and
good.
Yeah, we're all on the same. I think we're all on the same page with that one. We're just click.
Get in there. It's free money though.
Why wouldn't you? And you know what?
I am trying to legitimately help you out, DK Sim fam. I am being told to say this stuff, but I'm also trying to help you. Help me help you. 21-16. Patriots keeping this one close by basically not getting first.
By letting Cam Newton goon up the place with some terrible decision making. I love you, Cam. I think you're going to have a nice bounce back year, but I absolutely hate what you've been doing ever since that first quarter drive. First drive of the game, Jeff, awesome. Patriots clicking, moving. Then after that, they can only score with a short field. I feel like all the momentum's on Houston's side, even after that pick six. I feel like there's going to be a Texans win at home, and I feel like cursing New England's name by the time the sim is through.
All right, so Christian's flipped the switch here. He was pretty big New England, but he's seen enough.
It was 14-0, and here we are.
It's true. Brandon Cook, 7 catches, 95 yards, so he's only 5 yards away from the bonus. Really the only receiver. We have had a defensive touchdown and some turnovers, so passing yardage isn't out of control or anything. Birds almost got 50. Just a reminder, too, guys, again, the Ultimate Disc League is coming up 8 p.m. Eastern. There is a free-to-play pool over on the DraftKings Sportsbook, 1K free-to-play pool. It's free. Go over to the DraftKings Sportsbook, click into the pools, check it out, Ultimate Disc League. Really easy to do. You should do it now because, again, you're going to forget if you haven't done it yet. And the Ultimate Disc League starts at 8 p.m. Eastern, so do it now. I won't say it again. I promise. I'll probably say it at the end of the game, but I won't say it until then.
All right, stats update. Let's go. Fourth Q. This has actually been a pretty entertaining game, if we're being dead honest.
Yeah.
I know we've had a couple breaks. We had like one extra break than usual, but it's the end of Friday. We're trying to get a little bit more content in, give you guys a little bit more variety of life. But this game has been interesting, so let's sit down and focus here. As Darren, don't go chasing waterfalls. 5 catches.
Oh, I like it. Anytime you can throw a good 90s TLC reference in there. Beautiful.
One of my faves.
Not only this game great, I'm excited that the Dream Stream branching out into more live sports broadcasting. I keep hoping and waiting and wishing that one day we'll be able to branch out and get our own post-route NFL show on here. Maybe the trivia show I've been pitching all my life is Brandon Cooks into the bonus now. So Cooks 8 for 108 and a touchdown, a guy you need to have in your lineup, along with maybe this Patriots defense, although they're at risk of giving up 7, maybe 8 more points here, depending on how this drive goes. Texans could settle for a field goal here. It wouldn't kill them. There's plenty of time left, but if the Patriots score a touchdown after that, it would obviously be brutal. Darren Fells. Okay.
Yeah, more Darren Fells. So, Brandon Cooks, you said, did get in the bonus? I missed his stats.
Yeah.
He did. Yeah, okay. First time playing Fortnite wants me to do a train noise so that he'll... So, doot, doot, there. Okay? There, we get 2 train noises. 2 different people. Hey, I'm here for you guys. I mean, like I said, trying to get you guys some free rolls, some money.
Yeah, and also...
No, that's Fuller. Just getting pulled in short.
Fuller getting in would have been nice for us there. Maybe he'll get a look again. 4 for 46 now. It's not a terrible day for him. Just not the kind of production you want in your captain spot. Not the kind of production you paid $8K for. Still plenty of time, though, and might see a lot more of this Texans passing game if they take the lead and then cough it right back up.
Yeah, a little bit of NHL talk going on over there. Mark Scheifele obviously out, whereas as Glasheen calls him Mark Shafili. He's out for Winnipeg 4-game suspension. So Pierre-Luc Dubois and Paul Stastny, if he's in, I'm not even sure if he's in because I haven't checked yet. But those guys potentially really good values. I still like Montreal and Vegas as well, Matador. So I'm kind of on the same side as you. Like in Montreal in that series, I think Vegas at least makes the game close. Whoa!
What?
That was a pathetic run by Dustin.
Wow, there was a giant hole just to the right there, and he's like, no, I'm good. I'm gonna go the hard way on this one. Which I mean, David Johnson, the guy, a lot of his own because he was so cheap. He was under 4K in the flex for RB1 type production, and I do believe he's still in there, so he could get the hand out of the shotgun. He does, and he gets it.
All right, you totally redeem yourself.
Wow, I thought that was going to be a disaster, but Johnson, with the extra effort, runs over defensive back. Houston's going to go for 2 here and see if they can't make this a 3-point game. So Johnson now up into double digits. He and James White between them about 20 points, which is pretty solid production given they cost you $7K between them, the roster.
So that was that was a nice run. Here we go, 2-point conversion. Deshaun, all right. Well, finally, people just taking the easy points. Deshaun Watson doing what Cam Newton basically didn't do twice. Take those easy yards. Yeah, play your guitar. But DJ on the run-in finally just bowled someone over, totally made up for that pathetic first run. And then Deshaun Watson on 2-point conversion. It's a bunch of points there for the Texans' big studs. David Johnson only 17% owned too in the free roll, under 1% owned in the captain spot.
All right, interesting. I mean, I kind of get it. He has burned you before, so even at a cheap salary, he's not that intriguing. He doesn't even have that James Conner, Marlon Mack kind of upside. So very nice to see him at least get a little bit of something going. Julian Edelman out to the 25 there. Sadly, Koff not here to prop up Edelman's Hall of Fame credentials.
Well, Christian, he does have this many Super Bowl rings. They would,
Pretty spot on.
Julian Edelman's not getting in the Hall of Fame. This is
We can just leave it at that.
He's gonna be a Patriot Hall of Famer. That's very nice. That's a very big honor. He'll be up there with Troy Brown, another guy who played a massive role on a dynastic Patriots team. That's great.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude,
and look, that's good enough for some players, man. Like Ring of Honor, that's a big thing. You know, like that's not a small deal. It's like Phillip Rivers too. He's going to be in the Chargers Ring of Fame, Hall of Fame, whatever they call it. It's a nice pass over the middle. That's Bird.
First time we've seen him since the first quarter.
Nope. But the Hall of Fame, the Gold Jackets, best of the best, elite of the elite. I like that the NFL has more than some other sports kept it fairly elite, but they gotta be careful not to slip too much. At least in my opinion.
No, exactly. I mean, this is one where,
wow, I thought that was
and Zach Cunningham nearly housed. It would have been the second pick 6 of the day. Instead, just an incomplete pass. It's elite where there's so many. I mean, Terrell Owens, one of the top 5 most prolific wideouts in the game. You know, top 5 in terms of yards gained, receptions. Granted, a different league when he played compared to guys like Drew Pearson, but Drew Pearson had to wait basically until the Veterans Committee let him in. So the bar for a wide receiver to get into the Hall of Fame is exceedingly high, and Julian Edelman he's in the Hall of pretty good, but I don't think there's any time where Julian Edelman was consistently great long enough to be a Hall of Famer. Like, he had some great moments, for sure. He was invaluable to that Patriots offense. But he was replaced. Someone better could have come along and knocked him down. Knocked him down the pecking order. He wasn't even as good as Wes Welker was as a Patriot. And Wes Welker, we're not talking about as a potential Hall of Famer. Wes Welker didn't show up in the playoffs the way Julian Edelman did, granted. But playoffs aren't everything, and Edelman was a very nice player, a great complimentary piece, a hometown hero.
I think you said it perfectly. He had some elite moments.
Yeah.
He wasn't like elite like every single year. He was very good. Being elite and very good are over the long term are two different things. He had some very elite moments, absolutely, especially in the playoffs. All right, Cam moving the ball again.
Yeah,
that was Asiasi on that last catch. Not confirmed, but
Simon Slays and Matador all needed a little bit of Harry, and he's gotten a couple looks this drive. Let's see if that continues. Is this him here? It is a big target. I think it is. So 3 on this drive for Harry, who was on the milk carton earlier.
Yeah, now up to 3 catches. Some guys having some slow sims. Asiasi as well. Definitely a bust candidate. I think he's only got 2 catches.
Yeah, rough one there as we're down to the 2-minute warning. Patriots in position to at least tie this game up. Obviously, they'd like to do a little bit better than that. It's a chip shot for Nick Folk from here. So, barring a turnover, we're at the very least going to put the pressure on Houston to end this one in regulation.
Jared asking me if the Bruins and Islanders are going to go see Game 7. They have tickets to Game 7. He wants to know.
Oh, yeah, that's awesome.
He wants to know if there's going to be a Game 7.
I am
Islanders
for you.
They're scrappy.
Dude, Islanders, they have this uncanny ability to win games when they get outshot 2 or 3 to 1, which is exactly what you need in the playoffs.
Look, I can't give you a definitive answer, obviously. I would say your odds are about 50-50. I don't think that Boston's going to close it out in 5, but
you got a touchdown here, and it's
Nikhil
Harry again. What a drive for him, off the milk carton and into our hearts.
Really is into our hearts, because that means no overtime, most likely. So 4-point lead here. That's all.
Knock on wood right now.
Especially on that's true. Especially on a Friday afternoon. But I think the Game 7 thing, I'd put it at a coin flip. I mean, Boston, I don't think Boston's going to win 2 more games in a row, but they're certainly like the favorites for a reason. They do have a bit deeper scoring. Taylor Hall's been a beast for them. I think they're going to win the series. But I could see those Islanders goals have been so good. I'm going to call Boston in 6 and say no, but again, I'm not. It's just my wacky prediction. Anything could happen there. Islanders are a good playoff team.
Yeah, I mean, they got that alligator blood sticking around.
Totally. They do have the alligator blood. David Johnson, 3,600. Yeah, some guys commenting. Duke Johnson, 7K. Gonna get at least one more Texans drive here. So a lot of potential for a lot of garbage time.
Yeah, I mean, we could get more Brandon Cooks. Could finally get Will Fuller started. He's got 3 for 38 right now. I know that intently because he's in my captain spot. He is so far my lowest performer out of all these guys. He has fewer points than James White, David Johnson, or Brandon Cooks, who has basically tripled him up from the flex.
All right, let's see what he can do. Watson for shotgun, 1st and 10. Got a minute and 20. Got 3 timeouts.
Oh, no.
Got a fumble, but big boys dumping on, saving the day. Actually picked up a yard, 2nd and 9.
Yeah, burning some clock, though. Texans might have to use a timeout here. You don't want to, obviously, don't want to deal with those unproductive plays. At this point, you are dealing with 3 timeouts, a minute plus, maybe 6 plays to go 72 yards.
There we go.
Fuller action there.
Now they got to use the timeout.
Yeah. Well, that's okay. Now, at the very least, you can launch a ball into the end zone and hope for the best. 5 for 71 now for Fuller, who is a little bit more productive than he was earlier. Maybe he gets that N'Keal Harry glow up to finish this one off.
Really hang on to the timeouts, and I guess for good reason if they're just going to dump it off over the middle. But that's fine. They're past the midfield. So, like Christian said, at least they're going to have a chance to chuck it. 2 timeouts, 28 seconds. I'm pretty sure that was Duke Johnson on the dump off too. Hopefully everyone's golf lineup's going good. Got some afternoon wave out there. The Memorial is a little bit of a weather delay, catching up. Patrick Cantlay in the lead at 800. Okay, another completion to 30. Only 1 timeout now. They got to start chucking because there's only 24 seconds left. Can't waste any more over the middle passes. Although the sim, as we know, DK Sim fam, the sim just,
it does what it wants. It does not quake in fear of the clock winding down. It is
no clock can control me. I am the sim.
Whatever. I do what I want. No, Deshaun. No. All right. Well, it's an array of doofus quarterback moves here between Cam Newton not running and Deshaun running. For 19 seconds, this could be the last play of the game. Jeff, you know as well as I do that if you're the Texans, you should just go to the end zone 3 straight plays. Instead, if we see a dumb check down pass in the middle of the field, this game is over.
Yeah. Let's see what.
Go. Get out of bounds. Get out of bounds. Get out. Come on. Duke. Hustle back to the line. Why are you just standing there? You're standing there, Deshaun.
That's it.
Why?
We're done here.
Was that enough to at least get Deshaun the passing bonus?
Oh, no. I think he got to 298.
No way.
Oh, boy.
Oh.
Disaster on all fronts.
It was bad. That was, we were set up QBs. Listen, this one finished better than it started. At the very least, looked like a blowout. Deshaun did hit the bonus.
He did. He did hit the bonus. 308. I'm sorry. I was going off the last play before that. 308 for Deshaun. He did get to the bonus. So a fairly productive garbage time drive, if we're being dead honest. They didn't win the game. But, Deshaun 308, 2 passing touchdowns. Cam Newton 166. 3 passing touchdowns. Deshaun only had 2 passing touchdowns, excuse me. So quickly, give me a player of the game, man.
Let's give it to Brandon Cooks. Hit the bonus, 8 catches and a touchdown, 41 plus in the captain spot. Very much deserving of that top honor. As far as the Babysitter Billy, not my kid award, Devin Asiasi, oh man, he and Julian Devin were both disasters. But Asiasi, about 13% more owned. So Asiasi at 2.9 points today gets the Babysitter Billy, not my kid award today. All right, there, I got this thing there too.
All right, so we got a few things, housekeeping things here. DK Simfam, like I said, obviously
Yeah, Brandon Cooks hitting the bonus, 8 catches, 108 yards. That's how that one panned out. It's a pretty exciting sim. But it's going to be the last sim of the day. We got the Ultimate Disc League coming up at 8 p.m. Eastern. You guys already know that. There is the 1K free-to-play pool over on the DraftKings Sportsbook. I'm going to give you a quick lowdown on the schedule tomorrow for Saturday, June 5th. We'll be back with your regular 6 sims tomorrow on Saturday. So if you're missing your little evening sims today, they'll be back tomorrow. 12 p.m. Eastern, Lions, Vikings, Glash and Rossi on the call. 2 p.m. Eastern, Eagles, Panthers, Kaufman, and myself on the call. 4 p.m. Eastern, Saints, Washington. I'll be doing play-by-play with Tara Lynn, just the two of us.
Wow.
Just a Q&A with me and Tara Lynn, so definitely tune in for that. That's Saints and Washington, 4 p.m. Eastern. 6 p.m. Eastern, Titans, Jags, Lamarca and Tom. 8 p.m. Eastern, Dolphins, Bucks, Lamarca and Tom. 10 p.m. Eastern, Packers, Bengals. Kaufman going to come back on in and bring you home with Tommy Freespop. He's going to be doing 3 in a row tomorrow afternoon. So we'll be back to the regular 6 sim schedule on Saturday and Sunday. Again, we're just doing this Fridays, adding in a little Ultimate Disc League. I hope you guys like it. 8 p.m. Eastern. But, Chris, this was awesome, man. Hope I appreciate you coming in here, man. I mean, hope you have a good rest of your weekend. Off tomorrow and stuff.
Yeah, Jeff, always a pleasure when our paths cross. You have a great weekend. To everyone else out there, have a great weekend as well. Hopefully you can get out, get some sun. Enjoy yourself. Summer's here.
All right, guys. Coming up next on the DraftKings Dream Stream, Ross Tucker, Steve Fezzik, joined by W fans, Josh Jestermensky, to break down sports news from around the country and some of their best bets, too. So you guys are all interested in that kind of stuff. So tune in. Here it is.
If you'd like to make your NFL games a little more interesting, you've come to the right place. It's the Even Money Podcast with Ross Tucker and Steve Fezzik.
Yeah, Vegas, baby, Vegas. It is the Even Money Podcast presented by DraftKings Sportsbook, and sports are going crazy right now. NHL playoffs, NBA playoffs, the golf has been great, Major League Baseball always, and always NFL conversation to get to as well. I'm Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, 5 teams, 7 years. Those of you that check us out on YouTube, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL can see some of the game balls, some of the helmets behind me. Got a bunch of different shows, the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Fantasy Feast, the College Draft Podcast, really whatever you're into on the football side of the ledger, we've got it for you. This is 30 minutes of on-demand audio and video talking about whatever is going on in the betting world, in the sports world, especially when it comes to the National Football League. Check me out on social at Ross Tucker NFL and check out the show on social at Ross Tucker Pod. We have a very special guest today, and when I say we, I mean me and Steve Fezzik, the only 2-time winner of the Super Bowl of professional football gambling, the Super Contest at the Westgate. Check him out at Fezzik Sports. And Steve, today we're joined by my buddy JJ, John Jastrzemski. We used to work together at WFAN. Now, I don't do that show anymore, and neither does he. You've come over to the dark side, JJ. You're on the podcast side of the business, huh?
Yeah, listen, it's always a pleasure being on with you, Ross. Fezzik, big fan. I'm a big fan of both of you guys. And Ross and I killed it throughout the football season. And we did such a good job that Ross is no longer doing the show at FAN. And now I've turned coach. So I'm working for my dude, Bill Simmons. And we're doing the same sort of stuff with New York, New York. We're talking New York sports. We're talking gambling, picking winners, and having a whole lot of fun. So thanks for having me on, guys.
Well, absolutely. There's a couple of things we got to get to. First of all, those of you that are listening, you might have to check out the YouTube page because Steve is wearing a unique NFL jersey today. I don't want to give it away, but Steve is wearing a unique NFL jersey, and he said to me before the show, let's see if anybody can guess whose jersey this is. If they do, I will take them out to dinner the next time they're in Vegas. Well, I was able to guess, and I won't tell you why, but because that would give it away. But I was able to guess. Maybe next week I'll tell you why. And then right before we started the show, JJ's first thing was, is that a bleep, 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 bleep jersey? So we'll see. You're going to have to check it out on YouTube or at least check out the social media clips to see. But JJ and I both got it right away. So it's not going to be that hard for you to go ahead and actually get a chance to go out to dinner with Steve Fezzik. You just got to email me, ross@rosstucker.com. Before we get into any of the betting stuff, though, JJ, you got to tell me, how'd the whole thing go down with Ringer and Simmons and getting into the podcast game?
Ross, I felt like I was a free agent getting recruited, dude. It was pretty wild, man. You know, you get the message from Bill Simmons on Twitter. That definitely like opens your eyes. You're like, dude, Bill Simmons got 10 million followers. He's following me. It's like, well, what's going on here? So, you know, we got on the phone. We talked for an hour. It was like a first date that we kind of knocked out of the park. And, dude, when you get recruited by, you know, one of those brands, it's like, dude, imagine you're a free agent and the Yankees come calling. You know, that's what it felt like, dude. It's like, yeah, you go to the hometown team. It's like, well, can we match this? And it's like, yeah, Bill took care of business, man. He didn't mess around. It's a great opportunity. He's building around me, which is great. And, dude, it's been awesome. Like, everything about making the switch to the podcast world, it's been everything I could have imagined and then some. We got calls. We got A-list guests. We're having a ton of fun. And the idea, fellas, to keep on keeping on. That's the bottom line. That's what we're going to try to do.
I love it. Well, when you're ready for me to come on and tell you what the
I
deal
was
is
just saying,
with the Giants
football
and
season,
Jets.
when you smack talking my Dolphins about Tua 5 games into the year, Ross and I are going to be going at it, Fezzik. So expect that to be the case, you know?
You know what's so funny? It's so funny that you said that, JJ, because I'm about to tweet something shortly after the show. Did you see the quote that Peter King had that Tua said recently? Let me read this to you.
Let's hear it.
I didn't actually know the playbook necessarily. Really, really good. And that's no one's fault but my fault. I mean, first of all, why did he not know the playbook really good? Secondly, does he not realize how not smart it is to admit that? I love Tua. I met Tua when he did the U.S. Army Bowl. But, JJ, what are we doing? I mean, what are we doing not knowing the playbook as well as you should, number one? Number two, admitting it.
Yeah, I think that's the bigger problem. Now, listen, you guys know last year was this weird, messed up, chaotic year with COVID, not having full OTAs, not having the full rookie minicamp. So maybe, Ross, that element comes into play a little bit. But it's one of those things where even if that's true, even if you feel like you were a step behind in learning Shane Gailey's offense, don't say it, dude. Don't say it. And I think what he was trying to do is kind of illustrate the fact that I feel a lot more comfortable this year, that I got Jalen Waddle, that I got Will Fuller, that I got all this speed now. I got a new system, and I'm ready to hit the ground running. That's all well and good. And I think he's going to make a big step forward this year. But when you have a so-so rookie year, you don't want to add fuel to the fire. And let's be honest, he adds a little fuel to the fire by putting this sort of quote out there. I don't think there's any doubt.
All right, time out. So there's a pandemic going on. No parties, no lifestyle, no South Beach. If there was one year that you were uniquely benefiting from being able to stay home and study a playbook, it was 2020. But now that we're going wide open and there's going to be parties nightly, beach is open, now he's going to study the playbook. Good luck with that.
Yeah, I'm actually confident Fezzik he's going to be okay. Call me crazy. And, you know, I think for a lot of these guys, the rookie OTA workout, you know, a quarterback getting all that information and processing it, I think you need that on-field game experience. I really do. Tua didn't have that last year. And listen, he wasn't as good as Justin Herbert. He wasn't as good as Joe Burrow. It wasn't Dwayne Haskins in his rookie year, guys. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't like you saw him and was like, holy smokes, he can't play. The problem he ran into, you have this experienced gunslinger that had 20 years of knowing that system in multiple places, in Buffalo, with the Jets, and with Miami. And it's kind of like a crutch. You know, like you have a crutch, guys, and it's a word crutch. I have it all the time where you just say it over and over again. Well, that was kind of Brian Flores with Ryan Fitzpatrick. He knew he had that crutch there. And first sign of trouble for the young quarterback, okay, I can go to this guy, can let him rip and let him go and play. He don't have that now. That's why this year is so imperative. It's so crucial for Tua. He has to make a major step forward. And I think with the talent they put around them, guys, I think he's going to.
Here's a question, Steve, and I think this is an important one. By the way, you can check out John JJ on social media at John_Jastrzemski. Steve is always at Fezzik Sports and only at Fezzik Sports. Although they did get rid of your imposter, Steve. Did you notice that?
Did they?
Wow, you got a burner.
That account
How about
suspended.
that?
Enough people. JJ, there was an account, I'll just say it now, at Real Steve Fezzik. That was not Steve. And I know people that personally like DM'd him or whatever, or got DM'd by, like followed him. And then that guy DMs them and they start doing stuff together, buying picks or whatever. And he rips them off.
Wow.
So somehow they were able to kibosh it. Like if you look at it, I can look at it again, but last time I looked, it was suspended. Like, you've made it, by the way. If people are like doing fake accounts of you, account suspended. Twitter suspends accounts which violate the Twitter rules. So thankfully that won't happen to anybody else. But here's my question, Steve. Do you ever like that quote by Tua? Has there ever been a quote that's like actionable in your mind? Like we're all kind of wait and see on Tua. Nobody's like down on him. Nobody loves him. It's all kind of in between. Has there ever been like, oh man, like because there was a couple things that Haskins did where I was like, oh god,
I'm out.
No.
I'm
And
out.
Tua hasn't done that. But is there ever a time, Steve, where you saw a quote from a guy and you're just like, oh no, this is not going to go well?
Actually, I pay much more attention to coaches, especially rookie coaches, because rookie coaches haven't learned to lie yet. So savvy coaches, everything they say, take with a grain of salt. But especially you get like a rookie coach in the NBA, for instance, and he says something like, wow, we just got torched for 150 points. We really got to ratchet up the defense and slow it down. Boom. Bet the under the next game. You can believe him. Anyone else, grain of salt.
But what? No players, like no player that says something like this where you question their judgment.
Well, whenever a player is critical internally of the coaching staff or other players, that's a team that I want to avoid because of the chemistry issues. Yes.
All right. Well, speaking of NBA, let's get JJ's thoughts. JJ is a DGen, as they call him. He bets on everything, just everything. All right. Blazers tonight for the rest of the series. What do you got, JJ, on the Blazers?
So, fellas, I took Portland to win this series after losing game 3. So I ended up getting Portland at plus money. They ended up smoking Denver in game 4. And what to me is encouraging about Portland moving forward, they won a game in this series without their best player, Damian Lillard, going off. I don't expect Damian Lillard to have 2 off nights here in this series. I know Jokic is a beast. He's going to win the MVP. But with the injuries for Denver in the backcourt, specifically Jamal Murray, I think you're going to see guard play, which now runs the NBA, determine this series. Yes, Portland is shaky at times on defense. Yes, they're going to have to win a game on Denver's home court. The good news is they've already done it here in this series. I like Portland tonight, and I like Portland for the series. Portland's going to win this series. I don't know if it's in 6 or 7. Yeah, hell with it. I'm going to say they win the next 2 games. I got the Blazers getting it done tonight and then wrapping this baby up on their home floor in game 6.
Steve, any thoughts?
I went with one prop tonight. I played the Joker under 5.5 assists, and this is all about the way Portland defends Jokic. They don't go ahead and double and triple team him when he gets the ball like many other teams do. And so because of that, they're perfectly content Jokic pouring in his 30, but he doesn't get as many assists against Portland than he does against the rest of the league. In this series, he's gone for 1, 5, 5, and 1 assists. Kudos to Mackenzie Rivers, who pointed this out to me. This has been the case during the regular season as well. So best bet, Jokic under 5.5 assists tonight.
I like that, Steve. I like that a lot. See, that's the kind of inside information that I expect from you. I got to ask you, because the first game tonight, JJ, and some people will listen or watch this afterwards. It doesn't matter. That's not the point. Celtics Nets, okay? You have lived in New York your whole life, correct?
That is accurate. Aside from Syracuse counts too, even though it's like it's not really New York, but it does count for 4 years.
And
so
you
accurate.
were on WFAN in New York City for how many years?
9 years.
Okay, the biggest radio station in the country, most well-known, whatever. In all sincerity, how many Nets fans do you know? Like over the last 20 years, how old are you?
33. Just turned 33 a couple weeks ago.
How many legitimate Nets fans did you know going back 5 years ago?
5, 6.
So, seriously, right?
I don't think that number has changed, quite frankly, Ross, by the way. I don't think it's changed.
It looks like when I watch the games, it looks like it's changed.
Well, you know what it is? You get a lot of tourists coming in. You got a lot of the Johnny-come-latelys coming in. I don't know if they're legitimate diehard Net fans. I can tell you this. The Knick conversation in town has been off the rails. People are buzzing about the Knicks, even though they're probably going to lose this series. And the Knicks winning a first-round series, to me, would mean more to New York City than the Brooklyn Nets winning an NBA title. That's just the God's honest truth.
Vegas does not believe in the Knicks. Get this. Circus Sports right now, just to win the East. Not to win the title, to win the East. You can get the Knicks, hold for it, 500 to 1.
Fezzik, I'd love to take a lottery ticket. I'd love to say that my New York blood is running true. That's a donation. That is an absolute donation, bro. They will be lucky to win game 5 on Wednesday night, yet alone the Eastern Conference. Come on now. Let's be real. They don't got the talent. They've had a great year. It's house money the rest of the way. They're not even winning this series. Let's call it like it is.
So, while we're on Nets, I do have to ask both of you guys this. I'll start with you, JJ, being there near. So, all the years that you're on local radio, now you're doing your New York show, people don't care about the Nets. They don't call up about the Nets, right?
Very few. Very few. Like Yankees and Mets, there's legitimate fans on both sides. Giants and Jets, legitimate fans on both sides. Rangers, Islanders, there's more of an – to me, guys, there's more of an Islander contingent because of what they did in the early 80s than there is a Net contingent. Now, maybe that changes over the next 5 to 6 years. I don't know. But as of right now, no. The Net fan, my friend, is few and far between, as we like to say.
You know what's funny, too, about it, guys? You know, I tweeted last week, it might have been game 2, at Ross Tucker NFL. You know, it looked like it was a packed place. You know, in Brooklyn, it was packed. And I've met one Nets fan in my whole life. And I've lived in the Northeast like my whole life. I went to college in New Jersey. Like, I met one Nets fan ever, okay? People that got offended by it are the bandwagon jumpers.
Absolutely.
The legit Nets fans are like, you're gosh darn right. Like, you know, I've been a fan since Van Horn, or I've been a fan since Kenny Anderson and Derek, whatever it is, right? They're like, you're 100% correct. Like real authentic Nets fans, they admit that there aren't other Nets fans.
They should know the dynamic.
Right. They know that there aren't other Nets fans. And they know that these people are bandwagon jumping. It's the people that are bandwagon jumpers that get offended. Here's my question. Are you jumping on the bandwagon, JJ, in the sense that you've seen enough to believe that the Nets should be the favorite to win the whole thing and are the best?
Yeah, I think they're the most talented team. The problem I have with Brooklyn is twofold. What kind of defense are they going to play? And if they run up against a team with legitimate size, that means Philadelphia, assuming Joel Embiid comes back. If they end up matching up with the Lakers, let's say, and you got to go up against Anthony Davis, that to me is where the Nets run into trouble. Those 3 guys, though, are awfully tough to stop. When they're firing on all cylinders, and I don't like them, I'm not a Kyrie Irving fan, I'm not a Kevin Durant fan. How you matching up with those guys one-on-one? It's almost impossible. They can shoot. They can beat you off the dribble. They're scary talented.
Steve, what are you seeing with some of the NBA odds changes, futures right now?
So we have to address the Lakers. I've never seen such a huge change in the odds based upon one game fairly early in a series. Before game 4, the Lakers were minus 800 to beat Phoenix. So you had to bet $8 to win $1. Then AD gets injured. And I tell you, Vegas is basically saying they don't think he's coming back. And if he does for this series, he's not going to be close to being AD. Phoenix is now the favorite against the Lakers to win the series, minus 160. So the feeling is that Ayton is going to feast without AD in the middle, and that LeBron, it's all on him. And LeBron is not LeBron in his prime. It's not going to be enough.
This is crazy, by the way, because last week, after, was it game 1 or game 2, where Chris Paul hurt his shoulder?
Game 1.
Yeah, so it's game 1, okay? And I followed my guy, Dr. Chow, at Pro Football Doc, and like the Suns were saying it's a bruised shoulder, and Dr. Chow's like, that looks like a subluxation and a labral tear, and I was like, oh, the next 2 games, next 2 games, he couldn't have been worse. I mean, he couldn't play, he wasn't good, but then last game he was good. Like I was shocked. I thought to your point, Steve, I thought Lakers are going to roll now. Chris Paul's done. And then with AD getting hurt and Paul playing better, it's like the whole thing flipped again, JJ.
No doubt. And I didn't expect that out of his Suns. I didn't expect that out of Paul in game 4, give him credit. But I bet the Lakers guys after game 1 of this series, because I got them at like even money. And I was like, listen, Davis, LeBron against an inexperienced Suns team, I got to take that bet. But because of what Steve just said, I'm not doubling down on this. I don't want to get involved with the Lakers because I don't know what the deal is going to be with Anthony Davis. And can LeBron now turn back the clock and put the Superman cape on and carry the Lakers to this series win? He's going to have to, because everything Steve said about this line, Vegas does not think Davis is going to be the Davis we expect him to be and the Davis that he was last year. So I'm hoping and praying with my Lakers series bet. But because I'm sick and tired of them and I'm sick and tired of LeBron James, I'm happy to lose a little money on this one if it means the Lakers go down. Just saying, guys.
Now, this is really important. JJ, an expert in the NBA, has just given you an implied bet. So this is a tip for all the listeners. When you have someone in the media that's very, very knowledgeable about things, and basically to paraphrase, JJ is not so confident about the Lakers' chances, but he did say, hey, it's all on LeBron. Absolutely. His usage is going to be tremendous. So who cares who wins tonight? Bet LeBron James over 26.5 points. It's minus 140 because the usage, the minutes, and the shots. We've all seen this movie before. In these all-in critical games, LeBron gets more touches and he takes over. And so what if he goes 11 for 32 shooting? He still goes over the 26.5.
Yeah, I like that. I guess the only way that prop doesn't hit is if you get extended garbage time in this game and the Lakers or the Suns are up by a ton of points and they're thinking about game 6. If this game goes down to the wire, Fezzik, that prop is going over, and it's easily going over because I don't think Davis is going to play. And if he does, I don't expect a whole lot.
And I also like Ayton over. He's been a monster in the middle, in the paint. He only got 14 game 4, but with no AD, he had 3 games that he scored 20-plus in the series. Ayton over 14.5. Another prop bet. I normally don't have this many prop bets, but with fewer games, I've been getting more deeply into the prop betting. And I might add, if you want to win betting on the NBA, we can have some nice discussions about Portland, Denver, etc. But these lines are, in my opinion, very close to being rock solid and spot on. But these prop bets, they can vary dramatically. And if you can get in early on bets like this, I can tell you all day long, it's going to be a freight train to cash on LeBron and on Ayton and on the Joker assist under because it's so logical. It makes sense. Bet it early in the morning before the line moves.
Speaking of rock solid and on point, right before we started the show, and you can ask Brian, our producer, Steve said to me, Ross, your hair is looking great. You know why it's looking great? Keeps. I'm not afraid to admit it. JJ probably uses Keeps. I've never seen the dude without a hat on. So he's probably using Keeps as well. He wears a hat every day. Stop wearing the hat, JJ. Go to Keeps.com/JJ even money to get your first month free. The FDA has 2 approved drugs to help your hair, to help you keep your hair. One's a pill. I take it every morning. One's a topical solution. You've seen the commercials. I rub it on my bald spot in the morning and at night. Whatever. I have a bald. I don't care. I have kept my hair. It's the greatest name for a company of all time because it's true. They keep the hair you have. If you're ready to take action and prevent hair loss, go to keeps.com/evenmoney to receive your first month of treatment for free. That's KEEPS.com/evenmoney to get your first month free. Keeps.com/evenmoney. By the way, I always think this is amazing. When they want me to spell out Keeps, I always think like, if someone can't spell Keeps, we got way bigger issues than male pattern baldness, right? Like if you can't spell Keeps, we got a whole other conversation. Like there's another medicine that we should discuss. If you can't spell Keeps, I mean, it's unreal. All right, anything else, JJ or Steve, on the NBA? Clippers, Knicks, whatever. JJ, you're on it. Anything else on your mind?
I hopped on the Clippers, guys. I took them when they were down 2-0 in this series, and I feel really good about that, Fezzik. I got them at like +2-1. I'm feeling really, really confident about my chances. And I know they're a soft team, and they lost the first 2 games at home. They're just a lot better than Dallas. Point blank, they're a better team. Talent, more often than not, wins in the NBA playoffs. Clippers are winning this series.
Well, and Luka's neck thing is not good either.
Well, that's another thing. And I didn't expect that.
I don't remember. Maybe I'm just wrong. I don't remember this many injuries being a part of, playoffs in the past. It feels like there's a lot, AD and Chris Paul and, obviously Luka. Like injuries are very real this postseason, Steve.
Well, I think go back to last year in the bubble. The season didn't end until October, right? So now guys had to come back, start playing Christmas time. They didn't get the normal rest period to help their bodies heal and the like. And I think that's a big part why we're seeing so many injuries. By the way, Joel Embiid, right knee soreness, really? Really? That's why he exited? Sure looked like he took a big whack to his tailbone. And I'm not going to say that I don't believe teams and the like, but the fact that he said they're saying right knee soreness, it wouldn't surprise me if he doesn't have a hairline fracture of his tailbone.
Let me get Dr. Chow on that, by the way. You got to get your boy Dr. Chow on that, Ross.
Yes. Yeah, I'm sure he already is. All right, here's a question. I'm a Sixers fan, right? Do you guys think that the Nets and Bucks having to play each other helps the Sixers?
Yes.
Or do you think, you've seen them, JJ, every night, Atlanta's good enough to give the Sixers a decent series?
Well, it's all going to depend on how you guard Trae Young. I think you'll do a better job of attacking Trae Young as opposed to the Knicks because you got better shooting, number one. And I think Simmons can be a mismatch nightmare in the way he can post up Young. But Embiid's got to play. That's the one thing, Ross. If Embiid does not play in that series, could get dicey for your team. Atlanta is by far and away a tougher matchup for you than the Knicks. It's not even close.
Anybody else? Anything? Go ahead, Steve. Were you going to say something?
Yeah, I think so often in the media we want to focus on matchups. I'm a power rating guy. It's ludicrous. Like your question you asked, Ross, it's almost too easy to answer. Atlanta's not even the same class as the big three in the East. Power rating wise, they're about 3 points better than an average team. You look at Brooklyn, they're about 9 points better. Philly with a fully healthy Embiid, 7.5 points better. Milwaukee, 7 points better. So,
Steve, where do you get these numbers?
I look at point per game differential as a
now.
Starting
But here's my question: are those just your power rating, or are those like the power ratings?
No, those are mine, but they're, the average person isn't going to differentiate. They're not going to be very far off, or they shouldn't be. If they are far off from mine, because I look at some other people's and the like. But the bottom line is Atlanta's a nice little story, and they've gotten healthy and much better coaching. So yeah, they're a significantly better than average team, but they're not even in the same class as the big three. So having Brooklyn have to collide into Philly while you get, Philly getting the bye, basically, in my opinion, getting to play Atlanta, they're going to be like minus 500 to win that series with a healthy Embiid. So that's an enormous advantage for Philly.
Last question, JJ. You're ready to put your stake in the ground in the NFC East, aren't you?
I am.
You are ready to say who you think, and you like back-to-back champions. So this is, you know why you like Washington. I know that. You know why you like Washington? Because it reinforces your whole thing about Fitzpatrick and Tua. That's why you like Washington.
No, not at all, Ross. I just think Washington's defense is studly. I mean, you got Chase Young, you got Montez Sweat. Now you have a competent quarterback. And I know nobody wins that division back-to-back years. The trends back that up. Dallas's defense stinks. I don't believe in Daniel Jones. The Eagles are clearly rebuilding. So I just think there's value, guys, with the football team. Let's go. Washington to win the NFC East. I'm all about that action.
A wise guy. Darling bet right there. Washington open plus 350 to win the East. All the money on Washington. I think you can still get them plus 250. I fully endorse it. Whenever you make a division bet, you want to avoid a division with 4 decent teams, right? So here you got the ideal situation where down year again for the Giants. Philly's going to have a down year with no quarterback. So it's a 2-team race. Washington opens 8 wins. Dallas 9.5. And guess what's happening? Money against the Cowboys. Money on Washington. So Dallas' season wins dropping to 9. Washington's going up to 8.5. The markets are saying, despite all that public Cowboy money out there, that these two teams are close to equal. And yet the Cowboys are even money and Washington's plus 250 to win the division. Love the Redskins. Love JJ's bet.
Here's the deal. If you are into New York sports at all, you need to listen to JJ's show. JJ, tell them all about it one last time.
Ross, you the man. Appreciate you, Fezzik. It's New York, New York. Can download it on Spotify, Apple, wherever you get your podcasts, Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday. But we got bonus episodes Wednesday and Friday for Nick playoff games. Whenever something's hopping, we're cooking. Ross will be on the show. Fezzik will be on the show. And we'll make you guys a whole lot of money and have a whole lot of fun.
Awesome. JJ, thanks so much. Really appreciate it.
You got it, guys. Anytime, all right?
What a fun show, Steve. That was awesome. Can't wait to see. Hey, you can send me a tweet at Ross Tucker NFL or email me. Probably the better way to go about it. Ross@rosstucker.com. If you know the jersey that Steve Fezzik is wearing on today's show to get that dinner with him out in Vegas. Next week, we should have a surprise guest who I am so excited for. When you guys, you'll know what I mean when you get a chance to hear or listen to him next week. You'll be pumped up. Little NFL win totals conversation and more. Other than that, good luck, everybody. Hope you guys win some money.
Thanks for listening to the Even Money Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, The Fantasy Feast, Business of Sports, and The College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Since 2013, Breese-Stevens Field in Madison has been an iconic Ultimate venue with arguably the most passionate and devoted fans in the UDL. In the past 3 years, they've experienced everything from championship glory, disappointing defeat, and a pandemic canceled season that left everyone yearning for Ultimate's return. Tonight, that long wait is over as the Madison Radicals retake the field against the Minnesota Wind Chill. Next.
We welcome you to Madison, Wisconsin. They call this place the capital city of Ultimate, and I could not imagine a better place to be on this return of Ultimate AUDL opening night. It's the Minnesota Wind Chill and the Madison Radicals. At long last, we are playing Ultimate again. Hi, everybody. So great to be back with you with Adam Ruffner and Megan Tormey. I am Evan Lepler, and guys, I don't know about you, it feels surreal to be on the mic, getting ready to watch a live game. It's been too long, but here we are. How you feeling?
Oh, the word that keeps running through my mind and has been week after week is grateful. I'm so grateful that we are finally at a point to be excited about the beginning of a season again.
Absolutely, Megan. I mean, it's been almost 2 years since we've been here. I can't wait to be back in the capital city of Ultimate. It's a perfect night on the Isthmus. Beautiful weather for Ultimate. Let's get out there and have some fun, huh?
And it's a little toasty. You may tell with the beads of sweat are dripping a little bit. These players will have to weather that tonight. But there's a lot of newcomers on these teams, but Brian Vinoka is the mainstay, and he's a foundational guy who might be the most important returner on the Minnesota offense.
Absolutely. The team's lone all-star from 2019 was kind of their talisman for their games here in Madison. You know, in their win in Week 6, he scored 5 times, and when they came back here for a second trip, he only scored once, and Minnesota lost. And without their center handler, Josh Klain, tonight, I think Minnesota's offense is going to need their top guy in primetime form. I expect Bevon to get a lot of touches tonight, and I think he's going to perform at an exceedingly high level.
And he's one of the workout warriors in this league. So is Madison's Kevin Pettit-Scantling, who has meant so much to this franchise through the years, the heartbeat of the team, and considering all the mainstays that they've lost, his presence is even more important, Megan.
He has always been exemplary in terms of showing his teammates what kind of work ethic is necessary to succeed. Considering the number of new players they have this year, as well as coming off of an extended off season, his work ethic and more importantly his heart is going to be absolutely essential to bringing the newcomers into the Radicals fold.
It's been nearly 700 days since the fans here at Breese-Stevens Field got to watch that guy lay out. Tonight's the night. He'll do it again. The Wind Chill and the Radicals opening night 2021 AUDL. Let's go.
The playoffs make every day feel like a win, but with DraftKings, every day is a win. Courtesy of DraftKings Free-to-Play Pools Playoff Edition. Simply make your picks on the featured game of the day. Answer questions like who will cover the spread, which team will score first, and which players will have the most points. If you get enough right, take home your share of $250,000. So download the DraftKings app now. Use the promo code to play free for a share of $250,000 in prizes. And make it rain.
Very special night here in Madison, Wisconsin. Ultimate fans, you can play in a free AUDL pool on DraftKings for your shot at $1,000 in prizes. Just answer the series of questions on the results of the second half. Get enough correct, take home your share of $1,000. Download the DraftKings app and sign up with promo code AUDL. Minnesota launches the opening pull. Madison begins on offense. Victor Luo centering to Logan Preuss. These are two guys that have typically been on the Radicals' D-line. But all the former pieces of the Madison offense, most of them are retired or playing in Chicago.
And that's an early D from Dylan DeClerc coming on that under with some ferocity.
Brett Bergmeyer picks up for the Minnesota defense to Rocco Linehan and back to Bergmeyer.
The team is really high on Linehan going into this season. They say he's been killing it at mini camps and practices. It'll be interesting to see his role fill out in this game.
We were expecting both of these offenses to be young and inexperienced.
Process with these fans.
Great defense in the end zone from Minnesota's Charlie McCutcheon. Ted Shuey taking the deep shot.
There is a little bit of a wind blowing out of that end zone. I think that throw floated a bit too much.
The other thing is these two teams are used to having a nice, cool Midwest day to start the season as Logan Preuss gets the D. The fourth turnover, and a stall was called. No, a timeout was called. It's a timeout for Minnesota, so the O-line will come onto the field. Still looking for our first goal, over 2 minutes gone.
That was an early save from Coach Ben Feldman, preventing the turnover there from Minnesota's D-line.
I certainly don't blame him for this decision, putting the O on the team, recognizing how important it is for his team to get this conversion early in the game. I have to think he's pretty pleased with the way the defense operated on offense, throwing lots of throws, being patient, taking their time, but still when they weren't able to take that easy shot into the end zone, they got this second opportunity. He did not want to let it go.
Well, both these O-lines had significant questions coming in. 2 years ago in 2019, the Minnesota O-line was anchored by a bunch of Canadians. This group from Winnipeg, Quinn Snyder and Cam Burton and Jesse Greenberg and Matthew Ladyman. But that's one of the huge question marks for Minnesota's season, whether those guys will be able to cross the border. They're optimistic they'll be able to play at some point in July or August, but right now it's a bunch of new faces along with Brian Vanoka on this Minnesota offense.
And we can't forget to mention the absence of Josh Klain from this game, an all-AUDL talent thrower. He's been a rock at the center of this offense for the past 3 seasons and is still recovering from an off-season shoulder surgery right now. They're a little bit uncertain as to when his return will be, but they're hopeful with it by the end of the month.
Yeah, Josh told me if this was a playoff game, he'd be playing tonight, but it's early in the season, doesn't want to risk it, and that's certainly understandable. Tony Paletto and Andrew Roy are going to be the two primary handlers. And Madison, did he catch it? Did he hang on? Yes! No! They say it hit the ground. Andrew Meshnick almost started the season with a Callahan. KPS is in the end zone for the Radicals.
You could not ask for a better break opening score for this Radicals home team. The absolute backbone of the defense since their inaugural year, Andrew Meshnick flying in for that huge block. It's just, I've got chills already.
Technically not a break because they started that long point on offense, but it feels like a break, and we're going to have a lot of momentum twists in this game.
And this just goes to show how utterly important it is for the returners who remain to have solid games. They are going to set the pace for Madison and show the newcomers what kind of energy they need to bring to the field to maintain possession of the disc and win games.
That's absolutely right, Megan.
By the way, with that block, Andrew Meshnick came one step closer to being just the second player in the history of the league with 150 blocks, 150 goals, and 150 assists. Former Radical, now member of the Chicago Union, Peter Graffi, who we'll see tomorrow night, the other member, or the only member right now of that club. So Minnesota's O-line turned it over on the goal line. The Madison defense getting its first opportunity to start a point. KPS setting the mark on the under, guarding Tony Paletto. Here's Cole Jurek. And KPS throwing his body around.
I think we'll be hearing that name a few times tonight. Not a great start for this young Minnesota offense. I think they have a little bit of nerves. They're only throwing about 15-yard passes, and they're having a real hard time getting to the opposing half of the field.
Contact on the mark. 10-yard penalty assessed.
You also got to wonder how many scores in a row Madison can get before Minnesota might want to shake up its lineup.
Well, Little inside break. One of the new Radicals captains, a veteran Josh Wilson, looking to the end zone, but that one's denied.
That was a clutch play on the backside from Nick Vogt, a UW-Madison graduate himself.
Everyone likes to talk about how there's too much offense in the AUDL. You can't play D. We're seeing nothing but D early on in this game. Looking at the end zone for Vinoka, trying to keep it in bounds, but the throw falling to the sideline and out of play.
You know, even though they didn't complete it, I like that aggressive shot downfield from Minnesota. It's stretching the Madison defense a little bit. You could see the Madison defense pinching in more and more around those handlers.
I agree, Adam, and I was a little bit concerned that Minnesota would not show that look tonight, and Madison would have a very easy time clamping down and would end up suffocating the wind chill.
Looking for Weiland, this disc hanging forever. Weiland with two hands makes the catch, and then throws right into the double team, and the officials don't make the call that Weiland was expecting. And now the whistles blow, and they will discuss.
It looked like a strip call from up here in the booth.
4 officials tonight: Becky Ladone, Jeff Maxted, Craig Howering, and Noah Coonan Goldsmith. By the way, all sporting new officials gear that you'll see across the league this year. Pretty snazzy. Let's take a look. Andrew Roy looked like he contacted Weiland's arm, but it appears Minnesota's going to keep the disc.
Another opportunity for Minnesota's O-line to punch in the score.
So 5 minutes gone, only one score, but certainly not a lack of action. Here's Vinoka launching the deep flick. Heck of an effort, but Nick Vogt, the former Wisconsin Hodad, could not get there.
People are throwing themselves around out there tonight. You love to see it.
Pettit Scantling with a drop on the goal line.
Sweaty hands.
Understandable. Minnesota with a great opportunity here to punch this in. Paletto and Roy play catch.
Minnesota has been constructing around this kind of small ball. You really hope to see them punch it in this red zone up.
There it is. Paletto dishes for the score and the equalizer.
Well, we did say it was going to be a defensive battle going into this one.
Let's take a look at the keys to the game for both these teams. Minnesota, Ben Feldman talked about the importance of surviving the first quarter, just keeping it close, withstanding the Madison energy. And Megan, for this Madison squad, I mean, they got so many rookies. The question is, which one of those guys are ready to contribute now?
And we will find out here today. They are already being battle tested, understanding that there's just a little bit different pressure in a game experience versus practice experience. It's going to come down to who can fall into a groove just a little bit faster than the opposing team.
Flying by with the bid was Dylan DeClerc. That's what he does. Dylan Power to Victor Luo, launching the lefty backhand just shy of the end zone for Ted Shuey. Much smoother point that time for the Radicals offense. Kelly to Shuey for his first AUDL goal.
You know, Victor Luo is going to be an interesting facet to watch develop in this Madison offense. He's a little bit different flavor than they've had historically. He's a lefty. He likes to move the disc quickly, and he throws very creatively. If you saw that swing pass that set up the assist, throwing against that wind going downfield is kind of a tricky endeavor, and he made that pass look smooth. Luo has a history of being able to make throws like that. He likes dropping discs into people's pockets. And I expect to see a few more like that when they get near the end zone.
To correct myself, Ted Shuey's first goal of the year. He did score 3 goals in the 4 games he played back in 2019. And what was really a transitional year for the Radicals. They win the title in 2018. They lose a couple of returners, but as they all have kind of admitted in retrospect, the buy-in wasn't the same. The motivation wasn't the same. And we're looking forward to 2020. That season got wiped out. Madison here in 2021 looking to return to glory in this now Central Division. On the undercut, Jordan Taylor. Charles Weinberg dishes for Michael Jordan. Will Brandt, Adam, 19-year-old rookie, breaks the double team up the line for the score. Welcome to the league, young fella.
That is impressive. I have heard from so many players that the first time they experience a double team in the AUDL, it is terrifying. Brandt looking very calm, very collected against an incredibly experienced double team there with Annan and Meshnik. Doesn't get much prettier than that.
You see a little bit of a rhythm getting established with both of these offenses. That was a very clean and smooth drive from Minnesota, following the Madison's previous drive, looking very similar. Hopefully, as these points get on a little bit, the players get their feet underneath them a little bit better.
Had a quick look at Brett Matsuka on the Minnesota sideline there. He was expecting to make his wind chill debut tonight, but a hamstring tweak made him a late scratch. Sebastian Brower in the lineup in his stead. Matsuka, out-of-town player, lives in North Carolina, flew to Wisconsin this morning, hopeful that his hamstring would be good to go, but saying it's a long season, he didn't want to force it. So the scoring has certainly opened up.
And there you see that wind pop that disc up a little bit.
Up the line, off the fingertips of Colin Berry.
Madison is really looking to engage quick off of these turns. They are not giving any air to breathe.
Goodness. Luo colliding with his teammate Kelly in the middle of the field. Deep shot looking. Oh, just out of the reach. Athletic bid from Shuey.
Shuey and Paust have been playing together, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, since middle school. They're an injection into this offense of some kind of well-developed chemistry, and it'll be interesting to see how they progress throughout the season. Rami was especially coming on late in 2019, and I think he's going to have an expanded role in 2021.
One of those young guys that the Radicals are expecting a lot from. The deep shot goes up. Isaac Leonard giving chase, but it's picked off by Rami Paust. And a mistake there. Henry Goldenberg, 22-year-old University of Wisconsin product with a drop. The nerves certainly aren't surprising, right?
Well, the nerves and having missed an entire season, 2020 was a very long year of no ultimate. And it takes a couple of games to get that speed, get that practice, get that muscle memory back under your belt.
I would also say the pace of play is pretty frenetic out of the gates here. Players are really not holding on to this long at all.
Wind chill, looking for their first lead. Colin Berry returning to the Minnesota lineup, puts the wind chill up 3-2.
Berry is someone the Minnesota team leadership is very excited to have back on their team. They think of him as kind of being an ultimate canopy defender to pair alongside the league leader in blocks from 2019, Jimmy Kittleson, but he's also great on these counterattacks. He's good with the disc, and he's especially good in the air downfield. And he's just one of those guys who is kind of a galvanizing rod for people on the team. Very friendly. People like working out with him. People like playing with him out in the line.
How about the receiving yards and throwing yards that we've got on the graphic for the first time?
The nerd in me is wilding out, Evan. Just going nuts.
Aren't we all nerds in our own way?
Absolutely.
So Minnesota in front for the first time. It's one of 4 opening night games across the league. DC is in New York to take on the defending AUDL champs. Empire lead that one 10-9 early in the third quarter. Tampa Bay's in Philly, 8-7 Cannons late in the first half, and Indy and Detroit, 9-8 Alley Cats late second quarter in Indianapolis. Weiland to Pettit Scantling.
Look how quick this disc is moving.
Tom Annan told me he was excited to play D-line again. Takes him back to his college days at UW. The O-prime line, they call it, converts. Wilson to Kanaki.
And that's a very nice response from Madison right there. You know, Minnesota takes a 1-goal lead, gets that break back, the prior point. And now you see Madison just run a simple dink and dunk drive, get that disc into the end zone, even it back up at threes.
Sterling Kanaki was so critical to Madison's championship run as a key defender, and regarded Jay Fruit of Dallas in that championship game, the former Radical. Still remember Peter Graffi telling me we put Jay on Kanaki Island and didn't see much of him.
Kanaki's another player who gets a little underrated off of the turn. He's terrific as a receiver. Look at this crowd filling in tonight.
It is magical, isn't it? One of the largest pre-sales from a ticket standpoint that the Radicals have ever had. I think the fans are as excited to be back as the three of us are, our entire crew, and these players and coaches. There's just like a giddiness and a nervous energy too, but it has been a long time.
Yeah, certainly Madison is a town that has always been excited about their ultimate, but this feels more special than usual.
Roy and Paletto, two primary handlers for Minnesota, with Josh Klain still working his way back from shoulder surgery. I'm going to say off-season shoulder surgery, but that doesn't really narrow it down, since the off-season is about 21 months.
Madison coming out with a traditional zone look here. Meshnik on the mark.
Been seeing that since 2013, 2014.
Maybe one of the best ever at hand and foot blocks. He just gets a piece of discs all the time.
Not sure there'll ever be a better double team in the league than Meshnik and Matt Weber back in the early Radicals days.
Oh my gosh, Evan, I was just thinking about that the other day. They were an absolute wall together.
It's a rookie 20-year-old Ian McCoskey doing the double team there as the crossfield over-the-top shot falls into the grasp of Michael Jordan.
That was a nice throw. Gutsy throw, too. No one has really tried that kind of fade to the back corner, and especially upwind. I like that. I like Minnesota going for gutsy chances in this environment.
The interesting things about this season is it's going to be hard to know exactly how to plan for your opponent in the early part of this season, simply because what happened in 2019 may or may not have bearing in this season. And Ben Feldman was speaking about how his team prepared against what they imagined Madison would do, and that practice certainly paid off. Madison zones, they're trying a few new wrinkles to it, but Minnesota looked incredibly poised and collected against that junk look.
That's well said, Megan. I think all these coaches are yearning for some game film to break down from their team and for the rest of their teams that they'll be playing.
Hey, that goes for us, too. I think there's been far too much hypothetical the past almost 2 years.
Fair point.
Churning out the content of what could happen, no more. It's what has happened, and it's a 4-3 lead for Minnesota after they pulled to start the quarter. And a great underblock there.
Jack Kelly looking for a strip call, but I don't think he's going to get one.
Brett Bergmeyer. Minnesota with a chance to really seize control. And receive to start the second. Clock winding down in the first. Did he have it?
That's got to be a strip. Ooh.
Officials say play on, and Madison shoots it deep. Goldenberg comes down with it. Launches toward the end zone. At the buzzer! Jack Kelly's got it.
Wow. What a hustle. What a hustle.
A no call and then a buzzer beating the other to tie it in four.
Don't wait for those whistles.
Couldn't ask for a better first quarter ending back.
And how about that trust throw from the rookie Goldenberg to Kelly? And Kelly had a bead on that read. He was out sprinting everyone for that disc. It was his from the time it was released.
Wow. 1 down, 3 to go. We've got layouts. We've got hammers. We've got buzzer beaters. We've got fans. We've got Ultimate back here in Madison. Second quarter here in Madison, and the head referee Becky Ladone explaining the no call to Madison coach Tim DeBile and Minnesota coach Ben Feldman. The officials have had a long break too, and I mean, Adam, you thought that was a strip that could have been called and given Minnesota the disc, and they could have gone up 5-3 receiving. Instead, it's 4-4. It's certainly a big swing in the game.
Again, we're talking about hypotheticals, though. There was no whistle, and you got to play to the end of it. And that's exactly what Madison did. You could see Minnesota lag a little bit after expecting that call. You just can't do that. You can't do that at the professional stage.
Absolutely, Adam. In a game with officials, if there's no whistle, you play on, and there was too much hesitation from Minnesota and absolutely no hesitation from Madison.
Great plays from both Goldenberg and Kelly. Goldenberg to go up for the half-field huck and then recognize the situation in his first game, launching it deep to Jack Kelly.
It'll be interesting to see how each team responds after that tumultuous end to the quarter. If Minnesota can kind of clear their heads and just go out there and execute, and if maybe Madison can build off of that a little bit. I'm sure it revitalized a lot of Radicals players hearing that crowd roar behind him again.
Josh Wilson is an original Radical. There aren't that many of those guys left. Andrew Meshnick, Kevin Pettit-Scantling, Tom Annan, Kevin Brown, who was hoping to play but tweaked his hamstring this past Monday, and Josh Wilson. Only 5 original Radicals still around, which for a lot of teams, they don't have any of their original players still around. But considering Pat Treiwise has moved on, Dave Wiseman, Andrew Brown, Peter Graffi, Tom Coolidge, Colin Camp.
A lot of great names. It's a very different era here in Madison.
Tim DeBile is like the energy that his team has shown throughout their preseason. Both these teams feel very well prepared. They've had far more practices in preseason than they normally would have because there wasn't snowing in May. Usually they're getting ready for the season in February and March.
This looks like a little bit of a different zone look than the one the Radicals were running a couple points ago. I know defensive coach Jacob Spiro and Tim, their head coach, drill this team on 4 to 5 different zone variations. They're all kind of similar, but they all have little wrinkles to them that make them very frustrating for opposing handlers. As you can see, Minnesota is really struggling to get it out from their own end zone.
Pettit-Scantling goes flying by but comes up empty.
I didn't even see him come out of there.
It was a blur.
Do you ever?
I mean, he's going at a different lightning speed than anybody else, it feels like.
Credit to Minnesota, though. They kind of used his bid as a pressure release valve, and they moved that disc up 50 yards in a heartbeat. Paletto taking a little bit more of a field general role out there, directing players.
Weinberg to Brandt. Everyone in Minnesota has to be so excited for this young kid, Will Brandt, out of Edina High School. Currently a student at St. Olaf, just 19 years old. And I'm not sure whether there was going to be a call, but Madison's Sikora indicated that there should be a call. Excellent integrity there. And, well, Nick Vogt shaken up.
It's got to be his third or fourth layout so far this game. Looked like he kind of came down hard on that hip. It can be a really tough spot to land on.
Nick Vogt, former gold medalist for the US U24 national team. One of a handful of Wisconsin guys who plays for Minnesota. And it's interesting, the Radicals have a couple of former University of Minnesota guys on their team. The cross-pollination of these north central rivals.
And that's Rocco Linehan coming in for the injured Vogt.
Ian McCoskey replaced Sikora on the mark for Madison. Oh, and I think he got a piece of it.
You can see the wind chill player just kind of put his head in his hands there.
Wilson looking for Meshnik, trying to box out the defender. Referee had a hand in the air, and there's no call. Looked like it would have been against Madison.
Yeah, that was a good box out from the Minnesota player downfield there.
Curious what each of your expectations were in terms of the quality of play and how what we've seen so far either matches or doesn't match up with that.
I think both teams look far more prepared than I was expecting, and I knew they were practicing. I just thought it was going to take a little bit longer for these teams to exhibit this sort of cohesion.
A gorgeous shot, Linehan.
That was a sassy little play from Linehan right there. He pogo sticked up, snatched the disc out, and in the same motion almost just rifled it across field to Bevon. Again, Linehan is somebody that they talked highly going into the season. They thought he could fill a role similar to Cam Burton, doing kind of a utility role off of maybe the more central handlers, and you saw it right there. He activated from his downfield receiving position and fired a little missile across field.
A nice veteran positioning from Bevon, who put himself in a position for a cross-field throw like that.
First goal for Vinoka. A reminder, you can get in on today's action. DraftKings has you covered. You can play for free when you sign up with a promo code AUDL. Just download the DraftKings app. Make your picks on the results of the second half for your shot at $1,000 in cash. And remember that Bevon goal, because that could help you in winning some money.
I'd like to see Bevon get a few more touches for the Minnesota offense. I feel like he's been pretty quiet in this game so far.
And officials didn't even make the call, but Minnesota Mark said he fouled Rami Paus, so he'll march off the 10. Not surprised that we see good spirit from both these two teams. They've had battles through the years, but there's a ton of mutual respect. We mentioned the cross-pollination, Madison and Minneapolis and the Twin Cities in general.
I'm one of those people too, Evan.
Yes, these are your two teams, your two cities.
So they say, so they say. Pruitt is another nice wrinkle for this Madison offense.
It's Luo.
Similar to Victor.
Paused back to Luo, and Victor carved up the wind chill defense in the red zone there to tie it up at 5.
I know that Madison had a lot of high expectations for Luo going into this game, going into this season. So far, he has not disappointed. He has been very quick on his movement, both of the disc and of his body. As soon as he throws, he goes, he puts himself in ABBA positioning. As we see here, he is not shy about getting into the end zone if the opportunity presents itself.
Victor's kind of a cool operator. I think he's been waiting for this moment. You know, he's somebody who you've seen in practice the last few years, and you kind of wonder, why doesn't that guy get maybe a little bit more playing time? And I think you're really going to see him flourish. Minnesota, you want to see with the disc. I think in that first quarter, we saw Madison doing a very good job of keeping the disc in the hands of the younger players on this Winshield O-line. And then that drive, you saw some of the veterans taking over. You see Weinberg get the reset, shoot it up to Jordan Taylor, and there's Bevon streaking for the end zone.
You know, one thing that Minnesota has done in the past, and I was curious if they'd be able to execute it this season, is how well they keep the downfield space open for players to make cuts. And there you saw Bevon, just like the previous point, had so much space to work with. Ben Feldman talked about some of the new players they brought on had been coming from the club that likes to throw a vertical offense, and there's been a little bit of work that has gone into helping players operate more laterally, and that work has definitely paid off. They've been looking so clean and open downfield.
And I think Minnesota absolutely wants to kind of engage those vertical elements a little bit more here.
Houst launching deep, and Weiland tried to make the adjustment. There was certainly some contact, but no foul call.
Madison taking a lot of shots to Weiland deep early. You know, he's a very good speedster, but I think sometimes when you leave him on an island that deep away from the play, as you saw earlier with the potential strip call, he can get a little nervous on the end zone line.
One of our big questions was who would be the deep threat for the Radicals, because there's no more Colin Camp, there's no more Peter Graffey or Pat Schreiweiss or Dave Wiseman, and Kevin Brown could have filled that role, but of course he suffered the hamstring injury earlier this week. And the hammer cross field a little too far. The intended target, Scott Hearn.
That was a questionable decision there. I feel like he got a little impatient with the double team.
Under defense from Charlie McCutcheon.
Players got to stop looking for calls.
Hey, McCutcheon looks pretty quick out there for the Windshield. Timeout called from the Minnesota sideline right before that disc was released. So you get 2 timeouts a half. Oftentimes the coach calls it when the stall count is high. Then Feldman's 2 for 2.
You mentioned McCutcheon. McCutcheon is another defensive add to this Minnesota team that they're really excited about. He's a pit bull out there. He likes to get his body into people. He likes to take away your best option. And he likes to out-hustle you every step of the way. And you kind of saw it there. He doesn't get very many quote-unquote clean layout Ds, but he's a grinder.
Look at the crowd. What a night here at Stevens Field. We got about 6 minutes to go in this second quarter, and these are live stats. You see the numbers so far. Minnesota 85% completions. Madison has thrown nearly 50 more throws than the Windchill have. What stands out to you from that sheet?
I was just thinking about what Megan said earlier about Minnesota's offense and striking deep. Look at that 3 for 3 Hucks number. When they go deep, they're pretty successful with it. They just aren't engaging it very often.
And like you said, Adam, earlier, the Radicals have been making kind of some interesting decisions. I'll say poor decisions, unless their aim is to stretch the defense. They certainly need to adjust the execution of their Hucks. They're not getting the look they want.
Madison again starting out with another zone. It looks more like the traditional 2-person on the mark. Meshnik and McCoskey out there.
Windchill on the march.
This is one of those spots where the zone can get very odd for handlers. Feels like you get a little bit of rhythm there, but the zone catches up very quickly and it's very sticky in this part of the field.
And on the AUDL field, you realize you feel like you've gone 2/3 of the field, but you still have 40 yards to go.
Absolutely. Minnesota doing a good job here of moving those marks, though. You really want to make them run and tire them out and then attack at that point.
Andrew Roy played 1 year at Davidson, led that program all the way to the D3 championship game. Played recently at Carleton. He's actually going to be a grad student and a captain of the Cal Berkeley team next year. How about a guy transferring as a grad student? He's named a captain immediately. Taking the summer in the Twin Cities, though, to play with a wind chill. Sacrificing yardage to get the reset. Here's Roy again.
You know, I'd like to see Minnesota attack towards this near side a little bit more. That's one of the weak points in this Madison defense, yet they keep moving towards that strong side of the radical zone. I know it appears to be easier to move the disc over there.
Triple team was called there, allowing Minnesota to center the disc, and Andrew Roy quickly pays it off, finding Will Brandt, who scores his first professional ultimate goal.
I heard from a few players about how excited they were about the chemistry between Tony Paletto and Andrew Roy, and there's no better example of chemistry than against the Madison zone. Paletto and Roy doing a great job of being resets for another, maintaining forward momentum while keeping just shy of the defender's outstretched reach, enabling Minnesota to get close enough for that score.
You know, and there's a little bit of a double edge to when Madison throws out that zone. Obviously, it can be very effective, but it allows handlers to get a lot of touches, and especially early in a game, and especially with a relatively new offensive unit like the wind chill, it allows them to get a little bit of a rhythm together, maybe a little bit more so than a traditional single-person coverage.
You know, I think those stats we showed were actually flip-flop for the two teams.
I think so, too.
Because that's Minnesota's second break, and now they lead 7-5.
It was the completions number that really gave it away. Minnesota is completing a lot more passes this game.
Yes, indeed. Working out the kinks after a long layoff, but goodness, no place in the world I'd rather be right now than right here in Madison, Wisconsin. Alongside Megan Tormey and Adam Ruffner, our entire crew, led by Luke Johnson. Radicals in the wind chill, first of 12 regular season games in a condensed regular season. We'll play all these games in the next 12 weeks.
Are you guys seeing how confident this Madison offense is starting to look out there?
Definitely a difference from the first quarter, that's for sure. Weiland, nicely done to Kelly. Is Jack Kelly going to emerge as Madison's key downfield threat?
He's a fast guy, and he's definitely a natural receiver. You could see on that buzzer beater at the end of the first quarter, he just kind of goes and gets. I don't think he's had a bunch of opportunities to show that, given that he joined the team, you know, when they were replete with depth, you know, on the offensive unit. But I definitely agree with you. I think you could see him emerge as a top goal scorer for this Radicals offense in 2021.
And he's a guy who's been on the team since 2017, but only played 3 games that year, only played 6 games in 2018. And he came to that championship Sunday in 2018 expecting not to play. He was not among the active 20, and then something got tweaked in warm-ups, and Tim DeBow said, Jack, you're in there. And he went and played in the championship game with very little notice.
You know, I think Jack is very good at kind of stepping into those sudden roles. And he's one of those guys who simply suffered from joining a very established Radicals roster a little bit later than, you know, the traditional standbys of Wiseman and Triwise and Graffy. And so it's not as if he's any less talented. It's just that he simply hasn't been on the team as long. And like Victor Luo and a couple others this year, you're really going to see them stand out.
Oh, what a catch by Vinoka, unless he didn't catch it. I thought it hit the ground, but the officials made no signal immediately. Vinoka checking the scrape on his elbow, and they're calling it up. Beefon kept this disc alive after fumbling it on the layout.
You don't see Meshnik disagreeing with that call at all, and he was standing right over the top of it.
Wow. Great focus there by Vinoka, one of the captains of this Minnesota team. Generally, how do you think Minnesota's handling Madison's many double teams?
I already said it. I am really impressed. They got some new players in there who, have experience playing tough games.
Goodness.
Wow.
Kanaki layup. There was contact. It was caught on the ricochet by Paletto anyway.
A little too physical, kind of swept out his legs coming through to get that around block. I agree with the call there. Yeah, it's a little bit of a tackle there.
Well, to finish answering your point, Evan, I am impressed because I know it can be a new beast entirely matching up against two defenders. Minnesota has clearly practiced against this.
They're holding a lead almost until halftime, so I got to agree with Megan on this one. I think they're doing a pretty good job of fighting off some nerves in a tough road environment.
Pettit Scantling with the bump.
And a lusty boo from the home crowd.
I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
That boo makes me so happy.
You guys know it's coming too. Fake countdown. Oh. I think they might actually be reversing that one. Oh, it's a travel call on the field. You can hear that crowd really getting into it now.
Minnesota leading by 1. Final minute, and maybe an unsportsmanlike as Minnesota continues to go the wrong direction, and the Madison crowd's loving it. Now they're going to stop the clock and try and sort things out.
A little bit of extracurriculars. It's hot. People are back for the first time.
52 seconds left in the half.
You know, I think to your point earlier, Evan, about how the Minnesota offense is faring against this zone defense, I think this is going to be one of those games where you're just happy to come out on top. You know, win and win ugly if you have to.
No question about that. All right, after losing about half of the field, Minnesota looking to retake a 2-goal lead. Paletto finds Vinoka. Paletto to the wide open man in the end zone. It's Will Brandt.
And that leaves just under a minute for this Madison offense to try pull back within 1. Again, you kind of see that double-edged sword of the Madison zone. It looks like Minnesota has now gotten so many touches between its parts that they're starting to develop that rhythm.
How about 2 goals and an assist for 19-year-old Will Brandt in his first half in the AUDL?
Man, not a bad start to your AUDL career, and not a bad start for Minnesota. Thinking back to Ben Feldman's keys to the game, he wanted to survive the first quarter. They are really looking smooth in the first half of this game.
Absolutely, Megan. You know, and we can maybe take a moment to talk about the youth injection. The 2019 rookie class in the AUDL was probably the best ever, and you kind of expect that trend to continue. You know, there's a lot of young players coming into the league right now that are really exciting and polished.
And you think about it, it's really 2 years worth of rookie classes because the 2020 season never happened.
Red shirt.
This is an important possession here for Madison, from a confidence standpoint and obviously for the scoreboard too.
I would even go so far as to say game-changing.
Feels like it. Under 20 seconds. Official state clock has 13. Looking with a hammer, Paust unable to connect with power. There's still 7 seconds on the stadium clock, which stops as the disc goes out of bounds. And Minnesota's going to have a chance for a buzzer beater. Oh, a low throw, barely kept alive by Hearn, and his full field shot is going to land just a little shy of the end zone. Deflected down by Paust, and that will do it for the first half of the first game here at Breese Stevens Field in nearly 700 days. The Radicals, who are 51-7 all time in this facility, have not trailed very often, find himself down today. Your thoughts? Megan, your thoughts on the first 24 minutes?
You know, I was really excited to see Minnesota going into this game, and they have not disappointed. They've prepared well. Their talent looks ready for the caliber of the game that they're facing today, for the stage that they are on. You know, Madison is certainly not out of the game. They just need to ramp up the intensity on offense, I really think. They've got to get better about firing in the end zone and making it in quickly.
I absolutely agree. I feel like Madison is maybe failing to seize the opportunity of this crowd a little bit more. You can hear that crowd towards the end of the half. They want to be in this a little bit more. I think Madison maybe needs to tap into that energy, come out strong in the second half.
Just real quick, are either of you going to defend this fashion choice by Josh Klain?
That's actually the better fashion choice from the other option I heard today. So bucket hat and a little goofy tee is probably pretty okay.
You know, no one has ever come to me for fashion advice, but I don't know that I would have pulled that one out of the closet. But I am so proud of him for feeling like he can wear it. That's great.
Well, Josh Klain has thrown a lot of assists in his career. He had 62 of them in 2019. We hope to see him back on the field in a jersey again real soon. Ben Feldman and the Minnesota Wind Chill leading at Breese Stevens Field. It's 8-6 at halftime.
The playoffs make every day feel like a win, but with DraftKings, every day is a win. Courtesy of DraftKings Free-to-Play Pools Playoff Edition. Simply make your picks on the featured game of the day. Answer questions like who will cover the spread, which team will score first, and which players will have the most points. If you get enough right, take home your share of $250,000. So download the DraftKings app now. Use the promo code to play free for a share of $250,000 in prizes. And make it rain.
Welcome back to Madison at the half. There's Becky Ladone, the head referee for this game. The officials perhaps a little bit more involved than they wanted to be in the first half, but Becky has certainly been a groundbreaking performer on and off the field throughout her ultimate career. One of the better officials in the AUDL, and this past offseason I went off the record with Becky Ladone.
Becky Ladone, Marquette University, Illinois State University, AUDL referee, 3-time world champion. Growing up, I ran cross country and track. I did that because my brother did that. And that's how I got involved in Ultimate Frisbee. My brother, Gary, started playing Ultimate at University of Illinois and came home one summer when I was, I think, still ending high school or early college and said, I think you'll like this. And he signed me up for Summer League. Ultimate was an attractive option to me because having run track and cross country in high school, all I had to do at first was run downfield, and I'd look up and there was a disc for me to catch in the end zone.
Wilson again into the end zone, just coming down into the hands of Becky Ladone. Catches that one. Huge point for the USA into the win.
I think the way that gender has affected me most in my ultimate career, at least early on, was actually gave me some opportunities to play mixed. I'd be the one or two women, on each team that got to go play. Certainly have missed out on things. I'm near the end of my professional prime, and yet women's professional ultimate is just starting. Part of the reason I'm an AUDL ref is because I wanted to make sure that there was a woman on the field. And that's part of why I coach the Hodags. I wanted to make sure that people were seeing these men's teams with women coaches. People are watching this men's ultimate frisbee game, and there's a female on the field. I've said yes to things lots of times in my ultimate career because I'm female and because I want people to see kids, girls, to see females in this position. I've been reffing AUDL since 2013. It's my own pressure that I put on myself, but I represent all women whenever I step on an AUDL field. I definitely was nervous before my first game. I still get nervous before a game sometimes. I think there's a lot of, it's an important job. Many people who know me know that I don't back down much. So I definitely asserted my authority early on and often. When I'm there, it's my field. It's my job to make sure that I can see the play, because the outcome of the game can be dependent on your participation. No one wants to lose a game. No one wants to lose a close game. So are there sometimes, calls that coaches and players think should have gone the other way? Absolutely. Do we hear about it? You know it. Because we as referees are not perfect and can't see everything, right? So I think the integrity rule in the AUDL is fantastic. If we don't make the right call, we depend on the players to make that call and to be stand-up people. I would say that my assertiveness is a blessing and a curse. You can be an assertive man and you're just, cocky, or you're just this way. But as a female, sometimes you might get labeled as the B word. You have to be confident in your calls and in your ability and in your skill set. As a female athlete, my advice to other women is just do it. I say yes to things that I might not think that I want to do, but I know that I'm committed to being a female face on the field, whether it's as a referee for the AUDL or a coach in the men's game. They belong with a whistle. They belong with stripes on their shirt. Women belong in places that you might not expect.
Thrilled to have Becky Ladone in the American Ultimate Disc League, and thrilled to be back here in Madison. Evan Lepler, Megan Tormey, Adam Ruffner, our entire crew, and the new partnership with DraftKings just underway.
Going back to Becky just 1 second, she's kind of almost an institution here in Madison. She refs games, she coaches the collegiate team, she coaches, I believe, in part on the YCC team, she plays in the Ultimate Leagues as a team captain. Can't say enough about Becky's influence in the Madison community.
She's an inspiration of mine. She was just leaving Nemesis. I began playing Nemesis, and I remember going to a tournament in California with her, and I just thought, this woman has a fire I have never seen before. She is an intense and spirited player. And as a young player, well, when I was young, that was a great introduction to Club Ultimate for myself.
Megan, anyone who's seen you on a field recently knows that you're still young.
That is really nice of you to say.
From a speed standpoint, at least.
Bless your heart.
All right, let's pull up. What an atmosphere here. Look. Like, this is just such a long time coming, and it's beautiful, isn't it?
It's amazing. There were so many times during the pandemic when I thought, was my life before this just a dream? Being in the presence of so many people feels marvelous and novel, and also obviously very familiar at the same time. It's just really good to be back here, back in this atmosphere.
I ditched you all a couple minutes just to go hang out down there in the grandstands. Better company. Breathe it in. Better company too, yeah, definitely.
Take one more look at these first half numbers. Madison's defense did not register a single break in that first half. That might be the biggest surprise of all. 195 throws, 184 completions for the wind chill on the road in this atmosphere.
Yeah, I think of all the things, that's maybe the most surprising for me. I just thought that they would be able to fluster these younger Minnesota players a little bit more. And Minnesota looks, as I've said before, really well prepared. So I'm curious to see if Tim has some additional changes, some switching that he plans to do within that zone defense that could create a little more pressure. Minnesota has looked comfortable moving it quickly and moving it slowly. They seem to read the field really well when they have the disc.
Yeah, and the other thing that you notice is that Madison had 3 break opportunities. Minnesota had 9. And they still have a 2-goal lead, so it feels like they left some points out there in the field in the first half.
No question about it. You play free for thousands in cash all season long with DraftKings free-to-play pools. Just download the DraftKings app today and use promo code AUDL when you sign up. Madison 6 for 16 in terms of converting offensive points in that first half. Those are offensive possessions on offensive points. Kelly's going deep. He's got steps. He's got the score. Tommy Paust with a missile to the end zone.
That was a great in-rhythm throw from Paust.
And a nice read from Kelly. I am very impressed with him. When the defense was coming and you saw him alter his steps to go up just a touch early. He had plenty of space, but still, if he had not read that well, Minnesota very easily could have gotten a little hand on it and it would have changed the nature of this point.
Potterack coming in for some backside help, and you're right, you see Kelly go up early. It's kind of that natural receiving instinct. Maybe he didn't have to, but he's going to go up and attack that disc.
Jack Kelly scored 3 goals in the 4 games he played in the 2019 season. He's got 3 goals in 2 quarters plus 30 seconds tonight.
And that's exactly what you want out of the half from Madison. Quick, easy score. And now to see if the defense can get the back of. Wow!
What a play by Dan Garlock. Nearly a Callahan. And we're tied at 8. Garlock on his way to being a hometown hero.
Radicals crowd into it right out of the half. Garlock, a rookie. He's somebody that the team is also pretty excited about. They've been waiting for him to get an opportunity.
The entire 12-minute second quarter.
Historically, the third quarter has been a little bit of a problem child for the Radicals. So for them to get up 2 quick scorers in the first minute is really important.
The wind is still rippling. Minnesota's going into it right now.
And this is actually a D-line offense for Minnesota after that break. Kind of an interesting choice. That was a very quick turnover. The Minnesota offense wasn't necessarily tired.
Linehan comes up empty with a bid. Tom Annan, veteran handler, picks up. Is that a lefty backhand downfield from Pettit Scantling?
Oh, that's a big turnover.
Sikora with the throwaway. Linehan unleashes. Will it hang long enough? No.
Team's getting a little hasty here at the disc, but that wind is kind of swirling too. It's a peculiar wind.
And really, for the first time all night, the sun not a factor on the field. The turnovers going back and forth. Just past 8 p.m. Central Time here in Madison. And another giveaway. Jordan Taylor looking for Linehan. Too much, and timeout Madison.
The classic DeBile timeout. Get that defense off the field, put the offense in.
Tim told you on the Radicals podcast, Adam, that he thinks the buy-in this year is as big as it's ever been for the Radicals. So much energy around this team, and part of that is all the youth. He said that with all the old guys, look, they're kind of like old dogs. You can't teach them new tricks. These guys, you give them instruction, they absorb it, they nod their head, they go execute.
Well, you were there last night too at the practice. It was almost a somber environment for how intensely they were focusing on the coach's instructions.
thing that stuck out to me last night at Radicals practice was how many faces I did not recognize.
Oh, absolutely. You're telling me. And also a couple of the younger players bulking up over this extended offseason. Some guys are looking fitter and bigger this year.
Madison's last lead was 3-2. Late in the first. An opportunity here with Luo initiating.
This is the part of the game where I think coaching adjustments are going to really play an important part down the stretch. You can both see each coach tinkering a little bit with their lineups, inserting some new guys in and seeing if it creates a new effect.
Out of the timeout, Luo hits Shuey and throws it right into the defense. DeClerc gets another block. Barry throws it right back.
Players getting a little bit of tunnel vision right now.
Sure are. Trying to squeeze it through. There's a lot of space on this field. Henry Goldenberg. Here's Rami Paust.
Rami kind of filling the role of quarterback of this offense in the last few points.
Luo going cross field. Avery Johnson's been quiet tonight, but he makes that catch on the second effort to give the Radicals the lead.
Avery Johnson just comes up with the disc. I can't tell you the number of times that guy has caught back line, second effort, tumbling over, waffle disc catches, but he simply has a knack for it.
It was a nice put from Goldenberg to get over the defense, putting the disc in Luo's hand, but you have to give all the credit to Avery Johnson for keeping his head as he made that read. Didn't get it on the first attempt, kept his feet under him to catch it on the second attempt.
And he did a good job of putting McCutcheon on his back there, you know, shielding him out from the disc, making sure that he had that primary position.
So true. He gave himself that second opportunity by keeping his defense well behind him.
Yes.
You know, Adam, you had talked about the third quarter historically being problematic for Madison. I'm very curious to see how both of these teams handle both the third and fourth quarter. We talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the game, but it's really difficult to simulate ultimate through that extended off season. I'm sure so many of these players have been working out very intensely, but it is a long game, so we'll see who is able to continue to play a high energy game after a very, very long time of not playing ultimate at all.
First final score of the 2021 season has arrived. Final from New York, Empire 19, Breeze 18. Windchill player goes tumbling, and this will be interference on Kanaki.
Kind of felt like both players are jockeying a little there. Jurek and Kanaki both can mix it up a little. But it is a no-contact sport. Non-contact. Woo! Turf burner.
Crossfield hammer. There was some contact. Kanaki saying it should have been a pick. And are they going to make the call?
I don't know about that one. It kind of looked like Sterling turned around and just went into the Minnesota player. I don't know how much it was a pick per se, but refs feel that it was.
Officials still chatting about it, as are the players.
Feldman looking a little heated on that sideline.
They're going to call it a goal.
I think that's the right call. You know, I think in a pick situation, it's if you're following a player intently and you get disrupted from your path towards the disc by an interference. Again, there it kind of seemed like Sterling was facing the thrower, and as he tracked the throw, it went over his head, and he kind of turned and went smack into the Minnesota player. I just don't know if that's a pick in that situation.
I agree with you, Adam. I think it seemed as though he lost awareness of exactly where the person he was defending was, and the contact was just incidental after that.
You know, though, it's one of those things where Sterling isn't someone you really want to give another reason to go get the disc. I wouldn't be surprised to see him get a flying layout block in the next couple of points.
Check out AUDL store, tons of great merch, team jerseys. KPS, Brandon Mattis, Sean Mott, AJ Merriman looking good. All right, 9-all. Just over 7 minutes to play in the third.
You guys think we got overtime tonight?
I mean, I predicted it on Wednesday, so I haven't changed my thoughts since then.
Always love some free ultimate.
A long way to go in regulation.
Ooh.
Post picked off by DeClerc.
DeClerc is having a nice game in that interstitial lane space. You know, I think he's got 2 to 3 blocks at this point.
That was his third.
Again, a very underrated single-person defender on this Minnesota defense. Very good at pursuit on those underthrows, especially as we've seen here tonight. Getting towards that magical golden hour here on the Isthmus with the sunset.
I was thinking it all day yesterday since I got into town. I've missed this Isthmus.
That's seriously what you've been thinking of it?
That's what you had in the bag? How many days was that percolating?
Since the plane touched down in Chicago, to be frank, and then I drove up here, heading back to Chicago tomorrow for the Alley Cats and the Union. Indy looks like they're going to beat Detroit in their opener. It's currently 22-13 late in the third quarter. Grand Park in Indianapolis.
You know, but this is a big point right here. That is a very important timeout that Minnesota just took place to get their offense back on the field. They could again retake the lead after falling in that early 2-goal hole this quarter. You know, I like Andrew Roy the more and more this game goes on. He hasn't tested much downfield, but he's been very solid in his role in that just kind of pivot distributor role, getting the disc to other people. Really got to admire rookies who come out here and show that kind of confidence in their first game.
Yeah, especially on a team like Minnesota that has been known for, you know, having a smooth and confident offensive system. And to come on and not have many returners to rely on, to know that there's so much riding on your ability to rise to the challenge or not, he doesn't seem fazed by his task.
No, very cool and collected. And more so as the game goes on.
Roy and Paletto are a combined 88 of 90 in completions, throws. KPS bumping into Vogt right there.
Getting a little chippy out there. Border rivalry really coming up to the surface. You know, Evan, you were saying earlier about cross-pollination. There can also be bad blood in the family. Oh, my.
Heck of a play, getting underneath Luke Marks.
Luke Marks is one of those guys that the Madison defensive leadership will not shut up about. They think he's going to have a huge year this year.
And Scantling to Kanaki, and he gets drilled in the middle of the field by Michael Jordan. Quickly pops back up and gets a bump on his way downfield, and Jordan's saying he marked more than 10 yards, but the officials don't call it. He marked
And look at Sterling. You know, he might have gotten that. He might have gotten that. No foul call that he didn't play. I think that was actually a benefit for Madison. You take the goal, but you get a fired up Sterling.
Well, this is living up to what we hoped for. 10-9 Madison midway through the third.
That's a real missed opportunity coming off that timeout for Minnesota, too. You know, you call a timeout, you get your offense out there looking to take the lead by 1 goal. And instead, Madison gets a break opportunity. Or maybe not a break, given the timeout and the switches. But, you know, they get a goal and they get the crowd right back into it.
You know, this happened earlier in the game, and Adam, you mentioned it. Minnesota was waiting for a call, and that hesitation cost them. It cost them again here. Sterling was just a little more prepared, and I understand Minnesota, you know, looking to the officials, because it looked to me like he took more than 10 yards. But you still have to be ready to defend, and if you're not, Madison's going to take advantage.
For the ultimate aesthetic, it's nice to not have the hash marks on the field, but for the yardage penalties, the football hash marks can be helpful.
Incredibly helpful.
All right, clock starts on the release of the pull, which rolls out of bounds. Rocco Linehan landed out of bounds, I should say. Linehan's going to center the disc. McCoskey and Annan set the double team. Hearn shooting it. Testing the defense.
Great backside help defense from Chase Marty there. Going straight ninja mode with that headband.
That was the shot the Radicals defense was hoping for, and Marty was there in the deep, deep spot.
Man, look at this closing speed as he just comes in. What a shock to Minnesota to see him come in and absolutely take that away.
Radicals have a chance to take their first multi-goal lead of the day. But it's not going to happen on that possession because Dylan DeClerc gets his 4th block.
DeClerc is fired up too. You could see him charged up after that one.
I mean, all these players have been waiting so long for this chance. DeClerc shooting it. 2 receivers there. And Isaac Leonard is the one who will make the catch to tie it up. Wow.
Ooh, I'm getting excited about this one.
Smart look from Scott Hearn, noticing this disc coming down the field. Just taking a quick look to see if someone has a better angle on it.
Dylan DeClerc, the D and the dime, to build on his tremendous resume, the product of Drake University, who actually celebrated his 26th birthday yesterday. So happy birthday, Dylan. Go get yourself 4 blocks in 3 quarters.
What else could you possibly want, right?
These teams are really trading punches at this point too. You know, each team seems to have a response. As soon as one team gets a little bit of momentum, the other team comes right back and seizes it. You couldn't really ask for a better opening night.
Speaking of birthdays, today is actually the birthday of Minnesota Windchill majority owner Omar Ansari. His bar, Surly, just opened back up in Minneapolis. Presume he's watching the game there. Happy birthday, Omar. Got a good one, 10-10. Late in the third. Little push off, got away with it. Kelly to Luo.
Vic really taking the charge on this drive.
It's either a foul or a travel. And Madison will center the disc.
Yeah, you can't get over the pivot foot of the handler like that the Minnesota defender did. That was a good call.
Luo, nearly a triple team. Poust. To Luo. Vic's big day continues.
What are you guys liking out of this Madison offense?
I'm loving Victor Luo. He is, as I said, just rising to the occasion, and he has been instrumental in ensuring that Madison makes good pace downfield. He's been so quick in his movement, finding little spaces, and here again we see him in the end zone because he is not afraid to move to the front of the end zone where he can make an easy reset or be an easy target if there's a small gap in between the defenders, like we've seen 2 times now.
You're so right, Megan, and I think he just does such a good job of generating the action with his legs. You know, we call him a thrower, but with the amount of motion that that guy initiates, it's almost more of a hybrid.
By the way, Rami Paust is the game's leading thrower from a yardage standpoint with 270. That's more than double anybody else in the game on either team. Next is Minnesota's Will Brandt, just a shade under half of Paust's 270 at 134. Brandt with a disc here, a chance to chip away at that mark. Loses a couple yards on the reset.
You know, and with this yardage stat implementation, it's really interesting what we can talk about when we talk about big throwers, because coming into this game, I wouldn't have guessed that Paust would lead the game in throwing yardage, and yet you got to kind of call him a big thrower here.
Bile told me that oh, what an effort there by Brandt. Did he keep a foot in bounds?
Yeah, I don't know if his first point of contact was his feet, but oh no.
Well, what's the saying? The disc never lies. Another chance for Madison to go up by 2. Something they have not done.
This upwind end zone has been really difficult for teams.
And it's Scantling to Wilson. He's in.
Josh going from spike to nice guy right there. Holstering it and going for the high five. Like to see that.
Two of Madison's veterans combining on this score to give the Radicals a 2-goal lead. Madison has outscored Minnesota 6-2 in the third.
Well, and coming out of that timeout a couple points ago, Minnesota had the opportunity to go up 1, and instead it feels like a 3-goal swing from that point.
Evan Pettit-Scantling has long been the emotional fulcrum for this Radicals team, the self-appointed captain.
Josh Clayton stretching out his legs on the sideline. Maybe he's got to suit up for this fourth quarter. It's got to be hard in an environment like this to just be, you know, protecting yourself, doing the right thing, and you're in a close game knowing you can make a difference, and you just got to sit it out.
Adam, there haven't been many games here in Madison that you've missed. How would you compare this crowd with some of the best ones we've seen through the years at Breeze?
Oh, I would say this is up there as maybe the best regular season crowd ever. It looks like we've got well over 2,000 with all those sections filling. The bar area over to the left of your screen is full up. It's a great night to be in the Capital City Ultimate, I'll tell you that.
Taylor crossfield hammer gives up the yardage but gets the reset to Linehan. Bergmeyer back to Rocco Linehan, University of New Hampshire product. Upside down throw to Taylor. And Jordan Taylor takes his time. Angles the throw to Colin Berry to bring the win show within 1.
You know, Minnesota is mutating their offensive lineups a lot tonight. It's Colin Berry out there catching the goal. He's usually on the defensive line. A couple points ago, McCutcheon was out there on the offense with this unit. It seems like Feldman's trying to find some answers for the inconsistencies that they've been experiencing against this tough Madison defense.
Understandable for opening night. This is the only game of the weekend for Minnesota. Madison actually has to wake up tomorrow morning, get on a bus, and head to Detroit for their second game of the season, less than 24 hours away. Minnesota's next game is one that they've had circled on the calendar at Chicago next Saturday. You guys buying the Chicago hype, or we'll see them tomorrow in person? There's a lot of talk about Chicago being the best they've ever been.
You know, Evan, I really echo your concerns about Chicago's ability to make all of their star pieces fit. It's something they've struggled with in the past. All the same, I am really excited for the Union this year.
See them tomorrow night, 7 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Central, live on AUDL.TV. Game will air on Fox Sports 2 on Wednesday night.
You know, this is kind of a tricky drive for Madison. They had a little bit more than a minute to start. You don't want to score too quick and then give the disc back to Madison here. I think you kind of want to lead clock right until a last second buzzer opportunity.
Well, This may not bleed the clock, but Chewy able to make the catch past the bidding de Klerk.
Props to de Klerk there. He almost got his 5th block.
Marty up line for Chewy. He's in! 23 seconds left. Tim DeVile's Radicals back up by 2.
And here comes the sideline mob. You like to see that late in the game. You like to see that kind of energy after a score like that.
Been impressed with Ted Chewy tonight?
You know, I am. I was more impressed that he holstered in that moment when you felt the momentum moving towards the end zone. Yet smart reset, and then even more intelligent then being the target downfield. As soon as you release that close to the end zone, sometimes you are the best choice to head straight into the end zone. He did a smart move.
You know, Chewy's zone is that throw and go there too. He's lanky, he can get out quick from his break into a sprint. I like to see him do more of that.
Well, Adam, you mentioned that third quarters have been an issue for the Radicals in the past. Certainly not today. Tim DeVile, Jake Spiro saw their team score 6 goals in the first half. They got 7 here in the third with 23 seconds to go.
I did say it was a new era too.
Certainly is a new era of Ultimate here in Madison. Final seconds, the third for Minnesota. Winchell will receive to start the 4th.
And another kind of tricky situation. You want to attack quickly. Oh, and here comes the false countdown.
See how they can handle it. And they launch it with 8 seconds left. Kittleson looming in the back of the end zone, but it's denied. Kanaki, I think, got up there for the block. Time expires, and we'll go to the 4th with the Radicals up by 2.
Every day feel like a win. But with DraftKings, every day is a win. Courtesy of DraftKings free-to-play pools playoff edition. Simply make your picks on the featured game of the day. Answer questions like who will cover the spread, which team will score first, and which players will have the most points. If you get enough right, take home your share of $250,000. So download the DraftKings app now. Use the promo code to play free for a share of $250,000 in prizes. And make it rain.
Magical night at Bree Stevens Field. Moves into the 4th quarter with the Radicals leading 13-11. They win that quarter 7-3. They transform a 2-point halftime deficit into a 2-goal lead as we head to the 4th. And a promotion that began in 2019 renews itself at the start of the 4th quarter. This is called the Ian's Pizza Point. Radicals will be on D to start the 4th. If they start the 4th quarter with a break, everyone in attendance gets free pizza. What a great promotion.
Yeah, except for the first time they tried to do it here, Pittsburgh denied them that. They actually brought their own pizza and ate it in front of the Radical stands. I gotta say, that is a level of petty I aspire to.
Oh my gosh, that burns.
I don't see any pizza on the Winchell sideline right now, although maybe they're hiding it.
I'll take your pizza and I'll eat it myself.
And Thunderbirds were very proud of themselves that day. Pittsburgh opens their season tomorrow. They're not in the Central Midwest Division anymore. They're now in the Atlantic, and they'll take on the newest AUDL team, the Boston Glory, tomorrow night in Pittsburgh. Next Friday night, we will be in Boston for our DraftKings Friday Night Free Friday Frisbee.
You got to think if Minnesota's going to make a comeback here in the fourth quarter, they have to have this opening possession score.
If they do so, they will deny the thousands here at Breeze free pizza.
Little bit of muckiness in that upfield stack from Minnesota. It seemed like they're having some communication errors, but maybe they're figuring it out as they go.
Vinoka makes himself available and then dishes back to Nick Vogt, and there will not be free pizza tonight. 35 seconds to Winchell convert on offense.
Again, I think that's exactly what you want to see from the Minnesota offense. They had a little bit of stagnation around the midfield mark, and then they just kind of punched it through the teeth of that Madison defense. You know, it's one of those things where Madison puts a defense out there where it seems like you have to go around it to beat it, but sometimes you just got to go through the teeth of it, and I think Minnesota's maybe figuring that a little bit out.
We talked about the Canadian wild cards on this Minnesota team. Another wild card is certainly former Chicago and Seattle star Matt Rader, who is under contract for the Winchell, but life circumstances have taken him back to Seattle, and it's unclear whether he will be a part of this team. I know he's hopeful of playing some games. He's certainly a huge difference maker from a size, skill, and speed, power standpoint if he's on the field.
And it's just one of those things to remember. We might be looking at a very different Minnesota lineup here tonight than we might see in a month from now.
That's a great point. See what Justin Trudeau and the Canadians have to say about that.
Nice steady drive here from Madison to open the quarter, too.
I know from talking to some of those guys in Winnipeg, they are anxious to get back on the field. The Winchell were supposed to play a game in Winnipeg.
Oh boy.
Early last season as Luo hangs on to the juggling disc. Kelly ahead for Goldenberg.
Minnesota playing some nice goal line D here.
With a stall count rising, he didn't get it off. Kittleson on the mark for 7 seconds, and Ladone with a call.
Really good bed not break defense there from Minnesota. They tightened up every little space.
Low release flick from Kittleson, and now launching this one deep. The Madison defender had a couple of steps, but Mattis runs by him. What an acceleration play from Brandon Mattis to tie the game at 13.
And another captain presence coming out there and letting you know what he's been doing in the offseason. Mattis is a close friend of mine, and I can tell you that boy has been putting in work for the past 15 months.
Well,
and
if we didn't believe you before that, it's certainly evident now. Great run by Mattis.
Unreal. When Scott Hearn let that go, it looked like a poor decision.
Oh, absolutely.
Agreed.
He knew his receiver better than we did.
I mean, he was a couple steps behind Kelly, but absolutely motored past him. Wow. Mattis, who tried out for the Winchell originally as a 19-year-old kid, was surprised that he made the team. Now a 29-year lifer. 29-year-old lifer.
I can tell you right now, though, his happiness with that point is evaporated. He doesn't care about the individual goals or any individual play out here. He wants that W tonight.
2 straight for the Winchell to start the fourth. As we tick under 10 minutes to play.
You know, not the prettiest ultimate, but what a game.
Headed Scantling, guarded by Jordan. Resets Wilson. A lot of space on that side, but he goes with a flick to the middle for Kanaki. Double team, and Kanaki got blocked.
You could see him hesitate on the release of that, and the defender just pounced all over it.
And it's Vinoka giving Minnesota the lead.
Ooh, that crowd is quiet.
Yeah, you said it, Adam. You could see Sterling deciding not to throw it as his fingers were releasing.
Yeah, he double pumped that throw. And And credit to Minnesota for just taking it and running right off of that turn, not giving Madison any opportunity to recuperate.
I really didn't know what to expect going into this game. I have a lot of respect for what Minnesota has done during the offseason and was excited to see how they've put the pieces together. But similarly, I have a ton of respect for Tim DeBile and what he's able to do with the talent that he has. And I knew he would put something together that was really interesting. But the home field advantage that the Radicals always enjoy here at Breeze Stevens, I thought would be the difference maker. And Minnesota does not seem to be at all fazed by the crowd, by the atmosphere, by the aura of Breeze Stevens Stadium.
Well, Madison, against their divisional opponents from 13 to 18, was 46-1 at home. They were 3-3 at home against their division in 2019.
It definitely feels like that kind of cosmic power that the Radicals had over this place has diminished just a bit.
No call there, surprising. Play on. Kelly doubled. Needs a reset. No, he'll find Luo in the end zone, wide open.
And I say that, and Madison responds immediately. You know, they're not going to let this thing get away from them that easily.
Luo, again, just so clever with his positioning.
You got to think with this kind of topsy-turviness, what's really going to come down to here in the stretch is who can keep that composure. I know it's such a cliche thing to say, but you got to think that it's true. I mean, Mattis scores that breakaway goal. They get a break right away, and Madison just marches down the field and converts it and ties it again. You know, that's what you need to do in tight game situations like this.
Really?
Respond.
That particular point, I really liked how Kelly turned a full circle. You could see how he pulled the the Minnesota defenders just slightly away from the front of the end zone line. So as soon as he turned to look downfield, he had just a slightly wider gap from before where he found Luo.
Not sure any one of us would have predicted Luo would be the receiving yards leader in the entire game.
No, certainly not.
But he is, 182.
He does so much with his legs. So much.
Making most of his cuts from the handler space, but gaining positive yardage instead of sacrificing yardage.
Death by 1,000 paper cuts.
Yeah. Roy has been very solid. So has Will Brandt, 19-year-old kid out of Edina High School.
You got to think when they get Matsuka and Klein back, those young players are going to be terrific in supporting roles.
No question about it. They've been solid as headliners tonight.
Absolutely.
Weinberg. Oh, Meshnick got a piece of it like he's done so many times before.
There goes that man. I told you, he just has a knack for getting pieces of the disc. He almost appears a little lethargic sometimes on the mark, but I can tell you he's not.
Meshnick with the bookends to put Madison back on top here in the fourth.
And you got to imagine about 50 to 100 Meshnick clan family members in the stands love that. I don't know that anyone brings the circus quite like Meshnick.
That Tom Annan throw reminded me of 2015 championship weekend out at Avaya Stadium in San Jose. That outside in backhand from almost out of bounds up the line, connecting with Liam McDonald, who then dished the score to Meshnick.
Well, and as Megan was saying earlier, you know, one of the things that's really daunting for a lot of throwers is that intimidation of the double team, and someone who has worked so well against it throughout the seasons is Tom Annan. He just makes it so easy, or looks so easy, shredding that double team.
Meshnick entered the night third all-time in the league history in blocks. He's now got 149 of them. I beg your pardon. 165, excuse me.
I wonder what Tim DeBile is bringing people in there after that score, kind of probably trying to keep that fire kindled.
Don't want to take away any of Meshnick's blocks. It was the
yes,
goal.
Please, let's not.
The goals that he's closing in on 150. I mentioned that before.
Getting up there. Uh-oh.
There's an injury in the middle of the field. It's Luke Marks. And maybe cramping.
Yeah, that looks like a cramp. Everyone loves to help out a cramp, though.
Chance for everyone to catch their breath. Us too. I mean, what a night this has been. The start of a 12-week regular season journey, and then the playoffs heading all the way to the championship weekend. Washington, D.C. September 10th. September 11th will be at Audi Field in our nation's capital. And Colin Berry helping out Luke Marks. Jake Spyro, longtime Radicals assistant. His twin children celebrating their 12th birthday today. Happy birthday to the Spyro twins. So while we're getting the rest of the birthdays out of the way, Ben Feldman's daughter Riley turned 1 on Tuesday. So a happy belated birthday to Riley Feldman.
She's a huge Wind Chill fan too, from what I've seen on their Instagram. She's got a onesie that could knock anything out of my closet.
Remind everyone, you can play free for thousands in cash all season long with the DraftKings free-to-play pools. Just download the DraftKings app today. Use the promo code AUDL when you sign up. Bergmeyer initiates for the Wind Chill, trailing by 1, just over 7 to play.
I'm definitely repeating myself here, but this feels like a huge point for the Wind Chill offense.
At this point, they all are. And the wind is still rippling. They're going into the teeth of it right now.
It's actually picking up a bit.
Sure is. Madison's defensive intensity ramping up too.
Yeah, they're hunting.
Michael Jordan needs a reset, finds one. Just before the 7 count. McCutcheon all the way back to Hearn. Hearn and Potterack, the 2 Iowa State products on this Minnesota team. Potterack had that unbelievable pair of blocks in the 4th quarter, May of 2019, that changed the entire Radical season. Oh, through the hands of Jordan Taylor. And the crowd loves it. Timeout called by Tim DeBile. That is his final timeout.
That's a good one to take there, though. It's a very good one to take. Let the crowd relish in that moment a little bit. Like, get your offense a little bit of a moment to get out there.
I feel like that is the most stymied the Minnesota offense has looked against the Madison defense.
The Radicals are used to dominating. We've talked about their past brilliance at home and really on the road too. Look at this. Division champions by year. It was all Madison from 13 to 18. That's why it was so shocking to see them not just fall out of the top spot, but fall out of the playoff picture entirely, going 6-6 in the 2019 regular season. We're super optimistic for 2020. Here they are in 2021. And remember, they're playing tonight without the guy they thought would be the anchor of their offense, in Kevin Brown. He suffered a hamstring injury in their practice on Monday.
You know, and we talk about how many new players there are in this Madison team, but one thing remains, and that's that pride. You see all those championships. Every single young guy on this Radicals team knows about that, knows what they're inheriting kind of from those older Radicals veterans, and they take it very seriously. You'll love to see that.
Luo will initiate for the Radicals. Midway through the 4th quarter. Finds Jack Kelly. Take a look at the cutters downfield. See how much lead they have left. What they've been training for. Here's Paust. He's been the gunslinger tonight. Takes the reset for Luo this time. Back to Paust with McCutcheon in his pocket.
Paust still has some gas in the tank.
Kelly up the line. Past the bidding defender, hung on to by Johnson. And a travel called on Madison. Double team on the sideline. It's a big one. Madison, Kittleson. Almost 13 feet of defenders between those two.
Neither team wants to give this point up.
Radicals don't need to be in a hurry as long as they can keep getting resets. Shuey. Here's Dylan Power. That one floats on him and it's picked off.
And that's one of those times where maybe it was a little too patient looking for the opportunity. It felt like they kind of allowed. Oop.
And it's Luo who's down on the field now.
Hope it's just a cramp. Yeah.
It's that time of the game.
You know, they look so serious, and then you see someone run over and start cradling that calf, and it's like, oh, okay, it's not an Achilles, it's not a knee.
Colin Berry is the massage therapist tonight. Someone goes down and he comes right. It's great to have Colin back in the league. Took a year or two off, but a really passionate defender, a really good guy, and a really dynamic defender, and I didn't even know about his cramp curing abilities.
And he's a singer.
Choral music teacher, a vocal music major, his college days.
I think he has a national anthem or two under his belt.
Sure does. Was it Thomas Coolidge's wife that sang the anthem here tonight?
Every year. I can't think of a better national anthem singer I've ever seen in my life than Jenny Coolidge, nay, Davidson. Jenny's just fantastic. Another kind of staple of this Madison Radicals home experience.
Good to see Thomas Coolidge. Prefer to see him in cleats on the field. He said maybe he could come back next year, maybe, but body wasn't feeling right at the moment. Just another one of the veterans.
You got to think if they win here tonight, that maybe is going to switch to a probably really quick.
Minnesota trailing by 1. 4.5 minutes remaining in the final quarter. If nothing else, the Linehan KPS matchup's good in the hair department. Here's a deep shot. Vinoka turning on the Jets. What a hustle play by Vinoka to run that one down to tie the game again.
That was like Terminator focus, the way he tracked that one down. You know, you almost wonder why they haven't tried that more often.
We certainly have to give credit to Vinoka for every single track workout he did during the offseason. That was great movement downfield.
We need the advanced statistics on his speed there, because that looked like real speed, but that was really slow instant replay.
Yeah, Vinoka can move.
That's 4 goals now for Bevon.
How long did that point take?
3 minutes, 21 seconds.
Yeah, that was a long one.
How about the fans on the rooftops checking out the action?
Pirating?
That's just cool.
Oh, yeah. Taking advantage of your nice balcony apartment.
For sure, they got the broadcast on the loudspeakers so they can hear us while they're watching from afar, in case they can't make out a player.
Got a tie game with under 4 minutes to play here.
Hannon and Meshnik, 2 of the original Rads.
Got some D-line offense out there for the Radicals. Ooh, magic throw from Hannon there. Just kind of popped out from around the mark.
Weiland's going. Does he have the legs? Yes. Nice shot from Meshnik, a yard shy of the goal line. Weiland to Pettit. Scantling! He's in the end zone. There is no Radical that these fans love more than KPS.
You know, and kind of juxtaposed to that last Radicals offensive drive in the red zone where they sort of got stuck, almost a little too patient, and then turned the disc over. You really like to see that drive from the D-line offense of Madison, and they just come out and attack.
Like you said, Adam, a magic throw from Tom Annan under the arm of his defender, eventually getting into the hands of Chris Weiland. I love how Chris Weiland keeps his eyes on KPS. For a moment, I thought he was going to center the disc, but he just changed the throw that he was putting, liking the angle KPS was taking.
2 goals in the second half for Kevin Pettit Scantling. This game was tied at 4 at the end of one. Minnesota led 8-6 at the half. Madison dominant in the third quarter to go up 13-11. And 3 straight to begin this fourth quarter for Minnesota. Put the wind chill in front. Madison back on top by 1, closing in on 3 to play.
Who's going to get the next block here for Madison? I don't expect an answer. I'm just honestly wondering. You know,
Minnesota is doing a really good job of stretching the field.
You know, whereas DeClercq has kind of been the primary takeaway artist for Minnesota's defense, Madison's really gotten contributions from everyone.
If I had to answer, I'll guess Andrew Meshnick. There's some certainly. Kranaki has going to make the next foul. right on there. Roy, big swing, looking for the goal. Oh, what a catch by Rocco Linehan. Logan Bruce was right there, but Linehan stands tall, and we're tied yet again.
Linehan has also been having a great game today. He has been clutch, making good decisions, moving to the right spaces, and here adjusting just perfectly. Look at that. With Weiland over his shoulder, he still makes a great one-handed grab.
And did you see the rookie handler, Andrew Roy, come running up and give Linehan a huge hug after bailing him out on that throw? Love your teammates.
2:28 remaining in a 16-16 game.
I think that's good for like a 6-pack of Deschutes if you bail out your thrower like that.
The magnitude of this one can't be understated because, look, it's a 12-game season. 2 teams in this division make the playoffs. If Chicago is as good as we think they are, tonight's game could literally end up deciding who finishes in second place and who finishes in third.
That's a rocket.
Catch! Avery Johnson's made some real clutch plays tonight for Madison.
Can say that almost every game.
And again, Shuey leaving his feet to haul that one in. Paus back for power. Under 2 minutes. Squeezing it through. Power shoots it. Marty. Money.
Just got soaked in the crowd for a moment after that. Look at Dylan Power there. Nice little fake to get the defense shifting one way and then just fires it back across the field to a wide open Marty.
That is a pretty put.
And a great setup cut by Marty too. He was running that route before the disc even got to Power. And now you can hear that Madison Radicals crowd coming way into it.
Giant pull unleashed by Dan Garlock. Remember, he had the run-through block on the first Madison deep point of the third quarter that really swung the momentum of this game on the first centering pass from Paletto. Paletto's been very good, though. Contact call. I mean, what's Minnesota's thought with a clock here? I mean, they have to be mindful of it because they don't want to run out of time.
They're between a rock and a hard place, too, because they don't want to give Madison too much time for a response.
Under a minute, Cole Jurek back to Paletto.
And it sounds like Radicals have an 8th defender out there with the crowd.
And a 9th and a 10th maybe, too. Will Brandt.
Oh, boy. Getting up there. Uh-oh.
40 seconds to go. Gets it to Jordan. Weinberg took off. Prus got the mark on in time. Downfield defense continues to be dominant. And it's Pat Scantling sprinting through for what could be the game-winning block. No, they call the contact. Interference is the call. Ben Feldman from the wind chill sideline. Was he calling a timeout, or was he just trying to make sure they got the call right?
I don't know about that one.
"21 seconds on the clock, and the game hanging in the balance with these officials."
That was almost a little unfair. That kind of felt like a lion running down a gazelle open field. Just a veteran defender poaching off of the rookie like that.
I mean, doing what KPS does so well, coming out of nowhere, you know that he's been hunting that opportunity.
But it might be for naught.
All right, Minnesota keeps the disc. They put 25 seconds back on the clock, so now we got 19.
But Minnesota still got a score here.
Opening day of the 2021 season, after nearly 2 full years without Ultimate. Crossfield hammer, and there was a whistle before the throw.
It looked like Meshnik bumped the thrower a little hard after the Minnesota player caught it.
Yeah, it seemed like that call came a little slow.
You know, credit to the refs. They've done a pretty good job out here today, and it's their first game back too.
They weren't within 10 yards of the goal line, so they're going to have it near the sideline.
Oh, wow.
9 seconds left. Minnesota does have a few throws if they can move the disc quickly, but it's an intimidating double team. Here we go. Final seconds with a wind chill down by 1. Crossfield hammer. Will it be too far? It's into the stands!
Wow.
There's still time left, but the Radicals will have possession and will be a completion away from putting this one away in front of one of the greatest crowds in the history of the league.
Anybody else's blood flowing?
2 seconds on the clock. Radicals disc.
Disc in the hands of Logan Prus. 2 seconds left. I mean, he just needs to not get hand blocked. That's really what this comes down to. With the Radicals up by 1, Radicals do not have a timeout. Minnesota takes the timeout. Here's what happened. Roy, just a little too much air underneath the hammer intended for Michael Jordan.
One that disc has been pushing at that end zone almost all game. You know, I understand Roy taking that throw, but it's tough.
Clock's winding down. You're running out of options. That was the open space of the field to do it. Goodness gracious. The Radicals leading 17-16 on opening day.
I have missed this sport. I have missed this excitement. Especially the feeling that you get when at Breeze Stevens Field. This is a great first game back.
Megan, I've missed you. Adam, you too.
I'm just thankful to be in the booth with you guys tonight.
Feldman pleading his case. Not sure about what.
I think he wanted a timeout call way back earlier in that point on the Will Brandt, Kevin Pettit Scantling block. Getting some extracurriculars. Oh, and KPS is doing some somersaults. Always keeping limber.
When the going gets tough, just wow the crowd with your gymnastics. Remember when Mike Swain used to leap over how many people?
Front flip over like 8 people.
Yeah. This is just about as good.
All right, Madison has the disc up by 1 with 2 seconds to go.
seems like all the players are staying pretty loose out there.
Unsportsmanlike conduct called, I believe, on Minnesota. That's a 20-yard penalty, which gives the Radicals a little extra room and really takes the Callahan out of play in the hand block department. That was really the only chance, I think, for Minnesota. They just run out of time. The Madison downfield defense on that last point, which began with 1:39 left, remember, Minnesota really was clogged up with their downfield cutters. Officials still going over everything to make sure they have this right. We get to do this tomorrow, and then next Friday, and then next Saturday. Twice each week.
As we said coming into tonight, this is an exciting year.
Not a bad premiere of Free Friday Frisbee. Hope you entered the DraftKings pool. Oh, he did get hand blocked. Roy throws it to the end zone. What's going to happen here is shy of the end zone, and I think it's going to be over unless they ruled a delay of game and say he started too early. Are we done?
It looks like it. It's on the release, if I'm not mistaken.
There are still 2 seconds left.
Oh my. Garlic looks a little beside himself.
Now, did Minnesota get the timeout after the turnover? Because I think by rule, the clock doesn't start until there's a completion.
I think so too.
So the clock never started. And if Minnesota calls the timeout, there should be 2 seconds left. That's my understanding.
Oh, and there goes my heart right back into my throat.
You train for months, and it all comes down to 2 seconds. That takes 10 minutes.
And a rookie picking up the disc there. Just trying to throw over the double team there. I don't know, you know, it maybe feels like a little bit of a mental lapse. You just got to complete the dump pass, the swing, something easy. You don't have to be sassy about it.
So Minnesota is going to have the disc. 1 second remaining, we are told. Minnesota is going to have a chance to tie it. If they score, we'll go to overtime, and that means 5 more minutes. So
that's just pandemonium.
Take a deep breath, everybody.
That would be pandemonium.
Double on the mark, which means someone is open. Will the defense be able to recover fast enough? Tony Paletto will make the decision where this disc is going to go. Could be the final throw of the game. Paletto hits Roy. He's in the end zone, and we're tied at the buzzer of regulation.
Do not believe this.
Into a thimble he threw that.
The crowd can't believe it, but I think they adjudicated that correctly. And the one thing that the Radicals could not afford, a hand block on that final throw, occurred, giving Minnesota the disc, and a rifle backhand from Paletto to Roy. These guys have been excellent for the Winchell backfield O-line all night long.
You talk about composure. How about how confidently Tony Paletto stepped down on that throw? He had one throw to make, and he made it.
I could not agree with you more, Adam. I was looking on the opposite side of the field thinking that he was going to put up a loftier put, hoping that someone would be able to come up and get it. He forced a very narrow margin, knowing that Roy was undefended, but he had to hit that perfectly.
Sometimes you can't be cute against the Madison defense. You got to go right through the front door.
Tim DeBile pleading his case. We heard from Becky Ladone off the record at halftime. You know, having these types of conversations with Tim, who knows the rule book inside and out, is a tricky thing. There's Ben Feldman. He might have been ejected from the game.
I think he was. He had a very stern, let's put it, confrontation with the referees after that Will Brandt and KPS interception. He's throwing his clipboard.
Wow.
Gotta go take a timeout.
So Feldman, who knows, maybe he's texting Commissioner Steve Hall or something like that. 17 all as we go to overtime. The rules for overtime, to remind you, we got a 5-minute period that will be played to completion. If we're still tied at the end of this, then we'll play one more point. As you see the game tying score. Bullet to the backhand. Tony Possession to start the overtime is decided by a coin toss. If we go to double overtime, it's just 1 point, and the team that pulled to start the overtime period would receive for what that would de facto be a universe point to determine the result of the game.
And you know, with Feldman out of the game here, that means assistant coach Kelsey Percy is taking over. She was the Minnesota's broadcast announcer last year, and she stepped in now to fill as an assistant coach, and tonight suddenly de facto head coach. And in talking with the Minnesota captains, they really like her presence on the team. She gives fantastic feedback. She's very good at kind of the smaller moment stuff, and as you can see, just kind of brings a little bit of an attitude change from Feldman.
She doesn't look like she's overwhelmed by the moment.
No, not at all. I mean, if anything, her attitude is definitely echoed by everyone else on the team. Looking at Andrew Roy's face when he caught that disc, he looked exhilarated, but he didn't look particularly surprised, right? They came ready to play. And that is evidenced by the fact that they kept themselves in the game with only seconds left. That takes a lot of mental preparedness that you can't force. You either have prepared yourself for it, you either put in the reps necessary, or you haven't, and they clearly have.
Tony Pauletto's 70th completion, the one that gets us to overtime. 70 completions for 208 yards. A lot of them have been shorties. His 4th assist, it's a game high. Wow. Take a deep breath. We got 5 more minutes. KPS did his celebration somersault a little too early. I think Madison was 6 for 16 offensive holds in the first half, 7 of 10 in the second half. Considerable improvement. But Minnesota, 93% on 351 throws. We're still getting used to these numbers.
Yeah, and look at the Hucks number for Madison. They've been successful on every single deep pass tonight. They're not taking many, but when they take them, they're taking good opportunities. And, you know, after that, just insane end of regulation there. Radicals got to kind of screw back in mentally, I think, a little bit.
For sure.
It's kind of funny to see both teams celebrate in the last 2 seconds of a game. Like that.
Yeah, but more to your point, Madison thought they had won it. Minnesota realized they hadn't lost it. I would say in terms of energy, Minnesota has the advantage right now.
Don't forget that crowd. A lot of people up on
briefest of moments, in this briefest of moments.
That fence line rattles pretty loud.
Certainly Becky Ladone, the head ref, has been in the middle of a lot tonight, but I mean, this game felt destined for overtime for months. I was trying to tell you on Wednesday, Adam. And here we are. Our Free Friday Frisbee includes more free Frisbee.
Madison has been very good on their opening drives out of intermission so far. You hope to see it again here.
I mean, they saw DeBile and Spyro bring the entire team together. Madison, I can't say for sure if they won the toss, but they will receive to start the overtime.
That's a great pull.
Yeah, it was tremendous. 77 yards with ridiculous hang time.
Yeah, allowed the defense to get down there and set up immediately.
Bruce needs a release. Oh, goodness. Tremendous grab to keep that one alive by Rami Paust. Howard bidding unsuccessfully. Minnesota, an opportunity to score the first break of the overtime.
Disc being held on to pretty long by all the handlers right now, surveying all options.
Mattis, upfield McCutcheon. Hearn chose to handle it, was not the right decision.
He scores goals, he also gets blocks, folks.
Another Radical player we heard good things about, having an absolutely phenomenal game.
And a stall.
House throw was incomplete anyway, so Minnesota with great defense. It is amazing to see the desire in the body language and facial expressions and attitudes of everyone on the field right now. Not to mention the sidelines and the stands.
I think there might have been a violation.
Yeah, you got to wait for the whistle after a stall like that, so it's officially a delay of game on Minnesota. They moved back 10 yards. Nearly 2 minutes gone in the overtime. It's cliche. It's a shame someone has to lose tonight.
You got to wonder when Minnesota coach Percy might use a timeout here. She seems pretty confident in her D-line's ability to convert. And I think that's what you want in this situation, confidence in your players out in the field, not micromanaging.
Each team gets one timeout in each overtime. Looking cross field. That will, no, he landed out of bounds. He didn't realize how close he was to the back line. I think he could have caught that in, but the foot was clearly out. And Madison will take over after the timeout called by the Radicals.
Some points of attrition here.
Wow. You think these guys might be exhausted after this one's over?
A little bit.
I mean,
you can see it.
Yeah, if not physically, mentally exhausted.
21 months of energy building up to tonight. They're planning on playing 48 minutes. Needed more than that. Wild finish to regulation. Dylan Power hit Chase Marty with 1:39 to go to put the Radicals up 17-16. And it looked like Madison had the game won when the crossfield hammer from Andrew Roy sailed out the back of the end zone. Madison had it with 2 seconds left, but turned it over, hand blocked on the goal line. And Minnesota had the final timeout. Poletto hit Roy for the game-tying score at the buzzer. We've had one coach ejected. We've had another coach infuriated. And we still have no winner with 2:21 remaining in overtime. At this point, the first of the extra session has had 2 turnovers, 1 for each team so far. Look at that. Bile and Spyro and their troops.
You've got Bevon out here on defense for Minnesota. Kind of maybe doing a universe line. Ooh.
John Ball is incomplete.
Garlic having some rookie moments out there.
Yeah. I really have been surprised we haven't had more of them. To be
Absolutely.
honest.
No, the rookies have looked very good tonight on both sides.
They're going to mark off the foul, and then Kelsey Percy, the acting head coach, called a timeout. Looks pretty comfortable with a clipboard. Who had Kelsey Percy being the big story in overtime of the first game of the year?
I don't know. But
the new Winchell assistant coach.
Suits her well.
Time was running out for Wilson. Lefty backhand floated on him, and Garlock had chances and tacos the disc in the process. I really was planning on trying to trim the length of the Tuesday toss this year, Adam, but a game like this, I mean, how do you recap this game with brevity?
Yeah.
How could you ever, Evan? How could you ever?
And why would you want to? This game has had everything.
And there's 11 other games this weekend to report on, too. 3 of them happened tonight. New York, Philadelphia, and Indianapolis, all winners in their openers. Will Minnesota or Madison join them in the winner's circle on opening night 2021?
Paletto's been really good the second half, picking up out of these dead disc situations and initiating the Minnesota offense. I've been really impressed with his ability to get the disc out quickly and kind of reset the look. Madison really likes to trap out of these dead disc environments.
That's well said. I mean, we're in overtime because of his 2-second snap decision.
That was such an impressive throw.
Yeah.
Reminiscent of that Ben Katz shot to Jack Williams at the end of the New York Raleigh game a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
1:45 left in overtime. Still looking for the first goal of the extra period. Near the sideline, Brandt toes it, immediately double teamed. Brandt, Scoobers, vote, scores! Minnesota takes the lead.
And the boos come out from the Madison stands.
And it's a Wisconsin Hodag who scores the overtime goal to put the wind chill in front.
You know, over the last couple seasons, Minnesota's kind of been leaning into their heel role here in Madison.
Sure have. They've embraced it. And Will Brandt, I've said this too many times tonight, but 19 years old, Scoober in overtime, double teamed on the goal line in his first AUDL game.
The kids don't care, Evan. New breed out there.
Josh Klain taking a leadership role in that tiger skin tank, whatever he's got on over there. Kelsey Percy looking sharp in the wind chill polo. New kits for everybody this year. Good looking jerseys and shorts.
She's been going into a fridge between quarters. She looks fresh out there. Everyone else is just, I'm sweaty up here.
Exhausted. All right. Madison needs a score. Simple as that. Poust and Power going back and forth across midfield.
Kind of odd that Minnesota's just giving them these first 60 yards or so.
That was a bullet and a tough catch that Weiland had to make tumbling down. Here's Bruce.
Now again, as Madison, do you score quickly here if there's an opportunity, or do you try to bleed a little clock?
I think you just have to score, but that would have been the right choice, and it's not going to work out. And Kittleson goes over the top. Thank goodness he popped right back up. Clock stops, 53 seconds left.
Kittleson's an oak, he'll be fine.
Yeah, that was scary. Minnesota now trying to run out the clock.
Was that Avery Johnson with that crossfield hammer there?
I think so.
Yes.
I think that's the first time I've ever seen Avery throw a hammer in a game.
It's a new season. Maybe a new lesson to learn. If Minnesota can finish it, well, this is going for it. And it's DeClerc who's shy of the goal line. Sets a pivot foot, throws the score. It counts. Rocco Linehan makes it 19-17, and that might do it as the Wind Chill, who are 2 seconds away from defeat at the end of regulation, may steal a win out of the jaws of defeat on opening night.
Was that Linehan's put to DeClerc?
No, that was Colin Berry, I believe. Colin Berry taking a nice aggressive shot there. You know, I thought all Minnesota had to do there was wind down clock, but I like them going for that score to go up too. No more bubbles. Put them away. Or was that? Who was that on the throw? I'm pretty sure that was Berry. Yep. Look at Berry here. Stride out. Easy delivery.
So nice.
For a split second, I thought he overthrew him, but the clerk has had unbelievable quickness and speed all night long.
And here again, we talk about waiting for the official's call. Kittle said not in.
How about
left him free of a defender?
Surprised they didn't call him for a travel.
Me too.
All right, Madison needs to score immediately to have any chance. Meshnik's got to take a shot. He will. A low laser.
That's a good
But
throw.
it finds MILWAUKEE. At least one more roar for this Radicals crowd.
My emotions.
Meshnik has been doing what needs to be done this game.
Officially 14 seconds left, and we'll see what tricks Tim DeBile has been thinking about for the last 663 days since the Empire beat the Roughnecks in the 2019 AUDL Championship game.
You know, I don't think that they've ever done a short pull in a game, but I know that they practiced it for years. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them try it and flat foot the Minnesota offense right here with one.
If they basically were to just drop the pull, the wind chill, have officially 10 seconds to pick up the disc and then another 7 after they pick it up. So they need to sprint downfield, recognize the situation, and the clock doesn't start until they touch it. And they did just drop the pull.
Short pull.
So Minnesota, 14 seconds left. A few completions could end it. A goal could also end it.
The trick with the short pull is that you can almost get the offense and delay of game if they don't come down and pick it up quickly enough.
They called a foul on the marker.
Yeah. It looked like they were being a little aggressive on Jurek there.
Officials might need to check the clock here too. They didn't signal the clock starting until the release of the first throw.
Again, for a first game back, I think that this crew is doing a pretty good job.
I agree.
All these finer point rules. These are some pretty in the deeper pages, section sub 19, rule 5A.
14 seconds are going to be on the clock here. Because they're going to rule that the pass never happened. The foul came before the release of the throw. So, frankly, that's good news for Madison. They need as much time as they can get. Clock will start on the release.
Tim is dying inside.
Coached the Radicals for a long time. This is the 114th game all time for Madison, but their first in 691 days. This has been enough frustration for 691 days. Do the Radicals have another miracle left in them? Or will Minnesota finish it off? The hammer to the end zone works. A bold choice, but Rocco Linehan's hammer will likely send the wind chill home victors tonight at Breese-Stevens Field. Wow.
Josh Wilson went down on that play. I'm hoping it's just a late game cramp or something. Yeah, it looks like he's getting up just fine.
How do you feel about that decision from Rocco Linehan?
Little wobble on that one. Not a whole bunch of RPM.
It got there. And now 10 seconds left, a 2-goal lead. And at the moment, there's no 2-point play in the AUDL. Maybe one day, but not at the moment.
Credit to Minnesota for hanging on throughout this entire game. I think there were multiple opportunities where they could have maybe let the environment, the loss of some of their stars. Matsuka was a late game snub for his injury, but they came out here on the road and just dug one out. Took every opportunity they could.
Both teams will look different a month, 2 months from now. These two teams will meet again in 14 days in St. Paul. Rami Paust, shot to the end zone, intercepted, and that will do it. The return of Ultimate At long last, the sport is back, and in overtime, the wind chill outlast the Radicals 20-18. That's their second ever win here at Breese Stevens Field.
I think I said earlier if the first team to get to 20 would win, and while it took an extra period of play, I see it 2-0 next to that Minnesota graphic.
Man, what a first game back.
Credit to both teams.
Kelsey Percy filling in for Ben Feld after he gets tossed. He's going to claim that he inspired his team by getting ejected. But what a game. I mean, we could take the next couple of hours to rehash this one. We'll do it over the course of the week, and we got another game tomorrow. Megan, you and I got Indy, Chicago tomorrow night on AUDL.tv. But if you can take a deep breath and try to put a final bow on this one that had so many lead changes and twists and turns and buzzer beaters, Minnesota prevails. How'd they do it?
Minnesota came with systems that were well prepared. Their offense had clearly practiced against junky defenses. They did not look flustered. Their young stars came ready for this stage. They looked mentally and physically prepared. So it was both an individual and systematic effort that brought the final package that enabled them to get themselves to overtime in an unlikely fashion and then win by 2.
Yeah, I just think Minnesota's adaptability throughout the game was their perseverance. They were throwing out a couple different O-line and D-line looks, and maybe it saved some of their players' legs. It really looked like Minnesota was outrunning into the open space there in that overtime and late in the fourth quarter. And again, they just looked a little bit more aggressive in their opportunities. They really seized on them.
If ever there was a time for Detroit to catch Madison, this might be it. The Radicals have to wake up and get on a bus for 4 or 5 hours tomorrow to go play the Mechanics, who have not won a game in literally almost 1,500 days since 2017. Detroit played tonight as well. Minnesota will head to Chicago next Saturday, 8 days from now, and what'll certainly be one of the most anticipated games on the Week 2 calendar. A couple of statistics, because we got them. Paletto and Roy combined for 142 completions and 147 throws. 72 and 70 completions, respectively, for Paletto and Roy. Josh Klein can take his time coming back for the hamstring, because they've got some pretty good handlers while he's out.
I was going to say, how optimistic do you have to be as this Minnesota team to be without your top 2 throwers in Josh Klein and Brett Matsuka, and you come into this environment almost 2 years out from your last game, and you get a win behind rookies largely handling the disc. That just doesn't happen too often, and credit to the wind chill for preparing for this moment.
Radicals just thank their fans, one of the great crowds in the history of this building, but they go home displeased. On the Radicals side of things, Rami Paust had a game-high 320 throwing yards. Flip side of that is he also had a game-high 6 throwaways for the Radicals, and just 1 or 2 too many in this opening night. Well, if they all are like this, we're going to have one heck of a season. It's great to be back with all of you. We thank you so much for joining us tonight with our new partner, DraftKings. You can play free for thousands in cash all season long with DraftKings free-to-play pools. By the way, I took the under. Will Minnesota score 18 and a half goals? In 4 quarters, they didn't score that, but the overtime, the bad beat. Maybe Scott Van Pelt will tee this one up for us on Monday night. Wow. A wild game began in the daylight on a steamy Friday evening here in Madison, and as the sun set, the intensity rose. Minnesota and Madison trading punches for 48 minutes and then 5 more, and the Radicals fall short in overtime. Minnesota, the historic win, to start the 2021 season. 20-18 in overtime is your final. For Adam Ruffner and Megan Tormey and our entire crew, Evan Lepler saying good night from Madison. The wind chill in overtime. Victorious.